Star Odyssey Chapter 341 to Chapter 392. Lu Yin's expression changed. This attack had been launched while he was attacking Baser, and it was extremely fast. Lu Yin could not dodge it, but he did not need to either. As the flames approached him, he raised his hand and quickly flipped his right hand. The flames disappeared inch by inch until they were completely gone. Countless people were stunned. What kind of battle technique was that? Puyu's eyes were filled with fear. This was a lock-breaking technique. How could this person's lock-breaking ability be so strong? Mira was shocked as well, as she had not expected Lu Yin's lock-breaking ability to be so powerful. Even when Xianxia was astonished. He had come into contact with many genius lockbreakers, but Lu Yin had only recently become a lockbreaker, and yet he was able to neutralize his opponent's battle technique in battle. This kind of lock-breaking talent was quite high. Yan Feng was still too far away from Lu Yin's level. Even though he was a genius from Fire's Melt planet and had cultivated to the point where he could barely reach the top 100 rankings, Lu Yin's current strength had already reached the top 100 rankings. According to Lan Si, 30 stacks was enough to defeat someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. The strengthening fruit had strengthened Lu Yin multiple times, and he did not believe that anyone in the Lamita realm could be his match, including the 10 arbiters. With a bang, Yan Feng's longsword was shattered by Lu Yin, and his right shoulder was struck by a palm. Yan Feng was sent flying just like Baser. Whether it was in front of a screen or in San Dios, everyone was stunned. Lu Yin, a Lamiter, had not only challenged someone who was a realmbreaker, but he had also defeated 2 genius explorers. This scene was almost impossible in the Outerverse, but it had actually happened. The difference between the Innerverse and Outerverse was obvious, but even in the Innerverse, Lu Yin's battle results were still shocking. In the distance, Xianxia trembled as she looked at Lu Yin in fear. Why was this happening? Today was supposed to be the happiest day of her life, and she could have been very happy, but that person had appeared to ruin her happiness. No, she could not let him ruin it. Xianxia leapt up and suddenly attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. This woman had gone crazy. He flicked his finger, and a blast of energy nailed Xianxia to the wall. This wedding is not recognized by the Ana family. Cancel it immediately. Xianxia's face went pale. Lu Yin, this is my own business. What right do you have to cancel my wedding? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he activated his gadget, and Xiangshan Ana's certificate appeared on his screen. Your father, family head Xiangshan Ana, has asked me to take you back. Without the Ana family's approval, you cannot make your own decisions. Bye. Bye. Yan Feng and Baser simultaneously attacked Lu Yin with all their might. Lu Yin turned around, raised his right hand, and clenched it into a fist. He then released it, causing a powerful force to distort the void. He raised his head and faced San Dios and the countless people in front of their screens. He displayed a terrifying strength. 30 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. Everyone in the universe who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. 30 stacks. Most people had no idea how powerful it was. Only a few knew, such as Wen Sansi. He immediately stood up in shock. Many experts had been called 10 arbiters candidates, such as Lu Xiaoqiu, Night Queen Yanqing with her Night King's body, Zhanlong Day Night, and so on. However, there were only a few people who had been recognized by the 10 arbiters as possessing power comparable to their peers, such as Xianxia from the Cosmic Sea. Those people were the true 10 arbiters candidates, and even Lu Xiaoqiu was slightly inferior. Lu Yin had once been at this level as well. Being called a 10 arbiters candidate was more of a praise and encouragement than an acknowledgement. However, when he displayed 30 stacks, his status underwent a complete transformation. He was now comparable to Lan Si's achievements, and he truly possessed the power to rival the 10 arbiters. He was now a true 10 arbiters candidate, and he was one of the few people who had ever been recognized. 30 stacks was terrifying, and Yan Feng and Baser quickly experienced it for themselves. It was an indescribably overwhelming strength, and Baser had experienced it before from a powerhouse on the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin's current strength was completely comparable to that powerhouse's. A single palm strike had defeated Yan Feng and Baser, heavily injuring them as they crashed to the ground. Countless people were still in a daze. Lu Yin was only a Lamiter, but he had defeated the combined forces of two elite explorers. Many people felt that this was a fantasy, especially those from the outerverse. They could not imagine how a Lemeter could possess such strength. In the distance, many people from the innerverse powers exchanged glances. At this moment, Lu Yin gave them the feeling that he was an unequaled Lemeter. These words had only been used by one person before, and that person was known as the unequaled Lemeter under the heavens. His name was Murong. In San Dios, such a thing rarely happened, and no one dared to make a move here. Lu Yin was the first to do so. Puyu finally could not take it anymore, and he fearfully glanced at Mira before walking out. "You're Lu Yin, right?" Lu Yin turned around and looked at Puyu. "You're Puyu?" Puyu's eyes flashed coldly. "This is Yan Feng's wedding." "The wedding is invalid," Lu Yin answered bluntly. Puyu's gaze turned cold. "This wedding was approved by San Dios." Lu Yin laughed and raised his head to look at Puyu. "You think you can represent San Dios?" "What did you say?" Puyu was enraged. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Regardless of his status, he was ranked 13th on the top 100 rankings, and he could easily crush many people. Lu Yin sneered. This person had long been his enemy, and they were like fire and water, so there was no need for him to be apprehensive. He glanced around and did not see anyone from the Neo-Human Alliance that he had met in Umbral Butterfly Weave. He frowned. Had he been discovered? That was not good, as this person was a thorn in Puyu's side. "Puyu, you're a counselor, not someone's family elder. You don't have to worry about the wedding." Mira walked out and stood in front of Lu Yin as she teased Puyu. Puyu's eyes narrowed. Only the younger generation was allowed to enter San Dios, and aside from him, no one else present was Lu Yin's opponent. Yan Feng and Bezer had been defeated, and Puyu was being held back by Mira. His plan to create a killing intent for this wedding had already failed, and when Xianxia was also keeping an eye on this place. "I just can't stand by and watch you ruin the wedding of two lovers." "Lu Yin, is this what the Astral Combat Academy taught you?" Puyu reprimanded loudly. Lu Yin frowned. "Are you blind? Can't you see the certificate?" Puyu was enraged again, as this Lu Yin was completely disregarding him. Fine. You're a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and you also represent the 10 Arbiters. What you're doing is smearing the 10 Arbiters' reputation. I, Puyu, can't do anything about it. Someone will do something about it in the future." He then glanced at Bezer, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state. Geniana was still pinned to the wall by the energy and was unable to break free. She looked on in despair as well as the heavily injured Yan Feng. Today was a day of great joy and sorrow for her. Lu Yin looked around at everyone. "Those who are not under Counselor Wendy Yushan, please leave. From today onwards, I, Lu Yin, will temporarily represent Counselor Wendy in the Outerverse Youth Council. Is there anyone who disagrees?" Bezer and Yan Feng weren't the only counselors under Wendy Yushan. There were 5 other counselors who were all explorers. Although they were older, they could still be considered part of the younger generation. They all looked at Lu Yin in confusion. They didn't know what to choose. Before Lu Yin had arrived, they had already discussed that they would ignore this young man, but they wouldn't go overboard. This was also why they hadn't joined forces with Bezer and Yan Feng to deal with Lu Yin. They didn't want to offend this person, but they were also unwilling to immediately submit. Mira stepped forward at the right time. By Arbiter Wen's orders, Lu Yin will temporarily replace Wendy Yushan. Are there any objections? Greetings, Counselor Lu. The 5 explorers bowed at the same time. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. Fortunately, he had increased his strength greatly. Otherwise, he would have been suppressed by Yan Feng and Bezer when he had first come to San Dios from the Great Yu Empire. None of these people would have submitted to him, but things were different now. He had single-handedly defeated Yan Feng and Bezer, and his strength surpassed everyone else's. In all of San Dios, aside from Puyu and the other 3 counselors, no one was his opponent. This was the most important reason why he had been able to replace Wendy Yushan. No matter what, strength was always the most important thing. This wedding should have been a plot by many powers to kill Lu Yin, but he had resolved it all with his absolute strength without relying on anyone else. This scene had spread to many powers, and Lu Yin's name had spread even further. During the Astral Combat Tournament, he had only been an expert in the Astral Combat Academy, and the Tournament of the Strongest had made him a top expert in the universe. However, this battle had completely pushed Lu Yin to the top of the list of 10 Arbiters candidates. He was now a true 10 Arbiters candidate, and he was now qualified to be called an unequaled Lemiter. The Lemiter realm didn't just include the younger generation, many of the older generation's experts were also Lemiters. Among them, there were also extremely talented individuals who had been unable to break through to the Explorer realm, but there were also freakish geniuses among them. Even Lu Yin, who had become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, did not have the qualifications to be called an unequaled Lemiter, and he would not be recognized by others. Now, he had gained recognition because he had tied the record set by the 10 Arbiters. The 10 Arbiters were synonymous with invincibility, and anyone who could match the 10 Arbiters was invincible. Congratulations, Representative Lu. Mira beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled back. If you hadn't helped me block Puyu, then I would have been in danger today. Mira smiled. You should thank Arbiter Wen. I wouldn't have helped you. She then left with a fragrant gust of wind. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Arbiter Wen? It seemed like he wanted to rope Lu Yin in. He would have to choose one of the 10 Arbiters, but who would he choose? Right now, Lan Si and Wen Sansi were on his good side, while his enemy was Knight King Jinwu. What a headache. Geniana was taken away by Lu Yin's men, and she would be sent back to Xinyu Star in 2 days. Her future was already set, and she would be locked up in the Ana family like a canary. Lu Yin would never marry her, and she would never marry anyone else. Beizer's crimes were irrefutable, and Lu Yin arranged for someone to imprison him. As for Yan Feng, although Lu Yin really wanted to deal with him, he had not committed any crimes. He just had a different standpoint. Lu Yin had no choice but to arrange for someone to treat him and deal with him later. There were still quite a few people from Fire's Melt Planet and San Dios, and they were all locked up together. Lu Yin saw a familiar face among them, Yan Gang, who had crossed paths with him during Earth's trial. Lu Yin remembered that Yan Gang was Yan Feng's servant, and they had a very good relationship. However, Yan Gang did not even have the qualifications to participate in the battle as he was only a melder. Yan Gang sensed Lu Yin's gaze and lowered his head, afraid that Lu Yin would attack him. Lu Yin did not mind, as such a person was not worth his attention. On the other side, Mira returned to Wen Sansi's side. Arbiter Wen. Wen Sansi smiled. The acting is not bad, and the person is even better. Mira looked up with a serious expression. Arbiter Wen, Lu Yin can actually use 30 stacks. In the entire Interverse, there are only 2 Lemiters who can compare to him. Wen Sansi nodded. That's right. He's a true unequaled Lemiter and a true 10 Arbiters candidate. Hee, how interesting. Then, he suddenly said, Mira, send Mu Rong's information to Lu Yin. Mira did not understand. Wen Sansi's eyes lit up, as he was looking forward to the battle between the two. Once Mu Rong was defeated, he was curious to see if the person behind Mu Rong would be able to hold back. As a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, Wendy Yushan was in charge of 4 weaves, Frostwave Weave, Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave, and Wuri Weave. The 4 weaves were connected, and the younger generation was under the Outerverse Youth Council's jurisdiction. The 10 Arbiters Council's network was linked together, and Lu Yin could directly access the Outerverse network that Wendy Yushan was in charge of. At this moment, aside from the Innerverse Northline flow zone, he also had to pay attention to these 4 weaves. Each weave was incredibly large, and there were 4 weaves in total. The total size of the 4 weaves was enough to make a normal person's brain explode. Furthermore, each weave had countless academies, and there were countless trials, assessments, and so on every day. This series of matters gave Lu Yin a headache. He was not suited to be in charge of such matters, so he decided to leave them be for the time being, just like he had with Northline Flow Zone. What Lu Yin wanted was a title and the ability to disperse Puyu's authority. For now, he didn't care about anything else. Casually browsing through the internet, he suddenly came across a strange message about a trial. The young tribesmen of Darkstar Gorge will be heading to Wuri Weave to participate in a trial in 10 days. The information itself was nothing special, but the name Darkstar Gorge reminded him of Puyu, who had been born in Darkstar Gorge. He hurriedly turned on the internet to check Bushtree Planet. The more he read, the more excited he became. Bushtree Planet was a strange planet. All of its water resources were hidden underground, and the ground was covered in countless plants. There were no animals, only plants. Some of these plants were aggressive, while others were rare natural treasures. Generally speaking, it was impossible for a planet with all sorts of natural treasures to go unnoticed. Unfortunately, the natural treasures that were born on this planet did not live for more than 10 years. They only had a lifespan of 10 years, and after 10 years, they would gradually wither away. Many scholars had tried to find the reason for this, but they had all failed. With a lifespan of only 10 years, even the best natural treasures would be useless. Because of this, Bushtree Planet was gradually abandoned and turned into a training ground. Natural treasures with a lifespan of 10 years were useless to powerful cultivators, but they were still useful to sentinels and even melders. In particular, natural treasures that had long since gone extinct would occasionally appear on this planet. If one was lucky, they could even change one's physique. This was why many powers in the Wuri we've wanted to train on Bushtree Planet, but Puyu had always controlled it. Luin was speechless when he realized that even when Wendy Yushan was around, Bushtree Planet had been a training ground for Darkstar Gorge. There were only two reasons for this: either Puyu had complete control over Wendy Yushan, or Wendy Yushan did not care and did not compete with Puyu. Otherwise, this planet would have long since become a training ground for the Great Yu Empire. It was no wonder that Wendy Yushan could not even find out that he was a lockbreaker. This woman's mind was probably filled with nothing but cultivation. It was not unreasonable for Baser to side with Puyu. Luin decisively deleted this training ground, which meant that from now on, Bushtree Planet no longer belonged to Darkstar Gorge. Luin could give it to whoever he wanted. More importantly, this planet was something that he valued. Others could only obtain natural treasures with a lifespan of 10 years, but as long as he had the money, he could obtain natural treasures with a lifespan of 100,000 years. This planet was perfect for him. A day later, Luin received a notification from Mira while he was looking at Bushtree Planet's introduction. Luin opened it and looked at it, only to be surprised. What did Mira mean by this? Why was she telling him this person's information? There were many geniuses in the universe who were called 10 Arbiters candidates, but most of them were just praises. For example, Luin had been called a 10 Arbiters candidate when he had grasped 5-lined battle force. Back then, his strength had only been about the same as Han Chong and the others, and he had not been Tian Ho's opponent at all. However, among these 10 Arbiters candidates, there were a few who were truly recognized. Mira told Luin about one of them, Mu Rong, a genius who had been accepted by the 10 Arbiters Council since he was young and possessed a powerful innate gift. Among the younger generation of the 10 Arbiters Council who were below the Explorer realm, this person was undoubtedly the strongest, and he had even been praised by one of the 10 Arbiters as the unequaled leader in the universe. The Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest had caused Lu Yin's name to spread throughout the universe, which was his glory. Although most people did not know of Mu Rong's name, it was like thunder to the ears of the top echelons of society. This person had never been defeated by anyone of the same generation. Every once in a while, there would be a few geniuses who did not fit in with the current generation, and Mu Rong was one of them. Luin had not been qualified to know of Mu Rong's name before, and even after he had won the Tournament of the Strongest, many people still felt that he was not Mu Rong's opponent. However, after using 30 stacks, Luin was qualified because he had tied Arbiter Land's record. He had become a true 10 Arbiters candidate. Luin exhaled. Was Mu Rong really his enemy? Of the true 10 Arbiters candidates, there was Mu Rong and Yi Xingchen from the Cosmic Sea. Who else was there? Luin had already stepped into this realm, surpassing Lu Xiaoqiu, and officially entered the eyes of the 10 Arbiters. Luin was glad that he had increased his strength before coming here. The difference between him and 30 stacks was like the difference between heaven and earth. Representative Lu, Miss Jenny begs to see you, a maid respectfully said from behind Luin. Luin frowned. I won't see her. Miss Jenny said that if you don't see her, she'll commit suicide, the maid said awkwardly. Luin snorted and thought about it. Lead the way. Although he did not care about Xianxia, if this woman died because of him, the Anna family would be in trouble. It was not worth it for him to be affected by a woman he did not care about. Xianxia leaned against the wall with an ashen face. When she saw Luin, a bone-deep hatred flashed through her eyes, but it quickly disappeared and was replaced by a pleading look. "Please, let me go." He stared at her coldly. "Do you know that because of you, I was almost consigned to eternal damnation?" Xianxia shook her head. "I don't understand. I just want to marry the person I love." "Is that wrong?" Lu Yin's heart trembled, and he fell silent. He looked at Xianxia's sorrowful expression and his eyes flickered. Yes, she just wanted to marry the person she loved. Was that wrong? The one at fault was someone else, and it had nothing to do with her. She had never admitted to anything, and she had only passively accepted her family's arrangements. She was just a pitiful woman. All of Lu Yin's dissatisfaction with Xianxia immediately disappeared. She had not done anything wrong, and as a woman, wanting to marry the person she loved was not wrong. Unfortunately, she had been born into the wrong family. "You didn't do anything wrong, but you loved the wrong person." Lu Yin's tone softened. Xianxia closed her eyes. Fire's Melt Planet is not an enemy of the Great Yu Empire. I like Yanfeng, so what's wrong with that? The only mistake is that my family betrothed me to you. Luin, do you really like me? You've never liked me, and I can feel that the ring doesn't represent love. It's just a promise to the Anna family. In your eyes, I'm just a tool for marriage. Luin did not respond. Xianxia was wrong, she was not even a tool for marriage. He had never wanted to marry this woman from the very beginning. "Seventh bro, you've ruined a woman's happiness," the monkey shrieked. "Father never cared about what I thought, and he only wanted to marry me off to you. How could he not know that you never cared about me?" "But he didn't care. He just wanted to marry you, that's all. I wanted to escape, I wanted to leave that cage. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with me marrying the person I love? I don't want to hurt anyone." Xianxia cried herself hoarse as she looked at Luin in despair. Luin didn't look at her, as he couldn't refute her words. She was right, she only needed to be responsible for herself and marry Yanfeng. As for the harm she would bring to him, that wasn't within her scope of consideration. Luin sighed. "Yanfeng has never liked you." Xianxia's tears dripped onto the ground, and she squatted down. I know that he doesn't want to marry me, but I don't care. I just want to marry him and leave that cage, even if it costs me my life." Luin did not know what to say. Men and women had different ways of thinking, one was rational, while the other was emotional, and the other was conflicted. He could not fulfill her wish. "Go back. If possible, I'll ask Xianxia Anna to arrange a better home for you. You can live an ordinary life as a normal woman." Xianxia hugged her head and wept silently. Luin turned to leave. "Wait," Xianxia looked up at Lu Yin's back and whispered, "I don't want to hurt you." Luin did not look back and simply left. At this point, there was no point in saying anything. The only thing he could do was try to give Jenny a good ending. She hadn't done anything wrong, but it was her family that had made a mistake. For a woman, marrying the one she loved was the only thing that mattered. Luin thought of Ming Yan, what if she couldn't marry him one day because of her position? His chest tightened at the thought, but he would not let that happen. Ming Yan had to belong to him, and no one could object to that. He was in a bad mood, so he went to Bazer's prison to find someone to vent his frustrations on. After a day of treatment, Bazer's injuries had healed, and he had regained consciousness. When he saw Luin enter, he glared at him. "Luin, I regret not killing you back then." Luin casually shot out a beam of energy that pierced through Bazer's shoulder. Fresh blood flowed down his shoulder and dyed his clothes red. "There's no medicine for regret in this world. Are you trying to force me to kill you?" Bazer sneered and endured the pain as he snarled, "Kill me? Do you dare? Your so-called evidence is all fake. Lord Puyu has already sent people to the Great Yu Empire to gather information, and your lies will soon be exposed. Do you dare kill me? Lord Puyu won't let you off." Luin rubbed his forehead. "You're really stupid." He then placed a hand on Bazer's shoulder. Tell me, if I add more force to your injuries yesterday, will it make it look like you died? Beizer's eyes narrowed. Don't think that you can do whatever you want. You're just a counselor in name, and everyone else listens to Lord Puyo. My injuries have already been reported. If you dare to do anything, you'll definitely be discovered. Louis nodded. You're right. However, it shouldn't be a problem to aggravate your injuries. For example, I could completely destroy your meridians. Beizer's expression changed, and he glared at Louis without saying a word. Louis looked at Beizer for a while, then shook his head and laughed. Actually, I'm quite grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been so motivated to cultivate. Look, this is the difference between innate gifts. I surpassed you in less than 3 years, but you've cultivated for decades and even have the innate gift of life. So what? You still lost miserably. What do you want? Beizer asked in a low voice. Louis looked at Beizer. He didn't want to do anything to Beizer, and he just wanted to get some revenge. After all, the grudge that Louis had caused back then had not been light. However, just as Beizer had said, Louis could not hide the truth from the masses. Puyo was watching, and perhaps Puyo was hoping that Louis would do something to Beizer so that Puyo would report Louis to the 10 Arbiters' Council and kick Louis out of the picture. Nothing much. You can stay here until the evidence is proven. Louis turned to leave. Beizer heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Louis. One day, he would kill him. After leaving the prison, Louis looked up at the sky. He didn't feel the thrill of revenge, as this sort of person no longer piqued his interest. It was no wonder why so many people didn't want to delay their revenge. Too much time had passed, and the hatred had already faded away. I thought that you were going to kill Beizer, a cold voice said, causing Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. He abruptly turned around and stared at the person leaning against the wall. It was Puyo. Why are you here? He asked warily. Puyo looked at Louis with a cold glint in his eyes. Why did you cancel Darkstar Gorge's trial on Bushtree Planet? Bushtree Planet is located in the Wuri Weave, and it's under my jurisdiction. I don't need you to tell me what to do, Louis replied coldly. Puyo stared at Louis. You're testing my patience. Louis did not back down. You're also testing the patience of the 10 arbiters. Puyo's expression changed, and he looked into the distance. Before he left, he said, don't walk too fast. It's easy to fall to your death. It's easy to be trampled to death if you walk too slowly, Louis replied. He definitely would not give up Bushtree Planet to Puyo. That planet was very important to him, and he had to find some time to visit it. In the Innerverse, there was a place called Kuan Swamp. Those who entered Kuan Swamp would be trapped in a place that was known as the deepest prison in the entire universe. Shui Chuanxiao had been imprisoned in Kuan Swamp and served a sentence of 10,000 years. Outside Kuan Swamp, Night King Zhenwu personally escorted Shui Chuanxiao in, his eyes filled with melancholy and indescribable sorrow. A famous general of his generation, yet he was unable to expand the human race's territory. Instead, he was imprisoned in this Kuan Swamp that never sees the light of day. How sad. A man walked out from behind Night King Zhenwu and slowly bowed. He asked for it. He betrayed humanity, and no one can save him. Night King Zhenwu looked at his gadget, and his gaze turned cold. He muttered to himself for a moment before looking at the man behind him. You were born on Earth as well. Are you confident that you can deal with Louis? The man was Lu Xiaoge, and at this moment, he was following Night King Zhenwu. I'm confident. Night King Zhenwu's lips curled up. You have quite a grudge with him. I hope that he won't play you to death. Lu Xiaoge looked up, and his eyes lit up. I will definitely win. Night King Zhenwu nodded. Prepare yourself. I will fuse my power with yours, allowing you to temporarily wield my strength. It should be enough to rival an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. It should be enough to deal with Louis. Yes, Lu Xiaoge answered, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. Over the next 2 days, Louis strolled around San Dios and gained a better understanding of the Prairie Flame continent. This continent was vast, and it had given birth to many experts in the past. However, ever since the Outerverse Youth Council's headquarters had been established here, the entire continent had been enslaved. The experts who had resisted had all been slaughtered, and the remaining people could only revere San Dios as if they were a god. This continent was like San Dios's gatekeeper. In San Dios, there were no restrictions on the arched door, and anyone could request an audience. However, only the younger generation could enter through the arched door. This was also the reason why no experts from Fire's Melt planet had appeared at Yanfeng's wedding. San Dios guaranteed the status of the younger generation, and there were no restrictions. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the 10 Arbiters Council was so popular in the universe. All of the youths were united, and they had fought for a certain status in the universe. This gave them a stable ladder to climb up. Currently, there were only 5 members of the Outerverse Youth Council. East San Dios was represented by Puyu and Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan was not suited to be in power. No matter how lazy Luin was, he would still have gone through all the information that needed to be reviewed. However, Wendy Yushan had given almost all of the authority to Baser, which was equivalent to handing it over to Puyu. She was a stupid woman. That was Lu Yin's evaluation of her. 7th bro, you've been looking at this information for 2 days. Didn't you say that you didn't want to care about it? The monkey asked. Luin felt a headache coming on. I can't not care about it. Who knows what Puyu did to the 4 weaves? You should find someone to take care of it, the monkey said. Luin agreed, as he was not suited for such matters. But who could he find to take care of it? That person had to be absolutely trustworthy, and Luin had no one he could use. Suddenly, Luin remembered the group of people who had entered the Shenwu continent with him. Why hadn't he seen any of them? Luin immediately went to find one of his subordinates. Barley appeared in front of Luin, an explorer with a power level of 23,000. He had been born in Grand Top Weave and had once been one of Wendy Yushan's subordinates. Were you looking for me, Representative Lu? Barley asked respectfully. Luin grunted. There should have been people who passed the Outerverse trial, right? Why haven't I seen any of them? Barley replied, they're just here in name. Most Innerverse disciples participate in the trial to prove themselves and gain the attention of the 10 arbiters. Very few actually come to San Dios. Of course, there are some who do, but they've all been taken away by Counselor Puyu or gone to West San Dios. So you're saying that I don't have anyone here? Luin raised his brows. Barley bitterly replied, yes. Counselor Wendy Yushan went missing, and the trial takers who want to join San Dios won't choose this place. Luin felt helpless. Those who could pass the trial were not simple people, and almost all of them had powerful backgrounds. If he could deal with these people properly, they would be able to do a lot of things for him. Puyu had acted quite quickly. Right, you mentioned a name. Who's under our name? Luin asked as he stared at Barley. Barley was bewildered. Generally speaking, those in name were not required to come to San Dios, as this was an unspoken rule. Even Puyu had not looked at the list, as no one could force those people. None of them had weak backgrounds. However, since Luin wanted to take a look, Barley did not refuse and pulled out a list of names. Luin looked at the list, and his eyes lit up. This was interesting. He recognized Xianxia, Zhuang Xiaohua, and a few others. There was also someone called Huichuan from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone's Divine Grade Hall, just like egotistical Wang. There was also someone called Jenkin from the Blaze Realm, Taishan Day Night, and so on. There were 3 or 4 people from the Day Night clan. They're all in name? Luin was astonished. Barley hurriedly replied, yes, they're all in name. They're all people who passed the trial but didn't come. Luin muttered to himself. In name, in name. The powers behind these people were not to be trifled with. Even Puyu had not interfered with their affairs, so what could Luin do? Is there anyone else? Luin asked. Barley pulled out another list. These are the trial takers under Counselor Puyu's name. Luin took a look. Who's this Wenqianer? She's from the erudite Flowzone's Wen family. Apparently, she's Arbiter Wen's cousin, Barley replied. Luin was shocked, and he continued reading. Yan Hua was from the Sword Sect, Lu Zhona was from the Beast Tamer's Flowzone's first-class hall, and Ah Fan. They were all students from the Northline Flowzone's Shangwu Academy. After a while, Luin looked away, as he realized that these people in name were the ones with true value. The 10 Arbiters Council was able to run amok in the universe not only because of the 10 Arbiters' terrifying power, but also because of the support of these youths with powerful backgrounds. Moving against the 10 Arbiters Council was the same as moving against the interests of countless people, and the powers behind these youths would not just stand by and watch. Luin increasingly felt that the 10 Arbiters Council was another platform for the power struggle of the universe. Here, one could gain much more than one could imagine. These people in name were all in name so that they could fight for power within the 10 Arbiters Council in the future. They were quite far-sighted, and this showed just how important the council was. Representative Liu, there are actually many nominals. There was already a youth council before the 10 Arbiters appeared, but it didn't have much influence back then. Still, there were some nominals. Those people have already left the younger generation, right? Luin asked. Barley answered, yes, but there are also some who sealed themselves in ice and haven't left the younger generation. Luin didn't mind, as he didn't know many people. Even on this list, he only recognized a few. After thinking for a while, he looked at Barley. Let me ask you, is there a way to transfer all the nominals to my name? Barley stared blankly at Luin. Representative Liu, you're just acting on behalf of Wendy. That's not possible. Luin felt helpless, as he had forgotten that he was just a substitute. How about this? Think of a way to transfer all the nominals to Wendy. Can you do that? Barley thought about it. Yes, Counselor Puyu doesn't care about such things. I mean, including the nominals from West San Dios, Luin said in a low voice. Barley's face twitched. I'll try. Luin nodded. Don't let anyone find out. Yes, Barley replied and was about to leave, but then he thought about it and looked at Luin with some hesitation. Luin was puzzled. Is there something else? Barry thought for a moment and said in a low voice, I found something that I should report to Mr. Liu. Speak. Luin looked at Barley. Barley's eyes flashed. I discovered that Yan Feng was in contact with someone from the Blazing Mist Flowzone's Blaze Realm. He also mentioned that Fire's Melt Planet would be added to the Blaze Realm. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. How did you hear that? My battle technique is rather unique. I can sense the vibrations in the air and hear certain things. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he sized up Barley. At this moment, he had a new understanding of this person. He had originally thought that these subordinates were all mediocre people, but now he realized that they weren't mediocre at all. They were just too good at protecting themselves. Barley's motive for telling him this was obvious. I understand, Barley. Thank you for telling me. Luin smiled. Barley hurriedly bowed. It's my honor to share your burden. Luin raised a hand and placed it on Barley's shoulder. Barley's heart trembled as the tragic scene of Yan Feng and Baser suddenly appeared in his mind. He subconsciously wanted to avoid Lu Yin's touch, but he forcefully resisted the urge. Luin smiled and patted Barley's shoulder. I'll remember those who treat me well. Barley, would you be willing to help me out? Barry was overjoyed. I'm willing to share your burdens. Within the Outerverse Youth Council, Barley believed that he had reached the end of his road. His innate gift was not outstanding, and he had barely managed to join the council and become one of Wendy Yushan's subordinate counselors. It was a pity that Wendy Yushan did not care about the council's affairs and left everything to Baser, who was stronger than her. Barley did not dare to join Puyu either. If things continued like this, then he would forever be an ordinary subordinate counselor. Although he seemed to be in a good position, he actually did not have much power. He even had to look at Baser's face. Before Luin had arrived, Barley had already investigated Luin in great detail. The fact that Luin had reached this point in less than 3 years had shocked Barley, and it had also given him the idea of joining Luin. Before Yan Feng's wedding, Barley had already decided that if Luin could safely survive this crisis, then he would join Luin and fight for a future. Lu Yin's performance had far exceeded Barley's expectations, which made him even more determined to join Luin. This person was new to the Outerverse, and Barley did not have anyone he could use. All he had to do was show some goodwill, and he would succeed. However, the only problem was that this person was too arrogant, and he had offended Puyu the moment he had arrived. Barley thought about it and decided to join Luyin. He did not want to continue being mediocre, and this person might be able to give him a way out. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he watched Barley leave. This person could be used for the time being. Although he was a little weak as an explorer, it did not matter. With the council's name, even seekers would not dare to provoke him. Lu Yin activated his gadget, and Hua Qingshan's image appeared on his screen. Uncle Hua, I want to know about His Majesty's plan to attack Firesmelt Planet. Lu Yin went straight to the point. A few days later, on Firesmelt Planet, Yan Wujiu's expression was gloomy. Behind him, flames swept out as the cruiser Yancheng walked out. Sir, the young master sent word that the Blaze Realm is very interested in us. They should agree to let us join. Yan Wujiu sighed and said bitterly, I never thought that there would be a day when Firesmelt Planet would have to rely on someone else. Sir, it's all because of that Lu Yin. Without him, Firesmelt Planet would not have reached this point. Once we gain a foothold in the Blaze Realm, we will definitely take revenge. Yan Wujiu's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. Lu Yin, the Great Yu Empire. We will definitely take revenge. At that moment, another figure appeared. Sir, Crimson Planet, Zhongnan Planet, and Shura Planet have been suddenly sealed off by the Outerverse Youth Council. What? Why are they sealed off? Yancheng was furious. Apparently, the Outerverse Youth Council discovered traces of the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King hiding on the surrounding planets, so they immediately sealed off the planet. Yan Wujiu's eyelids twitched, and he frowned as he raised his gadget. Order the troops of Crimson Planet, Zhongnan Planet, and Shura Planet to assemble and withdraw from the planets. However, Yan Wujiu's orders were rejected, and the 3 planets were completely sealed off. Sir, Firesmelt Planet's strongest troops and warships are stationed on these 3 planets. Once they're sealed off, our power level will drop by at least half, Yancheng said uneasily. Yan Wujiu's eyes flickered, and he activated his gadget once more. He wanted to contact Yan Feng and ask him to join the Blaze Realm unconditionally as soon as possible. He felt that something was amiss, and at that moment, Yancheng's gadget beeped. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. Sir, all the military and defense planets are in chaos. None of the warships can be activated. Yan Wujiu ignored him and stared at his gadget, but it couldn't send any messages. Firesmelt Planet had been sealed off. The next moment, all of the flames on Firesmelt Planet roared as a black flame descended and rushed towards Yan Wujiu. Yan Wujiu looked up with a fierce gaze. Hua Qingshan, it's you. Outside Firesmelt Planet, Hua Qingshan's gaze turned cold. Yan Wujiu, the battle between the Blaze Realm and the Blaze Realm ended in a draw. Now, your power level is 170,000, and I'm far from it. Do you dare fight me? Yan Wujiu's eyes widened. Countless experts from Firesmelt Planet tore through the void and charged into outer space. At the same time, the captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons, Rocky Ana, Luiying Zishan, and the other vice-captains all attacked. All of them were explorers, and dozens of space-exploring powerhouses were fighting outside Firesmelt Planet. Yan Wujiu roared, is the Great Yu Empire really trying to start a war? The war began the moment Yanfeng's wedding was held. By the royal regent's orders, suppress Firesmelt Planet. Hua Qingshan barked as he charged downwards. Yan Wujiu roared and leaped up to meet Hua Qingshan. The next moment, a boundless sea of flames spread out and enveloped the entire planet. The sea of flames distorted space as it stretched far into the distance. This was a battle between hunters, and it was enough to shatter the void. On Firesmelt Planet, countless people trembled as they looked up at the sky in fear. The sea of flames, blood, and berserk shockwaves swept across the land. This moment was the end of Firesmelt Planet, and its experts died one after another. Yancheng was enraged, and his eyes were bloodshot as he blocked Luiying Zishan's attacks. He felt aggrieved, as his power level clearly surpassed Luiying Zishan's, but why couldn't he defeat this woman? The 13 Imperial squadrons had been taught flash step by Undying Yushan, and this extreme speed battle technique left Yancheng helpless. Even further away, on one of the planets guarding Firesmelt Planet, Delay killed a Firesmelt Planet's Lameter with a single slash. All around him were members of the Great Yu Empire's 13 imperial squadrons, and their battle cries shook the heavens. Fire's Melt Planet's warships had been completely sealed off, and many planets had been bombarded by the Great Yu Empire's warships. Many space-exploring powerhouses had already died. Fire's Melt Planet was a power second only to the Great Yu Empire in the Frostwave Weave. Although it was only a single planet, it had given birth to many powerhouses. However, on this day, these powerhouses would all be buried with Fire's Melt Planet. This was Undying Yushan's original plan to attack Fire's Melt Planet. It had been planned for many years, and it was flawless. On the Crimson Planet, the Fire's Melt Planet's army had rioted, wanting to participate in the war. Luin stood in the courtyard of San Dios and looked at the screen with a cold gaze. Kill all rioters. That one sentence, 6 words, had led to countless deaths. Fire's Melt Planet had no chance of victory against the Great Yu Empire in a direct confrontation. In the past, Luin had not understood this, but now, he had a deep understanding of the Great Yu Empire's strength. Undying Yushan was the inheritor of the Yu surname from the 7 courts, one of the 3 dark hands. The battle techniques that he had passed down to the Great Yu Empire were not something that any outerverse power could compare to. Even with Lu Yin's current strength, Flash Step was still not outdated. This showed how terrifying this extreme speed battle technique was, and it was enough to ensure that many of the Great Yu Empire's experts could challenge those of a higher realm. Furthermore, Undying Yushan had not only passed down Flash Step, but also other battle techniques that were not something that ordinary outerverse powers could obtain. Fire's Melt Planet was far inferior. Fire's Melt Planet's domain was dyed red with blood as countless organizations that had submitted to Fire's Melt Planet watched on coldly. There was no one in the Frostwave Weave who could stop the Great Yu Empire now. Even if the Great Yu Empire had weakened significantly from its previous battle with the Ross Empire, it was still terrifying because the Great Yu Empire could stop the Ross Empire. This was something that no one could imagine. Luin calmly looked at the screen with Barley standing behind him. 7th bro, a single sentence from you triggered a war, the monkey said with a complicated expression. Luin also had a complicated expression. War brought about pain, disaster, death, and the loss of emotions. These were the ugliest words in the universe, but Luin had brought them out today. This battle was considered over for Fire's Melt Planet. Undying Yushan's plan had been flawless, and Fire's Melt Planet could only use 30% of its full strength. They would definitely be defeated, and the Blind Monk and Peach had not even participated in the battle. Fire's Melt Planet's defeat had caused countless people to become homeless, and their families had been destroyed. Luin could not bear to see this happen, but so what? War was unavoidable. If he did not act, then once Fire's Melt Planet joined the Blaze Realm, they would be able to use the Blaze Realm to suppress the Great Yu Empire. At that time, the people of the Great Yu Empire would be the ones to suffer. There was no right or wrong in this war, only who was strong and who was weak. The screen was filled with blood, but it was quickly incinerated by the sea of flames. All of the grief would soon disappear, and this was only the first step. Frostwave Weave had to be unified, and after that, the next step would be to unify the other weaves. Luin did not want to be sacrificed like an ant again. He would never forget the life and death calamity that had befallen Driftcharge Planet. Zhuoday Knight had been sent away without a single injury, while he had been treated like a piece of white meat. This was power, and this was the reality of the universe. That kind of experience would never happen again. Luin clenched his fists, and his heart gradually hardened. Barley glanced at Luin and clearly saw the change in his eyes. He relaxed. He wasn't afraid that Luin would be ruthless, but rather that he would be soft-hearted. Wars were all too common in the universe, and organizations were destroyed every day. Countless people died every day. If one was soft-hearted, they would not be able to accomplish anything in the future. Luin was just a student, and Barley had been afraid that he would make a mistake. But now, it seemed that everything was fine. This war was not only a reshuffling of the Frostwave Weave's power structure, but it was also a baptism for Luin. His future accomplishments would be unimaginable. On the other side of San Dios, Puyu's face was gloomy. Luin had used the Outerverse Youth Council's authority to seal off 3 of Fire's Melt Planet's main military planets. This matter was neither major nor minor, and Puyu immediately ordered someone to draft a report and report it to the 10 Arbiters Council. Elsewhere, when Xianxia and Mira were watching a screen that was also showing the war on Fire's Melt planet. This kid is ruthless and decisive. Not bad, when Xianxia praised. Mira frowned. Arbiter when Luyin privately used the Outerverse Youth Council's authority. Won't that have a negative impact? When Xianxia's lips curled up. If we don't even have that much authority, how can the 10 Arbiters Council attract so many people? Myra's eyes flashed. Got it. In space not far from Fire's Melt planet's main planet, black and red flames collided and tore through space. Hua Qingshan's power level was tens of thousands lower than Yan Wuzhou's, and he should have been slightly weaker, but the two were evenly matched. Every attack burned the void into nothingness. Flaming heart, flaming sword. Yan Wuzhou pointed his flaming sword at the sky and slashed out, destroying the void and splitting space into two. A boundless sea of fire burned, causing the surrounding planets to crack. Hua Qingshan waved his hand, and the dark flames swept out with an indescribably powerful aura. They clashed with the flame sword, and the space around them churned like waves. Hua Qingshan, scram. My Fire's Melt planet has decided to withdraw from Frostwave Weave. From now on, we won't interfere with Frostwave Weave's affairs. Yan Wuzhou shouted. Hua Qingshan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You want to join the Blaze Realm? Yan Wuzhou's pupil shrank. How did you know? Suddenly, Yan Wuzhou felt a chill run down his spine, as if his entire body had been frozen solid. Snowflakes danced in front of him, and his expression changed drastically. Xianxia Ana. With a bang, Yan Wuzhou spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body was frozen solid. Behind him, Xianxia Ana walked out of the void. Hua Qingshan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Xianxia Ana to show up. Yan Wuzhou was even more surprised. He glared at Xianxia Ana with hatred. Despicable. Xianxia Ana calmly looked at Yan Wuzhou. You used my daughter to split the Great Yu Empire. Yan Wuzhou, you're no less despicable than anyone else. Ha 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 ha. The winner takes all, and there's no point in saying anything more. But if you two want to kill me, that's impossible. Yan Wuzhou roared. He waved his hand, causing flames to burn the void as he flew towards Fire's Melt planet. The next moment, the planet's light grew even brighter, and the flames grew even hotter. On Fire's Melt planet, Yan Chong, who was fighting with Luyin Zishan, was aghast. My lord, you can't. All of our people will be burned to death. Luyin Zishan immediately retreated from Fire's Melt planet. Hua Qingshan and Xianxia Ana exchanged glances. Both of them attacked at the same time, but they were repelled by an even more powerful flame. Not good. Yan Wuzhou is absorbing the flames that have burned on Fire's Melt planet for countless years. He wants to destroy the planet to increase his power level. Hua Qingshan's expression turned ugly. Stop him immediately. Xianxia Ana was anxious. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fire's Melt planet had already turned into a sea of flames. Yan Chong roared as he was burned to death. Countless Fire's Melt planet's people were reduced to ashes, and they didn't even have time to scream. Countless people had died tragically on a planet, and it was a scene of despair and sorrow. Yan Wuzhou soared into the sky, the flames on his body growing increasingly hot. The void continuously crumbled, unable to withstand his heat. You forced me to do this. Today, all of you will die. I, Yan Wuzhou, swear that I will have my revenge. He then slashed at Hua Qingshan and Xianxia Ana. Back in San Dios, Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. This Yan Wuzhou was too ruthless, and he had personally incinerated an entire family just to create an opportunity for Lu Yin to escape. If Lu Yin didn't kill this person, he would definitely become a huge threat. Yan Wuzhou's ruthlessness shocked even Wen Sansi. This kind of person isn't suited for survival in the human domain. He's most valuable at the border, or perhaps at Kuanzai. Arbiter Wen, can the Great Yu Empire stop Yan Wuzhou? Mira asked. Wen Sansi shook his head. With their strength, they can't stop him. Mira frowned. This Yan Wuzhou was too ruthless, to the point that it made her shudder. Within a room in San Dios, Yan Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at a screen. Father, escape. Escape. We'll definitely have our revenge. Boom. Outer space was filled with a sea of flames as Yan Wujiu forced Hu Qingshan and Xianxia back with a single slash. He reluctantly turned around and left. He wasn't going to continue fighting, and the power that fires melt planet gave him wouldn't last much longer. In the end, it was just a single planet, and it was far from enough to deal with two powerful experts. However, escaping wasn't a problem. Suddenly, a sword light flashed through the void at extreme speed. Even with Yan Wujiu's abilities, he couldn't avoid it. The sword light pierced through his abdomen, and his flaming sword shattered and scattered into outer space. This sudden turn of events stunned many people. Yan Wujiu howled in pain as the terrifying flames that had been added to his body by fire's melt planet quickly dissipated. He stared ahead viciously as a young girl walked out of the void and coldly stared at him. Countless people were shocked when they saw her. She was Wendy Yushan. In San Dios, Puyu's pupils shrank. Wendy Yushan had returned. When Xianxia was shocked that she had returned at such a time. Luyin was shocked as well, but he was soon overjoyed. She had returned just in time, but could Wendy Yushan stop Yan Wujiu? The difference between them was too great, but she should be able to work with Hu Qingshan and Xianxia. Yan Wujiu glared venomously at Wendy Yushan in the burning space. It's you, you brat. You're courting death. Wendy Yushan's gaze was cold. Your strength is already fading. Yan Wujiu, your era is over. Even so, I'll drag you down with me. Yan Wujiu roared as he raised the broken hilt of his sword and viciously stabbed at Wendy Yushan. Wendy Yushan's power level was not enough to fight against Yan Wujiu, as he was a powerhouse with a power level of over 150,000. However, Hu Qingshan and Xianxia would not let him off so easily. When Wendy Yushan's sudden attack broke through Yan Wujiu's flames, the two immediately attacked. At this moment, Yan Wujiu was even weaker than he had been at the start of the battle, and he was quickly forced into a disadvantageous position. Soon after, he was tragically injured, and his blood dyed space red. No one sympathized with him, as even though the Great Yu Empire had waged war against Fire's Melt Planet, it would never massacre its citizens. However, Yan Wujiu had destroyed the entire planet for his own selfish reasons, and countless people had died. The damage he had caused far exceeded the Great Yu Empire's. With the combined attack of fire and ice, as well as Wendy Yushan's 10,000 swords as one, Yan Wujiu's blood splattered across space as he died. A hunter with a power level of over 150,000 had died in front of countless people. To the innerverse, the death of a hunter was not too rare, but it was different in the outerverse. There were very few hunters in any weave in the outerverse, especially one with a power level of over 150,000. Yan Wujiu's death meant that there was no longer any power in Frostwave Weave that could contend with the Great Yu Empire. The Great Yu Empire's unification of Frostwave Weave was now inevitable. In East San Dios, Luyin exhaled and relaxed his grip. There was no longer any opponent in Frostwave Weave. Seventh bro, now that the Great Yu Empire has unified Frostwave Weave, you'll be the uncrowned king of Frostwave Weave. Congratulations, the monkey shouted excitedly. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The uncrowned king was right. On the surface, Wendy Yushan was definitely the one in charge, but with her personality, she would never take power. The true ruler was Lu Yin himself. Behind him, Barley bowed. Congratulations, Representative Lu. Lu Yin waved a hand. Representative Barley, I'll need your help in dealing with the aftermath. You know what we need to investigate the 3 military planets that have been sealed off from Fire's Melt Planet. Barley hurriedly replied, I understand. Even if Fire's Melt Planet did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance, they were still researching weapons that were banned by the human domain. Their destruction is only natural. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction. On the other side, when Xianxia turned off his screen and smiled. Good show after good show. This Lu Yin did not disappoint. He's now in control of Frostwave Weave, which isn't good news for many people. He then looked at Mira. Do you think he'll try to encroach on the other weaves? Mira thought about it and then answered seriously, yes. When Xianxia burst into laughter. What an ambitious kid. At that moment, his gadget beeped. When Xianxia glanced at it and smiled. Puyu is looking for me. He's accusing Lu Yin of using the Outerverse Youth Council's authority to interfere in the Wee's internal conflict and to control the benefits of the war. Arbiter Wen, this Puyu is even more ambitious than Lu Yin. When Wendy Yushan was still alive, almost all of East San Dios's authority was in his hands. Even though there's no evidence, the deaths of the other representatives from East San Dios might have something to do with him, Mira said. When Xianxia nodded. This person needs to be restrained, but Lu Yin needs to be taught a lesson as well. He can be ambitious, but he can't be too arrogant. If he's too arrogant, he'll easily lose control. He tapped his fingers on the table, and after a while, he turned to Mira. Leave this matter to Puyu. You can supervise him. Make Lu Yin suffer a bit, but don't let Puyu succeed. Mira respectfully acknowledged the order and then left. Those in power needed to maintain a balance. They could not blindly favor someone, but they could not ignore them either. When Xianxia was wary of Puyu's excessive authority, and he wanted to use Lu Yin to check the balance. However, he also did not want Lu Yin to lose control. It wasn't that he couldn't solve the problem, but rather that it would be troublesome. To Wen Xianxia, once he lost control of these two people, they would only bring him trouble, and he did not like trouble. In the Innerverse, Night Queen Yanqing quickly found out about the battle in Frostwave Weave and the results. She was furious, as she had used Yan Feng to humiliate Lu Yin and even set up the wedding to kill him. She had wanted to destroy him, but she had never thought that she would actually help him instead. He had single-handedly defeated 2 elite explorers working together. How had he achieved 30 stacks? It had only been a short time since the Astral Combat Tournament, but he had already increased his 9 stacks to 30 stacks. Just thinking about it made her shudder. As a member of the Night King clan and Night King Jinwu's sister, she knew what 30 stacks meant. Lu Yin had truly stepped into the top circle of the universe's younger generation, and he could be described as an unequaled leader. He was on the same level as those freaks, and she wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, but she was stopped by the elders. As long as this person was not eliminated, she would not be able to rest easy. The battle in Frostwave Weave was no small matter to the Outerverse, but it did not affect the Innerverse at all. Even the Ross Empire did not react. Regardless of whether or not the Great Yu Empire had unified Frostwave Weave, it was still an ant that the Innerverse's various powers could destroy with a flip of their hand. At this moment, Hu Qingshan and the others discovered something strange. Yan Wujiu had absorbed all of Fire's Melt Planet's flames to increase his strength, and everything on the planet should have been incinerated. However, there was one person who remained unscathed and was even sealed in ice by an extremely powerful chill. This person was Yan Yan, an ordinary explorer on Fire's Melt Planet. It was this person who had managed to survive Yan Wujiu's flames, which had a power level of over 150,000, and even release a chill. This is someone from the Royal Frost Continent. Xianxia Anna exclaimed in shock as he stared at the ice covering Yan Yan's body. There was a very conspicuous symbol on the ice. There were 5 interlocking snowflakes, and this symbol shocked Xianxia Anna. Hu Qingshan was puzzled. The Royal Frost Continent? Beside him, Wendy Yushan was also confused, and she looked at Xianxia Anna. Xianxia Anna was shocked. You probably don't know this, but the Royal Frost Continent is a very secretive power in the blazing mist flow zone of the Innerverse. The entire continent is hidden in a different space, and very few people can go there. However, its strength is extremely terrifying, and it's no weaker than the Ross Empire, Blaze Realm, or the Sylvan Dragons. Wendy Yushan frowned. There's no way I wouldn't know about such a power. Xianxia Anna replied, Princess Wendy, it's normal that you don't know about it. This continent doesn't allow outsiders to enter, and once they do, they'll be killed without mercy. Back then, this old subject accidentally read about it in a book of records of experts. The records clearly state that the Royal Frost Continent has almighty experts, and there's more than one of them. It's the Holy Land of Ice, and anyone who cultivates on the Royal Frost Continent will have a 5-ringed snowflake on their body after they achieve something. This is the unique symbol of the Royal Frost Continent. As he spoke, Xianxia Anna raised his hand, and the wind from his palm danced, bringing with it cold chi and snowflakes. This old subject's family has passed down the snow wind palm, so I've always wanted to find the entrance to the royal frost continent to cultivate. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find it. Wendy Yushan did not ask further, as she was not interested in the royal frost continent. She wasn't interested, but Luyin was. The royal frost continent reminded him of the Shenwu continent, which was comparable to the blazing mist flow zone's top 3 powers. This continent's strength was even greater than the Shenwu continent's. Luyin searched the network for a bit, but he couldn't find any information about the royal frost continent. After thinking about it, he used his honor points to search, and he finally found an introduction to the royal frost continent. However, it was very vague, and it was the same as what Shuashan Anna had told him. The royal frost continent was hidden in a different space, and the Blaze Realm and other powers had once attacked it, but they had all failed. Unlike the Shenwu continent's tragic fate, the royal frost continent's numerous almighty powerhouses had taken action and forcefully repelled the Blaze Realm and the other powers. This had solidified the blazing mist flow zone's hidden title as the 4th power. However, because they had not interacted with the outside world, they had been forgotten for thousands of years. If even the Blaze Realm could not do anything to the royal frost continent, then this continent was definitely not simple. Luyin thought about it and then ordered Shuashan Anna and the others to bring Yan Yan back to the Great Yu Empire. Dealing with the aftermath of Fire's Melt planet was very complicated, but Luyin did not need to pay attention to it. At this moment, he was officially meeting Wendy Yushan through a screen. This was the first time that the two of them had officially met. Luyin had never thought that his first meeting with Wendy Yushan would be under such circumstances. When he had first arrived at the Great Yu Empire, before he had even reached the Great Yu Empire, someone had already brought up the issue of his marriage with Wendy Yushan. When he had arrived at the Great Yu Empire, he had learned about the 5th princess and her extraordinary innate talent and absolute power. He had also learned about her status, vision, and heroism. At the same time, he had also learned that she was likely to be his fiancée. It was rare for the Outerverse to give birth to such geniuses. At that time, he had heard that Wendy Yushan was unreachable, and even the Great Yu Empire could not accommodate her. Her status had even surpassed Undying Yushan's, and she was a true pinnacle figure. One could only imagine the pressure of being engaged to such a person. It was precisely because of his engagement with Wendy Yushan that Luyin had tasted humiliation. It was not a pleasant feeling. Baser had been the initiator, but Wendy Yushan had also been involved. Her disregard and indifference had been the source of Lu Yin's humiliation. Sometimes, disregard was the greatest form of harm, and Wendy Yushan was a perfect example of this saying. Even she herself did not know how much harm she had caused Luyin. Luyin did not want to admit it, but deep down, he had always wanted to overturn this disregard. He wanted to meet her face to face and personally ask her, "What right do you have to break the engagement?" Now that they were face to face, Luyin could not bring himself to say anything as he looked at the cold girl in front of the screen. The two were silent for a few minutes before Luyin finally spoke. "My condolences." Wendy Yushan's expression was cold, but a trace of sorrow flashed through the depths of her eyes. The entire Yushan family had been wiped out, and not even their corpses had been left behind. How sorrowful was that? However, she did not show it. "It doesn't matter." Luyin nodded. He had originally wanted to console her, but it seemed that there was no need for that. This woman had been able to reach this point because of her strong will. "You were too impulsive." Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed. "It has nothing to do with you." Luyin frowned. "I'm the royal regent of the Great Yu Empire. As long as you're still a citizen of the Great Yu Empire, it has something to do with me." Wendy Yushan stared at Luyin, and after a while, she said indifferently, "You're pretty strong, but it won't be that easy to catch up to me." Luyin was especially displeased when he saw her cold expression. "It won't be long." Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed, and she looked at Luyin seriously. She could not refute his words. He had reached this point in less than 3 years, which was unimaginable to most people. His innate talent even surpassed her own, and she did not know how far he would go in 3 more years. The top 100 rankings? Top 50? Top 20? Or top 10? She could not be sure. "You're the lockbreaker 7th bro?" Wendy Yushan changed the topic. Luyin nodded. He did not feel awkward because he had tricked Wendy Yushan. After all, they stood on different sides. Your lock-breaking talent is very high, Wendy Yushan commented. Of course, Luyin replied. I'll be returning to East Sandio soon. Be careful of Puyu, Wendy Yushan said before disconnecting the call. Luyin retracted his gaze. This woman was not stupid, she was just a little weak. However, once she returned, he would become a subordinate counselor, the same as Barley's. There was a ding, and Luyin looked at his gadget. His eyes flashed, and he looked back at Barley. Take care of the matters on Fire's Melt Planet. Yes, Counselor Liu, Barley hurriedly replied. Luyin left the courtyard and headed towards the council's headquarters, which was the tallest tower in San Dios. That was where the council's meetings took place, and where they held the highest authority. Mira was waiting for him there. Puyu would definitely not let go of an excuse to use the council's authority to interfere in the war. This was probably why Mira was looking for him so seriously. However, Luyin was not worried. When Xianxia had come here to keep Puyu in check, but he could not stay in San Dios forever. The only person who could keep Puyu in check was Luyin, and when Xianxia would not let anything happen to Luyin. For the sake of unifying Frostwave Weave, Luyin was willing to take this risk. Not long after, Luyin entered the council's tower and looked up. This should be the highest point on the Prairie Flame continent, and it represented the pinnacle of authority. The view from above should be quite nice. Mira was at the top of the tower with her back to Luyin. She looked at the distant sky, where the clouds were still below San Dios. All she saw was a vast expanse of white and the 7 satellites in the sky. Arbiter Wen has already ordered Puyu to investigate your use of the council to interfere in Frostwave Weave's war. Do you have anything to say? Mira asked. Luyin was not used to her being like this. Subordinate Counselor Barley has been investigating Fire's Melt Planet for a long time, and he discovered that they were manufacturing weapons that were banned by the human domain. Thus, he used the excuse of investigating the Neo-Human Alliance to seal off 3 military planets. Mira turned around and beamed at Luyin. I'm not stupid, and neither is Arbiter Wen. Your reason is too old-fashioned. Luyin did not respond. However, the universe's power is the truth, and no one really cares about reasons. You should enjoy the rights that you have, Mira said. Luyin raised a brow. Is this Arbiter Wen's intention? Mira smiled and walked to Luyin's side. Arbiter Wen's intention is very simple. You've gone overboard, so you'll be stripped of your position as an acting counselor while Puyu investigates. Luyin shrugged. Thank you for not pursuing the matter. Mira giggled. You've been stripped of your position, but you're still a subordinate counselor of Wendy Yushan. She'll be back soon, so you need to maintain your position. Luyin's lips curled up. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Mira. I've always maintained my position. After all, being a member of the Council of Astral Academy isn't bad. Mira was stunned, as she had forgotten that Luyin had such a status. She had originally wanted to follow Arbiter Wen's instructions and have Luyin temporarily lead the Circle of Authority to give him a warning. However, his status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy meant that his status was higher than that of the other counselors, and he could even speak to Wendy Yushan as an equal. How could he lead the Circle of Authority? Even without his status as an acting counselor, Luyin's value and his status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy were enough for people to listen to his orders. What a headache. Mira looked at Luyin helplessly. This was the first time she had realized how troublesome it was to have too many identities. Luyin wasn't afraid of anything, and he had rushed to San Dios by relying on his multiple identities. He was certain that no one would dare to kill him, and he had also relied on his multiple identities to roam the universe by himself. You're quite troublesome, Mira commented helplessly. Luyin laughed. He was a 2-star discerning junior lockbreaker with 2 honor points, a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and a subordinate member of the Outerverse Youth Council. These identities were enough to protect his life. How interesting. It seemed that the more identities one had, the better. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. You're like a porcupine, and it's inconvenient to attack anywhere. Mira rolled her eyes. Luyin smiled. No matter what, I still have to thank you, Sister Mira. Myra's eyes lit up, and she lifted Lu Yin's chin. If you really want to thank me, then answer a question. You're prettier, Lu Yin said seriously. Mira was speechless. You haven't asked yet. No matter who I'm compared to, you're still the prettiest, Lu Yin said confidently. Mira chuckled. Alright, I'll accept your compliment and pass it on to Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin was stumped, and he left speechlessly. This woman was crazy, and she seemed to enjoy sowing discord. After leaving the tower, Lu Yin released his domain and relaxed his mind. San Dios wasn't very large, and he looked around before finally looking at the edge. Looking down from the edge of San Dios shouldn't be too bad. The 5 arched gates of San Dios were very eye-catching, and the powerhouses guarding them were all cruisers. They weren't from the younger generation, but rather experts from the Prairie Flame continent. Lu Yin walked to a spot not far from the arched door and looked down. Layers of clouds blocked his view, but he raised a hand and pressed down with his energy, dispersing the clouds to reveal a vast continent. Looking down from above, the scenery was indeed different. At that moment, a figure filled with murderous intent appeared 100 meters behind Lu Yin and stabbed a sword at him. It was Yan Feng. Lu Yin had noticed him long ago, but he didn't care. The cruiser guarding the arched gates immediately acted. He was qualified to guard San Dios, and his strength was far above his peers. He quickly suppressed the heavily injured Yan Feng and pressed him to the ground. Yan Feng raised his head and glared at Lu Yin. You'll die a horrible death, Lu Yin. You killed so many people on Fire's Melt planet, and I'll definitely avenge you. Lu Yin walked over to Yan Feng and slowly squatted down. You saw the battle on Fire's Melt planet. Your father, Yan Wujiu, was the one who killed so many people there, not me. You're the one who started this war. My father had no choice but to do so. Lu Yin, you'll have to pay with your life for the countless people on Fire's Melt planet. You'll have to pay with your life for my father's. Lu Yin sighed and patted Yan Feng's shoulder. Your life is too tiring. Go and follow your father. He then stood up. At this moment, Yan Feng's eyes were bloodshot, and his head slowly drooped. Lu Yin's strength had penetrated his body, shattering his organs, and he had died. The cruiser who had been suppressing Yan Feng narrowed his eyes, and he looked at Lu Yin fearfully before returning to his post. Ambushing a counselor was a huge crime, but Lu Yin would not take any responsibility for killing Yan Feng. The final threat of Fire's Melt planet had been eliminated, and Lu Yin stretched lazily. From now on, Fire's Melt planet would no longer be known as such. He raised his arm and activated his gadget. Formulate a battle plan to unify Frostwave Weave. Yes, Your Highness, Hu Qingshan replied. Seventh bro, did you purposely walk here to give Yan Feng an opportunity to assassinate you? The monkey asked. Lu Yin blinked. Who knows? He's already gone mad, and he's already dead. How terrifying, the monkey muttered. The only person who could threaten Lu Yin in San Dios was Puyu, but he could not deal with him for the time being. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to deal with him either. If Puyu was finished, then so was Lu Yin. Over the next few days, Lu Yin calmly stayed in San Dios, and no one came looking for trouble. Puyu had been investigating the situation on Fire's Melt planet, but strangely enough, he had not come looking for trouble. This could only mean that there were bigger storms waiting to happen. The other counselors who were Wendy Yushan's subordinates did not take the initiative to curry favor with Lu Yin, but he did not mind. When Puyu had tried to rope them in, they had only pretended to agree. These people's desire to survive was greater than their desire to fight for power. During this time, Lu Yin felt a little awkward. Michelle had contacted him. He had promised Michelle that he would help her comprehend battle force, but he had delayed it again and again. This was already the 3rd time, and Lu Yin felt a little embarrassed. The Great Yu Empire's battle plan to unify Frostwave Weave had already been formulated, and it was progressing at an unimaginable speed. Lu Yin did not need to guess to know that this plan had already been formulated when Undying Yushan had been in power. However, due to various reasons, it had not been realized, and now was the best time to execute it. He had wanted to use this plan to keep Wendy Yushan in the Great Yu Empire, but unfortunately, that woman's ambitions did not lie there. She planned to enter seclusion for a few days before coming to San Dios. Xianxia had already been sent back to Xenu Star and handed over to the Ana family. Xianxia was extremely grateful to Luyin for this. No matter how much he wanted to use Xianxia, she was still his daughter. Luyin had not killed her, which was a huge favor to Xianxia. Over the past 2 days, Luyin had been searching for information on Bushtree Planet. He planned to go harvest some natural treasures in a few days, but earning money was troublesome. Without money, natural treasures would be useless. The fastest way to earn money was to lockbreak. It seemed like it was time to earn some money. Wait, Luyin suddenly thought of something. There should have been a lot of spoils from attacking Firesmelt Planet, so why hadn't he gotten any? He immediately contacted Xianxia, who had a strange expression. Your Highness, all the spoils from attacking Firesmelt Planet must be handed over to the treasury. I don't get any? Luyin was unhappy. Xianxia thought about it. Your Highness, the Empire's reconstruction requires too many resources, and the plan to unify the Frostwave Weave has just been formulated. The greatest difficulty in implementing it is the lack of resources. Fine, I understand. Luyin grew impatient. You just don't have money, right? Xianxia replied, you shouldn't be asking me, Your Highness. You should be asking the new finance minister, Gavin. Luyin turned off the screen. War was a huge money-grubbing machine, so it was normal to not have money. Seventh bro, you're too greedy, the monkey shrieked. Luyin rolled his eyes, as no one could understand his pain. As long as he had money, his power would grow rapidly. Unfortunately, earning money was too difficult, and it would be great if he had the support of a large financial group. Luyin thought of Dark Void. He was a seat of Shamrock Enterprises, so he shouldn't have to worry about money. Luyin was most jealous of Lulu, as she had taken out so much money without batting an eye. She was too rich. Speaking of which, Luyin still owed Lulu a large sum of money, and he didn't know if she had gone to the Great U Empire. It was impossible for her to search for information on the 7 quartz, so her efforts were destined to be in vain. At this point, Barley requested an audience. Representative Lu, there are nominals from the Innerverse who wish to officially enter San Dios, Barley said happily. Luyin was surprised. Nominals? Who? Yu Xianxia and An Xiaohua, Barley replied. Luyin was puzzled. Why are they coming to San Dios at this time? Barley replied, they probably heard of your reputation, Representative Lu, and they're here because of it. Luyin laughed, they're here because of his reputation? It would be strange if Yu Xianxia didn't curse him to death. That woman had been swindled by him back on the Shenwu continent. When will they arrive? In the next 2 days, Barley replied. Luyin rubbed his chin. Tell them that I'm not a place where anyone can come as they please. Since they're nominals, they should stay there until the end. Barley was flabbergasted and confused. A few days ago, Luyin had clearly wanted to recruit nominals, so why had he changed his mind? Just tell them that. Luyin waved a hand. Barley hurriedly agreed. 7th bro, what are you planning? The monkey was curious. Luyin smiled. Why do you think they're coming to San Dios at this time? Logically speaking, if they really want to join the Outerverse Youth Council, they should look for Puyo. With their status as heirs of Innerverse organizations, Puyo wouldn't mistreat them. Instead, they've come looking for me, and don't forget that Yu Xianxia has a grudge against me. The monkey guessed. Is it because of the strength you displayed? Luyin nodded. That's 90% likely. At present, there are only a few true candidates for the 10 Arbiters position in the Innerverse and Outerverse, and there are also 10 Arbiters who are about to lead the younger generation. The competition for the 10 Arbiters position is about to begin. Even if it's a competition, it won't be for you, 7th bro. You're just a Lamiter. I believe that there are explorers who can take over the 10 Arbiters position, like the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. Luyin looked up. That's foresight. What does a monkey like you know? If you really want to compete, you should rope in those people, the monkey said. I'm not sure, but I'll give it a try. If they really want to join me, then they'll have to show some sincerity. Don't be mistaken. Don't forget that Xianxia's Frost Moon sect is in the day-night flow zone. Do you think they'll openly join you? Luyin smiled. Every generation has its own rules. Although Xianxia is the young matriarch of the Frost Moon sect, there are other disciples besides her. Some of those disciples are more than 10 years older than her, and they might all be supporting the Day-Night clan, so they don't care about her at all. Besides, she definitely has her reasons for joining me. The monkey mumbled, "You're always right." On the other side, Barley relayed the message to Xianxia and Xiaohua, but their reactions were different. Xiaohua was flabbergasted, and then he asked Barley how he could enter San Dios. Xianxia gritted her teeth in anger, but the result was the same. She wanted to join Luyin. Luyin thought about it. It's not that they can't join me, but the Great Yu Empire's finances have been tight lately, and I'm having a headache over this. Tell them to wait a bit. Barley was stunned. Is this extortion? The monkey was speechless. Seventh bro, your money-grubbing problem is a little serious. Lu Yin's lips curled up, as he did not care. Just as the monkey had said, even if one of the 10 arbiters abdicated, Lu Yin would not be able to take over. Thus, there was no need for him to be in a hurry to recruit talents. Furthermore, neither Xianxia nor Xiaohua were particularly important talents, and this was his market. Aside from him, these two would not be able to find anyone else to compete for the position of 10 arbiters in the future. Furthermore, these two were only the first batch. There would definitely be others who would want to follow him. Ultimately, following him depended on one's strength. The stronger he was, the more people would want to follow him. Money? That was too easy for the Innerverse powers. Those powers could not wait for Luyin to have some problems so that they could deal with him easily. A perfect powerhouse was the most frightening. In the Innerverse, in Astral 7, Xianxia was in a bad mood after hearing Barley's report. She had expected Luyin to make all sorts of requests that might even implicate the entire Frost Moon sect, but she had not expected his request to be so simple. Lack of money? What was this? Xianxia's eyes flickered. Impossible. It was definitely not a simple request for money. She immediately contacted the seniors of her sect and relayed the information to them. Several elders appeared on a screen in front of Xianxia. They were all seniors of the Frost Moon sect, and they all had solemn expressions as they pondered the matter seriously. At present, there are only 4 Lemeters in the entire universe who are qualified to become 10 Arbiters candidates. As for the explorers, they are all in the top 10 of the top 100 rankings. However, among the top 10, only the top 5 are truly qualified to challenge the position of 10 Arbiters. In other words, there are 9 people who are at the top of their generation, and any one of these 9 has the potential to become one of the 10 Arbiters. Our Frost Moon sect has already expressed goodwill to 3 of them, and any one of these 3 can become one of the 10 Arbiters, which would be beneficial to our sect. Luyin is the 4th. That may be the case, but Lu Yin's chances are the lowest among the 9. He has no background, and a mere Great Yu Empire would not be able to support him. Even if the entire Frost Weave was united, so what? The Blazing Mist Flow Zone's Ross Empire would be able to take care of him. However, this kid's progress is too fast. According to our investigation, he has cultivated for less than 3 years. In just 3 years, his cultivation speed is several times faster than the others, and his strength is definitely at the top of his generation. 30 stacks was Arbiter Land's record when he was in the Astral Combat Academy, and no one besides Luyin has been able to reach it. Don't forget that this kid hasn't even reached the peak of the Lemeter realm yet. He has a very high chance of breaking Arbiter Land's record. Don't forget that this kid has a deep grudge with the Day-Night clan. That's the strange part. This kid has the status and background of an ant, but he managed to shake the Day-Night clan's decision and save the Day-Night woman who testified for him. His methods are terrifying, and aside from the elders of the Day-Night clan, no one else knows how he did it. He has a strange ability, and he's ruthless. Xianxia stood in front of the light screen and watched as the Frost Moon sect elders discussed. After a while, the Frosty Moon sect's discussion finally ended. Young mistress, let's stick to the plan. You'll join Luyin and become a subordinate counselor, an old woman said to Xianxia on the screen. Xianxia felt helpless. Lu Yin's conditions are very strange. What do the elders think? On the other side of the screen, the old women felt a headache coming on. They didn't know what Lu Yin was trying to do either. On the surface, it really did seem like he was in need of money, but that was impossible. Even a normal person wouldn't brazenly mention it when they were in need of money, let alone a young genius like Lu Yin. "Bring us a map of Frostwave Weave," one of the old women said. Not long after, the old women gathered around the map of Frostwave Weave and looked at it. One of the old women's eyes lit up. "Everyone, I understand now. Lu Yin's request for funds isn't because he lacks money, but because he's worried about the powers surrounding Frostwave Weave, such as Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect. He's actually worried that the 9-stack sect will take advantage of the chaos to invade Frostwave Weave, which will cause the Great Yu Empire to split its forces." Not bad, not bad. That's right. This kid is very scheming, and most people wouldn't be able to guess his intentions. As expected of Elder Lin, you've participated in border wars and are more experienced than any of us, one of the old women praised. Elder Lin was pleased. Haha, it's nothing. This kid is quite scheming. How about this? Send a few experts to warn the 9-stack sect. Alright, and warn the powers surrounding Frostwave Weave as well. That's right. Xianxia pursed her lips and wanted to say something. She felt that Lu Yin really did want money, and when she thought about his repulsive face, she felt that he really did want money. But that didn't make sense. Forget it, Elder Lin's guess must be correct. On the other side, and Xiaohua of Watermoon Villa was also considering the situation. However, the seniors of Watermoon Villa were thinking even deeper than the Frostmoon sect. The Great Yu Empire's funds are tight. Could it be that the previous war caused the economy to decline? Or did the Mavis Bank withdraw? Could the Ross Empire have intervened? That's very likely. In the end, Watermoon Villa decided to send a caravan to the Great Yu Empire to help restore its economy. As for Lu Yin's lack of money, that was a joke. Of course, it didn't exist, as no one would blatantly ask for money. In San Dios, Barley found Lu Yin. Counselor, Xianxia and Xiaohua have replied. They understand your intentions and will make preparations. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Preparations? A lot? As expected of a large organization, Lu Yin was rather excited. More money meant faster cultivation, and it also meant that he could roll his die. It also meant that he could go to Bushtree Planet and harvest natural treasures. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Monkey, your 7th bro's about to improve greatly. The monkey was confused. What do you mean? Nothing. 7th bro is about to break Arbiter Land's record. Lu Yin was anxiously waiting in San Dios for Xianxia and Xiaohua to deliver the money. On Xinyu Star, a large spacecraft docked at the space station. A group of youths looked out excitedly. They were from Earth and were the first batch of elites to receive Yu Academy's teachings. They were elites, but that was only relative to Earth. Any random student in the Great Yu Empire could surpass them. Earth was too weak, and the strongest person on Earth, Zhou Shan, was only a melder. And that was only because he had received help from the Great Yu Empire. Within the space station, Tianming stood quietly as he watched the spacecraft come to a stop. Behind him, a Yu Academy member looked unhappy. Hall Master, this is just a border planet. Do we need to personally welcome some sentinels or even seekers? Tianming smiled. They're from Earth. I know, the Yu Academy member said. Tianming glanced at him. Haven't you heard of Earth? The Yu Academy member frowned. It sounds familiar. Let me think. His eyes went wide. Earth? The Astral Combat Tournament? The Royal Regent's hometown? Tianming nodded. That's right. It's the Royal Regent's hometown. The Yu Academy member sucked in a breath of cold air, and his gaze immediately changed as he looked at the spacecraft. One's hometown was very important to a person, and in the Great Yu Empire, the people with the highest authority were the Royal Regent and Wendy Yushan. Someone from the Royal Regent's hometown was very important. It was no wonder why Hall Master Tianming had to personally welcome these cultivators. As the spacecraft came to a stop, the hatch opened, and a group of soldiers walked out and lined up on both sides. Then, an explorer walked out. It was obvious that he was from the military, and he had a serious expression as he disembarked. Behind that explorer was Zhao Yu. It had been 2 years since they had parted, and she had changed slightly. She had become colder, which was related to her battle techniques. As one of the 3 snow maidens under Bai Shui, she had traveled through the apocalyptic lands alone to Nanjing. This woman's willpower was strong, and few could match it. Back then, she had only been a seeker, but now she was a sentinel. Behind Zhao Yu was Feng Hong, an instructor for the new recruits under Zhou Shan of Nanjing. He had a good relationship with Lu Yin and was now a sentinel as well. Behind him was Luo Yi, a woman who had once seduced Lu Yin and feared the apocalypse. Her appearance had become more charming, and she had also reached the sentinel realm. Behind her was Xianxia, also from Nanjing. Lu Yin had rarely met her, and she was also a sentinel. Behind her was Huan Sha, from the capital. She had helped Zhang Dingtian stabilize the situation. She hadn't wanted to leave Earth, but when she heard that Zhang Dingtian had gone missing, she had resolutely left to search for him. These 5 were all acquaintances of Lu Yin's, especially Feng Hong and Luo Yi, who had a good relationship with them. Behind them were a number of young powerhouses from Earth, most of them seekers, with the occasional sentinel. Earth had undergone great changes, and the sentinel realm was no longer as unreachable as it had once been. However, it wasn't easy to reach either. In the distance, Tianming looked at his gadget, which displayed the information of all the cultivators on Earth. Among them, there were a few that were worth paying attention to: Huan Sha, Awakened Talent, Simulation Analysis; Qin Xian, Awakened Talent, Solution; Fu Xiaoshu, Awakened Talent, Illusion; Zhentong, Awakened Talent, Flower; Songshi, Awakened Talent, Wind. A total of 5 people had awakened their innate gifts, which was somewhat inconceivable to Tianming. Innate gifts were 1 in a billion, and any cultivator with an awakened innate gift could join the 10 Arbiters Council unconditionally. There weren't many cultivators with awakened innate gifts in the entire Great Yu Empire, so it was inconceivable that 5 had awakened innate gifts on a small planet like Earth. Even the captain of the 12th Squadron, Banjiu, was investigating Earth's information to find out the reason. Feng Hong looked at the vast Xinyu star, and when he looked up, he could clearly see the 3 rings around it. This is the scene that Brother Lu saw 2 years ago, and now, we're seeing it as well. Luo Yi had a complicated expression. He was just a captain back then, but now he's a genius powerhouse who's popular in the universe. Old Feng, we're lagging too far behind. Feng Hong laughed. Don't compare yourself to him. Anyone who does is retarded, haha. Huan Sha scanned her surroundings, but what she saw was different from the others. She was analyzing the space station, and no matter how she analyzed it, the station's defenses were impenetrable against attacks of the same level. This was the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu star. Zhao Yu looked up. She had come to Xinyu star to search for Bai Shui, shouldering the hopes of countless brothers and sisters in the blue camp. They couldn't let her go missing for no reason. Not too far away from Zhao Yu, a beautiful girl was curiously looking around her with excitement. She had finally left Earth. Back then, she had watched so many powerhouses compete against each other on a screen. Those fascinating battles, strange innate gifts, and terrifying battle techniques had all fascinated her. It was precisely because she had watched the astral combat tournament that Zhentong had decided to come to Xinyu Star. She wanted to leave Earth so that she could be like Lu Yin and broadcast her image to the entire universe one day. Most of the people here had the same thoughts as Zhentong. On the other side, Fu Xiaoshu's expression was calm, but there was a burning passion deep in his eyes. His family had undergone a huge change, and he no longer had the motivation to survive on Earth. He had spent his days eating and waiting for death like a beggar. He would never forget the image on the screen that day. The moment the words Earth had appeared on the screen, he had understood the meaning of his life. When he had seen Lu Yin's elegance in battle, he knew what he should pursue. Amongst the crowd, there was an exceptionally boorish young man. He was Songshi, and he had also witnessed the astral combat tournament. At that time, he had been in the forest, trying to sense the flow of the wind. He had also seen the battles in the astral combat tournament and the tournament of the strongest. That had made him certain that he would follow Lu Yin for the rest of his life. This person was the pinnacle of his life. Many cultivators from Earth waited nervously and expectantly for the following arrangements. They had stood out from the millions of cultivators on Earth, and they would definitely return in glory in the future. Clap 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 clap. Tianming approached the crowd with a smile. Everyone looked at Tianming. Greetings, cultivators from Earth. My name is Tianming, and I am the Hall Master of Yu Academy. From now on, you will join Yu Academy and receive the Great Yu Empire's harshest training. A few days later, in East San Dios, Luin frowned at Barley. Did you really relay what I said to you, Xianxia and Xianxia? Barley was terrified. Yes, word for word. Luin was puzzled. What did they say? They said that they needed to prepare. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Prepare? They didn't say what they needed to prepare? Barley shook his head. Luin did not understand. Why did they need so long to prepare some money? The Frost Moon sect and Water Moon Villa shouldn't be that poor, right? Or had they given him too much money to prepare? Impossible, these forces would not place their bets on a single person. It was impossible for them to give him too many resources. That was strange. Could it be that they were lying to him? Inform Yu Xianxia and Xianxia to report to San Dios immediately. Barry hurriedly agreed. The monkey cackled. Seventh bro, they're ignoring you. I told you that you were wrong. You're just a Lameter, so even if the 10 arbiters abdicate, it won't have much to do with you. There will be explorers fighting amongst the younger generation, just like the top 10. Of the top 100 rankings. You want to get involved? What a joke. Luin casually blocked off the monkey, as he was too talkative. 2 more days passed, and on this day, Luin received a message from the Great Yu Empire's finance minister, Gavin. Watermoon Villa had sent a merchant group to the Great Yu Empire, saying that they wanted to help the country recover from the war. Luin was speechless, and he face-bombed. He had the urge to curse out loud. Watermoon Villa had misunderstood his intentions, and he had been too reserved. Now, he could only rely on the Frost Moon sect, but he had a bad premonition about this. Sure enough, Hu Qingshan contacted Luin that afternoon, telling him that the 9 Stacks sect had contacted them and that they would not take advantage of the situation to attack Frostwave Weave. They had clearly expressed their friendliness, but they also said that the Frost Moon sect had sent people to intervene. Luin was in complete despair. He had been too reserved, and these idiots had misunderstood his intentions. Next time, he would directly ask for money. Fortunately, he had blocked off the monkey, or else the monkey would have laughed at him. Luin activated his gadget and started researching how to quickly earn money when Mira suddenly appeared with a strange smile on her face. She seemed to be taking pleasure in his misfortune. Lu Yin's heart sank when he saw her smile, and he had a bad premonition. What's the matter, Sister Mira? Mira chuckled. You're in big trouble, Representative Lu. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he looked at Mira. He suddenly thought of Puyu. That guy had been investigating Lu Yin's blockade of Fire's Meld Planet's 3 military planets, but there had been no news from him. Did Puyu make a move? Mira nodded. Puyu has publicized your actions against Fire's Meld Planet. Right now, nearly 100 organizations from Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave, and Wuri Weave are jointly suing you. They're accusing you of abusing your authority, interfering in the Outerverse war, destroying the balance of power, and arranging for others to be punished. There are dozens of charges that have been sent to Arbiter Wen. She then laughed exaggeratedly. Representative Lu, these charges make me angry. Luin fell silent, and his expression turned serious. Puyu had been in the Outerverse Youth Council for too long, and he was deeply rooted in the organization. In just a few days, he had managed to unite over 100 organizations to oppose Luin. This was quite terrifying, and it had fully exposed his authority. Of course, this was related to Darkstar Gorge, but it was even more related to Puyu himself. Mira smiled at Lu Yin's silence. She liked seeing Luin like this, and for some reason, she felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. She had been like this ever since she had been teased during the border war. Myra's snow-white calves bounced up and down, and her bare feet were as white as jade. They dazzled Lu Yin's eyes, and he looked up at her seriously. How many organizations did you just say? More than 100. Mira tilted her head, as if she had been the one to unite all of them. Luine suddenly laughed. It was a very happy laugh, and it was a heartless laugh. Mira blinked. Are you stupid? Luine looked at Mira and raised a hand, causing a star energy to transform into a chessboard. Sister Mira, if this chessboard has 1,000 pieces that all belong to you, and one day, someone suddenly reaches out and steals a few of them, what would you think? I'll chop off anyone who dares to touch them, Mira said matter-of-factly. Why? Luine asked. Mira raised a brow. What's mine is mine. No one can take it away. Luine nodded and sighed. That's right. What's yours is yours. That's what Arbiter Wen thinks as well. Myra's expression suddenly changed at Lu Yin's words, and she stood up to leave. Luine looked at her back and smiled faintly. Puyu had made a mistake this time. If he had joined forces with several organizations to resist Luine, then Arbiter Wen might have punished him for the sake of balance. Unfortunately, Puyu had joined forces with more than 100 organizations, which fully exposed his authority in the Outerverse Youth Council. This authority should have belonged to the 10 arbiters, but Puyu had used it. More than 100 Outerverse organizations were equivalent to a few chess pieces out of 1,000. It would be strange if Arbiter Wen was happy that his own chess pieces had been used by someone else. Puyu had been too anxious. Perhaps he had been driven mad by Luine and wanted to get rid of Luine in one go, but he had gone too far. When Mira saw Xianxia again, her heart skipped a beat. Xianxia's expression did not look too good. Arbiter Wen, Mira said. Xianxia grunted and looked at the allied organizations on the screen. His eyes flashed coldly. This Puyu was truly capable. He had managed to unite so many organizations in just a few days. What benefits had these organizations obtained from him? Was he trying to force one to punish Luine? That was a little too much. Arbiter Wen, Puyu isn't easy to control. Rumor has it that he's been trying to challenge the top 10 of the top 100 rankings in hopes of becoming one of the 10 arbiters, Mira said. Xianxia laughed. 10 arbiters? What 10 arbiters? The 10 of us aren't dead yet. Mira opened her mouth to say something, but Xianxia raised a hand to stop her. The 10 arbiters are all backed by huge benefits and countless powerhouses. Abdicate? Who can force you? Age is just a joke. So what if you're in the top 10? There's a huge gap between us. Xianxia then stood up. Get ready to return to the Innerverse. Then, what about Puyu and Luine? Don't worry about them. Let them deal with it themselves. That Jinwu fellow sent someone over as well. This place is getting more and more chaotic, but it's not bad. Xianxia then vanished. Mira looked at where Xianxia had disappeared, and her eyes lit up. No wonder Luine had been smiling so happily. Puyu had gone too far, and he had actually helped Luine. Puyu had been waiting for Xianxia to punish Luine the entire time, but the result was too much nonsense. Puyu stared blankly at Xianxia's punishment, and an indescribable feeling of humiliation welled up within him. He had put in so much effort and even used Darkstar Gorge's power to unite the various powers. Even if he couldn't defeat Luine, he still wanted to humiliate him. After all, Luine was a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and he had to be a little more ruthless in order to defeat him. However, this was the result that he had received. Puyu smashed his gadget and roared in anger. He was a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, and he was only one step away from becoming one of the 10 arbiters. However, this step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 10 arbiters could humiliate him at will, but he was not satisfied. He would definitely become one of the 10 arbiters, and then, he would deal with both Luine and Xianxia. At that moment, a pale-faced man walked over. It was Vulture, the corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance who had fought with Luine on the giant planet. Puyu did not know his identity, and Luine did not expose him. This person was a spy that Luine had placed by Puyu's side. Lord Puyu, something strange just happened, Vulture reported coldly. Puyu was extremely angry, and his tone was unpleasant. What happened? Many pirates suddenly appeared in Grand Top Weave, Lars Weave, and Wuri Weave. They attacked the various power space stations and caused huge losses, Vulture replied. Puyu frowned. What does that have to do with us? The powers that were attacked by the pirates are all the powers that joined together to resist Luin. Puyu suddenly stood up, and his expression changed. What did you say? All of them? Most of them, Vulture replied. Puyu's gaze turned cold. Speak clearly. Are all of them, or most of them? Most of them, Vulture replied. Puyu frowned. This situation was indeed very strange. Pirates normally would not take the initiative to attack the various power space stations for fear of being surrounded. So why had this suddenly happened? Furthermore, most of the powers that were attacked had joined together to resist Luin. Could it be that Luin was backed by pirates? Puyu suddenly recalled that Luin had been able to join the Council of Astral Academy because of his results in the Astral Combat Tournament, but he had been falsely accused by Night Queen Xianxia of being a pirate. In the end, it had been a girl from the Day-Night clan who had testified to clear his name. It was because of this that a series of events had followed. Could it be that Night Queen Xianxia had not falsely accused him? Was Luin a pirate? Otherwise, why would so many pirates help him? It wasn't just Puyu, when Xianxia had also received the news. Just like Puyu, Luin had the support of pirates. Many people were speculating. Luin was dumbfounded, and he felt as if he had eaten a fly. So many pirates had attacked the space stations of the various powers, but most of those powers had been against him. The timing had also been so coincidental that no one would believe that he had no connection to the pirates. Who was trying to frame him? Barley looked at Luin strangely. Was this person a pirate? Seventh bro, are you a pirate? The monkey asked curiously. Luin was speechless. At this moment, his gadget received a communication request from an unknown number. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he dismissed Barley. At the same time, he blocked the monkey and opened the call. A screen appeared, and Uncle Reuben was on it. Long time no see, little Een, Uncle Reuben greeted Luin. Luin was puzzled by Uncle Reuben's strange tone. Uncle Reuben's tone had always been cold, but now, there was a forceful gentleness to him. Luin was not used to it. What is it, Uncle? Uncle Reuben coughed twice. Nothing, I just wanted to show some concern for you. Lu Yin's expression grew more and more strange. He suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned ugly. Uncle, what's your relationship with the pirates? Uncle Reuben looked embarrassed. Luin was speechless. So it was you guys. I knew you were acting weird today. Tell me, what's your family's relationship with the pirates? Ahem, little Een, my family has always treated you well. You know that, right? Uncle Reuben laughed dryly. Luin felt a chill run down his spine. Uncle, stop laughing. It's too creepy. Uncle Reuben's expression changed. Actually, little Een, you should know about Big Sis Wish. Luin nodded. I've heard that she wants to return to a certain place. I'll tell you now. Wait, Uncle, aren't you afraid of being monitored? Luin was surprised. Uncle Reuben shook his head and held it high. There's no need to be afraid, because we have already returned to that place. From now on, it's not just us, little Een, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Remember, Uncle's referring to anyone. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I have a background now? Uncle Reuben's lips curled up. Not bad. You now have a backer, and you're no longer a wanderer. From now on, you, Lu Yin, are a member of the Cosmic Seas Leon's Armada. Lu Yin's Uncle Reuben. 1. Uncle Reuben nodded. That's right. We're one of the 4 pirate lords, and we're publicly recognized as the strongest of the 4 pirate lords. Leon's Armada is a power that's strong enough to strike fear into the innerverse and outerverse. Uncle Reuben, Reuben. Reuben. Uncle Reuben pursed his lips and nodded. Pirate King, Heizage Reuben. Luin was speechless. He was actually one of the Pirate King's people? His family had never mentioned anything about him being related to the Pirate King. Uncle, is Big Sis also part of Leon's Armada? Nonsense. Let me tell you, it wasn't Big Sister who saved you back then. When you fell into the cosmic sea, it was Boss who saved you. Big sister was the one who took care of you. Later, for some reason, big sister and boss had a falling out, and she ran away with you. If it weren't for that reason, you would be receiving training in Leon's big army and becoming a glorious cosmic sea warrior, Uncle Reuben replied. A glorious pirate. Luine grinned. Uncle Reuben's expression turned serious. Do you look down on pirates? Luine hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. That's good. Uncle Reuben heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Luine seriously. Little Ian, both Boss and Big Sis took good care of you. From the moment you were rescued by Boss, you were part of Leon's armada and the Pirate King's people. You can't change that. You probably don't know what the 4 Pirate Kings mean. It means that they're very strong. In the tournament of the strongest, just the Arcadian Arrow crew was enough to make people like the Sword sect feel apprehensive. Uncle Reuben nodded. The Cosmic Sea is a mystical place that connects the Innerverse and the Neoverse. Anyone who wants to travel between the 2 universes must pass through the Cosmic Sea, and the only ones qualified to roam the Cosmic Sea are the various great battalions. Actually, many powers in the universe have sent battalions to the Cosmic Sea, but most of them have failed. There are very few who can survive in the Cosmic Sea, including powers like the Sword sect and the Day-Night clan. The 4 Pirate Kings are an obstacle that cannot be avoided. Even the powerhouses of the Neoverse who want to pass through the Cosmic Sea have to greet the 4 Pirate Kings. It's just like the Astral River arc that connects the Innerverse and Outerverse. The only difference is that the Astral River flow zone envoys have to listen to the orders of the various powers, but the 4 Pirate Kings don't. They are the overlords of the Cosmic Sea. Uncle Reuben paused for a moment before continuing, there's no point in telling you all this. You don't even understand what the 4 Pirate Kings represent. Let me put it this way. Uncle Reuben's face was filled with arrogance. Even if the 10 Arbiters want to enter the Neoverse, they have to greet the 4 Pirate Kings first before they can enter. If they don't, then they won't be able to enter. Otherwise, they will be hunted down by the 4 Pirate Kings. These are the 4 Pirate Kings. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. The 10 Arbiters' Council was far too powerful. Not only did they represent the 10 individuals, but they also represented the countless powers of the universe behind them. Puyu alone was able to unite more than 100 powers in the Outerverse, which showed just how great the 10 Arbiters' influence was. Even such people had to greet the 4 Pirate Kings. It was no wonder why a mere Arcadian Arrow crew was able to intimidate the Sword sect and the Day-Night clan. What do the 4 Pirate Kings rely on to roam the Cosmic Sea? Their familiarity with the Cosmic Sea? Luine asked. Uncle Reuben was haughty. Of course not. They rely on their own strength. The Pirate King, Heizij Leon, once ventured into the technocracy alone and returned safely. That is the strength of the boss. Luine sucked in a breath of cold air. The fact that Luine had ventured into the technocracy alone was enough to explain everything. Every once in a while, there would be a super powerhouse who ventured into the technocracy alone. These people usually met with miserable fates, but those who were qualified to venture into the technocracy were all super powerhouses. Even now, Luine had never met a powerhouse of that level, and Heizij Leon was one of them. Now you know who your backer is. Uncle Reuben exhaled, and his face was filled with pride. Although he was still cold, his dejected expression had changed. Now that he had returned to Leon's armada, he felt much more confident. Luine nodded, but his expression quickly turned ugly. Even if that's the case, you guys didn't have to scam me. Uncle Reuben coughed awkwardly. We didn't scam you. It's just that the boss was unhappy with the actions of those powers, so he taught them a lesson. Luine rolled his eyes. That's what you scammed me for. Uncle Reuben looked at Luine seriously. Little Ian, the boss asked me to pass on a message to you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What is it? Uncle Reuben thought for a moment. The boss asked me to tell you, little brat, don't be afraid. Play as much as you want. If anyone bullies you, I'll help you get back at them. Remember, you have my support. That's all. Luine was stunned. This sounded like a curse, but it made him feel warm and protected. Little Ian, the boss's words are simple. In this universe, no one can bully you. It doesn't matter if you lose a battle at the same level, since no one will help you. However, if someone sends an elder to bully you, then the boss will take action. You don't understand, but the Day-Night clan and the other powers know what it means to have the Pirate King take action. The boss's power is unimaginable, so play as much as you want. You have a backer now, Uncle Reuben said solemnly. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. These words did not sound like they were meant for him, but more like Heizage Leon wanted to play. For example, if Lu Yin did not handle this situation well, then he would be in trouble in the future. His reputation for colluding with pirates would be enough to cut him off from certain positions, such as being one of the 10 arbiters. Uncle, isn't the Pirate King unreliable? Lu Yin probed. Uncle Reuben was furious. Don't spout nonsense. The boss is very reliable, and his tyrant's blade is enough to deal with everything. Lu Yin's face twitched. So you're saying that he can only use force to deal with everything? Uncle Reuben opened his mouth, but then his expression turned awkward. Lu Yin despaired. Fine, he was now sure that the Pirate King was a muscleman who relied on force to deal with everything. He was very reliable as a backer, but it would be a miracle if he did not help. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. In any case, you can do things boldly. However, the boss also reminded us not to help you on our own. You have to make your own way, and you're still a member of Leon's armada. Right, the boss has a gift for you. Uncle Reuben ended the call. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. He was speechless, as he had actually wanted some money. Forget it, he would think about it later. However, if the Pirate King had given him a gift, could it be money? At this moment, Mira contacted him. Arbiter Wen wanted to see him. Lu Yin sighed, as he knew that Arbiter Wen would definitely want to see him. Not long after, in a corner of San Dios, when Xianxia stood outside a study with a book in his hands. Lu Yin walked over and respectfully greeted Arbiter Wen. When Xianxia put down his book and gestured for Lu Yin to sit down. Lu Yin sat down. Arbiter Wen, do you have any instructions for me? When Xianxia smiled. Nothing much. Puyu just accused you of abusing your authority, and over 100 organizations have joined forces to boycott you. Lu Yin felt helpless. Counselor Puyu has a bad opinion of me, and he's been trying to frame me time and time again. Frame you? When Xianxia looked up at Lu Yin, waiting for an explanation. He had not wanted to look for Lu Yin in the first place, as Puyu's plan had been foiled as a warning. However, the pirates had attacked the various large organizations, which had piqued Wen Xianxia's interest in Lu Yin. He did not know if Lu Yin had any connections to the pirates. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Yes, this isn't the first time I've crossed paths with Counselor Puyu. Back then, I accepted a mission from my mentor and headed to the giant planet in the umbral butterfly weave to complete it. I just so happened to run into someone sent by Counselor Puyu. I fought with that person, and I casually mentioned that that person looked like a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. Perhaps that's why Counselor Puyu has a lot of opinions about me. When Xianxia's gaze turned cold. The Neo-Human Alliance? Who is it? Lu Yin replied, it's just a joke. The universe is vast, and there are many different techniques. There should be quite a few that are similar to the Neo-Human Alliances. Which one? When Xianxia asked, his eyes filled with endless coldness. Lu Yin thought about it for a moment. Someone called Vulture. When Xianxia nodded and retracted his gaze. So that's how it is. He really does have a strong opinion of you. After all, anyone who gets involved with the Neo-Human Alliance has committed a serious crime. Lu Yin, don't say such things in the future. Lu Yin nodded in understanding. By the way, the Outerverse pirates have been rampant recently. Pay attention to them, and if possible, cooperate with the various powers to eliminate them, When Xianxia said. Lu Yin nodded and quickly left. When Xianxia's eyes widened as an indescribable pressure engulfed the entirety of San Dios. He was like the ruler of the heavens, overlooking all of San Dios. He saw Lu Yin, Mira, Puyu, and many others. He also saw Vulture. No one noticed this pressure. Even Puyu only felt his heart tighten, but he didn't think too much about it. When Xianxia stared fixedly at Vulture. His eyes flickered, but he quickly retracted his gaze. His expression was gloomy. It was indeed a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. When Xianxia had not paid much attention to this person at first since his disguise was quite brilliant. He'd thought that Luin was just spouting nonsense, and he'd rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. He hadn't expected that he'd actually found something. Why did the Neo-Human Alliance's corpse king follow Puyu? How was Puyu related to this person? When Xianxia pondered but did not immediately make a move. After thinking for a while, he got up and left San Dios. Puyu's status was not to be trifled with. Even if Vulture was a corpse king of the Neo-Human Alliance, there was no evidence to prove that the Neo-Human Alliance was working together. Puyu could claim that he did not know anything about the Neo-Human Alliance. At most, he would be charged with the crime of failing to supervise the Neo-Human Alliance. In the end, he would only be able to capture Vulture. Luin wanted to investigate Darkstar Gorge and see if Puyu had been deceived as well, or if the entire Darkstar Gorge was a stronghold of the Neo-Human Alliance. If it was proven that Puyu was in cahoots with the Neo-Human Alliance, when Xianxia's eyes would turn cold. There would be no need for evidence, he would simply kill him. In order to divert Wen Xianxia's attention, he had no choice but to use the method that he had used to deal with Puyu. This nail had been nailed into the ground for a long time, but it was a pity that he had used it too early. It should not have been able to topple Puyu, but it should have been enough to allow Luin to escape. Nothing was more important than the Neo-Human Alliance, and Wen Xianxia's attention should have been focused on Puyu and Vulture. He just didn't know how Puyu would deal with this situation. If he were in Puyu's shoes, he definitely would not have made this matter public. At the very least, he wouldn't have done so before investigating whether or not Puyu knew anything about this. However, Puyu would not have an easy time in the coming days, as he had already been targeted by the 10 arbiters. What a pity, a good nail was gone. He unblocked the monkey, but the monkey did not make a sound. It was already used to this. Monkey, have you heard of the Cosmic Sea? Nonsense. The monkey's tone wasn't very pleasant. Tell me, Luin said. The monkey snorted. I'm not in the mood. Alright, then I'll ask, and you'll answer. After a pause, Luin asked, who's the strongest power in the Cosmic Sea? The 4 pirate lords. Who's the strongest of the 4 pirate lords? Each of them has their own merits, but the one with the strongest individual power should be Xianxia. He's a freak, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. If I were Xianxia's subordinate, what do you think would happen? The monkey sneered. You? 7th bro, it's not that I want to discourage you, but Leon's armada almost never accepts Lameters unless their innate gifts are incomparably high. Even then, it's very difficult to enter Xianxia's eyes. He doesn't care about geniuses. Even if Lu Xiaoqiu, Starsabil, and the others wanted to join, he would reject them without hesitation. You know so much about Xianxia? Luin was puzzled. The monkey solemnly replied, if you know about the Cosmic Sea, then you must know about the Pirate King, Xianxia. His strength is unparalleled, and his name is known throughout the universe. Even our astral beast domain is wary of him. His influence is no less than that of the Day-Night clan's 3rd Night King. You can imagine how terrifying he is. Otherwise, how could he become the Pirate King of the entire universe and slap the faces of countless powers? Has he slapped many people's faces? Luin was curious. The monkey snickered. Haven't you heard of it? There's a saying in the universe, whatever the Pirate King wants, you have to give it to him. If you don't have it, you have to give it to him. Whatever he wants, you have to give it to him. It has nothing to do with whether you have it or not. Lu Yin's heart surged, and he was fascinated. How domineering, how shameless, but he liked it. By the way, why are you suddenly asking about this? The monkey was puzzled. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm from Leon's armada. The monkey disdainfully replied, keep bragging. Leon's armada doesn't care about geniuses. Have you forgotten about Xianxia? Rumor has it that Leon's armada wants to recruit him personally, Luin said. The monkey sneered, 7th bro, don't blame me for putting you down. Although you sound like you're on the same level as Xianxia, in the eyes of others, you can't compare to him. He's someone who made a name for himself in the cosmic sea, and he's much stronger than you. Let me put it this way, if the sword sect wants to rope you in, they'll give you the same status as Lu Xiaoqiu. But if they want to rope in Yi Xingqian, they'll give him the status of an elder instead of a disciple, even if he's just a leader. Do you understand now? Some things can't be measured by battle prowess. This is the influence of the cosmic sea. Luyin looked up at the sky. The cosmic sea was a place that only true powerhouses dared to explore. One day, he would go there and meet Heizij Leon, his boss. In the outerverse Adonis weave, there was a dark area with countless stars hanging from it. It looked like a canyon. This was Darkstar Gorge, and it was also the strongest power in Adonis weave. Puyu had been born here. Darkstar Gorge was tyrannical in its conduct, and it had unified Adonis weave. Not only that, but it had also borrowed Puyu's authority to control many resource planets in other weaves. For example, the Wuri Weave's Bushtree planet had always been a training ground for Darkstar Gorge. On this day, a figure appeared in Darkstar Gorge. He raised a long blade and directly cut through Darkstar Gorge's famous Adonis Weave's blockade line. That one slash had cut through the stars, and it was as if the entire universe had been split in two. Multiple fleets had been destroyed, and that indescribably powerful slash had instantly killed explorers without even giving them a chance to resist. Even a cruiser and a hunter had been killed. That one slash had shocked the heavens, and it had shaken Adonis weave and even the outerverse. Darkstar Gorge had been scared witless by that one slash. News of the slash that had cut through Darkstar Gorge quickly spread, and Puyu also heard about it. He couldn't help but tremble. Who could be so terrifying as to possess such indescribable strength? Darkstar Gorge was one of the strongest powers in the outerverse 72 weaves, and it even had an almighty powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000. Even so, it had still been unable to prevent this tragedy. It had only been one slash, and it had been a warning. Luyin also heard the news, and he immediately knew that this was a gift from Heizij Leon. However, this gift was too great, and it was so great that he almost couldn't bear it. Just one slash had been enough to split the universe apart. This power level was truly shocking. Luyin did not have a clear idea of what this was. Luyin had no idea, but when Xianxia was different. Ever since he had discovered Vulture's identity, he had immediately headed to Darkstar Gorge. Unfortunately, he had been a step too late, and he had not encountered the powerhouse who had cut through Darkstar Gorge with a single slash. However, when he had arrived, he had still sensed that power, as well as the strength of that slash. When Xianxia's face turned solemn. A single slash with a power level of over 200,000? Who could possess such power level? Was this a warning to Darkstar Gorge? Darkstar Gorge also had an almighty powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000, but that was only one aspect. When Xianxia felt that this slash definitely surpassed that of the almighty powerhouse from Darkstar Gorge. Dare I ask, is Arbiter Wen here? An aged voice sounded from afar, and an elder walked out of the void and looked at Wen Xianxia with a kind expression. Wen Xianxia's face turned solemn. So it's Elder Wu. Please forgive me for entering Darkstar Gorge without permission. Elder Wu was an almighty enlighter from Darkstar Gorge with a power level of over 200,000. He was also a well-known powerhouse in the outerverse, and Puyu had been taught by him. Even the 10 arbiters had to treat an almighty powerhouse with a power level of over 200,000 seriously. Elder Wu smiled at Wen Xianxia. Arbiter Wen is too serious. It's Darkstar Gorge's fortune to welcome Arbiter Wen. Wen Xianxia exchanged a few more pleasantries with Elder Wu before looking at the broken universe. Elder Wu looked over as well, and his face turned solemn. I admit that I can't do such a thing. When did such a powerhouse appear in the outerverse? This is a warning to Darkstar Gorge. Wen Xianxia nodded. Elder Wu, has Darkstar Gorge offended anyone recently? Elder Wu shook his head. Darkstar Gorge has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. We shouldn't have offended such a powerhouse. Wen Xianxia suddenly thought of something. The pirates had attacked a joint power, and Darkstar Gorge had been warned by a single slash. Could this be related to Luyin? He carefully recalled all the information he had gathered about Luyin, and his eyes narrowed. This person had risen to prominence only 3 years ago, But he had already accomplished something that even a genius like Liu Xiaoqiu could not do in 20 years. Was his background really just the Great Yu Empire? Impossible. When Xianxia immediately rejected the notion. Lu Ying definitely had someone backing him, and this slash was most likely a warning to Darkstar Gorge, or rather, to Puyu. 2. Be able to mobilize an almighty powerhouse with a power level of 200,000, the power behind Lu Ying must be extremely terrifying. Even for a power like the Blaze Realm, almighty powerhouses were existences that controlled their destiny and would not be easily mobilized, let alone for the sake of a junior. To be able to mobilize such a powerhouse at will meant that the power behind him was terrifying. Arbiter Wen, have you thought of something? Elder Wu asked. When Xianxia smiled. I'm just thinking about the almighty powerhouses that have entered and left the Outerverse recently. I'm hoping to find some clues. Elder Wu's face turned solemn. Thank you for your concern for Darkstar Gorge's safety, Arbiter Wen. When Xianxia waved a hand. Counselor Puyu was born in Darkstar Gorge, and Darkstar Gorge is a friend of the 10 Arbiters Council. If a friend is in trouble, it's my duty to help. When Xianxia then changed the topic. Elder Wu, can you show me around Darkstar Gorge? Elder Wu immediately gestured for them to enter, and the two entered. The events in the Outerverse weren't that big, but the impact was significant. After all, it was related to the 10 Arbiters Council. Guesses about Lu Yin's identity quickly spread, and the Day-Night clan added fuel to the fire by mentioning that Lu Yin was a pirate. This caused quite a few people to become angry. It was true that pirates had attacked the organizations that had joined together to resist Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had no way to explain this. Fortunately, there was no concrete evidence, so everything was just speculation. When Xianxia stayed in Darkstar Gorge for 2 whole days before leaving. He had a strange expression on his face, as he hadn't found anything related to the Neo-Human Alliance in Darkstar Gorge. Was Puyu's alliance with the Neo-Human Alliance his own decision? If that was the case, then Puyu was too bold. Mira, use the Council's power to suppress the speculation that Lu Yin is a pirate. Don't let anyone harm Lu Yin, when Xianxia ordered. Mira was puzzled. Arbiter Wen, we need to investigate whether Lu Yin is a pirate or not. What if he really is a pirate? Don't worry about it. Suppress it immediately, when Xianxia ordered decisively. Mira immediately acknowledged the order. When Xianxia cut off the call, and his eyes flashed. Although he hadn't found any evidence of Darkstar Gorge colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, that didn't mean that Puyu didn't have other organizations backing him. He didn't want to alert the enemy just yet, so he needed to use Lu Yin to keep Puyu in check. He couldn't stay in the Outerverse forever. So what if Lu Yin was a pirate? Nothing was more important than the Neo-Human Alliance. However, Lu Yin wasn't simple either, and he definitely had other organizations backing him. When Xianxia needed someone to keep him in check as well. When Xianxia thought of the person Night King Jinwu had arranged for. He had originally wanted to transfer that person away, but after some thought, he felt that a tripartite balance of power wasn't a bad idea. In the Outerverse, on a giant planet belonging to the Nalan family, Madame Nalan, Lu Fuxue, was staring at a screen in shock. Lu Yin's introduction was displayed on the screen. Ever since the Astral Combat Tournament, Lu Fuxue had made use of the Nalan family's influence to investigate Lu Yin. She had only managed to find out the results today, and the results were unbelievable. On the surface, Lu Yin was King Zishan of the Frostwave Weave's Great Yu Empire, and he had the bloodline of the Zishan family. He had come from Earth, and although he looked ordinary, his surname was not. It was a primeval surname. More importantly, the Nalan family had managed to uncover more information about Lu Yin that not even the Great Yu Empire knew. Lu Yin had once been tried by the 10 Arbiters Council. For some reason, the universe started to view certain people as enemies. These people all had one thing in common, and that was their unique surnames. For example, Lu, Xia, and Lu. These surnames were known as primeval surnames. The entire universe viewed the primeval surnames with hostility, and those with primeval surnames had either been recognized and given legal status over the long years, such as on Earth in the Great Yu Empire, where there were many people with primeval surnames. Or, they had resisted the hostility of others, such as the Sword Sex Lu family. However, most of them had disappeared over the course of time. Lu Fuxue had always been interested in Lu Yin's surname, and the Nayland family's investigation had shifted from Lu Yin's appearance in the Great Yu Empire to the primeval surnames. Because of this, she had managed to find out about Lu Yin and a tragedy that had occurred 5 years ago. 5 years ago, someone had reported that a certain group had taken in someone with primeval surnames. The 10 Arbiters Council had tried the group and sent them to the Outerverse. 72 people had died during that time, but this incident did not have much of an impact and did not attract much attention. It should have been over, but now, Lu Fuxue had brought it up again. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary person, this incident would not have attracted much attention since only a few dozen people had died. However, Lu Yin was different now. He had multiple identities and had even become a true 10 Arbiters candidate. This incident had a huge impact since he had a grudge against the 10 Arbiters. Lu Fuxue immediately turned off her screen and looked at outer space with a complicated expression. Lu Yin had a grudge against the 10 Arbiters, and he was slowly climbing up the ladder. This young man had ambition, methods, and even opportunities. His background was complicated, and he might even be related to pirates. Was everything he was doing now to seek justice for what had happened all those years ago? Lu Fuxue gripped her wine glass. She really wanted to know which arbiter had proposed the trial of the Lu surname. That person would be Lu Yin's greatest enemy. Lu Fuxue now had 2 choices. She could either give up on Lu Yin and not rope him in. After all, this young man had a great enemy in the 10 Arbiters, and his future was filled with danger. Every single arbiter represented more than just themselves, and there were also countless powers that supported them. Otherwise, they would not have such a high status. The other choice was to watch from the sidelines and occasionally help him, but she would not involve herself too much in order to prevent herself from being implicated in the future. Lu Fuxue looked at the wine in her glass. At this moment, even she did not know what to choose. The second choice was not to support Lu Yin, but rather to help him occasionally. She was at a loss, as the 10 Arbiters were too terrifying. Even the sword sect would not dare to make an enemy out of them. Everyone believed that the 10 Arbiters had absolute martial strength and powerful backgrounds, but Lu Fuxue knew much more than that. The 10 Arbiters had more than that, they had a foundation that even old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands feared. Lu Fuxue had only heard of such a foundation by chance, and she was terrified. To help or not to help? Lu Fuxue was truly at a loss. 10 days passed by in a flash, and Lu Yin spent these 10 days very peacefully. Puyu did not cause any trouble for him, and the rumors about him being a pirate gradually disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. When Xianxia had also left San Dios a few days ago and returned to the Innerverse. In other words, the true rulers of San Dios were now Puyu and Lu Yin. Even though Lu Yin had been stripped of his status as an acting counselor, his status was still the highest among all of Wendy Yushan's subordinates. He was even on the same level as Wendy Yushan, so her former subordinates still listened to him, especially Barley. 2 days ago, Lu Yin and Puyu had taken care of some matters at the San Dios Tower. Puyu ignored Lu Yin. If when Xianxia could guess that the warning to the people of Darkstar Gorge was related to Lu Yin, then Puyu could as well. Puyu now looked at Lu Yin with a gaze full of fear. Lu Yin did not take the initiative to cause trouble for Puyu, as he knew that Puyu would not live for long. Vulture's existence had already kicked Puyu into the abyss. When Xianxia had not acted yet because he was checking to see if there was anyone else backing Puyu. Once he was sure, Puyu would be finished. But if Puyu was finished, then who would be in charge of San Dios? 10 Arbiters would definitely not hand San Dios over to Lu Yin or Wendy Yushan. It seemed that a new counselor would be arriving soon. On this day, San Dios welcomed Wendy Yushan's new subordinates, Yu Xianxia and Xianxia. The two arrived at almost the same time and reported to Lu Yin. Barley led the two into Lu Yin's courtyard and respectfully asked for instructions. "Let brethren in," Lu Yin replied. Barley nodded and gestured for Xianxia to enter. Yu Xianxi's expression turned ugly. "What about me?" Barley replied apologetically, "Please wait a moment, Yu Xianxi. Counselor Lu will definitely see you one by one." Yu Xianxi snorted and unhappily stood to the side. And Xianxia knew about the old grudge between her and Lu Yin, as Lu Yin had even cheated her at Shenwu Continent Space Station. He smiled nonchalantly and entered the courtyard. His goal in coming here was simple: to get close to Luyin. If this person really did have a chance to compete for the position of 10 arbiters in the future, then Xianxia would have a ladder to climb up. After all, the two of them were about the same age, and the current 10 arbiters were much older than them. They would eventually have to wait until those 10 arbiters abdicated. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Luyin would have a chance to compete for the position one day. Watermoon Villa did not want to fall behind. When he saw Xianxia, Luyin was unhappy that he had not been paid, but he still put on a good front. "Brethren, it's been a few months since we last met. How have you been?" As he spoke, Luyin invited Xianxia to sit down and poured him a cup of water. Xianxia replied politely and sighed. "It's been a few months since we last met. I never thought that Brother Lu would not only become the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, but also an acting counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council. Your accomplishments are truly astonishing." Luyin laughed. "Forget about being an acting counselor. Someone else removed me from that position, haha." Xianxia smiled. "Even if you're not an acting counselor, Brother Lu's status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy isn't too bad. In the Outerverse East and West San Dios, Brother Lu's status is definitely within the top 5. Luyin took a sip of tea. "Brethren, I'm very curious. How did you pass the trial back then? Your particle camera seems to have been destroyed as well." Xianxia replied, "I'm not like Brother Lu, who dared to ask the 10 arbiters to judge. I asked a space-exploring powerhouse to judge and provide some information. That was how I passed the trial." Luyin understood. As expected of a large organization, as long as one could leave Shenwu continent alive, they would be able to pass the trial. Luyin guessed that the information had been discovered long ago, but they had not mentioned it. Instead, they had given it to their disciples. This was one of the benefits of having a background, as everything was prepared. Over the next 2 hours, Luyin and Xianxia got to know more about the situation in Watermoon Villa and the general situation in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone. What Luyin was most interested in wasn't a powerful organization like Myriad Swords Peak, but rather the Soldream tribe. The Soldream tribe was filled with beauties and had connections with countless powers. This tribe had quite a bit of influence, and Luyin was not unfamiliar with them. Xiyu was from the Soldream tribe, and the two of them had become somewhat connected due to a misunderstanding. However, it had been a long time since they had contacted each other, and Luyin wondered if the washboard had changed. "I'll find some time to get to know each other better," Luyin thought to himself. "Brother Lu, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, just let me know," Xianxia said in a more respectful tone. He was very clear about his position, and he knew that their statuses were different now. Luyin smiled and nodded, and he had Barley escort Xianxia out. Luyin sighed in admiration as he looked at Xianxia's back. Many people misunderstood the disciples of influential families, believing that they were all trash who only knew how to eat and wait for death. In reality, these people had received an extraordinary education since they were young, and they had a mindset and self-restraint that ordinary people could not comprehend. Xianxia was clearly the successor of Watermoon Villa, but he was still respectful to someone from a fringe outerverse weave like Luyin, and he even dared to humble himself. This was something that most people could not do. Xianxia's perseverance and tenacity to achieve his goals were the result of his upbringing, and this kind of character made it easier for him to succeed. At the very least, Luyin admired Xianxia, and he did not mind bringing him along in the future. However, there was one thing that Luyin hated: these people were overthinking things. He had clearly stated that he was lacking money, but these people had actually linked it to the economy. How troublesome. Xianxia quickly walked over. Luyin was not as courteous to her. The Frostmoon sect and Watermoon Villa were similar in strength, but the Frostmoon sect was located in the day-night flow zone. Luyin was not stupid, and he did not believe that the Frostmoon sect would abandon the day-night clan for him. Xianxia had only come to express goodwill, but it was impossible for them to help him. "Long time no see, Xianxia. How have you been?" Luyin asked casually. Xianxia pursed her lips. "Congratulations, Brother Lu." "What are you congratulating me for?" Luyin was puzzled. Xianxia forced a smile. Congratulations on taking control of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Ying quickly raised a hand to stop her. Xianxia, are you trying to trick me? I'm not in control, and I'm just helping Counselor Wendy handle some matters. When she returns, I'll abdicate. Xianxia sat across from Lu Ying and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Brother Lu, there's something that I've been curious about. Can you enlighten me? Lu Ying nodded. Go ahead. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Back on the Shenwu continent, Beiqing's behavior was very strange. Do you know why? Lu Ying almost spat out the tea in his mouth, and he coughed. That's between you two. How would I know? Is that so? But I saw that Beiqing was often with you, and every time you met, his behavior became even stranger. Do you really not know? Xianxia probingly looked at Lu Ying. Lu Ying put down his teacup, feeling rather awkward. I don't know. By the way, Xianxia, I remember that you have a pair of twin junior sisters. Why didn't you bring them along? Xianxia's eyes flickered. She had only figured out what had happened to Beiqing after returning to the Astral Combat Academy. Beiqing's behavior was too strange, and his words were strange as well. It would be strange if it had nothing to do with Lu Ying, but this guy had tricked her again. Brother Lu is talking about Can Shui and Can Mei, right? Why? Does Brother Lu like them? If you like them, I'll give them to Brother Lu to warm your bed. Lu Ying was speechless. Okay, I'll warm your bed. Seventh bro, hurry up and agree. They're twins, and they're cold on the outside but warm on the inside, the monkey shrieked. Lu Yin's head was numb from all the noise, and he immediately blocked it off. He rejected Xianxia's kind intentions and had someone escort her out. From now on, Xianxia and Zhuang Xiaohua would officially stay in San Dios to help Wendy Yushan manage the matters of the younger generation. Lu Ying also learned that Wendy Yushan was about to arrive at San Dios, so he didn't have much time left. He had originally wanted to come to San Dios for two reasons. First, it was because of Jenny Anna and Yan Feng's wedding, and second, it was because he wanted to see what his family needed him to do. Now that he had ruined the wedding, even Fire's Melt Planet was gone, and his family had returned to Leon's Armada, it seemed that they didn't need him to do anything. In other words, he would be free from now on. Since Wendy Yushan had come to San Dios, the Great Yu Empire would definitely need someone to oversee it. Lu Ying thought about it and decided that he should return to the Great Yu Empire and unify the Frostwave Weave. Controlling the strength of a weave would have a certain effect on the outside world. More importantly, the Great Yu Empire would be rich at that time, and Lu Ying would be even more powerful. Lu Yin's greatest goal right now was to break through to the Explorer realm as soon as possible so that he could roam the universe freely. Money, and that was exactly what he lacked. Just as Lu Ying was thinking about how to make money, he received a notice from the Lockbreaker Society that an internal exchange was about to be held on the Savage Ape planet. The Savage Ape planet was located in the vast Earth Weave, and it was a very young planet. There was no civilization on it yet, and there were only countless species without intelligence. The planet's rulers were savage apes, creatures that were over 100 meters tall. They were extremely violent and powerful, and every savage ape had the power level of a Lammeter. There were even some that had power levels over 10,000. The vast Earth Weave's ruling power, the vast Earth Sect, had once tried to capture a savage ape to help them in battle, but they had failed. Savage apes were savage and violent, and there was no way to control them. Half a month ago, a large spacecraft had accidentally landed on the Savage Ape planet and discovered a tree-shaped source box that contained a mysterious killing intent that even explorers couldn't approach. This news had spread, and it had attracted the attention of the Lockbreaker Society. Because of this, many Lockbreakers had headed to the Savage Ape planet in order to unlock the tree-shaped source box. This was a common occurrence, as ownerless source boxes could easily attract many Lockbreakers. This was the exchange, and whoever could unlock the source box would definitely be able to sell the items inside for a sky-high price. The vast Earth Weave wasn't too far from San Dios, so Lu Ying didn't hesitate and immediately set off. He was short on money, and as long as he had money, he was confident that he could beat up Xianxia and the others. Lu Ying had originally planned to go alone, but he hadn't expected Xianxia to tag along. They both boarded a personal spacecraft and headed to the vast Earth Weave. Luyin turned on his communicator and helplessly asked, "You Xianxia, why are you following me? Lockbreaking is very mysterious, and I naturally want to follow Brother Lu and experience it for myself." Yu Xianxi's voice came through the communicator. "Suit yourself." Luyin ended the call and glanced behind him. A personal spacecraft was tailing him closely. It was also a Radiant-grade spacecraft, and its speed was almost the same. After ending his call with Yu Xianxia, Luyin contacted another person, Mengyu, the vast Earth sect's young master. Luyin wasn't familiar with Mengyu, but since they were both students of Astral 10, he still wanted to know more about the Savage Ape planet. Luyin? Mengyu was surprised that Luyin would contact him. The two hadn't spoken much, and the only time they had interacted was during Astral 10's entrance exam, where Mengyu had been defeated by Luyin. "Brother Meng, there's something I need to ask you. You're the young master of the Vast Earth Weave's Vast Earth sect, right?" Luyin asked. Mengyu grunted. "That's right. What is it? Have you heard of the Savage Ape planet?" Mengyu was surprised. "The Savage Ape planet? How do you know about it?" "A source box has been born there, and many lockbreakers have gone there to unlock it." "I'm going there to try," Luyin said without hiding anything. Mengyu fell silent for a moment. "You should be careful. Many of our Vast Earth sect's experts were lost there." "What's the reason?" Luyin was curious. "I'm not sure about the specifics, but the apes on that planet are very ferocious. They don't have the methods or intelligence of space-exploring powerhouses, but they have comparable offensive and defensive power. There have even been apes with power levels of over 100,000. If not for their lack of intelligence, that planet would be quite powerful. You can think of it as the Frost Wave Weave's Fires Melt planet," Mengyu said solemnly. "I see. Thank you, Brother Meng," Luyin said. Mengyu grunted and then cut off the call. Luyin put down his gadget. The universe was very mysterious. Intelligent life forms could cultivate and explore space, and non-intelligent life forms could cultivate as well. The power levels they displayed were all different. The apes definitely couldn't tear through the void to move around, and they didn't have the desire to explore space. However, their attack power wasn't weak. It seemed that this trip would be quite dangerous. It would take about 7 days to travel from San Dios to Vast Earth Weave with a Radiant-grade spacecraft, but it would take more than 2 months with a normal spacecraft. The distance was still quite far. Along the way, Luyin and Yu Xianxia constantly planned their route. By the time they reached Vast Earth Weave, 9 days had already passed. Fortunately, the source box hadn't been unlocked during these 9 days. With the abilities of Outerverse lockbreakers, it wasn't easy for them to unlock a source box that was recognized by the Lockbreaker Society. Most of the successful lockbreakers were lockbreakers from the Innerverse. "Brother Lu, you're just a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. You won't be of much use, right?" Yu Xianxia asked. Her tone was polite, but Luyin could still tell that she was gloating over Luyin's misfortune. "It took me almost 3 years to cultivate from an ordinary person to my current level. What do you think?" Luyin asked. Yu Xianxia was rendered speechless. This cultivation speed was something that even the top geniuses of terrifying clans like the Day-Night clan couldn't achieve, let alone her. This was also why the Frost Moon sect had allowed her to get close to Luyin. Luyin was just too mysterious. "Cultivation is different from lockbreaking," Yu Xianxia replied. Luyin's lips curled up. "It only took me about a year to become a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker from an ordinary cultivator. What do you think?" Yu Xianxia rolled her eyes. "I was just lucky. Ever since I've started lockbreaking, I've never failed to unlock a source box." "What do you think?" Luyin asked. Yu Xianxia suddenly realized that she really hated the words, "What do you think?" They sounded like mockery coming from Luyin's mouth, but she couldn't refute them. It was truly disgusting. "7th bro, even I'm amazed by your accomplishments." "Are you proud of yourself?" the monkey asked exaggeratedly. Luyin laughed. "Of course I'm proud of myself. I should be proud if I do well." "Alright, feel free to be proud of yourself. But don't forget that your accomplishments have allowed you to climb higher on the Celestial Vanquishers list, especially when you used 30 stacks to ruin the wedding. Your position on the Celestial Vanquishers list should be quite high among the younger generation of the human domain, the monkey cackled. Luin was speechless. The monkey's words had completely ruined his mood. The Celestial Vanquishers list was still a hidden danger. There was a loud boom as the spacecraft trembled, and the friction with the atmosphere caused it to turn into a fireball that smashed into the ground. Not long after, there was a loud crash as the spacecraft smashed into the primitive ground, creating a huge conical crater. Crack! The hatch opened, and hot air billowed out. Luin slowly walked out and looked up at the azure sky. Flocks of strange birds were flying away, and waves of scorching heat rippled through the void, causing the air to distort. At that moment, another fireball came crashing down from the sky not too far away from Luin. Luin frowned. Xianxia was doing this on purpose. He slowly rose into the air and brushed past the fireball. The scorching heat did not affect him at all. There was a loud boom as the ground shook and countless strange creatures fled in all directions. The cabin door opened and Xianxia walked out. She stretched lazily, and Lu Yen's eyes lit up. He had to admit that this woman was beautiful and had a great figure. It was a pity that she was from the Frost Moon sect, which was an ally of the Day-Night clan. Otherwise, Luin would not have treated her with such an attitude. The two were destined to be on different sides. From Lu Yen's point of view, it seemed like she was trying to gather information for the Day-Night clan. Perhaps even she did not know that this was a game between the upper echelons. What fresh air! This is one of the benefits of a primitive planet, Xianxia praised. Her eyes curved into beautiful crescents as she gave off a languid and charming aura. Luin retracted his gaze. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the other side of the mountain. A violent ape that was over 100 meters tall appeared in front of him. Its entire body was pitch black, and its eyes were scarlet. It gave off a berserk aura as it charged towards the two of them. Luin frowned. Are you going to do it, or should I? Xianxia smiled. Let me do it. After all, I'm your subordinate. Her body flashed as she tore through the void and appeared in front of Luin. She waved her hand, causing a whirlpool of water to swirl and expand from her feet to cover an area of 10,000 meters. Not only did it distort the air, but it also distorted the void. Lu Yin's expression changed. This woman had become stronger. When they had fought on the Shenwu continent, her battle technique had not been this powerful. Now, she was even more proficient with it. If Xianxia could perfectly utilize this powerful battle technique that had been passed down from Blackwater Lake, then she would definitely not be weak in the future. The violent ape charged into the whirlpool and punched out, but it was stopped in midair by the current. It held in pain as blood spurted out of its body and it fell to the ground in a sorry state. Although this savage ape had the power of a Lemmeter, it had no intelligence or battle techniques, so it was far inferior to Xianxia. Even a random Lemmeter student from the Astral Combat Academy, no, a Melder student, could defeat it. It's a waste to use this battle technique against it, Luin commented. Xianxia smiled faintly. I'm just showing it to you. Representative Lu, do you think my battle technique has improved? Luin nodded seriously. It's a huge improvement. Thank you. Xianxia smiled. At this moment, another roar came from afar, followed by cries for help. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and his body abruptly vanished, leaving behind a spatial crack that extended outwards. Xianxia's pupils shrank. What incredible speed! Watching the tournament of the strongest was one thing, but actually facing the current Luin made Xianxia feel an immense amount of pressure. This person's progress was simply too fast, and she couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Her progress was nothing to brag about. In the distance, under a huge tree, a delicate figure was curled up. She was trembling in fear as she watched the giant ape's palm strike down. Luin suddenly appeared and casually waved his hand, causing the savage ape's palm to stop in midair. The ape's body was then sent flying by a terrifying force that could be seen with the naked eye. The sight of a 100-meter-tall ape being sent flying was quite spectacular. Under the tree, the delicate figure felt the shadow disappear. She looked up and found that the violent ape was gone. A man appeared in front of her and looked at her strangely. How could there be a normal person here? He stared at the woman hiding under the tree. No matter how he looked at her, she was just a normal person. He could use the invisible aura technique to conceal his star energy aura and prevent others from sensing his cultivation, but it was impossible for him to hide his physical strength. He couldn't sense any strength from this woman, so she really was just a normal person. On this primitive planet, where lockbreakers were about to gather, a normal person had appeared. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. "Who are you? Who are you?" Both of them spoke at the same time, but then they froze. The woman pursed her lips. I am Zhao Ran. What about you?" "I'm Luyin," Luyin replied. At this moment, Xianxia arrived and looked at Zhao Ran in surprise. A normal person? Luyin fell into deep thought. Zhao Ran had probably been frightened by the violent ape, and she was still in a daze. When she saw Xianxia staring at her, she subconsciously backed away with fear in her eyes. Xianxia looked at Luyin and then at the woman. She squatted down and gently asked, "What's your name? Why are you here on the savage ape planet?" The woman glanced at Luyin and whispered, "I'm Zhao Ran, and I'm looking for someone." "How did you get here?" Luyin was puzzled. Zhao Ran licked her lips, and her stomach growled. She was hungry. Xianxia took out some food from her cosmic ring and passed it to her. Zhao Ran hurriedly took it and started eating without caring about anything else. Luyin looked around. Savage Ape Planet really had a lot of violent apes. He had only just arrived, but he had already encountered 2 of them. Suddenly, the sky rumbled, and many black dots streaked past, creating ripples in the air. Someone wants to seal off this planet. It should be a local power, Xianxia said. The vast Earth sect? Luyin guessed. It's a pity that not only is this useless, but they'll also offend the Lockbreaker Society. This place has already been designated as an internal exchange, and these powers are trying to prevent the exchange from taking place. Who would be so stupid as to give such an order? Xianxia was puzzled. Well, thank you. Zhao Ran stood up and wiped her mouth before forcing a smile. Her appearance was ordinary, but her smile gave off an amiable feeling that made others feel comfortable. How did you get to this planet? Luyin asked. Zhao Ran felt wronged. I don't know. I woke up here. Didn't you say that you were looking for someone? Xianxia asked. Zhao Ran nodded. Yes. When I woke up, I saw a fortune teller. He read my fortune, and he was very accurate. I wanted to pay him, but he left. He's really a good person, but I don't want to owe him anything. That's why I wanted to find him and pay him back. Luyin was puzzled. A fortune teller? Was he accurate? Zhao Ran nodded with certainty. Very accurate. How did he do it? Luyin asked. After the tournament of the strongest, he had become very curious about Starsabil's strength. Her divination attacks had been terrifying, and if it had not been for the venue restrictions during the tournament, the outcome of her battle with Tian Ho would have been unknown. Zhao Ran looked up and thought for a moment. He said that I'm defective. Luyin was stunned, and Xianxia was clearly stunned as well. Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. Can you repeat yourself? That kind fortune teller said that I'm defective. Zhao Ran blinked with a serious expression. Luyin turned around. What a lunatic. She didn't even know that she'd been scolded. Zhao Ran patted her head in distress. I don't know why, but I often lose my memories. Most of the time, I don't even know where I am or why I'm there. That fortune teller was very accurate. I'm defective, so I want to find him again to help me recover my memories. Luyin turned around and frowned at Zhao Ran. There was an indescribable look in his eyes that was rather complicated. You lost your memories? Zhao Ran nodded and pursed her lips. She looked very uncomfortable. Luyin's gaze dimmed. This woman was just like him, and he had also lost his memories. It was a terrible feeling to have no memories, as it felt like an incomplete life. What's wrong? Xianxia asked. Luyin sighed. It's nothing. He then looked at Zhao Ran. Let's go. A normal person like you can't survive here. I'll take you away. Zhao Ran was delighted. Really? That's great. You're really a good person. I'm so lucky that you and the fortune teller are both good people. Right, this big sister is also a good person. She gave me food. Xianxia looked at Luyin strangely, but she did not ask any questions. Luyin sympathized with Zhao Ran's situation, as they were both in the same boat. The Lockbreaker Society had only announced that there would be a meeting on the Savage Ape planet, but they had not specified the exact location of the tree-shaped source box. It was just like a trial, no one would tell them everything, and they would have to find it on their own. Luyin brought Zhao Ran and Xianxia into the sky and headed in the direction of the spacecraft that had sealed off the planet. Those people definitely knew the location of the tree-shaped source box. The Savage Ape planet was very large, even larger than Xenu Star. The void was also very sturdy, and Lu Yin's speed was greatly reduced. He had noticed this when he had first come to save Zhao Ran. With the speed of a Lemmeter, it would still take some time to search for the entire planet. The next day, Lu Yin's group found the spacecraft that had sealed off the planet. Unfortunately, the spacecraft had already been reduced to a wreckage, and the ripples that had sealed off the planet had also been dispersed. Idiots. How could these outerverse organizations possibly stop lockbreakers? They're all seeking death, Xianxia said. Luyin looked at the insignia on the spacecraft, and it did not belong to the Vast Earth sect. It should have come from another weave. Since he could not find anyone to ask, he could only continue searching for more planets. The Savage Ape planet lived up to its name, as the entire planet was occupied by savage apes. Savage apes would appear at regular intervals, and some were strong while others were weak. The strongest ape that Luyin had encountered so far had the destructive power of an explorer. A red streak streaked across the sky as another spacecraft descended. Not long after, the entire planet was sealed off once more, and then destroyed again. The cycle repeated itself. For 3 days, Lu Yin's group did not find anyone else. The Savage Ape planet was too large, and Lu Yin's domain could not cover a large enough area. Even his gadget's range was limited. On the 4th day, a small spacecraft landed on the Savage Ape planet far away from Lu Yin's group. The hatch opened, and a man and woman walked out. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have recognized them as Dao Bo and Lu Ji, as they were both familiar faces. We were on a mission in the outerverse, and it was on our way here, Lu Ji sighed. Dao Bo looked up at the sky. I wonder how many lockbreakers will be drawn out from this exchange. Lu Ji smiled. No matter who comes, they won't be able to compare to brother Dao Bo. Dao Bo shook his head and laughed. Don't forget about the distinguished 5 of our society. Every single one of them surpasses me. But they're all space-exploring powerhouses. Brother Dao Bo just doesn't want to. Once he becomes an explorer, he'll immediately surpass them. In terms of status, Brother Dao Bo won't be any inferior to them, and he's even a member of the Council of Astral Academy. They can't compare to him, Lu Ji said with admiration. Dao Bo did not refute her words, as Lu Ji was right. He just didn't want to break through. Once he did, he would immediately be able to join the 10 Arbiters Council and follow the 10 Arbiters. His status would rise, and his lock-breaking ability would improve as well. He would immediately reach the level of a perceptive intermediate. Of course, he was not arrogant, as there were still people who surpassed him in the same realm. Lu Yin was a genius, and his lock-breaking abilities were unfathomable. He had only been on the path of lock-breaking for a short period of time, but he had achieved great results. Furthermore, he had seen a video of Lu Yin's battle at the wedding in San Dios, where he had single-handedly neutralized an explorer's attack. Such lock-breaking abilities were extraordinary, and Lu Yin had hidden himself well. Nobody knew if he would come, as San Dios was not far from here. Elsewhere, a young girl was flying through the air. She seemed normal at first, but there was a fish floating above her head, which was not normal at all. Furthermore, that fish was constantly nagging at her. Hurry up. What are we going to do if the other 2-legged beasts unlock their lockbreakers? I'm so worried. How did you find me in the first place? I don't even have breasts or a butt. What did you eat growing up? I told you to drink more papaya milk, but you didn't believe me. The veins on the girl's forehead throbbed, and she was on the verge of exploding. In outer space, on a large spacecraft, more than 100 fully armed mercenaries were waiting solemnly. In the command room, a cold woman was watching a screen. How long until we arrive? 1 day. As soon as possible. Understood. Outside Savage Ape Planet, a fleet appeared with the insignia of the Vast Earth sect. However, the fleet did not seal off Savage Ape Planet. Instead, they simply chased away all passing spacecraft and isolated the planet. The Vast Earth sect did not interfere with the sealing of the Savage Ape Planet's ships. On Savage Ape Planet, Lu Yin sent a Savage Ape flying with a kick. Zhao Ran was dazzled. So cool. Xianxia rolled her eyes. This girl was too naive. Lu Yin was in a good mood, and there was a very comfortable girl beside him who was constantly praising him. Any man would be happy. What a pity. Her looks are average, but her temperament is quite good. Seventh bro, do you like her? The monkey asked. Lu Yin ignored him. Not long after, more than 10 figures flew past in the sky. They were all wearing the same uniform, and it was obvious that they were from the same organization. Xianxia raised a hand, and a chill froze the void. Frozen Mountain Plum Palm. These people were only melders, and they were easily frozen by Xianxia. They crashed to the ground like ice cubes. Where's the tree-shaped source box? Lu Yin asked. The frozen people looked at Lu Yin in fear, and they pointed to the northwest with trembling fingers. 9 Peaks Mountain. Xianxia removed one of the gadgets and checked it before nodding at Lu Yin. That's right. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement, but he did not attack them. The three of them then headed towards 9 Peaks Mountain. 9 Peaks Mountain was very easy to identify. 9 mountains that resembled the heads of violent apes were connected together to form 9 Peaks Mountain. Rather than calling it 9 Peaks Mountain, it was more appropriate to call it 9 Ape Mountain. Beep beep beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he accepted the call. He was surprised to find that it was Master Wuxing. Hello, Master Wuxing, Lu Yin greeted. Lu Yin, you know about the Vast Earth Weave Savage Ape Planet Lockbreaker exchange, right? Did you go? Master Wuxing asked directly. I'm on the Savage Ape Planet. Alright, I was worried that you wouldn't dare to participate. It'll be good for you to gain some experience. It'll be helpful for you to see other lockbreaking techniques up close, Master Wuxing said. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Thank you, Master. This exchange has already been approved by the society, and it's only open to the younger generation. The older generation is not allowed to participate, so do your best to seize the opportunity. However, do not be impulsive. With your current abilities, it'll be impossible for you to succeed in lockbreaking. If an accident happens, it'll be very difficult to salvage the situation. Remember, Master Wuxing warned. Lu Yin grunted. I understand, and I'll keep that in mind. That's good. There should be some very interesting people on the Savage Ape Planet. Watch and think, Master Wuxing reminded him once more before ending the call. Lu Yin was speechless. Why did everyone stop halfway through their sentences? Interesting people? Who were they? Master Wuxing did not elaborate. Half a day later, they were still several hours away from 9 Peaks Mountain. Lu Yin's group was still hurrying along when a spacecraft streaked past them. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked up. A huge shadow had covered the ground at some point, and a violent ape that was several hundred meters tall had soared into the sky and viciously swatted at the spacecraft. The spacecraft immediately tried to escape, but it was unable to do so. It was smashed to pieces by the ape's palm, and even the void was scattered. Zhao Ran was so frightened that her face paled. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as well, and her gadget displayed a power level of 52,000. This was a violent ape with a cruiser's power level. Lu Yin's group immediately landed and stared at the ape warily. Violent apes were savage by nature, and they would kill each other even if they were of the same species. Thus, violent apes had a strong sense of territory, and they could easily sense unfamiliar auras entering their territory. The violent ape with the power level of a cruiser stomped on the shattered spacecraft, and fresh blood flowed from the bottom of its foot, dyeing the ground red. This scene frightened Zhao Ran once more. Xianxia's face paled. Even without intelligence, a cruiser's power level was not something that she could resist. She looked at Lu Yin. Louis narrowed his eyes and looked at the ape's scarlet eyes. He felt his scalp go numb. He had no choice but to face a cruiser head-on. Fortunately, the ape did not have any battle techniques, or else he might not have been its match. 30 stacks might have been enough. Thump. 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 The ape approached them step by step, and its huge shadow enveloped the trio. Zhao Ran trembled in fear, and Xianxia narrowed her eyes. The ape raised its foot, intending to stomp the three to death. Just as Louis was about to attack, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. He had a ruddy complexion, an outstanding temperament, and a dignified demeanor. He appeared right in front of the ape and barked, "Evil creature, you're courting death." The ape roared and viciously swatted at the man. The man dodged, and his body flickered as he appeared above the ape's head. He pressed down, and a scene that caused Lu Yin's group's scalps to go numb occurred. The ape, which was hundreds of meters tall, was directly disintegrated. Regardless of whether it was its flesh or its organs, everything vanished into nothingness. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was a lock-breaking technique that had directly disintegrated the ape. Damn, he's at least a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. How cruel, the monkey shrieked. Zhao Ran looked at the man in fear. In her eyes, this man was even more terrifying than the ape. A violent ape with the power level of a cruiser had been disintegrated by a lock-breaking technique, and not even its corpse was left behind. The man stood tall in the sky and glanced at Lu Yin's group. His eyes lit up, and his gaze paused on Lu Yin's face for a moment before he nodded in a friendly manner and left. Lu Yin watched the man disappear into the sky and fell into deep thought. This person had recognized him, and he did not harbor any hostility towards him. Lu Yin, look. Xianxia pointed at her gadget. Lu Yin looked over, and his expression changed when he saw that it displayed a power level of unfathomable. What do you mean? My gadget can detect power levels up to 100,000, which means that that person's power level exceeded 100,000. He's a hunter, Xianxia said solemnly. Louis nodded. Without that level of power, he wouldn't have been able to do what he just did. This person is very strong. What had just happened was just an interlude, and the three of them headed towards Nine Peaks Mountain once more. However, Zhao Ran was much quieter this time, perhaps because she had been frightened to death. A few hours later, the three of them could vaguely see Nine Peaks Mountain, and they couldn't help but increase their speed. The three of them were already extremely fast, and they almost tore through the void. Now that they had sped up, they surpassed all the other cultivators they encountered along the way, and the spatial tears that they left behind were shocking. Just as the three of them reached Nine Peaks Mountain, they suddenly stopped. Lu Yin raised a hand and saw that the path ahead had been blocked by an invisible ripple. He frowned, as another power had sealed off their path. The path ahead has been sealed off. Go back, a loud voice boomed through Nine Peaks Mountain, followed by a spatial tear crashing down. This was an explorer. Before Lu Yin could reply, Xianxia stepped forward. You dare block a member of the Outerverse Youth Council? Two explorers walked out of the void in front of them and looked at Xianxia in shock. You're from the Outerverse Youth Council? Xianxia raised a hand, revealing a black ring with a gray-silver border. The ring had a pair of wings and a sword carved into it, and there were 10 shadows around it. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's ring, and the only difference between it and Myra's 10 Arbiters Council ring was its color. This one was gray-silver, while the 10 Arbiters Council ring was silver. When they saw the ring, the two explorers immediately let them pass, as they did not dare to block a member of the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin also had an Outerverse Youth Council ring, and he also had a 10 Arbiters Council ring. The members of the Council of Astral Academy wore the 10 Arbiters Council silver rings. Lu Yin's group of 3 had just entered Nine Peaks Mountain when there was a loud explosion in the sky. The two explorers' expressions changed, and they immediately rushed into the sky. Not long after, the ripples that sealed off the Savage Ape planet were destroyed, and a large spacecraft landed on Nine Peaks Mountain with a symbol carved into it. It's the Daystar Shipping Company, Xianxia said in surprise. Lu Yin was curious. Daystar Shipping Company? Xianxia nodded. They're a huge corporation that connects the Innerverse and Outerverse. They're very popular, and their businesses include mechanical breakdown, transportation, manufacturing, and so on. They're one of the giants in the technology industry. Are they very rich? Lu Yin's eyes gleamed. Xianxia nodded. Of course. Some of the rewards for the Astral Combat Tournament are provided by the Daystar Shipping Company, and they're very rich, just like the Nalan family. Lu Yin looked at the large spacecraft enviously. If only he had been born into a corporation like that, he would not have to worry about money. Not long after the Daystar Shipping Company appeared, another spacecraft appeared. Lu Yin immediately recognized the symbol on it, Shamrock Enterprises. More and more powerhouses are gathering here. Every lockbreaker exchange attracts quite a few people, Xianxia exclaimed. Lu Yin fervently looked into the distance. Everyone who had come was rich, and if he succeeded in unlocking his source box, he could sell it for an astronomical price on the spot. With that in mind, he immediately rushed towards Nine Peaks Mountain. The tree-shaped source box was right in front of him. At this moment, many people had already gathered on Nine Peaks Mountain. There were more than 30 lockbreakers, and there were also nearly 10 lockbreakers with contributions. All of them were nervously looking at the tree-shaped source box in the distance. Aside from a few corpses, the area within a kilometer of the tree-shaped source box was completely empty. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. There was no lack of experts present, and there were more than 10 space exploring cultivators. There were even cruisers who soared into the sky to look down at the hunters below. Unfortunately, aside from the lockbreakers, no one else could take action. Hunters could easily touch the tree-shaped source box, but if they did so, the source box would likely be destroyed. This was why lockbreakers had such a high status. They could do things that normal people could not, and this had nothing to do with their cultivation. Brother Nan, as a 3-stars discerning elementary lockbreaker, are you not planning on taking action? A youth in the crowd asked loudly. Across from him, a man snorted. Rain, there's a 3-stars discerning elementary lockbreaker among the dead. Don't tell me you didn't know that. Even those of the same level have differences in strength. How can Brother Nan's strength be compared to others? Who doesn't know that Brother Nan is a genius lockbreaker from the outerverse? Please take action and let us experience your strength, Rain said loudly. The crowd immediately began to clamor, as they were all lockbreakers. Those of the same trade were enemies, and no lockbreaker wanted to give up on such a valuable source box. Everyone wanted someone else to lead the way. Since Brother Rain wants to experience it, why not join us? Brother Nan asked. The man named Rain was tempted. One person was definitely not enough, but 2 or even 3 might be possible. Alright, as long as Brother Nan is willing, we can work together. Is there anyone else who wants to work together to unlock the source box? I'll do it. A middle-aged man appeared and wanted to work together to unlock the source box. However, he was pushed back by an invisible force as soon as he stepped forward. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. This exchange is targeted at the younger generation. Step down, the middle-aged man who had dissected the savage ape coldly ordered. The middle-aged man below was unconvinced. The source box has no owner, so why can't we participate? If I say no, then no. Say another word, and you'll be expelled from the society. The middle-aged man below did not dare to say another word, and he gritted his teeth as he waited to the side. The man in the sky swept his gaze over everyone before looking at the tree-shaped source box with a look of pity. Actually, he also wanted to unlock the source box, but these were the rules. When he had been young, the society had protected him and given the younger generation opportunities. It was because of that opportunity that he had been able to obtain his current status. This was an inheritance. Now, it was his turn to create an opportunity for the younger generation. Of inheritances could not be severed, and the society placed great importance on this point. The younger generation had their own opportunities, so they naturally had their own opportunities as well. It wasn't fair or unfair. It all depended on one's ability and luck. Of course. Of the older generation of lockbreakers. After some discussion, Brother Nan and Rain both stepped within a kilometer of the tree-shaped source box and worked together to unlock it. At the same time, Dao Bo and Lu Ji arrived and looked at the tree-shaped source box. Of the dangers. Daobo glanced at the corpses within a kilometer radius of the tree-shaped source box, and his gaze turned cold. These corpses seemed to have been drained of all life, and they were as withered as dried corpses. No wonder no one dared to make a move. Brother Nan and Rain had already walked quite a distance from the tree-shaped source box, but they did not sense anything out of the ordinary. They had already passed one of the corpses, and they should have been in danger, but they still could not sense anything out of the ordinary. Both of them were 3-stars discerning elementary lockbreakers, and they had come into contact with lockbreaking crises before. They had a certain level of ability to predict danger, especially when it came to the flow of star energy. Their senses far surpassed that of ordinary people, but they could not sense anything at all. High in the sky, the middle-aged man stared down with a stern expression. From what he could sense, the flow of star energy around the tree-shaped source box was normal, and there was nothing strange about it. But how had those corpses formed? The two were getting closer and closer to the tree-shaped source box, and they were now less than 100 meters apart. Both of them were excited, as they were about to touch the source box. As long as they could touch it, they would be able to unlock it. Suddenly, Daobo shouted, "Run!" His shout startled everyone, and in the next moment, 2 screams rang out. It was Brother Nan and Rain. Their faces turned pale, and then they turned gray. Their hair fell off one by one, and their skin cracked and turned into ash. It was a horrifying sight. The middle-aged man in the sky immediately tried to pull the two out, but it was too late. The two lasted for less than 3 seconds before they turned into dried corpses and collapsed to the ground. This scene was horrifying, and the onlookers felt their scalps go numb. Lu Ji's eyes flickered. This was a lockbreaker. While they enjoyed supreme authority, they also had to shoulder unimaginable dangers. They did not even know how they died. Only Daobo sensed something because he was the only one who had comprehended a domain. Even the middle-aged hunter in the sky, who was a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, had not comprehended a domain. Many people looked at Daobo with strange expressions, as he was the only one who had sensed something strange. It's actually Daobo, Astral Six's leader. I remember now. He also participated in the Astral Combat Tournament, but unfortunately, he lost to Grandine Mavis. Actually, Daobo didn't really lose that battle. Grandine was too violent. No wonder he sensed something strange. The Astral Combat Academy's leader is here. In the sky, a middle-aged man appeared and looked at Daobo. Everyone looked up, and many exclaimed, "It's Mr. June. Mr. June is here as well." It looks like the society values this tree-shaped source box very much. Mr. June is a 3-stars perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he's also a hunter. You sensed it? Mr. June asked Daobo. Daobo nodded and was very respectful to Mr. June. It's an indescribable feeling. I vaguely sensed it, but it's too late. Mr. June praised, as expected of a genius who comprehended a domain. Daobo, you're second only to the 5 prodigies in the entire society. Work hard and become an explorer as soon as possible. When the time comes, the society should have 6 prodigies. Daobo hurriedly bowed in thanks. The people around him looked at Daobo with envy. Comprehending a domain was something that could only be discovered by chance, and not even Mr. June had comprehended one. The best time to comprehend a domain was when one was young, and it would only become more difficult as one progressed. This was also one of the reasons why the younger generation held such an important position in the universe. The Astral Combat Academy was the top institution in the entire universe, and it had the most genius students. Even so, very few people had comprehended a domain, which showed how difficult it was to comprehend one. However, although Mr. June had not comprehended a domain, Daobo did not dare to underestimate him. It had not been easy for Mr. June to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, and he had a lockbreaking tool that was not inferior to a domain. Don't you want to try? Mr. June asked Daobo. Everyone stared at him. Daobo smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mr. June thinks too highly of me. If I want to unlock this source box alone, I'll need to be at least a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker. With my current abilities, I won't be able to succeed. Mr. June nodded emotionally. You know when to stop. Daobo, you're very good. Brother Daobo, if even you can't do it, who can? Lu Ji was unwilling to give up. Daobo smiled. I'm only saying that I can't do it alone, but it might not be impossible if we work together. Let's wait and see. There should be more experts coming. Lu Ji looked around curiously, and her gaze was suddenly attracted by a strange-looking person. She stared straight at him, as this person was too strange. It was a wretched-looking old man who was carrying a wooden flag. He was dressed in grey robes and had a starry sky pattern engraved on the back of his hand. On the front of the flag were the words Starsabil's Grandpa Jiao, and on the back of the flag were the words Fortune Teller, believe it or not. Lu Ji subconsciously tugged at Daobo that person is a little strange. Daobo looked over curiously. It was not just them, as many others were also attracted by the wretched-looking old man. The words on the flag were too eye-catching. Everyone in the universe knew about Starsabil, and this person was actually calling himself Starsabil's Grandpa Jiao. Even Mr. June was attracted by him and stared straight at him. Young man, your eyes are full of spirit, and your temperament is otherworldly. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. This lockbreaking is your opportunity, so don't be afraid. Go, Grandpa Jiao will protect you. The wretched-looking old man patted a young lockbreaker's shoulder and praised him heroically. The onlookers stared blankly, not knowing what to say. Sir, I don't have any contributions yet, the young lockbreaker said in an embarrassed tone. The wretched-looking old man laughed, and then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he calmly placed his hand on the shoulder of another person. Young man, I was actually talking about you. That person's face twitched. Sir, I'm not a lockbreaker. The wretched-looking old man laughed again and pointed at Mr. June in the sky. Young man, Grandpa Jiao was talking about you. Everyone was speechless. The veins on Mr. June's forehead bulged, and his eyes gradually turned cold. The void around his body started to distort, and he felt like he was about to explode. At this moment, someone exclaimed, I remember now. That old man is Xianxia, the trash who was expelled from the Starsabil sect. The wretched-looking old man was enraged. Who dares to slander your Grandpa Jiao? Your Grandpa Jiao isn't trash. Your Grandpa Jiao has successfully cultivated the Shantian mirror. Who dares to disobey me? With that person's words, many people recalled that there had indeed been such a person in the past, and he had been very famous several hundred years ago. Mr. June also remembered this person, but he suppressed his anger. Although this old man had been expelled, his relationship with the Starsabil sect was still very good. At the very least, he had claimed to be the Grandpa Jiao of all Starsabil for so many years, and he had not been beaten up by the Starsabil sect. This relationship was worth noting. TCH, the Shantian mirror? Rumor has it that your fortune-telling is the opposite. Whoever believes you will die, someone mocked. Xianxia was enraged, and he waved his wooden flag. Who dares to slander Grandpa Jiao? If you have the ability, then come out and compete with me. You're all trash. The crowd rolled their eyes, but they did not argue with him. Ah, kind old fortune-teller, it's you. I've finally found you. Elsewhere, Lu Yin's group of 3 had just arrived. Zhao Ran happily looked at Xianxia and waved her arms. Kind old fortune-teller, I'm the trash. It's me, it's me. Many people were stunned. What was going on? Lu Yin and Yu Xianzi subconsciously moved a few steps behind Zhao Ran, afraid that they would be recognized. Xianxia was stunned when he saw Zhao Ran, and his expression turned bitter. Little brat, can you stop pestering me? But I haven't paid yet, Zhao Ran said matter-of-factly. She then patted herself and turned around to look at Lu Yin. Brother Lu, can I borrow some money? I want to pay the bill. Only then did the crowd notice Lu Yin and Yu Xianzi, causing many to gasp in surprise. Yu Xianzi was relatively well known in the innerverse, but not in the outerverse. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had represented the outerverse and won the tournament of the strongest. He was also known as a 10 arbiters candidate, and it was rare for such a genius to appear in the outerverse, so many people recognized him. Dao Bo's eyes flashed, he had indeed come. Lu Ji looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. She was reminded of the scene at Astral 10 space station. This person had an absolute innate gift. In the sky, Mr. June looked at Lu Yin with admiration. This young man had a bright future ahead of him. Not only was he talented in cultivation, but he also had great potential in lockbreaking. Luyin didn't mind being surrounded by so many onlookers, but now that he was with Zhao Ran, it was a little awkward. She was a good-for-nothing. He quickly handed her some money. Go pay the bill. Zhao Ran was delighted. Brother Lu, you're such a good person. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back. There's no need for that. Go on, Luyin urged. Yu Xianxia pursed her lips and giggled. Zhao Ran immediately ran over to Xianxia, who was currently frowning and staring at Luyin as if he was thinking about something. Luyin sensed it and met Xianxia's gaze. For a moment, he felt like he saw a dark space, a familiar scene, but he couldn't recall it. Zhao Ran ran over to Xianxia and handed him the money. Xianxia took it in a daze and stared at Luyin for a while before solemnly saying, Kid, you met the gaze of the dead. Luyin blinked in confusion. A king? Someone nearby said, Brother Lu, don't mind him. This old man likes to play tricks. He actually tried to trick a normal person into lockbreaking. He's too immoral. You're the wicked one. Your whole family is wicked. You're a good-for-nothing. Hearing that person's words, Xianxia jumped up and scolded him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He then turned around and ran away. Luyin was speechless. He hadn't noticed the words on the Xian9 would flag, or else he would be even more speechless. Seventh bro, you've been cursed to look at the dead, haha, the monkey cackled. Luyin frowned. A king. Wrong, it's the dead, hee hee. Brother Lu, don't mind him. He's just a blabbermouth, Dao Bo said as he walked over with Lu Ji. Luyin had not expected to see Dao Bo here, and he nodded in a friendly manner. Senior Dao Bo, do you know that person? He's famous. He's an abandoned disciple of the Starsabil sect, Dao Bo replied. The Starsabil sect? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is that person's predictions very accurate? It's the exact opposite. His predictions are very inaccurate, so no one asks him to read their fortunes, Dao Bo said with a smile. Luyin smiled and didn't mind. He looked at Lu Ji, long time no see. Long time no see, Lu Ji replied. The two of them had not been on friendly terms when they had first met, but as time passed, their small conflicts had gradually disappeared. This was especially true now that Lu Yin's status had changed, and Lu Ji was no longer as impudent towards him. Master Wuxing just contacted me and told me to come and broaden my horizons, Luyin said. Lu Ji was shocked. Master Wuxing contacted you? Luyin nodded. Master is so biased. He only thinks about you and not me. Lu Ji pouted. Luyin walked past the crowd and approached the tree-shaped source box. He looked at the strange corpses on the ground with a solemn expression. His identity had been recognized by quite a few people, and some even tried to persuade him. Brother Lu, you're the champion of the tournament of the strongest, and you're also a lockbreaker. Why don't you give it a try? You'll definitely succeed. That's right, Brother Lu. Give it a try. Let's go and broaden our horizons. Luyin smiled and looked back at the crowd. I'm just a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, so I don't dare to belittle myself. I can't unlock this source box. The crowd was disappointed. More and more people gathered, and after Lu Yin's group appeared, another lockbreaker attempted to unlock the source box. This one was a 4-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he still failed and turned into a dried corpse. Mr. Jun was unable to rescue him in time. At this moment, there was a cry from the distance, as if someone incredible had arrived. Luyin and the rest turned around and saw a young girl with a strange expression on her head. Eh? What was that? A fish? Many people rubbed their eyes. It really was a fish, and there was a fish on her head? Luyin pursed his lips. First, he had picked up a defective source box, and then a scammer had just left. Now, a fishman had appeared. All sorts of strange things were happening. It's Shiqi, a genius lockbreaker from the society. She's a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker who's about to become a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker, someone exclaimed. Instantly, even more people cried out. Dao Bo was surprised. She's here as well. Senior, do you know her? Luyin asked. Daobo smiled. It's not just me. You should have seen her as well. She's in the Sourcebox catalog for those who have just joined the society. She unlocked a fish. When Daobo mentioned it, Luin recalled that there had indeed been a picture in the Sourcebox catalog where a pair of hands had been unlocking a fish. At that time, he had wondered what sort of unlocking that fish would be, but now that he looked at it again, he sweated. It really was a fish. So many two-legged beasts. How disgusting. They're all ants that live in groups. Ants, the fish on Xianxia's head spoke up in a particularly loud voice. Everyone's faces immediately darkened. Two-legged beasts? Was that what they called them? Xianxia's expression changed. Little fish, stop talking. What? Lord Fish has helped you so much, but you can't even talk? If you dare to restrict Lord Fish again, Lord Fish will change mounts. The fish then turned its head to the side and scanned the crowd with its small eyes. Finally, it stared at Lu Ji and tapped her with its fins. Little girl, Lord Fish sees that you're not bad, so I'll give you a chance to become Lord Fish's mount. Lu Ji's expression turned ugly, and she turned away. Damn, Lord Fish thinks highly of you. Little girl, don't fail to appreciate his kindness. There are many two-legged beasts who want to become Lord Fish's mount. Don't not know how to appreciate it. The fish's fin swayed as it roared. Xianxia helplessly covered her forehead. I'm sorry, Sister Lu Ji. Lu Ji glared at the fish. It's fine. Everyone knows this fish's personality. What personality? Is Lord Fish's personality something that you two-legged beasts can discuss? How rude, the fish continued to rant. Luin was stunned, as this was the first time he had encountered such a rare fish that could talk. It had too much personality. I can't take it anymore. Seventh bro, let me go teach it a lesson. It's too despicable. It actually dares to call seventh bro a two-legged beast. Although that's the truth, it's too blatant. Seventh bro, let me go scold it. Luin felt a headache coming on. Shut up. Brother Daobo is here as well, Xianxia greeted Daobo. Daobo smiled and nodded. What a sinister smile. I hate two-legged beasts like this the most. Little girl, stay away from him. He's obviously not a good person, the fish shouted. Daobo's face twitched, and he turned to look elsewhere. Xianxia was helpless, and her gaze suddenly landed on Luin. Just as she was about to speak, Luin turned around. He did not want to be scolded by the fish, as he could tell that whoever this woman greeted would be scolded. Hey, little girl, walk forward and find that two-legged beast, the fish suddenly exclaimed as it stared at Luin. Xianxia was puzzled. Why? If I tell you to go, then go. If you ask any more questions, Lord Fish might ignore you in the future. Thanks, Xianxia mumbled sarcastically, but she still obediently approached Luin. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he hurriedly walked to the side. Stop right there, two-legged beast. The fish stared at Luin, clearly puzzled. Luin looked at Xianxia and then back at the fish. What's the matter? Strange, why does Lord Fish feel a familiar aura from your body? The fish asked strangely, its fins flapping as it stared at Luin. Luin looked at himself and did not understand. F***ck, this can't be tolerated. Seventh bro, this fish is clearly provoking you. Let me go beat it up, the monkey shouted angrily. What's going on? Luin asked curiously. Xianxia looked up. What's wrong? The fish's eyes turned. I can't remember. Lord Fish has been sealed for too long, and there are many things that I've forgotten. However. It then pointed at Luin with its fins. Two-legged beast, remember Lord Fish. Lord Fish will look for you again in the future. You have a familiar aura from your body, a very loathsome and despicable aura. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly, and an invisible force enveloped Xianxia and the fish. He did not like being scolded for no reason. Seventh bro, beat it to death, the monkey shouted. Xianxia felt her entire body turn cold, and she immediately retreated while looking at Luin warily. Daobo immediately stood in front of her. Brother Lu, please don't mind it. That fish is very despicable and treats everyone like that. Even the president was scolded by it. In the sky, Mr. June descended and similarly stood in front of Xianxia. He gently said to Luyin, "Little brother, please let this matter go for my sake." "How about it?" Luyin retracted his gaze. "Forget it. I won't bicker with a fish." "What did you say? Two-legged beast? You talk big. Come, Lord Fish isn't afraid of you." Two two-legged beasts in front of him, "Beat him up," the fish shouted. Xianxia could not take it anymore, and she could clearly feel that Mr. June was unhappy. She immediately ran away, as she had offended him too much. Mr. June helplessly shook his head. If that fish hadn't been able to help Xianxia see through the changes in star energy, then there would have been no need for her to bring it along. "I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse." Dao Bo smiled bitterly. "The president agreed to let her bring it along, but she has no choice. That fish has already set its sights on her. That fish can be considered her lock-breaking tool." Mr. June laughed before flying back into the sky. No one knew where Xianxia had run off to. Not long after, another person arrived, causing a commotion. It was Tong Mi-er, an extremely famous genius lockbreaker in the Outerverse. This was because he was one of the few people in the Outerverse who had comprehended a domain. His arrival gave many Outerverse lockbreakers hope. "Lord Tong Mi-er, please bring us along with you," a lockbreaker excitedly said. Many of the surrounding lockbreakers looked at Tong Mi-er expectantly. Tong Mi-er coldly glanced at the crowd. "Those who haven't reached 4 stars are not qualified to participate." Everyone felt awkward when they heard this. It was not easy to reach 4 stars, especially for the younger generation. Otherwise, Tong Mi-er would not have been known as a genius lockbreaker. Of all the young lockbreakers present, only Dao Bo and Xianxia had reached 4 stars. The rest of them did not even have a single 4 stars lockbreaker, and Lu Ji was only 3 stars. In the Outerverse, although Tong Mi-er's reputation could not compare to Karen's, who was a genius 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, he was not far behind. This was because many people automatically categorized the students of the Astral Combat Academy as being from the Innerverse. "7th bro, this kid is pretty arrogant. With your lockbreaking ability, aside from Dao Bo, no one here can compare to you, especially when it comes to comprehending the secret sidestep. No one in the Innerverse can compare to you," the monkey grumbled. Luyin silenced the monkey and quietly watched as Tong Mi-er entered the 1,000-meter radius of the tree-shaped source box. He then activated his serious art and summoned the giant emperor's third eye. When Luyin used his domain to support his serious art and the giant emperor's third eye to look at the tree-shaped source box, the originally ordinary land began to undergo many strange changes. The star energy seemed to have a life of its own as it expanded outwards at a rather slow speed. Within that area, a strange flow of energy would occasionally sweep past. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. What was that? The flow of energy seemed to have a life of its own, like a giant python that lived within the star energy. Out of everyone present, Luyin knew that he was the only one who could see this scene. However, every lockbreaker had their own methods, and while they might not be able to see as clearly as Luyin, with their control of star energy, they could easily sense the existence of the flow of energy. Tong Mi-er was one such lockbreaker. He could not see the flow of energy, but he had his domain, which allowed him to narrowly avoid it multiple times. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, the closer he got to the tree-shaped source box, the more dangerous it became. The closer he got to the source box, the faster the flow became. "It's dangerous," Luyin muttered. To the side, Lu Ji, Yu Xianxia, Zhao Ran, and the rest all looked at him in astonishment. All they saw was Tong Mi-er steadily approaching the tree-shaped source box, but there was no danger. Only Dao Bo furrowed his brows. Within his domain, he could feel the changes in the star energy, and they were becoming more frequent. Suddenly, Tong Mi-er was flipped over by a powerful force. This force came from above, and it came from Master June. Before Tong Mi-er could react, the changes in the surrounding star energy intensified, and the external force caused a tremor. Master June casually tossed Tong Mi-er out of the lockbreaking range. "Fortunately, I made it in time." Tong Mi-er was confused. Dao Bo said calmly, "Thank Mr. June. If it wasn't for him, you would have ended up like those people on the ground." Tong Mi-er looked at the dried corpse on the ground. He still did not understand, but he was not stupid. He quickly got up and thanked Mr. June. Master June didn't seem to mind, as he continued to look at the tree-shaped source box. None of the younger Lemeters would be able to unlock it unless one of those people came. Brother Lu, are you sure you don't want to try? Daobo asked. Luyin shrugged. I can't unlock it. If you and I work together, we can give it a try, said Daobo Sr., why are you so sure that I have the ability to join forces with you? I'm only a 2-star discerning elementary student, and the difference between me and your 5-star discerning elementary student is too great. Daobo smiled. Junior's ability can't be judged by a normal person's standards. I've seen your domain before, and you were able to fuse it with the murderous aura of the battlefield to resist Tianho's power. You're not bad at using your domain. Besides. His gaze then landed on Lu Yin's hand. If I'm not wrong, that's a lock-breaking tool. Lu Ji looked at Lu Yin in shock. He has a lock-breaking tool? Xianxia was just as shocked. Even if she wasn't a lockbreaker, she had heard of lock-breaking tools before. They were very important and precious items. Lu Yin nodded and put away the giant emperor's third eye. Let's wait a little longer. The two of us aren't that confident. Daobo nodded. That's true. There should be more experts coming. I hope they'll come. Them? Lu Yin was curious. Daobo's gaze trembled. The Lockbreaker Society's Distinguished 5. Distinguished 5? Lu Yin was confused. Lu Ji explained, the Lockbreaker Society's 5 most outstanding young lockbreakers. They're known as the Distinguished 5, and they're all perceptive intermediate lockbreakers. Lu Yin nodded. It was indeed impressive for someone of the younger generation to reach the perceptive intermediate level. If he didn't have the serious art, he definitely wouldn't have been able to reach his current level. Karen's talent was still very far from reaching the perceptive intermediate level, and it wasn't as simple as reaching the 1-star level. The perceptive intermediate level represented the cultivation realm of an explorer, and the Distinguished 5 meant that they were all explorers of the younger generation. With their lock-breaking abilities, they should all be in the top 100 rankings. Over the next 2 days, a few more people attempted to break through, and one of them was only a step away from the perceptive intermediate level. According to Daobo, this person's lock-breaking abilities were even more proficient than theirs. However, that person still failed. Fortunately, Mr. June had saved him in time. Of course, that person was much older than Daobo, Lu Yin, and the rest, and was almost out of the younger generation. More and more experts from the Vast Earth sect and other powers from the surrounding weaves gathered here. Logically speaking, the Savage Ape planet belonged to the Vast Earth weave, and the items on it should belong to the Vast Earth sect. However, no one in the universe acknowledged this fact, and even the Vast Earth sect didn't dare to do so. To the Lockbreaker Society, destroying the Vast Earth sect wasn't difficult. They didn't gather here to do anything, and they just wanted to buy as many items as they could, even if the chances of doing so were slim. Lu Yin, Xianxia, Zhao Ran, and a few others sat in a depression on Nine Peaks Mountain. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had seen many lockbreakers, but they were all very ordinary and relied on their perception of star energy. He really wanted to see how Daobo would lockbreak, but unfortunately, that person didn't make a move. Xiqi stayed far away, not daring to approach the group. That fish's mouth was too venomous, and the moment it appeared, it would taunt everyone. Even Mr. June couldn't avoid it. That sister is so pitiful, Zhao Ran whispered as she looked at Xiqi, who was all alone in the distance. Xianxia looked over. There's nothing she can do. That fish is destined to make her lonely. Seventh bro, let me give you a suggestion, the monkey suddenly spoke up. Lu Yin lay down on the mountain wall and casually asked, go ahead. Stew that fish. It should taste pretty good, the monkey said fiercely. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly opened, and his gaze flickered. Monkey, you don't seem to like that fish very much. Of course, seventh bro. It scolded you, and scolding you is scolding me. I'm definitely going to stew it. Lu Yin frowned, as he recalled that the fish had mentioned that there was a familiar aura on his body. He hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but after some thought, could it be the monkey? Besides the monkey, Lu Yin didn't have anything else on him. Perhaps it was because of his cultivation technique, but that fish had been lock-broken in the outerverse, which was too far away from the serious sect, so that shouldn't be the case. Furthermore, the monkey's attitude towards the fish had been very poor, so it couldn't be that they actually knew each other. That shouldn't be possible, as that fish had been lock-broken, which meant that it had been alive for countless years. The monkey was still very young. Luin thought about this as he casually looked at the ground. He had unknowingly become sleepy, and the sky had already turned completely dark. He didn't think that anyone would make a move today. Just as Luin was silently reciting the Stonewall scriptures, he sensed an unfamiliar aura in his domain that seemed to have suddenly appeared. He suddenly opened his eyes and slammed a palm towards Xianxia. No one had expected Luin to suddenly attack Xianxia. His actions were too sudden, and Xianxia couldn't even react in time. She could only watch as Lu Yin's palm approached her, and she could even see the lines on his palm. However, this palm wasn't aimed at Xianxia, but rather behind her. At the same time, a shockwave rippled through the air, causing the void to tremble. Nine Peaks Mountain trembled imperceptibly, and countless people were startled awake as they looked in Lu Yin's direction. Xianxia was pushed back by the unstoppable shockwave, and she retreated more than 10 steps. When she looked over, she saw that a man had appeared behind her at some point, and his elbow had blocked Lu Yin's palm. He was astonished. What a fierce palm! The man clenched his fist, causing the veins on his elbow to bulge as he viciously swung it at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he immediately countered with 20 stacks. There was a loud boom as the ground split open, and the two of them crashed into the crater at the same time. In just an instant, an arc-shaped shockwave swept through the entire Nine Peaks Mountain, and even Mr. Jun Lu Yin's right palm hurt, and he borrowed the man's strength to retreat while remaining vigilant. The man retracted his elbow and stared at Lu Yin in shock. He then leapt up and appeared outside the crater. Lu Yin leapt out at the same time, and the two stood facing each other. Many people on Nine Peaks Mountain looked at this scene, not understanding what had just happened. "Who are you?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. If not for his domain, he wouldn't have been able to sense that this person was so close to Xianxia. The man rubbed his elbow. "Little brother, your palm strength is quite fierce. How old are you to be able to display such a berserk overlaying stacks?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "No matter how fierce my palm strength is, it won't harm you at all." The man laughed. "Harm me? Wait until you become an explorer. Even the universe's recognized true 10 arbiters candidates can't harm me as a limiter." "Who exactly are you?" Lu Yin was puzzled. This person wasn't very old, but he was terrifyingly strong. "Casanova?" Lu Ji exclaimed. Soon after, many people seemed to recognize this man, and the words Casanova rang out one after another. Daobo appeared not too far from Lu Yin and solemnly said, "It's a misunderstanding, Brother Lu. He's one of the distinguished 5, Casanova. He means no harm." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Casanova? What's his name?" Casanova chuckled. "Casanova is Casanova. What name do I have? My surname is Casanova and my given name is Saint." Lu Yin was stunned. There was such a name? "Hey, what were you trying to do?" Xianxia reacted and glared at Casanova. Casanova's eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia, and his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right in front of her and had pulled out a beautiful flower from nowhere. He handed it to her. "Beautiful lady, the moon is bright because of you tonight. Would this one be lucky enough to invite you to admire the moon? Or perhaps find a place to discuss life?" Xianxia's expression turned ugly, and she clenched her fists. Lu Yin frowned and stepped forward to block Xianxia's path. He stared at Casanova. "You're one of the society's 5 greats. I've heard a lot about you. Who are you?" Casanova looked at Lu Yin in annoyance. "I'm Lu Yin." Casanova's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin seriously. "So you're the Lu Yin who displayed 30 stacks and tied with Arbiter Lon of the Divine Fist's record?" Lu Yin smiled. "You're welcome." Casanova sighed in amazement. "As expected of a 10 arbiters candidate. You only used 20 stacks just now, but that's a rather ferocious power. The champion of the tournament of the strongest truly lives up to his name." Luin didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. However, Casanova's tone suddenly changed. But no matter how much of a genius you are, you can't stop me from having a heart-to-heart talk with a beautiful lady. Move aside. I'm sorry, but she's a member of the Outerverse Youth Council. She's also one of my subordinates, Luin said. Casanova rolled his eyes and casually tossed the flower aside. His figure then flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the tree-shaped sourcebox's lock-breaking range. His actions were rather jumpy, and Luin was unable to accept it. Dao Bo smiled wryly. Brother Lu, don't mind him. That's just how Casanova is. He can't resist beautiful women, and he's romantic but not vulgar. Secretly approaching you Xianxia wasn't considered despicable? Also, why are all the people I've come into contact with these past 2 days are weirdos? This was the third time that Dao Bo had told Luin to not mind him, as lockbreakers seem to be much weirder than cultivators. Casanova is one of the society's 5 heroes, and he's also ranked 29th on the top 100 rankings, Xianxia said in a low voice. Although she did not know Casanova personally, she had heard of him before, and her expression softened slightly. Luin suddenly realized why this man had been unharmed after taking his palm head-on. It turned out that this man was an expert on the top 100 rankings, and he was even ranked in the top 30. If he unleashed his full power, he would be comparable to someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. He would probably be ranked in the bottom 20, which meant that he was still a long way from Casanova. However, there was no rush. Once he became an explorer, just as Casanova had said, he would be able to harm Casanova. Furthermore, Luin was confident that he wouldn't just be able to harm Casanova, he might even be able to challenge even stronger experts. Once Wendy Yushan returned to San Dios, she could test him and see the difference between them. No, I can't do it alone. Casanova's voice came from afar, and everyone gathered around him. If there was anyone in the younger generation who could succeed in unlocking the seal, it would be none other than the 5 heroes, as Dao Bo was just below them. However, for the past 2 days, Dao Bo was not confident that he could succeed. Everyone had placed all their hopes on the 5 heroes, but Casanova's words had dashed everyone's hopes. He could not unlock the seal. Mr. Jun sighed. If even a 2-star perceptive intermediate lockbreaker like you can't unlock a source box, then it looks like the source boxes in this conference are too difficult. The crowd felt helpless, but there were also quite a few who were excited. These were the lockbreakers who were no longer part of the younger generation. There were quite a few lockbreakers who had reached the perceptive intermediate level, and they wanted to give it a try. Casanova grinned. I only said that I wouldn't be able to fight lockbreaker one-on-one. I didn't say that we couldn't work together. Mr. Jun's eyes lit up. If we work together, are you confident? Everyone looked at Casanova. Casanova's lips curled up. Of course, the person I choose is definitely confident. He then scanned the crowd. Tong Mier was the first to step forward, and he looked at Casanova fervently. However, Casanova ignored him and fixed his gaze on Dao Bo. Come out and stop pretending. I know how strong your lockbreaking ability is. Once you become an explorer, you shouldn't be any weaker than the rest of us. Dao Bo smiled and walked out. I'll have to trouble Brother Casanova to take care of me. Casanova sneered. Once you become an explorer, the society won't just have the 5 prodigies. You won't need me to take care of you. He then looked up and pointed. Xiqi, come over here. No one was surprised, as many of them were aware of Xiqi's lockbreaking ability. She was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, which meant that she was on the same level as Dao Bo. Although that fish was extremely despicable, no one could deny its strength. Brother Casanova, long time no see. Xiqi walked over and greeted Casanova. Lu Yin's brows rose, and he subconsciously looked at the fish. It wasn't just him, as many of the others were looking at the fish as well. If nothing unexpected happened, then Casanova was about to run out of luck. Sure enough, the fish spoke up and slowly raised its pectoral fin to point at Casanova. Two-legged beast, you're ugly. That one sentence caused everyone to fall silent. Many people looked at Casanova, as he was not ugly. In fact, he was rather handsome. Casanova's face darkened, as this was not the first time he had met that fish. Because of his name, the fish had called him ugly the moment they met, which was quite despicable. When he saw Xianxia's apologetic expression, Casanova resisted the urge to speak and merely snorted. Xianxia hurriedly apologized. The fish's small eyes looked up. Ugly is ugly. You're just an animal that can't hide it. Casanova's mouth twitched, and he became furious. You despicable fish, you're the ugly one. I, Casanova, am publicly recognized as handsome. The fish cried out in an exaggerated manner, the word handsome will never be associated with you in your next life. Wake up, you're ugly. Really, you're ugly when you put it together. Casanova stepped forward, wanting to say something, but he was stopped by Dao Bo, who advised, Brother Casanova, lockbreaking is more important. Ignore that fish. Casanova's chest heaved with anger, and he snorted again before looking back at the tree-shaped sourcebox. Let's go. Lockbreak. Brother Casanova, are 3 people enough? Xianxia asked. Casanova's tone was unpleasant. We can try. Brother Casanova, can you count me in? Tong Mi stepped forward with fervent anticipation. Casanova shook his head. You won't be able to. Although you've comprehended a domain, you're only at the entry level. You can't even protect yourself, let alone help. Then, what about me? Luin stepped forward and looked at Casanova. Many were astonished. Although many were amazed by Lu Yin's cultivation strength, they did not understand his lockbreaking ability. Tong Mi sneered. Brother, you're just a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. The difference is too great. Just watch from the side. Casanova looked at Luin with interest. 2-star discerning elementary? You're not qualified. Luin stepped forward. Ability doesn't depend on information registration, but rather on ability. You can try me. Casanova shook his head. There's no need. You've only just comprehended your domain. If it was Dao Bo, I wouldn't have been able to approach that beautiful girl so stealthily. In terms of domain, you're about the same as that person who wanted to join us. Luin raised a hand, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared. What if I add this? Many were shocked by this lock-breaking tool, and Casanova was stunned. You actually have a lock-breaking tool. Luin nodded. With a lock-breaking tool and a domain, I can see many things that others cannot. Dao Bo looked at Casanova. I trust Lu Yin's ability. Casanova nodded. Alright, you can participate, but don't drag us down. I'm warning you, I won't be responsible for saving you if you die. It's best if you flatter Mr. June and ask him to keep an eye on you. Luin smiled. Although he did not have much lock-breaking experience, he was confident that he would not lose out to Casanova. This was because he could see things more clearly. With Sirius's domain and a lock-breaking tool, Luin was confident that he could see things more clearly than Casanova. Even Mr. June would not have a problem staying alive. If not for the fact that he did not understand the tree-shaped sourcebox, he would have taken action himself. Tong Mi was not satisfied, and he glared hatefully at Luin. He wanted to see how this person was more qualified than him. A lock-breaking tool was indeed important, but it also depended on who had it. Hold on, 2-legged beasts. Lord Fish just reacted. You want to deal with that thing? The fish on Xianxia's head shouted as it pointed at the tree-shaped sourcebox. Casanova ignored it. Xianxia hurriedly said, Yes, help us take a look. What are you looking at? It's useless. You can't lockbreak it. Hurry up and leave. Why? Xianxia asked. The others looked at the fish as well. The fish's eyes turned, and it answered seriously, because this sourcebox contains the power of an ancient predecessor. Once it's unlocked, there will be a calamity. Many were shocked. Casanova frowned. The power of an ancient predecessor was not something that an ordinary person could come into contact with. Only a boundless advanced lockbreaker could take action. High up in the sky, Mr. June frowned. This should not be the case. If there really was an ancient power behind this sourcebox, then the society would not have used this sourcebox as a training target for the youths. However, he had heard of this fish before, and it could see things that ordinary people could not. Seventh bro, it's fake. I'm sure that this fish is spouting nonsense. It's definitely waiting for us to leave so that it can unlock the source box itself, the monkey said confidently. Luin looked at the fish and saw the serious expressions on everyone's faces. He calmly said, there shouldn't be an ancient power behind this source box, or else the society would not have agreed to let us lockbreak it. There must be a boundless advanced lockbreaker within the society who has seen this source box. Many people agreed with his words. The fish was furious. You two-legged beast, don't spout nonsense if you don't know anything. Would Lord Fish harm you? Let me tell you, that tree was planted by an ancient predecessor, so it naturally contains the power of an ancient predecessor. What do you know? Idiot. Luin ignored it and looked at Casanova. You can contact the seniors within the society and ask them. Casanova nodded and was about to move. The fish was unhappy. If you want to die, then go ahead. A bunch of stupid two-legged beasts. Go, go, go. Everyone felt strange, as they could tell that the fish was trying to scare them. Xianxia hurriedly apologized. Casanova glared at the fish and then stepped into lockbreaking range. Daobo and Luin followed suit. Xianxia comforted the fish and then stepped into lockbreaking range as well. The fish glared at Luin, as it hated this two-legged beast to the core. Not only did he have a despicable aura, but he also had a foul mouth. They activated their gadgets to record the scene and stepped into lockbreaking range. Everyone's expressions turned serious, and the fish did not say anything else. Its small eyes scanned the surroundings desperately. Use your own abilities to approach the source box. Listen to my orders, Casanova said solemnly as he took the lead and walked forward. His steps were very steady, and his path was almost straight. Daobo was not too far away from Casanova, and he slowly walked forward as well. Xianxia's expression turned serious, and her expression changed. It was completely different from before, as if she had become a different person. That fish no longer had a foul mouth, and it whispered something into her ear as they steadily walked forward. Luin activated his serious art and looked at the three. At this moment, although Casanova was walking in a straight line, his rhythm was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. He was perfectly able to avoid the strange flow of energy, and he was very confident as he took the lead. Daobo circled around from time to time, but he was clearly inferior to Casanova. He had only sensed the flow when it was 3 meters away from him, but Casanova had adjusted his rhythm when it was 5 meters away. Luin was more concerned about Xianxia, as she seemed to be able to sense the flow even earlier than Daobo. She was almost at the same level as Casanova, which was probably due to that fish. Casanova looked back at Luin, but Luin did not wait any longer and continued forward. Tong Mir stared at Luin, as he rather hoped that Luin would turn into a dried corpse. This was the result of overestimating one's own abilities. It was not just Tong Mir, as many others were staring at Luin as well. He was the only 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker in the group, and the difference between them was too great. Fortunately, Lu Yin's performance was normal, but this did not mean anything. Many other lockbreakers had done the same thing, and some were much faster than Luin. However, accidents had also occurred when they were within 100 meters of the tree-shaped source box, and that was the most dangerous part. The group approached the tree-shaped source box step by step, and as they got closer, the flow increased and became faster. Luin could faintly see these flow speeds, but he was not worried. With his strength, he could easily avoid them. The only thing that could make him serious was within 10 meters of the source box. A bright light appeared in the east as the sun rose and illuminated the earth. At this moment, Casanova was already within 100 meters of the tree-shaped source box. The 2 dried corpses in front of him were very conspicuous and horrifying. Even Casanova had to be serious at this moment, as even a moment of carelessness would result in death. There was no absolute safety in the path of lockbreaking, and even boundless advanced lockbreakers could die. This was the price of lockbreaking. The rest will depend on your abilities. If you're not confident, you can withdraw. The closer you get, the greater the danger. Be careful, Casanova reminded them once more before continuing forward. Daobo, Xianxia, and Luin did not hesitate and stepped into the 100-meter range. At this moment, the flow speeds had increased significantly, and they looked like giant pythons coiling around Luin. He dodged from time to time, and Dao Bo and Xianxia did the same. To the onlookers, the group looked as if they had seen a ghost as they constantly moved around. It was a strange sight, but no one was surprised. This was lockbreaking, and it was no different from seeing a ghost. That two-legged beast isn't bad. It's not simple to follow us here. The fish on Xianxia's head looked at Luin too. Xianxia's expression was serious, but her tone was helpless. Can you stop talking? I don't even have any friends left. TCH, with Lord Fish here, why would I need friends? That's why two-legged beasts like you are all ants living in groups. The fish disdained. Casanova continued to walk forward, dodging from time to time. At the same time, he also looked behind him, especially Luin. He was very clear about Dao Bo and Xianxia's abilities, but he was very curious about Luin. This person's strength was astonishing, and Casanova wondered how good he was at lockbreaking. However, to be able to follow Luin all the way here and even sense the danger from the flow of star energy in advance was already quite impressive. Perhaps Lu Yin's abilities were on par with Dao Bo's. 80 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The four of them walked slower and slower. Most of the time, they even stopped at the same spot to feel their surroundings before they could move. No lockbreaker had ever been to this place before, and no one knew what would happen. Mr. Jin's expression was solemn, as even he might not be able to save these people at this location. If anything happened to any of these people, it would be a huge loss for the society. Another hour passed, and the group was now only 20 meters away from the tree-shaped sourcebox. It had taken them half the night to get close to the sourcebox, but they had yet to unlock it. Dao Bo no longer had the strength to move forward. Through his domain, he could sense that the flow of star energy in front of him was strange, and he could not find a path forward. Xianxia's face was pale, and the fish's eyes darted around. How troublesome. Why are there so many of them? Casanova frowned and looked back at the three. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, as there were too many of them. If they wanted to get closer, they would need someone to act as bait and pull back the flow of star energy that had permeated the entire space. Only then would the others be able to get closer. This was probably Casanova's goal in finding someone to work with. Luin looked at Casanova, and coincidentally, Casanova was looking at him as well. Which one of you has the confidence to advance? Casanova asked as he looked at the three. Dao Bo looked up and glanced at Xianxia and Luin. He shook his head helplessly. I'm not confident. Xianxia pursed her lips, and the fish spoke up. Lord Fish is confident. Casanova looked at Luin. What about you? Luin nodded. I'm confident as well. The fish was unhappy. Two-legged beast, are you going against Lord Fish? Do you think you can get close to it? Dream on. Seventh bro, that fish is too cheap. Stew it, the monkey shrieked. Not too far away, Casanova looked at Luin seriously. Do you know what you're saying? Luin smiled. I'm very clear. I'm saying that I can get close. Casanova's eyes flashed. Tell me, which direction should I head in? Luin raised a finger and pointed. 3 directions. He then pointed in 3 different directions. The fish on Xianxia's head had a strange expression. Damn, they're all right. This two-legged beast is very strange. Could it be that he has the help of a supreme being like Lord Fish? That's impossible. Lord Fish is unique. Casanova also looked at Luin in shock, as this person was even more formidable than he had imagined. Since Brother Lu and Xianxia can both advance, then I'll help you with something. Dao Bo was very smart, and he had already guessed Casanova's intentions. He then raised a hand that vibrated, causing the star energy around him to flow faster and cause a chain reaction. Many streams of energy seemed to be attracted to him, and Casanova, Luin, and Xianxia all charged forward. Dao Bo had opened up a path for them, but he could only bring them 10 meters away from the tree-shaped source box. The flow of energy here was not something that Dao Bo could attract, so they were quite far away. Casanova looked at Luin and Xianxia. Two-legged beast, be smart and be the bait. The fish pointed at Luin with its pectoral fin, looking very arrogant. Luin did not reply, but the flow of energy around him suddenly surged and surrounded him. Casanova's eyes widened. Not good. In the sky, Mr. June was also shaken. Be careful. Lu Yin's eyes trembled, and he tilted his head to the side to easily avoid the flow of energy. His body then moved lightly, and he avoided all of the energy that had gathered around him in a radius of less than 1 meter. Every time, he narrowly brushed past the energy. This scene caused Casanova's eyes to shrink. Secret sidestep? It wasn't just Casanova, Mr. June, Xianxia, Dao Bo, and even those who were watching from outside were all stunned. Tong Mier was even more stunned. The secret sidestep had appeared in the outerverse. To a lockbreaker, there were several very important aids, such as a domain, a lockbreaking tool, a technique that could aid in lockbreaking, and the secret sidestep. Among them, the secret sidestep was the most important. With the secret sidestep, one's lockbreaking safety would increase by 100 or even 1,000 times. Its value was not something that an ordinary person could imagine, and any lockbreaker who comprehended the secret sidestep would definitely become an almighty lockbreaker in the future as long as they did not die. No one would have thought that the secret sidestep that even Casanova had not been able to comprehend was now being used by a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. The shock that it brought was no less than the society's 5 grades appearing at the same time, and even Mr. June was shocked. Xianxia was also stunned, and above her head, the fish opened its mouth, but no malicious words came out of it. Even it knew what comprehending the secret sidestep meant. Luin stopped and looked around. He exhaled and looked at Casanova. This is quite troublesome. We need someone to act as bait. Both he and Casanova looked at Xianxia at the same time. There was no need to choose. Compared to Lu Yin's secret sidestep, Xianxia was the best choice to act as bait. Xianxia was helpless. Alright, I'll do it. Wait, that 2-legged beast. How can you use a female as bait? You're a male 2-legged beast, the fish shouted as its tail wagged. Lu Yin's face immediately darkened. 7th bro, this fish is too despicable. What male and female? It's clearly male and female, the monkey shouted, as if he wanted to compete with the fish. Shut up. Luin barked. Xianxia hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Let me be the bait. She then stirred up her star energy, causing the flow of energy within a 20-meter radius to speed up and flow towards her. This was one of the lockbreaker's rules. When working together, whoever was weaker would be the bait. This was an unspoken rule. As the energy flowed towards Xianxia, the fish immediately let out a strange cry and whispered into her ear. Xianxia hurriedly moved and retreated. Meanwhile, Casanova and Luin quickly rushed towards the tree-shaped source box. Their speeds were about the same, and Casanova no longer underestimated Luin. Lu Yin's secret sidestep allowed him to rival or even surpass him in terms of self-preservation. The two quickly advanced another 10 meters, and they were only 10 meters away from the tree-shaped source box. At this point, neither would give way to the other, and Casanova did not expect Luin to act as bait for him. It all depended on one's own ability. There were more energy flows in the middle of a 10-meter distance than anywhere else, but Luin had the secret sidestep and could rush over. However, rushing over was one thing, and whether or not he could unlock the source box was another. He was not confident that he could succeed. The tree-shaped source box was clearly something that could only be unlocked by a perceptive intermediate, which was why Master Wuxing had told Luin to let him experience it. He had not expected Luin to not only experience it, but also touch it. He looked at Casanova and hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether or not he should rush over. At that moment, Casanova pulled out a pair of cool sunglasses from his cosmic ring and put them on. He looked up at Luin and smiled proudly before rushing towards the tree-shaped source box. Luin was stunned. Was that also a lock-breaking tool? Damn, what a cool lock-breaking tool. 7th bro, your limelight has obviously been suppressed. Go, go, the monkey shouted. Luin frowned, but he did not hesitate any longer. They had already come this far, so was he really going to just watch Casanova unlock the source box? Although Casanova would definitely reward them if they succeeded in unlocking the source box, this was not what Luin wanted. Under everyone's watchful eyes, One of them wore a pair of sunglasses and used a cool footwork to rush towards the tree-shaped source box. The other used the secret sidestep and was like a fish swimming in the sea as he quickly rushed over. The two reached the source box at almost the same time and even reached out to press their hands against it. Suddenly, a complex world of star energy appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. The sealed star energy of the tree-shaped source box far exceeded that of any source box he had ever seen before, and he almost fainted from the shock. Don't force yourself. A perceptive intermediate source box is on a completely different level from a discerning elementary source box. With your experience, you won't be able to unlock it, Casanova said proudly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Up until now, he had only been able to unlock because of his serious technique, domain, and lock-breaking tools. These were all external factors, while true lockbreakers relied on their perception of star energy. Under the same conditions, Lu Yin was still far inferior to those lockbreakers. At the same level, Lu Yin had an incomparable advantage, and his speed was also extremely fast. However, once his external advantages were erased, his true colors would be revealed. Casanova relied on his tyrannical strength, powerful star energy perception, unparalleled lockbreaking experience, and lockbreaking tools to offset Lu Yin's advantages. Compared to Casanova, Lu Yin was still too inexperienced. However, Casanova was wrong about one thing. Lu Yin could successfully unlock the source box, but it would take too long. The tree-shaped source box's lock-breaking crisis covered an area of 1,000 meters, and it could absorb the life force of any life form. Anyone who avoided this crisis could attempt to unlock it, even a lockbreaker without any contributions. Of course, it was impossible for an ordinary lockbreaker to unlock this source box, as the energy contained within the dusty tree-shaped source box was too vast. Even Lu Yin had almost been unable to withstand it. When Casanova began to unlock the source box, the surrounding flow gradually surged towards him, and he moved as he unlocked the source box. Lu Yin looked at him with bright eyes. Casanova naturally had his own methods of lockbreaking, and Lu Yin did not understand what he was seeing. Alright, stop staring at me. There are no similar source boxes in the universe, so you have to figure out your own lockbreaking methods. Help me deal with the surrounding dangers, and I promise you that I'll give you the greatest reward after I succeed, Casanova said solemnly. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I don't want any reward. Casanova's brows rose as he stared at Lu Yin. I couldn't tell that you had such a big appetite. Alright, help me deal with the surrounding dangers, and you can snatch the source box the moment I succeed as long as you have the ability to do so. However, I'll say this first, your reward will be gone. Then it's decided. Lu Yin shouted. He waved his hand, and the flow quickly surged towards him. Seventh bro, don't be silly. That guy is one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings. How can you snatch it from him? The monkey shouted. Lu Yin lowered his voice. How do I know if I haven't tried? It's a perceptive intermediate source box, and it's tree-shaped at that. Whatever I get from this source box won't be simple. It might be my chance to soar. Soar? Let me tell you, even if a source box in the form of a living, there's a 90% chance that it's gone. Even if it doesn't disappear, most of its abilities, and even if it doesn't dissipate, it will still be useless. Why did you think the lockbreaker was kind enough to keep it? Lu Yin's lockbreakers? Lu Yin's, and then, the source box, and the source box to the source box to return to the point of its radiance once again. Ed his Casanovas came to the end. 1 hour, 2 hours. 5 hours went by, and everyone's attention was on Casanova. A layer of the complex, dusty energy covering the tree-shaped source box's surface had been erased, but no one knew how thick it was now. Casanova had a serious expression on his face, which was very different from the image he had seen before, as if he was a different person. Casanova Lu Yin also worked tirelessly to attract the flow of energy to prevent it from hindering Casanova. Up in the sky, Mr. Jun sighed in admiration. Compared to Casanova, he was more concerned about Lu Yin. He had comprehended the secret sidestep, which meant that he had an extraordinary innate gift. It would be a waste for him to continue cultivating. It would be better for him to focus on lockbreaking. Mr. Jun wanted to take Lu Yin as his disciple. A few more hours passed, and beads of sweat dripped down Casanova's forehead. At this moment, the tree-shaped source box had become much thinner, and he was close to successfully unlocking it. Even Luin could feel that the surrounding flow had lessened. Dao Bo and Xianxia no longer needed to absorb the flow. "Keep an eye on it and be ready to snatch it," the fish said excitedly. Xianxia was helpless. "We can't snatch it. It belongs to someone else." "Stupid, too stupid. This thing belongs to whoever snatches it. Don't worry, with Lord Fish helping you, you'll definitely be able to snatch it." The fish's pectoral fins swayed in excitement. Xianxia was helpless. "We really can't snatch it." The fish grimaced. "Stupid female two-legged beast. You're infuriating Lord Fish to death." Lu Yin's expression changed, and he looked back at the fish above Xianxia's head. Dried fish? He suddenly thought of something interesting. If he met this fish again, would bringing a cat catch it off guard? "Hey, male two-legged beast, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a brilliant Lord Fish before?" the fish roared as it pointed at Luin. Luin ignored it, as he could not bring himself to argue with a fish. "Seventh bro, let me out. I'll stomp it to death," the monkey shrieked. After an unknown amount of time, the sky darkened, and the tree-shaped source box emitted a faint glow. It was close to successfully unlocking it. No one noticed that as the tree-shaped source box was successfully unlocked, many small cracks had appeared on the ground, and the sand on the ground had been sucked into the cracks. It was as if there was a huge space underground. Behind Nine Peaks Mountain, the cracks in the ground continued to expand. This scene should have been reported, but the lockbreakers were all on Nine Peaks Mountain, and the cultivators who were monitoring the area had assumed that this was a phenomenon caused by the lockbreaking process. Thus, no one noticed. The tree-shaped sourcebox's glow grew stronger and stronger. Countless people were so nervous that they could not breathe. The glow meant that there was something inside. It was tree-shaped, and no one knew what would appear. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he approached the tree-shaped sourcebox. Casanova's lips curled up. "Brother Lu, it's almost done. Are you ready to snatch it?" Luin clenched his fists. "I'm ready. Don't say that Casanova didn't give you a chance. I'll count to 5, and you'll begin." Luin waved his hand, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After counting to 5, the energy that had been sealed off on the tree-shaped sourcebox's surface completely dissipated. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a strange little tree and a round fruit that emitted a soft white glow at the top of the tree. That was the most precious item. The moment the tree-shaped sourcebox was successfully unlocked, Luin flicked his left index finger upwards, and a faint golden glow rose from the ground. He swept it with his energy and tossed it into the sky. The faint golden glow was too conspicuous in the night, and it had appeared from below the tree-shaped sourcebox. Everyone was instantly attracted to it. Gold was naturally more eye-catching than the white one. Casanova had originally wanted to snatch the white fruit, but the moment he saw the golden glow, he subconsciously went for it. Luin, on the other hand, went straight for the white fruit. This golden fruit was the strengthening fruit that he had upgraded after rolling enhance on his die. He had placed it underground when he had decided to snatch it from Casanova, and he had been waiting for this moment. Since he was going to gamble, he might as well gamble big. He might as well throw in a strengthening fruit and use it to attract Casanova's attention, giving him the opportunity to snatch the fruit first. Lu Yin's plan was sound, and he had indeed touched the white fruit before Casanova. However, Casanova was an expert ranked in the top 30 of the top 100 rankings, and his strength was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. His extreme speed far surpassed Lu Yin's, and after obtaining the strengthening fruit, he had touched the white fruit at almost the same time as Luin. There was a thump as both Luin and Casanova grabbed the white fruit at the same time. Neither of them was willing to give way to the other, and the white fruit was unable to withstand the pressure and was crushed in half. The two of them subconsciously attacked each other again, and Luin blasted out with 30 stacks while Casanova slapped out with a palm, using his lock-breaking techniques to break down the star energy. There was a loud boom as the ground trembled, and the shockwave from the palm crushed the ground. The small tree immediately dissipated, and Luin and Casanova both fell into the ground at the same time. Luin tightly grasped half of the white fruit and looked up at the other side. Casanova immediately put the strengthening fruit and the white fruit into his cosmic ring and rushed towards Luin. Do you think you can escape? Hand over the fruit. Luin put the fruit away and was about to use the monkey's innate gift of shadow to escape when a furious roar shook the earth from underground. A majestic and terrifying aura swept through the sky, sending both Luin and Casanova flying. It wasn't just them, Dao Bo, Shiqi, Xianxia, and the rest were also sent flying by an indescribable force. Mr. Jun's expression changed. Not good. It's an existence with a power level above 100,000. Everyone, escape immediately. He then rushed back underground. Luin floated in the air and looked down at the ground in shock. He remembered Meng Yu mentioning that the Savage Ape planet had a violent ape with a power level above 100,000, but it should have been exterminated by the vast Earth sect. The one underground should have a power level above 100,000. Luin looked towards the tree-shaped source box. Could it be that the source box had not been left there by accident? Or could it be that this source box had caused a mutation in one of the apes? No matter what, Luin had to leave immediately. Hand over the fruit. Casanova rushed towards Luin and grabbed at him. Luin hurriedly dodged. Now's not the time to fight. We'll talk about it after we leave the Savage Ape planet. Casanova was helpless, and he glared at Luin. You're quite capable, kid. You actually managed to steal half of the fruit. Tell me, what was that golden fruit? Casanova, I didn't take half of the fruit for nothing. That golden fruit is a strengthening fruit that's more than 50,000 years old, and it's definitely not any less valuable than the white fruit. After all, no one knows what the white fruit is used for, and its effects must have been greatly reduced, Luin said as he quickly charged towards Xianxia and Zhao Ran. Casanova wanted to chase after him, but the ground rumbled even louder, and an intimidating aura surged out, causing his heart to palpitate. It definitely had a power level above 100,000, and he did not want to die for nothing. Count yourself lucky, Luin. I'll settle this with you the next time we meet. Xianxia and Zhao Ran dodged the terrifying aura that had rushed out from the ground. Luin grabbed the two of them and flew back in the direction they had come from. He could sense that the aura underground was abnormal, and it was terrifyingly strong. There was a loud boom as Nine Peaks Mountain collapsed, and a giant crack appeared underground. Mr. June and the other powerhouses emerged in a sorry state, their faces pale. In the next moment, two gigantic white claws stretched out, and what appeared before the eyes of countless people was a gigantic violent ape. This violent ape had 9 heads. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. 9 Peaks Mountain? 9 heads? No way. He had specifically looked into this place, but its name had already been lost. After all, there was no civilization on the Savage Ape planet. However, the name 9 Peaks Mountain had been passed down for countless years, which meant that this 9-headed ape had lived for many, many years. Luin suddenly thought of the tree-shaped source box, and he looked at the 9-headed ape. Was there a connection between the two? Bang! Xianxia's gadget suddenly exploded, and her expression changed. A creature with a power level of over 200,000. Luin, run! Luin didn't dare to hesitate, and he hurriedly rushed into the distance. The 9-headed ape crawled out of the ground. It was thousands of meters tall and let out a deafening roar. The void cracked, and the entire Savage Ape planet trembled. A normal planet would not be able to withstand the attacks of a creature with a power level of over 200,000. From the perspective of the universe, the Savage Ape planet seemed to be trembling. Luin led Xianxia and Zhao Ran to avoid the spatial tears. His expression was solemn as powerful attacks swept over them from time to time. He held onto the giant emperor's third eye tightly and used secret sidestep to avoid the powerful auras. Countless people were intimidated by the 9-headed ape's aura. Zhao Ran screamed in fear as she looked down. Luin and Xianxia looked down and saw an army being trampled into a puddle of blood by the ape, including an explorer. In front of a creature with a power level of 200,000, even an explorer was no different from an ant. The 9-headed ape did not have any intelligence, and it only knew how to kill and attack. Mr. June teamed up with several cruisers to try and seal it off, but they were unable to do so. It was like a normal person facing off against a wild beast. Intelligence could not make up for the huge difference. Luin still had not left the range of Nine Peaks Mountain, and the void around him continued to shatter. It was the same for Casanova and the rest. Everyone, attack the ape's eyes! Mr. June bellowed. Many space-exploring powerhouses attacked at the same time, aiming for the ape's eyes. The ape's 9 heads and 18 eyes were attacked at the same time. It roared and punched the void, causing countless people's scalps to tingle. It was as if the sky had been punched through. Luin felt his chest tighten, and beside him, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Ran, on the other hand, was unharmed. Far away in outer space, the fleet that had been sealing off the savage ape planet collapsed and turned into cosmic dust. Luin looked up with an ugly expression, as he could not leave. If he did not deal with this ape, then he would not be able to leave even if he boarded a spacecraft. With the ape's strength, its attack range could reach very far into outer space. Another explosion rang out, and a boundless energy that distorted the void swept through the area. Everyone was like an ant in the wind. Luin held onto Xianxia and Zhao Ran tightly as a figure suddenly smashed towards him. He wanted to dodge, but another wave of energy swept towards him from behind. If he dodged, the figure would definitely be torn to shreds by the energy. Luin had no choice but to tell Xianxia, "Hold on tight to me." He then reached out to grab the figure that was smashing towards him. He then abruptly descended, just in time to avoid the shockwave. He looked at the figure in his hand. It was a woman. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he didn't have the time to look. He hurriedly dodged the violent ape's chi. This bunch of idiots, I knew that nothing good would come out of this. I never expected that there would be a big guy hiding here. Luin heard a familiar voice and turned around. It was indeed that unreliable fortune teller, who was carrying a broken wooden pole and trying to avoid the attacks. When Zhao Ran saw Xianxia, she immediately shouted, "Good fortune teller, run." Xianxia rolled his eyes. It'd be strange if we could escape. The entire savage ape planet, no, the entire region of space around the savage ape planet is within its attack range. Unless we can break through the void and escape from the surrounding planets, we can only wait for death. Then what do we do? Those uncles don't seem to be able to defeat that monster. Xianxia sneered. It'd be strange if they could. That's a creature with a power level of 200,000. Do you know how realms are categorized? An enlighter is what you call an almighty powerhouse. Even if they don't have intelligence, they can still fight over 150,000 people. Those people won't even be able to harm it. Luin frowned. Unless the vast Earth Sect's almighty powerhouses act, we're doomed. There's no time. The 9-headed ape has already awakened, and destroying this planet will only take a few minutes. Once those people can't hold it back, we'll all be finished. At that moment, the woman in Lu Yin's grasp woke up. She looked around and knew her current situation. She thanked Luin, but no one had the time to care about her right now. Underground, red magma was spreading, and the entire planet was cracking apart. Mr. June and the rest tried to defend themselves, but it was to no avail. Just as Xianxia had said, the ape could destroy the planet in a matter of minutes. If an enlighter were to act, it would only take a single attack to destroy a planet. With a whoosh, the 9-headed ape suddenly soared into the sky. Under the night sky, its enormous shadow covered the entirety of Nine Peaks Mountain as it raised its arm. Xianxia's hair stood on end. It's going to destroy this planet. That idiot. Mr. June and the rest were shocked, and Luin clenched his fists. Were they really going to die today? No one had expected that the Lockbreaker Society's exchange would attract such a terrifying creature like the 9-headed ape. No one had sensed its existence before, as everyone had been distracted by the tree-shaped sourcebox. Even the Lockbreaker Society had not noticed. Now, if everyone died on the savage ape planet, the impact would be huge. Leaving aside Mr. June, who was a hunter, Casanova, Dao Bo, Shiqi, Luin, and the others all had extraordinary identities. This disaster would be recorded in the annals of history. Everyone stared blankly at the 9-headed ape that had soared into the sky, their eyes filled with despair. An attack with a power level of 200,000 could destroy the heavens and the earth. Not just the savage ape planet, but all of the surrounding planets might be destroyed by this attack. The nine-headed ape roared and raised its arm high. Just as it was about to punch down, everyone's mouth suddenly fell open. They stared blankly at the ape's back, no, above its head, where a foot had appeared. No, it wasn't a foot, but a claw. Was that a rabbit's claw? Above the ape's head, the void seemed to split open, but it also seemed to disappear. It seemed both real and illusory. A giant rabbit flickering with lightning stepped on the ape's head and disappeared into the void. That feeling was like stepping on a pedal, and it disappeared in an instant. Everyone stared at the sky, but it was gone. Had they been hallucinating? However, the next scene made everyone realize that it had not been a hallucination. The nine-headed ape had fainted. Luin was in disbelief. What was this? Xianxia's mouth hung open as he fiddled with his fingers. A violent ape with a power level of 200,000 has been stepped on by a rabbit? Where did this rabbit come from? Even a rabbit has gone crazy? With a boom, the nine-headed ape crashed to the ground and fainted. Its body flickered with lightning from time to time, and much of its flesh had been charred. Everyone was stunned. That was a creature with a power level of 200,000. Mr. June and the others could not even injure it, but it had been stepped on by a rabbit. Where had this rabbit come from? That was what everyone was thinking. Where had this crazy rabbit come from? Lu, brother Lu, I think I saw a rabbit, Zhao Ran said adorably. Luin frowned, and he was a little confused. Seventh bro, I saw a rabbit as well. It's so big, and it's so awesome, the monkey said in a daze. Everyone landed on the ground and looked at the enormous nine-headed ape. Mr. June inspected the ape, and his expression turned grave. It won't wake up for a while. It's completely fainted. It was electrocuted. Countless people relaxed, as the nine-headed ape had almost killed them all. Ha, I don't understand what you two-legged beasts are so afraid of. With Lord Fish here, forget about 200,000, even if it had a power level of 2 million, Lord Fish can whip it to death with a single tail, the fish on Chi-Chi's head spoke up, taunting the entire crowd as usual. This time, it even included the nine-headed ape. Many people rolled their eyes, as this fish had been so frightened that it had cried out. Chi-Chi felt embarrassed, and she hurriedly ran away. Luin raised his hand and approached the ape, but before he could even touch it, his fingertips went numb. He could feel the power of thunder, and it was no ordinary thunderbolt. Even with his physical strength, he did not dare to touch it directly. It was no wonder why the ape had been electrocuted unconscious. Mr. June was using his gadget to communicate with someone, most likely the Lockbreaker Society. That rabbit was too unusual, as powerhouses with a power level of over 200,000 were very rare in the universe. But one that had been trampled unconscious by a single foot meant that its power level was at least 250,000. Such a powerhouse was too terrifying, and it was just a rabbit. In the human domain, this matter was enough to cause the Hall of Honor to intervene. Alright, everyone should leave. The savage ape planet is in danger of disintegrating at any moment, Mr. June said. Many people hurriedly left. Brother Lu, let's leave as well, Yu Xianxia said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I'm injured. Wait a moment. He then found a secluded place to avoid the crowd. Yu Xianxia was puzzled, as she did not see any injuries on Lu Yin, but she did not ask any questions and just waited quietly. Xianxia was muttering to himself as he circled the ape, but no one knew what he was doing. Zhao Ran followed him with great interest, as she had always thought that Xianxia was an expert, which made him feel helpless. Trash, don't follow me. Xianxia barked. I'm Trash, kind fortune teller. Thank you for reminding me. Zhao Ran was very happy. Xianxia was speechless. Casanova looked around, trying to find Lu Yin's figure, but after some thought, he decided against it. The white fruit had already been split in two, and he could not restore it. He had even obtained a golden fruit, so it was not a loss. Furthermore, he had already agreed to let Lu Yin steal it, so he could only forget about it. Elsewhere, Lu Yin hid in a secluded area and placed his cosmic ring to the side to prevent himself from rolling possession. He raised his hand and his die appeared. I hope I can roll it. He then tapped the die. The last time he had rolled it was in Astral 10, and it had been about a month since then. It was time. The die spun rapidly before finally coming to a stop at one point. Lu Yin subconsciously looked around, afraid that something like cross-dressing would appear again. Thankfully, a technological weapon appeared this time, but it was useless. He tossed it aside and used a cube of star crystals to restore the die before rolling it again. The second time was possession, but it was useless. He quickly rolled it a third time. When the die stopped spinning, Lu Yin looked at the number and was overjoyed. Possession. He rushed out without a second thought, almost tearing through the void to appear beside the ape, giving Xianxia a fright. Lu Yin reached out and approached the ape, his fingertips numb as a strand of lightning coiled around them. Xianxia's eyes went wide. Trash, are you looking to die? Is this something you can touch? Lu Yin grinned. I'm just curious. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Trash. Lu Yin didn't care about Xianxia's attitude. At this moment, he was overjoyed because a thunderbolt symbol had appeared on the die's face. 5 pips, borrow an innate gift. If a cultivator's innate gift was touched within 10 seconds, the innate gift could be borrowed into the die. He had just borrowed the innate gift of the thunderbolt rabbit. The lightning rabbit had been able to stomp the 9-headed ape unconscious, so there was no need to talk about its strength. The power of its lightning was unimaginably strong, and even though Lu Yin had only come into contact with a sliver of it, he was still looking forward to seeing the power of that sliver. Lu Yin was borrowing an innate gift, not the user's battle prowess. He had only borrowed a lightning innate gift, but he was still looking forward to it. He felt that this lightning was extraordinary. He just didn't know if his body could withstand it. Mr. Lu, thank you again for saving me, the girl said. Lu Yin smiled. You're welcome. The girl handed him a number. I'm Ling Yan, one of the Outerverse managers of Daystar Shipping. Lu Yin was shocked. Daystar Shipping? Before coming to the 9 Peaks Mountain, he had heard Yu Xianzi introduce this company to him. It was a rather wealthy corporation. It seems that Mr. Lu has heard of Daystar Shipping, Ling Yan said with a smile. Lu Yin nodded. Of course I've heard of a well-known tycoon in the universe. I never thought that Miss Ling Yan would become a manager at such a young age. Impressive. I can't compare to you, Mr. Lu. I'm the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, and I'm also a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. After this lockbreaking, I'll definitely rise in star, and my future prospects will be limitless. I hope that Mr. Lu can take care of my business in the future, Ling Yan politely replied. He could not stay on the Savage Ape planet any longer, so he left with Yu Xianzi and Zhao Ran under Casanova's strange gaze. When he had first arrived, he had spent several days searching for the sourcebox's location. Now, however, he was able to tear through the void and arrive at the spacecraft's landing site in just a few hours. Looking at the cracks in the ground and the half-sunken spaceship, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had been worried that the spaceship would be destroyed. After all, the entire Savage Ape planet was on the verge of collapse. Not long after, 2 personal spaceships entered space. Lu Yin turned back to look, and his eyes widened in shock. The Savage Ape planet was very different from when he had first arrived, and there were now several giant cracks in its surface. From outer space, it looked like a huge crack. However, compared to the entire Savage Ape planet, it was a fault that stretched endlessly. The 9-headed Savage Ape had almost shattered the Savage Ape planet. This trip to the Savage Ape planet could be considered a narrow escape, and he had almost died. He looked at his cosmic ring, not knowing what the white fruit was for. He decided that he should ask someone about it when he returned. 7th brother, what does fortune-telling mean? I'm sure you've looked at the dead, but when have you looked at the dead? Speaking of which, how can a dead person look you in the eye? The monkey asked. Before leaving, Xianxia spoke to Lu Yin once more. He met the gaze of the dead, and this time, Lu Yin could tell that it wasn't a king, but a dead person. She had even added that Lu Yin was an inauspicious person. Her tone was quite frightening, and Lu Yin felt uncomfortable when he heard it. That old man is just spouting nonsense. Do you really believe him? Lu Yin snapped. Of course I know that he's just spouting nonsense, but he's still from the Starsabil sect, So he might have some tricks up his sleeve, the monkey said uncertainly. Lu Ying didn't mind, as he couldn't remember when he had looked into the eyes of a dead person. It was impossible for a dead person to look into their eyes, and there was no point in keeping their eyes open. They were lifeless, so there was no way to look into their eyes unless they were revived. Hold on. Lu Ying suddenly thought of something. The arcane art of life and death could revive the dead. Could it be related to this technique? That couldn't be right. Even if it was related to this technique, he was the one who had successfully cultivated it, not someone else. So why would he look into his own eyes? Lu Ying shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He adjusted his route to San Dios, closed his eyes, and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. He planned to rest for a while. 10 days later, in San Dios, a personal spacecraft smoothly landed at the Prairie Flame Continent Space Station. The hatch opened, and a young man walked out with a smile on his face as he looked around. Outside the space station, Puyu walked out and looked at the young man. His eyes flashed, and he walked over. The young man disembarked from the spacecraft and walked straight towards Puyu. "Welcome, Representative Liu," Puyu said with a smile. The young man smiled and greeted Puyu respectfully. "This is my first time here. So I hope that Representative Puyu will take care of me." Puyu laughed heartily, as he was very satisfied with the young man's attitude. The last bit of worry in his heart had disappeared. Just as he was about to say something else, 2 personal spacecraft descended from high up in the sky. The hatch opened, and Lu Ying walked out. Within the Prairie Flame Continent Space Station, Lu Ying had just walked out when he saw an unforgettable figure. Lu Xiaoge? The young man who had greeted Puyu was Lu Xiaoge. He had been ordered by Knight King Zhenwu to come to San Dios. His goal was to suppress Lu Yin's development and also to serve the Night King clan. Lu Xiaoge faced Lu Ying and raised a hand. "Long time no see, Brother Lu." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Lu Xiaoge. He slapped out with his palm, aiming for Lu Xiaoge's head. Lu Ying held nothing back in this attack, as he had seen Puyu. He wanted to kill Lu Xiaoge before Puyu could even react. Lu Xiaoge suddenly looked up, and his lips curled up. Black and white energy swirled around him as he slowly retreated in the face of Lu Yin's 30 stacks attack. The black and white energy shattered the void around Lu Xiaoge, and Lu Xiaoge's body fluttered like a leaf as he easily dodged Lu Yin's full-powered attack. He retreated 100 meters and landed right behind Puyu. The void collapsed as Lu Yin's palm shattered the void and transformed into 30 stacks that crushed the air, causing countless people in the space station to be unable to breathe. Puyu took a step forward and stared coldly at Lu Ying. "Representative Liu, what are you trying to do?" Lu Ying stared at the empty space in front of him in shock, and he turned around in disbelief to look at Lu Xiaoge. Impossible. How could he have dodged his attack? Even leaders like Dao Bo and Lu Xiaoyun would not be able to dodge 30 stacks so easily unless they were at the same level. In other words, only the publicly recognized true 10 Arbiters candidates could easily dodge Lu Yin's attack. However, Lu Xiaoge was definitely not one of them. How had he been able to dodge Lu Yin's attack? It wasn't just Lu Ying, Puyu was shocked as well. He had received news that Knight King Zhenwu had sent someone to replace Lu Ying as a representative to exercise his authority. That person had been born in the Great Yu Empire and had a grudge against Lu Ying. That was all Puyu knew, but he had never imagined that this person would have the power to rival Lu Ying. Although Puyu loathed Lu Ying, he was completely certain of Lu Yin's strength. It was impossible for such a freakish leader to randomly appear in the universe. "Brother Liu, it's been a while since we last met, but your attitude towards me hasn't changed at all." Lu Xiaoge beamed at Lu Ying, looking very relaxed. Lu Ying retracted his hand and looked at Lu Xiaoge. "You've changed a lot in the past few years." Lu Xiaoge shrugged. "You're the same. Since we're old friends, why don't we have a drink? Is that power the reason you're so confident in inviting me?" Lu Ying narrowed his eyes. Lu Xiaoge smiled. "You could say that. I was also afraid that you would kill me with a single palm." Lu Ying glanced at Puyu. "Why is he here?" Puyu replied leisurely, "Arbiter Zhenwu has decreed that Lu Xiaoge is temporarily acting as a representative to exercise his authority as a member of the Outerverse Youth Council." Arbiter Zhenwu, Night King Zhenwu. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Xiaoge had betrayed Earth and left with Night King Qingyu. Now, he had gained Night King Zhenwu's support, and his strength had undergone a drastic change. The power he had just used to avoid Lu Yin's palm was definitely a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin had never doubted that someone like Lu Xiaoge would be able to rise up the ranks, but he had never expected it to happen so quickly. Furthermore, Arbiter Zhenwu was backing him up. Yu Xianxia brought Zhao Ran to Lu Yin's side. Let's go. Lu Yin left with the two girls. Within the space station, Puyu watched Lu Yin's departing figure. He could not get the countless pirates out of his mind, as well as the power that had severed Darkstar Gorge. He did not dare to go too far in front of Lu Yin, but fortunately, the person sent by Arbiter Zhenwu had a deep grudge against Lu Yin, so he could make use of him. However, Puyu turned to look at Lu Xiaoge. This person was not simple, and even Puyu was afraid of that power. Lu Yin brought Zhao Ran to San Dios as a representative. She did not remember anything from before, and Lu Yin could not just throw her away, so he could only bring her along. Yu Xianxia had been wronged, as the two women had been squeezed into a single personal spacecraft for over 10 days. Zhao Ran was very curious about San Dios, and she constantly looked around. She was not troubled by the fact that she had lost her memories. Do you like her? Yu Xianxia looked at Lu Yin strangely. I just sympathize with what happened to her. Help me find a place for her. Lu Yin then left. He was not in a good mood. Back on Earth, Lu Yin's greatest enemy had been Lu Xiaoge. When he had still been a normal person, countless people had turned into zombies. Lu Xiaoge had then bombed an entire city, leaving Lu Yin with unforgettable scars. Although those scars had disappeared due to his cultivation, Lu Yin could not erase the pain from his memories. Lu Yin's greatest regret was that he had not been able to kill Lu Xiaoge back on Earth. Now that he was facing Lu Xiaoge again, he was still unable to kill him. This made Lu Yin feel very sullen. He had been cultivating for the past few years and had reached such a high level, but Lu Xiaoge had not fallen behind at all. His strength was just as unfathomable. Lu Xiaoge's appearance had not only brought out Lu Yin's deep-seated hatred, but also his longing for Zhang Dingtian and the others. Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Saruzan, and Su San had followed him out of Earth, but they were nowhere to be seen. He did not know if they were dead or alive, but if they were not, then where were they? Lu Yin stood at the edge of San Dios and looked down. He was at the top of the world, but that was only relative to the Prairie Flame continent. Compared to the 10 arbiters, he was still an ant, and the 10 arbiters were also ants compared to those old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. What about those old freaks? Were they really at the peak? Lu Yin would never forget the scene he had seen on his way to the border warfront. A group of people who thought that they had explored the universe did not know that they were just the observation targets of a higher civilization. They were just one step away from the truth, and they would never be able to see it. This was the tragedy of a civilization falling behind, and cultivators had their own tragedies. Lu Yin raised a hand and grabbed at the air. Perhaps there was a higher civilization just a step away from him that was observing him like he was observing Xiao Bai. He laughed at himself. It was not impossible. Destiny was determined by the heavens, and who knew who that heavens were? If Lu Yin wanted to, he could give any person on the Prairie Flame continent a great opportunity, and that person would view him as the heavens. Then, who was the heavens that viewed him as an ant? Was it someone with a power level in the hundreds of thousands? Or was it the Dream Finger? Seventh bro, who was that person? You seem to hate him a lot, the monkey asked. Lu Yin looked up at the sky with a melancholy expression. He had unknowingly been overthinking things. It has nothing to do with you. The monkey shrieked, damn, seventh bro, we're one. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? If he's your enemy, then he's my enemy as well. Tell me, and I'll curse him to death. Lu Yin frowned, as the monkey was becoming more and more strange. How should he put it? At first, the monkey had been relatively cold, but as time passed, he had become a chatterbox. Was this his nature, or was he lonely because he was trapped in Lu Yin's arm? He had let himself loose. Monkey, are you lonely? Lu Yin asked. The monkey froze and did not speak for a long time. Seventh bro, what do you mean? Sometimes, you talk too much. The monkey fell silent. Ding. Lu Yin's gadget beeped with a notification from an unknown number. It was a conversation log. Representative Lu has just arrived in San Dios, so you might not be familiar with the situation. Lu Yin is arrogant, and he abuses his power. He even colludes with pirates. I know why Arbiter Zhenwu sent you here, but I have to remind you to be careful. Thank you for the reminder. Counselor Puyu. Lu Yin and I are old friends, so I know a little about him. That's good. Where does Representative Lu plan to start? Does Counselor Puyu have any good suggestions? I don't have any suggestions, but this person comes from the same place as Representative Lu. Perhaps we can start from there. Haha, thank you for the reminder, Counselor Puyu. I wouldn't dare to say that, but I'm just saying a few words. Right, there are many things you can ask Baser. He used to be in charge of the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, but he has a grudge against Lu Yin and is currently imprisoned. Understood. This detailed conversation had come from Puyu and Lu Xiaoge, and the person who had sent it to Lu Yin was none other than Lu Xiaoge. Brother Lu, let's talk. Lu Xiaoge sent a message to Lu Yin. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Sure. Two people who came from Earth had embarked on different paths, but they met at the same place. To Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoge was someone he had to kill, but he couldn't do so at the moment. Besides, he wanted to see what Lu Xiaoge wanted to do. They were still at the edge of San Dios when Lu Xiaoge slowly walked over. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, and there was an indescribable charm about him. He stopped 3 meters away from Lu Yin. Brother Lu, the scenery here must be beautiful. I don't believe that you can block my attack. It's not impossible for me to kill you. Lu Xiaoge's lips curled up, and he walked over to Lu Yin's side. That's right. Brother Lu is unequaled in the Lamita realm, and he's a publicly acknowledged 10 arbiters candidate. At the very least, there are no more than 5 people in the Lamita realm who can withstand Brother Lu's killing intent, and that doesn't include me. Then why did you dare to meet me alone? Lu Yin turned to look at Lu Xiaoge, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Lu Xiaoge stretched lazily and raised his right hand, palm facing down. Brother Lu, guess what I saw? Lu Yin did not answer. Lu Xiaoge's tone was high. Ruler. He then looked at Lu Yin seriously. This position allows one to rule over the entire Prairie Flame continent, just like how you used your authority as a counselor to decide the life and death of Fire's Melt planet. I saw this. Lu Yin sneered. Lu Xiaoge, don't try to trick me. I've never ruled over anyone. Brother Lu, you misunderstand. Someone like Puyu is not attractive to me. Although he's a counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council and is even on the top 100 rankings, he's not on the same level as Brother Lu. I'm not that short-sighted to work with him to deal with Brother Lu, Lu Xiaoge said disdainfully. Lu Yin laughed. Dealing with me is not just Puyu's idea, but also the idea of the person behind you. You're confident that with Arbiter Zhenwu, I won't dare to kill you. That's what you're relying on. Lu Xiaoge smiled. On one hand, the real reason why I'm not afraid of Brother Lu is not Arbiter Zhenwu. I believe that even if Brother Lu kills me, you're confident that Arbiter Zhenwu won't be able to touch you, just like how you saved Shui Day Night. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Lu Xiaoge knew more than he had expected, which proved that this person's status in the Day Night clan was not low. Brother Lu is like me, and we both want to rule. That's what I'm relying on, Lu Xiaoge said confidently. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with disdain. I've already said that I've never wanted to rule over anyone. Wrong. Brother Lu's actions are to rule. Would Brother Lu allow the Great Yu Empire's throne to fall to someone else? Even if it's Wendy Yushan, would Brother Lu allow the position of counselor to be lost? Would Brother Lu allow someone in the same realm to be above you? All of this proves that Brother Lu's ambitions are greater than the heavens, Lu Xiaoge said sharply. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop Lu Xiaoge. Lu Xiaoge, there's no need to guess my thoughts. Your words are laughable. Is this how you managed to curry favor with Arbiter Zhenwu? A hint of a smile flashed across Lu Xiaoge's eyes. Perhaps. Since Brother Lu doesn't want to hear about this, I'll change the topic. Lu Xiaoge paused for a moment before continuing. has Brother Lu ever thought about controlling East Sandios? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he stared at Lu Xiaoge. Are you crazy? Lu Xiaoge smiled. Brother Lu, just treat me as if I'm crazy. I hope that we can work together to deal with Puyu and control East Sandios together. Lu Yin sneered and immediately refused. I know why Arbiter Zhenwu sent you here. First, it's to deal with me, and second, it's to prepare for the Day-Night clan's future entry into Sandios. Rather than working with me, you should think about how to work with Puyu. Lu Yin then turned to leave. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin's back. From Earth to the Great Yu Empire, to Astral 10, and now to Sandios, Brother Lu has done all of this under the premise that you've been prepared. Puyu ordered Bezer to humiliate Brother Lu in the Great Yu Empire, and Brother Lu will not forget that. Lu Yin continued to walk towards Sandios, not stopping at all. Lu Xiaoge continued, saying, given Brother Lu's character, since you've decided to deal with Bezer, you definitely won't let Puyu off. Previously, the pirates attacked more than 100 organizations, and the powerhouses cut off Darkstar Gorge. However, these are not Brother Lu's methods to deal with Puyu. It's too obvious. Lu Yin still did not stop, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I believe that Brother Lu has already made ample preparations to deal with Puyu. In fact, you've already made your move, but Puyu hasn't noticed. Lu Xiaoge's tone was heavy. Lu Yin stopped in his tracks. You're overthinking things. Is that so? I, Lu Xiaoge, was able to enter Arbiter Zhenwu's eyes as an earthling and reach my current position. Although I don't have absolute power or innate talent, I'm still quite good at reading people. I'm certain that Brother Lu Yin has full confidence in dealing with Puyu. Since that's the case, why should I work with a loser? Lu Yin turned around. You were sent by Arbiter Zhenwu to deal with me. If you work with me, aren't you afraid of Night King Zhenwu? Lu Xiaoge smiled. Dealing with you is my goal, and the method is mine. However, only I know my true goal. Arbiter Zhenwu is not a god. How about it, Brother Lu? Do you have the guts to work with me so that we can control Sandios together? Lu Yin crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He looked at Lu Xiaoge with interest. I'm very curious. Since you're certain that I can deal with Puyu, why would you work with me to control Sandios? If I can deal with Puyu, then I can deal with you as well. Lu Xiaoge spread out his hands. It's simple. Because I'm Arbiter Zhenwu's subordinate. Unless it's a crime of betraying humanity, no one can touch me. Brother Lu, take a guess. Do you have the ability to accuse me of betraying humanity? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Betraying humanity? That was the crime that he had accused Puyuan of. If you can't touch me, then let's work together. At the very least, I won't hinder Brother Lu from doing anything. You and I can put on a good show for the Arbiters. After all, we're both from Earth, and we'll both serve Earth in the future. Lu Xiaoge smiled. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiaoge and considered how to deal with this person. This was very troublesome. Arbiter Zhenwu's backing was quite powerful, and his reputation had reached a peak after he had thrown Shui Chuanxiao into Kuan Swamp. Lu Xiaoge was right. Unless Lu Yin had betrayed humanity, there was no way to deal with him. However, the crime of betraying humanity was not that easy to find. If the Neo-Human Alliance was that easy to find, then it would not have been able to hide for so many years. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin in distress. Brother Lu, it looks like you still remember your grudge with Earth. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. I won't. Lu Xiaoge helplessly activated his gadget and sent Lu Yin a few names. Lu Yin looked at them in confusion. There were a total of 4 names: Amethyst Trading Company, Aegis, the Nalan family, and Endless Borders. Brother Lu should be clear about one principle: no matter what you do, money is the most important, Lu Xiaoge said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he absolutely agreed with Lu Xiaoge's words. Whether it's personal life or power struggles, there's nothing to talk about without money. Since ancient times, the changes of imperial authority and weaves have not only been fought over powerhouses, but also over resources. These 4 names represent the 4 wealthiest corporations in the Outerverse, and they'll be meeting soon to discuss some cooperation. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin with confidence in his eyes. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yin asked. coldly. Lu Xiaoga's lips curled up. It doesn't seem to matter for now, but who knows what will happen in the future. There might come a day when Brother Lu needs money. I won't need money every day, Luyin thought to himself. Luyin looked at the four names. He was familiar with the Nalan family, but not to the point where he could gain their support. He had not forgotten that Lulu had shown him the proof of undying Yushan's loan from the Mavis Bank. To the Empire, that was a humiliation. What Luyin wanted was support, not a loan. Luyin had already set the stage for the Ross Empire, and there would definitely be a war in the future. However, resources would always be a headache, and this matter could not be delayed. Luyin looked at Lu Xiaoga. Location: Tyrannical Weave, Myriad City, Lu Xiaoga answered. When? It's not confirmed yet, but I'll let you know when it's confirmed. Luyin nodded solemnly. The grudge between us is settled for now. He then turned and left. Lu Xiaoga watched Lu Yin's departing figure and smiled confidently. He had not misjudged this person. Luyin was ambitious and capable. Lu Xiaoga liked to work with people like this. Even if he had to pay a price in the early stages, he would be able to get it back in the future. Furthermore, this person could influence the Day-Night clan, which was what Lu Xiaoga valued the most. Lu Xiaoga was not under Lu Yin's control, but he did not know if Lu Yin had made a move against Puyu. Lu Xiaoga's analysis was based on Lu Yin's previous actions, and he was not certain. Regardless, Lu Xiaoga could not work with Puyu. An idiot who had exposed his trump cards had no right to work with Lu Xiaoga. Lu Yin returned to Wendy Yushan's courtyard and suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten to ask about Night King Qingyu, as the man had said that he would go to Earth for revenge. In the past, Night King Qingyu had been a space-exploring powerhouse, and the fact that he had been able to escape from the Day-Night clan meant that he definitely had some extraordinary abilities. The battle back then had been very difficult, and even Lu Yin's cosmic art had been able to suppress Night King Qingyu. Lu Yin wondered if Night King Qingyu would actually go to Earth. Probably not, as Night King Qingyu was looking for Lu Yin, and the person he wanted to take revenge on was Lu Yin. Tyrannical Weave was quite far from San Dios, and it was a full 20 weaves away. However, it was very close to West San Dios, which was equivalent to the western part of the Outerverse. There wasn't much information about Tyrannical Weave on the internet. Perhaps it was because it was too far away, but there was some information about Million City. It was known as the wealthiest city in the world, and even a beggar in that city would be worth a fortune as long as they had the ability to sneak in and beg. There was a saying on the internet that as long as you had the ability to enter Wanqing City, it would have the ability to make you rich. These words made Lu Yin's blood boil, and he couldn't wait to head over to Million City. What he lacked the most was money. It was no wonder that the four major corporations were gathered in Myriad City. Only such a city had the qualifications to host the four major corporations. Lu Yin stroked his chin. Should he go? With Lu Yin's current status, it would not be of much use for him to go there. He had many different identities, but they all represented his potential. Regardless of whether it was his status as a lockbreaker or as a member of the 10 Arbiters' Council, he was still lacking compared to other people who had the qualifications to get investments from the four major corporations. However, that might not be the case, as Lu Yin had a very prominent identity. He was the strongest Lamiter and a true 10 Arbiters candidate. Even though it was uncertain whether the 10 Arbiters would abdicate when they reached the age limit, Lu Yin was still worth investing in. It all depended on the scale of the investment. Of the four major corporations, Lu Yin was very familiar with the Nalan family. If he asked, Madame Nalan would definitely invest, but for some reason, he felt uncomfortable spending her money. Perhaps it had something to do with her status as a widow. There was another question. If there was really a corporation that was willing to invest, would it be for his own cultivation? Or invest in the Great Yu Empire? There was a fundamental difference, and Lu Yin pondered this. Lu Xiaoga had officially become an acting counselor and oversaw 7 weaves, which was 3 more than Wendy Yushan's. Arbiter Zhenwu's support was quite strong, and Puyu felt that he had already offended Arbiter Lan. Now, he was trying his best to get closer to Zhenwu, so he was unusually polite to Lu Xiaoga. On the surface, Lu Xiaoga and Lu Yin still looked the same, and it was impossible to tell that they had already settled their old grudge. The grudge that Lu Yin was referring to was the time when Lu Xiaoga had bombed a city and almost killed him. Lu Yin had not forgotten about Lu Xiaoga's betrayal of Earth, but it was not his place to care. If Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were still alive, then that would be their responsibility. Zhao Ran stayed in San Dios as a maidservant, but there was one thing that was quite troublesome. This girl would forget everything that had happened in the past after a few days, just like now. Who are you? Zhao Ran's eyes widened in confusion as she stared at him with a puzzled expression. Lu Yin was helpless. Don't ask so many questions. Just stay here. Oh, but where is this place? Zhao Ran asked. East San Dios. I've never heard of it. Why am I here? I told you not to ask. Just stay here. I'm sorry for making you angry. No. I'm defective. Zhao Ran lowered her head, feeling wronged. Lu Yin was speechless. She remembered that word very clearly. This conversation had happened twice over the past few days, and Lu Yin had no choice but to record it down and hand it over to Xianxia. Show this to her if she loses her memories again. Don't ask me about it. With that, he left. You're the one who insisted on keeping her here, Xianxia grumbled. She looked at Zhao Ran's confused eyes. Let's go. I'll show you around again. I'm sorry for troubling you. I'm defective, Zhao Ran apologized. Xianxia was helpless. Don't call yourself defective in the future. Oh. On an ordinary day, something unusual happened. A personal spacecraft landed at the Prairie Flame Continent space station, and a beautiful woman walked out. She was dressed in a white, tight-fitting jacket with gold trim and wielded a 2-meter-long sword. Her long black hair fell to her waist, and she exuded a tranquil and simple aura. She was Wendy Yushan, and she had just returned to San Dios. Lu Yin, Puyu, Lu Xiaoga, and the rest were all waiting outside the space station and looking at her. Wendy Yushan was a legend. She had reached the top 20 of the top 100 rankings in the Outerverse and was the strongest disciple of the Innerverse Myriad Sword's peak. Her fame was not limited to one region, and it spread throughout the entire universe. What was even more well-known about her was her charisma. Countless people had gone crazy over her, and Puyu was one of Wendy Yushan's pursuers. Puyu hurriedly stepped forward when he saw Wendy Yushan. Lu Xiaoga sighed in admiration. Brother Lu, you're so lucky. Lu Yin smiled. Lucky? No, this woman wasn't interested in him. Welcome back, Counselor Wendy. Puyu walked up to Wendy Yushan and greeted her warmly. Wendy Yushan was still as cold as ever, and she nodded at Puyu. Her gaze swept past Lu Xiaoga before finally landing on Lu Yin. I formally recommended you to Arbiter Lan for the position of Outerverse Youth Council Counselor, but I was rejected. Lu Yin shrugged. That's expected. It's impossible to become a counselor without becoming an explorer. Wendy Yushan coldly walked past Puyu and then disappeared. Puyu felt awkward, but he was already used to it, so he left the space station as well. As for Lu Xiaoga, he didn't even speak to Wendy Yushan. This was Wendy Yushan, she didn't care about people she didn't care about. Wendy Yushan looked around the courtyard, but her expression didn't change. She calmly looked at Lu Yin. How's Baser? Imprisoned, Lu Yin replied. Wendy Yushan's reaction was indifferent. Lu Yin realized that he hated Wendy Yushan's reaction. It was as if she was always high and mighty, just like how she had looked at him when they had brushed past each other on Xenu Star. That kind of disregard, or perhaps admiration, was an insult to Lu Yin. You're a counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council, but you don't even know if your subordinates are loyal to you. Furthermore, you're only in charge of 4 weaves. You're such a failure, Lu Yin said mercilessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Barley and the others who had come to greet Wendy Yushan were startled. They hurriedly retreated, not daring to approach. Zhao Ran blinked nearby with a drink in her hand. She didn't know if she should enter or leave. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Are you trying to control me? You could say that. Lu Yin didn't back down. 7th bro, you're awesome. Beat her up, the monkey shouted. Wendy Yushan's eyes gradually turned cold, and the void around her seemed to solidify. Her murderous aura caused Barley and the others to feel a chill in their hearts. This was Wendy Yushan's power. You're meddling too much. Luyin was enraged by Wendy Yushan's forceful pressure. He raised his head. I'm the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and your fiancé. Barley and the others were completely stunned, and they hurriedly ran away. The next moment, a powerful aura swept through San Dios. Wendy Yushan unsheathed her sword and stared coldly at Luyin. I acknowledge that you're the closest person to my Yushan family, and I can also acknowledge that you're my only relative. However, take back the words fiancé. Luyin stared into Wendy Yushan's eyes and unleashed his domain, isolating her murderous aura. A dark golden light appeared on the surface of his body. This was five-lined battle force. This marriage was approved by Undying Yushan's imperial uncle. This marriage with my Zishan family will always be valid as long as I, Luyin, am alive. Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed as the void around them was torn apart. There was clearly no attack, but the void was as thin as paper, and even Lu Yin's clothes and cheeks were covered in blood. You're too presumptuous. I'm your sister. Wendy Yushan's tone was icy, and her face was filled with anger. Lu Yin's eyes widened. I'm your husband. With a whoosh, her sword was pressed against Lu Yin's neck. Wendy Yushan gripped the hilt tightly. You want to marry me? Sure, but you'll have to win against this sword in my hand. Lu Yin glanced at the blade. Although there was no aura circulating around it, he did not believe that Wendy Yushan's sword was any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords. On the contrary, Wendy Yushan's swordsmanship far surpassed Lu Xiaoqiu's, and it was not something that the current Lu Yin could contend against. Does that mean that as long as I win, I can marry you? Lu Yin asked in a clear voice. Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed. Yes. All right. Lu Yin shouted. I'll challenge you in at most 1 year. Wendy Yushan snorted. I meant right now. Are you in such a hurry to marry me? Lu Yin retorted. Wendy Yushan was furious, and her sword emitted an aura that caused all of San Dios to tremble. Even Puyu, Lu Xiaoga, and the others were alarmed. Wendy Yushan glanced at the letter that Lu Yin had placed on her sword. She recognized the handwriting. It was from Undying Yushan. This is the letter that Uncle wanted me to give to you, along with this chip. Lu Yin took out the chip and handed it to her. This chip contained one of the greatest treasures in the universe, a secret technique. It should be the same as the Yu secret art that Lu Yin had obtained. This was a secret technique, and as long as he was willing, he could sell it for more than enough money to establish 100 great Yu empires. If he offered it to the Hall of Honor, he would receive at least 10 honor points. What did 10 honor points mean? It meant that if he died an unnatural death, everyone and everything related to his death would be thoroughly investigated by the Hall of Honor, and his death would not be in vain. This meant that he would be exempt from death by the entire human domain. Shui Chuanxiao had betrayed the entire human race and caused half of Endless Weave to fall. Even such a crime could be exempt from death because of honor points, which showed how important 10 honor points were. Lu Yin's heart bled when he gave the chip to Wendy Yushan, but he would not keep it for himself. This was something that Undying Yushan had given to his daughter, and he would not be able to live with his conscience if he kept it. Damn, 7th bro, you're really giving it to her? I'm impressed. That's a secret technique, a secret technique. It's enough to keep you safe for the rest of your life. Even if you kill Night Queen Yanqing, as long as you hand over the secret technique, the Day-Night clan won't make things difficult for you. You're giving it to her just like that? The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned and blocked the monkey, as the monkey's shrieks were too unpleasant. Wendy Yushan looked at the letter, and her gaze wavered. Her fingers trembled slightly. This was the first time that Lu Yin had seen Wendy Yushan reveal such a pained and sorrowful expression. Perhaps this was how she had felt when she had attacked the Ross Empire. After reading the letter, Wendy Yushan destroyed it and gripped the chip tightly. She looked up at Lu Yin with disbelief and moved eyes. Why are you willing to give this to me? This belongs to your family, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan looked at the chip and then back at Lu Yin. You know what this is, right? Yes, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan had a strange expression. Do you know its value? He was already reluctant to part with her, but this woman kept bringing it up. The value is that you can exchange it for 100 geniuses who are prettier than you. Wendy Yushan wasn't angered by his words, and she sized him up again. Her gaze was unprecedentedly gentle, and there was even a trace of indescribable warmth in it. It was as if she had been touched, but also as if she was a family member. Thank you. Luin didn't mind. Hurry up and cultivate. Don't let anyone steal it. Wendy Yushan looked at him seriously, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. It was a beautiful smile, but it was fleeting and he didn't notice it. Thank you for everything you've done for the great Yu Empire and the Yushan family. I promise you that I'll give you time. As long as you can defeat the sword in my hand, I'll marry you. With that, Wendy Yushan turned and left. Luin pursed his lips. Actually, he had only said this because he was unhappy with Wendy Yushan's attitude. He had no intention of marrying this woman. Ming Yan was still waiting for him to save her. Barley! Luin shouted. Barley hurried over and was surprised to see that Luin was safe and sound. What are your orders, Representative Lu? I need all the information on Shenwu continent, Luin said. Barley grunted and glanced around the courtyard, but he didn't see Wendy Yushan anywhere. She had probably gone into seclusion to cultivate again, which was her usual behavior. That was why her subordinates weren't united and could easily be poached away by Puyo. Not long after, all the information on Shenwu continent was presented to Luin, and he finally knew which powers had attacked Shenwu continent from the very beginning. Mafioso Planet, Battle Street, Myriad Allied Nations. Luin looked through each of the names. There were more than 10 powers in total, which was almost equivalent to the entire Dark Mist Weave. When Shenwu continent had been exposed, it had caused a huge commotion. The Dark Mist Weave had used all of its strength, but they had still been unable to suppress it. They had no choice but to ask for the help of powerhouses from the inner verse, which had forced Shenwu continent to use the 5 sealing planets to protect itself. Why is Mafioso Planet ranked first? Luin asked. Barley was apprehensive. Mafioso Planet is one of the places where the Outerverse assassination organizations gather. They've produced many assassins, and they've even succeeded in assassinating almighty powerhouses. Although they were unable to recover from that setback, they're still a rather terrifying power compared to the Dark Mist Weave. Luin understood. What about Battle Street? It's called a street, but it's actually a place that's similar to a continent formed by hundreds of planets. Battle Street doesn't have much else, but there's only one word for it, battle. Many important people in the Dark Mist Weave have nothing better to do, so they've spent money to build this place specifically to watch bloody battles. As a result, there are many desperados, and many experts among them. Combined with its unique background, it's very influential in the Dark Mist Weave, and it even attracts the attention of important people from the Innerverse, Barley explained. Luin frowned, as this Battle Street disgusted him. It was a place devoid of humanity. The 9 allied nations consists of 9 filaments, and there are hunters overseeing each of them. There's also the following. Barley introduced them one by one, seemingly very familiar with them. Luin felt a headache coming on. These powers encompassed the entire Dark Mist Weave, and their background even extended to the surrounding weaves and the Innerverse. It was impossible to remove all of them, and he could not do it. However, if he could not do it, then Shenwu continent would always be coveted. 1,000 years ago, he had invited an almighty powerhouse from the Innerverse, and recently, he had even invited Xianxia of the 10 Arbiters. Who knew who would be invited next? Luin was worried that Shenwu continent would not be able to hold on. Representative Lu, is there something wrong with these powers? Barley asked curiously. Luin calmly replied, it's nothing. I just participated in Shenwu continent's trial, so I wanted to understand the situation. Barley nodded and sighed in admiration. Representative Lu was first in the Outerverse trial. This result was confirmed by Arbiter Wen, and it shocked the entire Outerverse. Luin laughed. Luin had definitely been first, but many people did not care about the so-called trial. For example, the sword sex Long Yun had yet to appear, and there was also the possibility that Wu Shang had come from the Neo-Human Alliance. There were definitely more people hiding in the shadows, and their goal was not the trial, but rather the Shenwu continent itself. When he thought about these people, Lu Yin became even more anxious. He was not afraid that they would break through Shenwu continent's defenses, but rather that the reverent king, Ming Jiaoshu. This man was a man of great talent and vision, and he could not possibly place all of his hopes on himself. He would most likely join forces with other powers. Damn it! Lu Yin slapped his forehead. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? He had actually thrown Zhanlong Day Night into the reverent king's residence. Wasn't that giving Ming Jiaoshu an opportunity? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he kept thinking. Based on his understanding of Ming Jiaoshu, not only would he not harm Zhanlong Day Night, but he would also find a way to ally himself with the Day Night clan. After all, the Day Night clan was too powerful in the universe. Lu Yin was inwardly annoyed. He had been so focused on hindering the Day Night clan that he had forgotten about this matter. He did not know how Shenwu continent was doing, and whether the Day Night clan had allied with Ming Jiaoshu. If they did, then what would happen to Ming Yan? Lu Yin was like a gambler who was about to lose all of his fortune. In his eyes, all men were rivals in love, including Zhanlong Day Night. Would Zhanlong Day Night take a fancy to Ming Yan? Would someone from the Day Night clan take a fancy to Ming Yan? Would Ming Jiaoshu use Ming Yan as a bargaining chip? Lu Yin paced back and forth, feeling extremely irritated. If he had known earlier, he would have killed those Day Night clan members to save himself some trouble. Lu Yin looked at the map of Dark Mistweave and scanned it back and forth as he tried to think of a solution. Barley did not dare to speak, so he quietly waited. Eh? Barley, why is this area circled? Lu Yin asked as he pointed at the border of Dark Mistweave. Barley replied, that's the territory of the 9 allied nations, but it used to be the territory of the Worry Weave. The Worry Weave's powers often cause trouble and try to take it back. That area is rather chaotic. It's just a weave. Are the Worry Weave's powers unwilling to give it up? Lu Yin was curious. Barley smiled. Representative Lu, this weave is rather large, and there's even a planet called Shuda Planet. It's a very unique planet that produces metallic lifeforms. A large portion of these lifeforms are composed of polarium, and it's suitable for trials as well as a good place to make money. Every once in a while, the Worry Weave's powers and the 9 allied nations will fight over Shuda Planet. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Polarium? That's one of the main materials for universal armor? Yes, Barley replied. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Trials, polarium, and making money. An idea flashed through his mind, and his gaze landed on a corner of the Outerverse map. It was Darkstar Gorge. Puyu, since I stole your bushtree planet, I'll return Shuda Planet to you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Wendy Yushan went into seclusion as soon as she returned to San Dios. Lu Yin knew that she was in a hurry to cultivate the Yu secret art, but the others were used to it. Lu Yin was still the one to replace her. Within San Dios, Puyu, Lu Yin, and Lu Xiaoga sat down and discussed some trivial matters. Lu Yin's expression was clearly not good, as his suggestions were either rejected by Puyu or Lu Xiaoga, which made him feel very embarrassed. Puyu smirked, as this was exactly what he wanted. With Lu Xiaoga around, they would be able to suppress Lu Yin, and Puyu wouldn't even need to do anything. Lu Xiaoga had Arbiter Zhenwu behind him, and Puyu didn't believe that the power behind Lu Yin would dare to make a move. It would be best if they did, as they could ask the Day Night clan to cut off all ties. Bang! Lu Yin slammed the table and glared at Lu Xiaoga. You're going against me, aren't you? You're opposing everything I say. Lu Xiaoga smiled leisurely. Brother Lu, I'm just trying to find a better solution. For example, you suggested that the youth councils of the various large organizations could be promoted step by step until they reach the Outerverse Youth Council. It's a good idea, but it can't be implemented for the time being, so I can only oppose it. Lu Yin's eyes spat fire, and he snorted but didn't say anything. Puyu smiled and raised a hand to stop them. That's enough. We're both working for the 10 arbiters, so calm down. Let's call it a day. Lu Xiaoga beamed at Lu Yin and then turned to leave. Just as Puyu was about to leave, Lu Yin suddenly called out to him. Counselor Puyu, please wait. Puyu looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Counselor Lu, is there something you need? Lu Yin lowered his voice and said, my suggestions won't be implemented immediately. I just want to submit them to the 10 arbiters, and I hope that Councillor Puyu will agree. Only a proposal that was approved by more than half of the council could be submitted to the 10 arbiters. Puyu shrugged. I'm sorry, Representative Liu, but your suggestion is unrealistic. Like Representative Liu said, it cannot be implemented for the time being. We will not waste our limited resources on something that cannot be implemented. Luin took a deep breath and looked at Puyu seriously. The Outerverse Youth Council was not something that could be handled by just relying on one's power level. There were 5 people from East San Dios, and 3 of them had to be on Puyu's side in order to operate. Now that there were only 3 of them, Luin would not be able to do anything if Puyu and Lu Xiaoga worked together. Even if Wendy Yushan showed up, it would be the same since the 2 of them were using their identities as counselors. If there's nothing else, Representative Liu, I'll take my leave, Puyu said with a smile. Luin hurriedly said, please wait a moment, Representative Puyu. He then opened up a map of the Outerverse and looked at Puyu sincerely. The matter with Bush Tree Planet was not considered properly. I hope that Representative Puyu will not take it to heart. Puyu's lips curled up. Oh, Representative Liu, are you planning to return Bush Tree Planet to Darkstar Gorge as a training ground? Luin shook his head. Please do not make things difficult for me. The order has been issued, and it cannot be changed. Puyu's gaze turned cold. If that's the case, then there's no point in saying anything more. Luin hurriedly said, but I can give you another training ground that's even better than Bush Tree Planet. Puyu turned around and looked at Luin with interest. I'd like to hear that. Luin pointed at a corner of the map. Shuda Planet, Worry Weave. Puyu's eyes lit up. He knew about Shuda Planet, which produced polarium and strange metallic lifeforms. It was indeed a good training ground that could not only increase one's strength, but also make a fortune. Representative Liu, isn't Shuda Planet part of the Dark Mist Weave's 9 allied nations? Luin replied, of course not. It's part of the Worry Weave, but it was taken away by the 9 allied nations. Nominally, however, it still belongs to the Worry Weave. Puyu frowned. He was very tempted, but he also had some misgivings. After all, the Dark Mist Weave was not under his name. Councillor Puyu, the 10 Arbiters Council isn't a power that fights for territory. We're only here to supervise the younger generation in name. Shuda Planet is registered in the Worry Weave, and as the person in charge of the Worry Weave, I have the right to recognize it as Darkstar Gorge's training ground, Luin said with certainty. Puyu looked at Luin and then back at the map. He could not refuse such a temptation, as polarium was extremely valuable. More importantly, he had lost Bush Tree Planet, which caused his reputation in Darkstar Gorge to plummet. He had also attracted the attention of a powerful enemy who had cut off Darkstar Gorge, which had caused a lot of discontent. Now, he could use Shuda Planet to regain his reputation and even temporarily reconcile with Luin. At the very least, that powerhouse who had cut off Darkstar Gorge would not appear again. As for dealing with Luin, he would leave it to Lu Xiaoga. Alright, I'll accept Representative Lu's kindness, Puyu said with a smile. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Councillor Puyu. Puyu smiled. No problem, I'm just reporting it to the 10 arbiters. As for the specifics, I'll leave it to the 10 arbiters to decide. However, that's not possible for the time being, so Representative Liu, you should be mentally prepared. Luin did not care about the plan at all. All he wanted was for Puyu to take over Shuda Planet and then tangle with the 9 allied nations to share some of the pressure on Shenwu continent. Even though this would not be very effective, it was still a little bit. By the way, Representative Liu, do you remember the power that cut off Darkstar Gorge? Puyu suddenly asked as he stared at Luin, trying to figure out something. Luin was shocked. Cut off Darkstar Gorge? You don't suspect me of doing it, do you? Puyu laughed. Of course not, Representative Liu is just very knowledgeable and wanted to ask around. Luin sighed. Stop joking around, Representative Puyu. I'm just a student. How could I know someone so important? Haha. Haha, then forget it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Lu Yin's smile disappeared as he watched Puyu leave the tower. He hoped that Darkstar Gorge would continue to act domineeringly and confront the 9 allied nations head-on. The 9 allied nations were definitely not a match for Darkstar Gorge, and when that happened, Mafioso Planet, Battle Street, and the other powers would most likely attack together. Outside the tower, Lu Xiaoge watched Puyu leave happily with a strange expression. He had received Lu Yin's instructions, which was why he had deliberately gone against him. This move was meant to deal with Puyu, but what was the effect? He did not understand and looked back at the tower. Coincidentally, Lu Yin had walked to the edge of the tower and met Lu Xiaoge's gaze. The two looked at each other for a moment before turning to look at Puyu at the same time. This person would not be able to jump around for much longer. Should a planet's importance was self-evident. Lu Yin had used it as bait to help Puyu regain his reputation in Darkstar Gorge. That night, Darkstar Gorge contacted the 9 allied nations and used the Outerverse Youth Council's name to designate Shida Planet as Darkstar Gorge's training ground. This matter caused the entire 9 allied nations to seethe with excitement. We've been fighting with the Worry Weave for so many years for Shida Planet. Darkstar Gorge wants us to give up Shida Planet just because of the Outerverse Youth Council's order? Impossible. The Outerverse Youth Council only has the right to judge and monitor the younger generation. They have no right to interfere with the planet's sovereignty. What right do they have to demand that we give up Shida Planet? We disagree. Darkstar Gorge is clearly trying to snatch Shida Planet. The 9 allied nations' reaction was within Darkstar Gorge's expectations. Puyu had never thought that he would be able to obtain Shida Planet with just a single order. However, the 9 allied nations were right. The Outerverse Youth Council did not have the right to determine the training grounds of the various great powers. They had only been able to obtain Bushtree Planet because of Darkstar Gorge's military might and Puyu's authority, which had forcefully suppressed any negative influences. Now, this was the only way to obtain Shida Planet. However, Puyu suddenly thought of something. Was Lu Yin deliberately trying to get him to snatch Shida Planet so that he could report it to the 10 arbiters and be judged guilty? This thought scared Puyu so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately changed the order so that he would not use his own name to issue the order. Instead, he would use Lu Yin's name to declare Shida Planet as Darkstar Gorge's training ground. Lu Yin was the person in charge of the Worry Weave, and Shida Planet should indeed belong to the Worry Weave. There was no problem with Lu Yin's order. Puyu smiled as he watched the video of the 9 allied nations' resistance. Even if they resisted, it would only affect Lu Yin, and it would have nothing to do with him. Elsewhere, Barley hurriedly found Lu Yin and informed him of the situation. Representative Lu, this matter must be suppressed. Our council has no right to interfere with a country's sovereignty, especially when it comes to territory. If we do, the repercussions will be very bad. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Puyu was not stupid, and he knew that Lu Yin was being pushed forward. Barley, pass down my orders. I suggest that Shida Planet be made a public training ground. I advocate that the various powers provide training grounds that can strengthen the younger generation. This will contribute to the development of the human domain and increase the strength of the next generation. Barley blinked. Suggestion? Advocate? Increase the strength of the human race? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, that's just a suggestion. I didn't explicitly state that Shida Planet must become Darkstar Gorge's training ground. As for Darkstar Gorge's request to train there, I won't refuse. It's that simple. Barley thought about it for a bit, but he quickly understood. As long as there was no complete confirmation, this matter could not be blamed on Lu Yin. At most, he would be criticized for borrowing someone else's flowers, but the council would not be able to convict him. After all, Lu Yin was only advocating and making a suggestion from a righteous point of view. After Barley left, Lu Yin immediately contacted Xianxia and asked the Great Yu Empire to contribute a few of the more famous training grounds for the younger generation of Frostwave Weave and even the surrounding weaves to train. If he wanted to put on an act, he had to go all the way. As long as he set an example and used righteousness to suppress others, there would be no problem. At most, he would be criticized for being stupid. Puyu was different. Darkstar Gorge was already pressuring the 9 allied nations, and he could not extricate himself. If he did, the 9 allied nations would be the ones to lose face. Lu Yin had never thought of using this matter to deal with Puyu, he just wanted to share some of the pressure from Shenwu continent. Puyu quickly learned of Lu Yin's orders, but he was not angry. He only wanted to make sure that Lu Yin did not intend to use this matter to harm him. Besides, Lu Yin was the one being scolded. What Puyu wanted to do was seize Shuda Planet and turn it into a training ground for Darkstar Gorge, replacing Bushtree Planet. Lu Yin's orders were quickly passed down. The Outerverse Youth Council did not pose much of a threat to the various weaves, but the 10 Arbiters Council behind it was too terrifying. Any random order from one of the Outerverse Youth Council members would cause a commotion. Lu Yin's orders did not just cause a commotion, they caused a torrent of angry curses. This was especially true for the 9 allied nations, as they hated Lu Yin to the core. What right does that bastard have to sell off Shuda Planet? Advocate? Advocate my ass. Why doesn't he advocate San Dios as a training ground? This is too much. Sue him. Sue him to the 10 Arbiters Council. It's useless. He's only suggesting and advocating. He hasn't confirmed anything yet, so there's no point in suing him. There are already a few planets in the Great U Empire that are being used as training grounds for the universe's younger generation. That bastard Lu Yin is too disgusting. Who the hell would go to the Great U Empire to train? That bastard. The entire 9 allied nations was cursing Lu Yin, but it did not affect him at all. He did not care about the 9 allied nations, and he did not even care about the entire Dark Mist Weave. This weave had always been on the opposite side of Shenwu Continent, and he would definitely take over Shenwu Continent in the future. At that time, they would also become enemies, but it did not matter. Furthermore, Leon's armada had given him immense confidence. Although the Pirate King, Heizage Leon, was unreliable and easily made enemies for Lu Yin had to admit that his backing was too powerful. It was so powerful that Lu Yin even dared to directly challenge Night King Zhenwu. He did not need to fear the Day-Night clan. This was Heizage Leon's deterrence. Just as Heizage Leon had said, Lu Yin wanted to play, but if he messed up, he would be the one to end it. However, the 9 allied nations did not have the time to curse Lu Yin anymore. Darkstar Gorge had already sent a fleet to Shuda Planet to investigate. This decision infuriated the 9 allied nations, and they would definitely not agree to it. However, they were well aware of Darkstar Gorge's strength, which was an almighty power with a power level of 200,000. The 9 allied nations did not have such a powerhouse. Helpless, they could only contact other powers that they were on good terms with, such as Mafioso Planet and Battle Street. They wanted to join forces and resist Darkstar Gorge. Of course, they would have to pay a hefty price. It could only be said that Polarium was too valuable, and a large portion of the 9 allied nations' economy was supported by it. Shuda Planet was also the planet that produced the most Polarium in the Dark Mist Weave. Without Shuda Planet, the 9 allied nations' economy would collapse, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yin sighed as he read the news on the screen. Darkstar Gorge had clashed with the 9 allied nations, which would temporarily alleviate the Shenwu continent's crisis and buy him some time. Across from him, Barley gave Lu Yin a strange look. Others might not know, but he was very clear that Lu Yin was the mastermind behind all of this. However, he could not understand why Lu Yin would incite a war between Darkstar Gorge and the Dark Mist Weave to deal with Puyu. Impossible, as both sides would not go all out for just one Shuda planet. At most, they would just drag it out, but such a move would not be enough to deal with Puyu. War would not start so easily, and neither Darkstar Gorge nor the Dark Mist Weave would casually start a war. What they were doing now was wasting time. In the eyes of the 9 allied nations, Lu Yin was a troublemaker who had stirred up their conflict with Darkstar Gorge, but he had also stood on the side of humanity. This caused them to suffer without being able to voice their grievances. You want to know my strength? Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Lu Yin solemnly replied, I want to see how big the gap is between the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed. Top 20? It'll be more than that soon. Lu Yin was stunned. You've already learned it? Wendy Yushan shook her head. It's not that easy, but it won't take long. I'm confident. Impossible, a secret technique isn't that easy to learn. Otherwise, those terrifying powers with secret techniques would have mass-produced experts long ago. The monkey was the first to reject the idea. Luin also felt that it was impossible, as he had never heard of anyone possessing a secret technique. If it was that easy to learn, then it would have been spread long ago. However, this was Wendy Yushan, a nobody from a fringe weave of the outerverse who had relied on her innate gift to enter the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. More importantly, she was Undying Yushan's daughter and a descendant of the 7 courts with the surname Yu. It was not impossible for her to learn the Yu secret art. Let me give you a piece of advice. Even if you succeed, don't take Xianxia with you. You won't be able to protect her. Think about how powerful the Great Yu Empire is, and yet it only has 13 filaments after so many years. Think about what happened to Royal Uncle in the Starfall Sea. Wendy Yushan calmly replied, I know. She then raised her hand to reveal her sword, which was still sheathed in its scabbard. I'll only attack once. Feel it for yourself. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he took a deep breath and adjusted his aura. Then, his muscles bulged as his right palm vibrated like a heart, causing layers of ripples to spread out and distort the void. Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed when she saw this scene, and she inwardly sighed in admiration. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been able to defeat Beizir and Yanfeng's combined attacks. This power was enough to rival an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. When she had been Lu Yin's age, she had not been this strong. This was the strength of a true 10 Arbiters candidate. You can attack first, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin did not hesitate and used flash to appear beside Wendy. A dark golden light flickered as he released his 5-lined battle force without hesitation. He then raised his palm. 30 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. Wendy Yushan did not move as Lu Yin's palm drew closer and closer. He stared intently at her as 9 stars revolved around his body. His domain was fully activated, and he wanted to feel the difference between him and Wendy Yushan in his peak state. The palm drew closer and closer, and just as Lu Yin was hesitating whether or not he should continue attacking, there was a whoosh as an endless sword light tore through the void. It then transformed into a white sword light that cut through his domain and caused his dark golden 5-lined battle force to collapse. This attack had broken through the overlaying stack's path, and the tip of the sword was pressed against Lu Yin's neck. It was exactly the same as it had been a few days ago. Lu Yin maintained his attacking posture, but his attack had been forcefully stopped by his instinctive reaction to danger. He had a feeling that if he attacked, his palm would be gone. This was the ultimate sense of danger that Wendy Yushan had brought to him. The two stared at each other, and the shock in Lu Yin's eyes slowly faded away. He smiled bitterly. It's just one sword. I can't even block one of your attacks. Wendy Yushan sheathed her sword and stood in front of Lu Yin. The myriad swords peak sword techniques are very simple. Sword light fuses into one, and what I used just now was the myriad swords peak unification technique. It's a simple technique that returns one to their natural state. Lu Yin did not understand. Wendy Yushan continued. Our myriad swords peak does not have as many sword techniques as the sword sect. We only pursue one path, and that's just one sword. When facing an enemy, we only need one sword. If we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. It's that simple. Was that your strongest attack? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan looked at him, and a sly glint flashed through her eyes. What do you think? Wendy Yushan had always been cold, and Lu Yin had never seen any other colors in her eyes. She was as charming and beautiful as a fairy, and he was momentarily stunned. Wendy Yushan's expression turned cold once more. Lu Yin pursed his lips and thought back to that attack. Had it really been her strongest attack? Impossible. Even a fool would not believe that someone who could enter the top 20 of the top 100 rankings had not comprehended a domain or battle force. However, that attack really did not contain a domain or battle force. Right, there was also an innate gift. He did not even know if this woman had an innate gift. That attack had only represented the myriad swords peak and not Wendy Yushan at her peak. The further up the top 100 rankings one went, the more terrifying it became. Lu Yin had experienced it firsthand. He had been defeated in a single attack, and the key was that he did not even know how big the gap was between them. He had been too naive to think that he would be able to tell just by fighting Wendy Yushan. Ever since the top 100 rankings was created, very few powerhouses at the bottom of the rankings have been able to enter the top 50 just by cultivating for a long time. That's because those at the top are all terrifyingly powerful, and it's not something that can be compensated for with time. Unless you awaken an innate gift or obtain a tyrannical technique, such opportunities do not appear so easily. Wendy Yushan looked at Luyin seriously. Luyin probed, then how high do you think I'll be on the top 100 rankings once I become an explorer? You'll be able to enter the top 50 in a year or so, and then you'll be able to enter the top 10, Wendy Yushan answered without hesitation. Luyin was astonished. You have that much confidence in me? Wendy Yushan answered matter-of-factly, you're a true 10 arbiters candidate. The 10 arbiters are above the top 100 rankings, and I've already lowered my estimate. Everyone who breaks through to the explorer realm will experience different changes. If you maintain your current cultivation talent, then you'll definitely surpass the top 100 rankings one day. Surpassing the top 100 rankings? How tempting was that? Congratulations, 7th bro. Your fiancé seems to approve of you, the ghost monkey exclaimed, but he quickly changed the topic. However, if a strong woman like your fiancé thinks that you have a chance of surpassing the top 100 rankings, then everyone else will think the same, including the Astral Beast domain. In that case, we're guessing that your position on the Celestial Vanquishers list might be a little low. You might even be ranked higher. That one sentence ruined Lu Yin's good mood, and he blocked the monkey off again. He then asked Wendy Yushan, the Ross Empire is very strong, right? Wendy Yushan nodded silently and then turned to look outside. They're one of the 3 great powers of the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, so they definitely have powerhouses with power levels over 200,000. You're right, I was too impulsive. Luyin was shocked. You actually admitted it? Wendy Yushan frowned. Yes, she had actually admitted it, but why? She clearly would not have admitted it a few days ago, as no one else had the right to judge her. So why had she admitted it to this man? Was he different to her in some way? The two did not linger on this topic for long. Wendy Yushan went into seclusion to cultivate her secret technique while Lu Yin paid attention to the dispute between Darkstar Gorge and the Dark Mist Weave. He was prepared to add fuel to the fire at any time. Elsewhere, at the Great Yu Empire's Xinyu Star space station, Schutz had returned. Schutz took a deep breath as he looked at Xinyu Star and the 3 rings of land above his head. He was finally back, and he felt a sense of homesickness. Although he had not been away for long, the great distance made it feel like he had been away for a very long time. He wondered how Yu Academy was doing. The second prince, Duke Yushan, had betrayed the empire and taken away some of Yu Academy's elites. Were his old friends and rivals still around? Schutz walked out of the space station and was about to head home when a sharp gust of wind blew past him. Someone was attacking him. His gaze turned cold, and he dodged to the side. He turned around and saw another lightning arrow flying towards him. When he saw the lightning arrow, he knew who it was, and a rare smile appeared on his face. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, easily shattering the lightning arrow and causing it to fall to the ground. Gerbach, come out, Schutz called out. Ha 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 ha, I knew that you wouldn't forget about your opponent. Gerbach walked out from a corner, followed by Rockney, Huazhong, and Tianming. All 5 of Yu Academy's hall masters were present. Schutz smiled and swept his gaze over them. Judging from your expressions, you want to fight? I can't wait. Huazhong shouted. He raised his hand and used the Skybeast Claw. On the other side, Rockney and Tianming did not hold back either. Schutz had been the strongest back then, and now that he had returned from the Astral Combat Academy, none of them believed that they could deal with him alone, even if they had all broken through to the Lamita realm. Schutz smiled. He really missed this feeling. In the Great Yu Empire, he had been like a frog at the bottom of a well. He had not come into contact with domains or battle force, and his usage of star energy had remained at the most primitive level. He watched as Gerbach took out a fruit that flickered with lightning. As expected, they were unable to use star energy to imitate natural forces. They were too weak. If he had not left the Great Yu Empire, he would have been the same as them. The 5th princess had been right to look down on them. It was only after entering the Astral Combat Academy that Schutz finally understood how much she had disdained them. Too weak. Schutz raised his hand and easily shattered the skybeast claw. He then grabbed Huazhong and tossed him into the distance. At the same time, he used a single palm to strike Tianming. Tianming's overlaying stacks had been raised to 5 stacks, but it was instantly shattered by Schutz's palm. Schutz then sent Rockney flying with a kick. Facing Gerbach, Schutz dodged the lightning arrow and raised his hand. Lightning flickered from his fingers as the arrow transformed into a bow. His star energy transformed into lightning, and he released an arrow that brushed past Gerbach's cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. In an instant, the 4U Academy Hall masters who had once been Schutz's match were defeated without any suspense. Gerbach and the others were shocked. Even though they had guessed that this would happen, they still couldn't accept the fact that they had been so easily defeated by Schutz. They were the top elites of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, and losing to Luyin wasn't a big deal since they had never treated him as a peer. Now that they had been defeated so easily by Schutz, they couldn't hide the disappointment in their hearts. Even further away, the elites of Yu Academy were watching. Zhilin, Geraldine, Zhao Huansha, Fu Xiaoshu, Xintong, Songshi, and the others from Earth were all present. They had personally witnessed Schutz crush Gerbach and the others, and they were equally shocked. This was the strength of the Great Yu Empire's former #1 expert. This is the power of the Astral Combat Academy students. The difference is too great. Tianming was the first to speak, but he couldn't hide the bitterness in his voice. Schutz replied, "The difference between the innerverse and the outerverse is very obvious. Our use of star energy, battle experience, battle techniques, and comprehension are all on a different level. My current strength can only be considered average in the Astral Combat Academy." Gerbach and the others narrowed their eyes. "You're only average?" Schutz nodded, and his gaze swept past them. When he saw Zhilin, Geraldine, and the others, he raised his voice. "I came back because I promised Luyin that I would reorganize Yu Academy and raise the strength of the younger generation. At the same time, I would select the elites to be taught in Astral 10. Everyone was delighted. The Astral Combat Academy was the dream of countless people in the Outerverse, and after seeing Schutz's strength, they were even more eager to go. "Senior Schutz, how strong is the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy?" someone asked. Many people looked at him as if he was an idiot. The person felt wronged. "Did I say something wrong?" Songshi sneered. "The strongest person is the Royal Regent." "Luyin, did you not watch the Tournament of the Strongest?" The person was shocked. "The Tournament of the Strongest?" "No, I only watched the Astral Combat Tournament." Huazhong explained, "Not everyone can watch the Tournament of the Strongest. The Astral Combat Tournament is broadcast to the entire universe, and the Tournament of the Strongest is only broadcasted in a few regions. Your Earth is an exception. The Royal Regent was born on Earth, which is why you can watch it." Songshi and the rest were filled with pride. That's right, the Royal Regent had been born on Earth, and they had witnessed the strength of the Astral Combat Academy's top powerhouses. It was a pity that they could not comprehend it. Schutz's gaze turned cold. Seeing is one thing, but understanding is another. The Royal Regent's strength is something that even ordinary space-exploring powerhouses cannot comprehend, let alone you. What you need to do now is to increase your strength as much as possible and enter Astral 10. When that time comes, the Royal Regent will personally take you to the Innerverse. The Innerverse? Isn't Astral 10 in the Frostwave Weave? Gerbach asked. Schutz shook his head. The Royal Regent became the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest. Astral 10 is now ranked first and has officially moved to the Innerverse. Everyone fell silent. He had single-handedly allowed Astral 10 to return to the Innerverse. This was Regent Luyin's influence, and it was not something that they could comprehend. A few days later, Darkstar Gorge and the 9 allied nations officially came into contact. As Luyin had expected, although both sides tried their best to restrain themselves, they still maintained a certain level of hostility. The 9 allied nations were wary of the powerhouse from Darkstar Gorge whose power level was over 200,000, while Darkstar Gorge was also wary of the powerhouse from the Dark Mist Weave. However, Darkstar Gorge had always been domineering, and this time, it was perfectly justifiable. They could not tolerate it for much longer and would definitely think of a way to obtain Shida planet. Puyu would also make a move, as this would affect his reputation. Luyin observed the situation for a few days and knew that there was no turning back. Unless one side gave up on Shida Planet, both sides would definitely waste some time. He considered whether or not he should add fuel to the fire, but after some thought, he decided against it. He could not do anything too obvious, or else he would be discovered. What he needed to consider now was the Northline flow zone. A few days ago, the 10 Arbiters Council had ordered Luyin to go to the Northline flow zone to witness the Northgate platform competition. The Northgate platform was the symbol of the Northline flow zone, and there were 17 families there. They were united because of a rule that had been passed down from generation to generation. The winner of the Northgate platform competition could decide the direction of the Northline flow zone, and the 17 families could not object. Because of this, even the 8 great flow zones did not dare to underestimate the Northline flow zone. When the Northline flow zone had been given to Luyin, Fengshang's attitude had been very strange. The Northline flow zone was very united against outsiders, and it would be very difficult for Luyin to interfere. Luyin looked at the information on the Northline flow zone again and fell into deep thought. This time, he would only be able to witness the Northgate platform competition, but what about the future? The 10 arbiters were all fighting for territory, and since the Northline flow zone had been given to him, if he could not even interfere, then no one would care about him in the future. Furthermore, the Northline flow zone was located between the Blazing Mist flow zone and the Beast Tamers flow zone. The powers from these two flow zones would probably send people to witness the Northgate platform competition. Luyin did not have a good relationship with the powers from the Blazing Mist flow zone, so he could not afford to make any mistakes. At the very least, he could not embarrass the 10 arbiters. Luyin raised his head, feeling rather vexed. This sort of united flow zone was the most difficult to break through. At that moment, he received a video call from Astral 10's old Kai. Luyin was astonished. He had basically left Astral 10 to its own devices, and there were no missions for him to complete. Why would old Kai contact him for no reason? "Kid, how have you been? I heard that you've done quite a few things." Old Kai was still the same, his mustache sticking out as he beamed at Luyin. Luyin respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, old Kai. May I know why you're looking for me?" Old Kai smiled. "It's nothing much. Do you still remember the purpose of the Astral Combat Tournament?" An idea flashed through Luyin's mind, and his eyes lit up. He had an idea of what to do. Old Kai frowned. "Kid, there's something wrong with your expression." Luyin fervently looked at old Kai. The Astral Combat Tournament is to determine the rankings of the Astral Combat Academies. Old Kai, since I'm the champion, will Astral 10 be changed to Astral 1? Old Kai laughed heartily. That's right, in theory, but Astral 10 has been weak for too long, and the resources available to the students and teachers cannot match the reputation of Astral 1. Even if Astral 1's name is used, it's useless. That's why we old fellows rejected it. However, Astral 10 will be able to return to the Innerverse thanks to you, kid. Luyin's eyes lit up. It's good that we can return to the Innerverse. Old Kai, I have a request. Old Kai narrowed his eyes and looked Luyin up and down. Kid, I'm only telling you because you have the right to know. It doesn't mean that you have the right to decide on Astral 10's matters. Think before you speak. Luyin's expression changed, and he respectfully bowed. I understand. I don't have any excessive requests. I just hope that Astral 10 can stay in the Northline flow zone for a while after entering the Innerverse and leave after the Northgate platform competition. Old Kai was astonished. The Northgate platform competition has started again? Luyin nodded. Old Kai stroked his mustache and grinned. I know. You're just trying to intimidate others. Are you afraid that the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire will oppress you? Luyin laughed dryly. Of course not. I represent the 10 Arbiters Council, and those powers won't dare to be too obvious. Besides, I'm also a member of the Lockbreaker Society. Is that so? If that's the case, then it's the same for you to go alone. I'm hanging up. Luyin hurriedly replied, of course. My most important identity is that I'm a student of Astral 10, and I'm also your disciple. No one would dare to not give Astral 10 face, and no one would dare to offend you. Old Kai was in a good mood when he heard this, and he thought about it for a moment. Alright, I agree. I'll go to the Northline flow zone first, and I'll leave after the Northgate platform competition. Thank you, mentor. Luin was overjoyed. With Astral 10 by his side, he felt even more at ease. Astral 10's mentors were not easy to deal with, and Luin had seen the might of a hunter before. He didn't believe that Old Kai and the other old fellows were just hunters. Maybe they were enlighters. Luin hadn't forgotten that someone had once said that Astral 10 was a prison. He guessed that the prison was the crazy headmaster. If that was the case, then these mentors were definitely not simple. Even if he borrowed the courage of the Blaze Realm's powers, they wouldn't dare to embarrass him in front of Astral 10. Luin was worried that the older generation of experts from the various powers would embarrass him. If that happened, the 10 arbiters would be dissatisfied with him and question his abilities. He did not want to make any mistakes. Kid, you've made a great contribution to Astral 10. We originally planned to give you a reward, but we've decided to forget about it. Going to the Northline flow zone will be a substitute reward, Old Kai said. Luin was speechless. How stingy. Mentor Rainmaster has already helped me develop the overlaying stacks path to 30 stacks, so that reward is enough. Thank you for your kind intentions, mentors. Haha, at least you know how to talk. Actually, you're wrong. As long as you safely reach the Northline flow zone will guarantee your safety. No one will be able to do anything to you, not even the Blaze Realm. Do you know why? Old Kai smiled at Luin, as if his scheme had succeeded. Luin did not understand. Old Kai slowly explained, in the outer verse, it's rare to see an enlighter, but in the inner verse, the larger flow zones all have enlighters, and the Northline flow zone is no exception. There are 17 families in the Northline flow zone, and there are 3 almighty enlighters with power levels over 200,000. They are the Northgate family's Elder Northgate, the Lily family's Granny Chan, and the Barth Jacques family's Tai Sa. Since you're representing the 10 Arbiters Council, those 3 won't watch you get bullied. Luin smiled. No matter what, the Academy's presence in the Northline flow zone will give me some courage. I won't regret it. Old Kai smiled and nodded before ending the call. With Astral 10 overseeing things, Luin did not have to worry about anything. If anything unexpected happened, he could just cause a ruckus. Even if Astral 10 could not do anything, he still had Leon's armada behind him, which was a force that dared to challenge the Day-Night clan. When he thought about all of this, Luin felt his back straighten up. Although the Northgate platform competition would determine the power structure of the Northline flow zone, it would also greatly affect the surrounding flow zones. In the Beast Tamer's flow zone's first-class hall, a middle-aged man opened his eyes, and a majestic pressure caused the void to collapse. The Northgate platform competition is about to begin. I'll be representing the Beast Tamer's flow zone as a witness this time. I wonder if I have the ability to challenge those 3. In the Blazing Mist flow zone, space burned with flames. The temperature was extremely high, but it did not affect the void at all. This was the Blaze Realm. Poison Flame, you'll be representing the Blaze Realm to witness the Northgate platform competition, an old voice said. It was impossible to tell if the voice was near or far, and it was impossible to tell if it was real or illusory. In a corner of the Blaze Realm, the void distorted, and a person covered in bluish-green flames walked out. Yes. As the bluish-green flames dissipated, Poison Flame gradually revealed his true appearance. He was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression who looked up into space. Has the Northgate platform competition begun again? He then stepped out of the Blaze Realm and appeared on a stone platform floating in space. A row of figures were kneeling on it, and the person at the front was Jared. Master, I was unable to achieve good results in the Astral Combat Tournament. I've embarrassed you, Jared said sadly as his body trembled. Poison Flame glanced at him coldly. Where's the Retribution Flame? Jared gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with hatred. Erica returned, and the sect gave him the Retribution Flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Poison Flame's gaze was cold. It seems like I haven't been out for a long time. Some people in the sect have already forgotten how terrifying I am. Jared did not dare to speak. He lowered his head, and his eyes were filled with fear. When I return from the Northline flow zone, tell me who told you to hand over the tribulation flame, Poison Flame said. Jared's eyes lit up. Master, you're going to the Northline flow zone? Is it because of the Northgate platform competition? Poison Flame looked at Jared. Jared's breath caught, and he hurriedly said, I have a great enemy in the Astral Combat Academy named Luin. He's the champion of this year's Astral Combat Tournament and has joined the Council of Astral Academy. He's in charge of the Northline flow zone, and he'll probably be there for the Northgate platform competition. Disciple. Before he could finish, Jared spat out a mouthful of blood from Poison Flame's pressure. The terrifying pressure pressed his body into the ground, and his face turned red as he spat out another mouthful of blood. You want Master to participate in a competition between disciples? Poison Flame's voice was ice cold. As he spoke, the surrounding flames strangely froze, tinged with a hint of green. Gar was even more terrified as he stared at Poison Flame with trembling eyes. After a while, Poison Flame lifted his suppression on Garland and left. In the same blazing mist flow zone, in space above the Ross Empire, an incomparably large eagle soared through the universe. It flew past planets and countless surveillance technologies as it flew towards the depths of outer space. It's Duke Blackhawk. He seems to be heading towards the Northline flow zone. Rumor has it that the Northline flow zone's new Northgate platform competition is about to begin. Duke Blackhawk should be representing the Ross Empire to witness it. They actually sent Duke Blackhawk? He's a powerhouse with a power level close to 200,000, and his innate gift, Xianxia, can intimidate the entire universe. Even in the Ross Empire, he's ranked at the very top. Is it really necessary to send him here just for the Northgate platform competition? Who knows? In the Northline flow zone, the Northgate platform was not a small stone platform. On the contrary, it was extremely large. Although it was just a stone platform, it was large enough to accommodate countless people. Xianxia Academy was built on top of the platform. Xianxia Academy was jointly built by 17 families to nurture the younger generation of the Northline flow zone. The Northgate platform competition was first to announce the contributions that each family had made to the Northline flow zone over the past few years. Second, it was to announce the future development direction of the Northline flow zone. Third, it was to allow the younger generation to learn from each other. Fourth, which was also the most important point, was to showcase the strength of each family's top powerhouses. Only those who could surpass everyone else in these four aspects would be able to gain control of the Northgate platform. In fact, although it was said that 17 families were competing, only 3 families were truly qualified to compete. They were the Northgate family, the Lily family, and the Barthshock family. This was because only these 3 families had almighties whose combat power exceeded 200,000. In the past Northgate platform competitions, one of the 3 families had always won. Xianxia Academy was built on top of the Northgate platform, and it was flanked by large commercial streets. The Northgate platform was a stone platform, and its foundation was quite sturdy. Even space-exploring powerhouses would find it difficult to damage it. There were no rivers, mountains, or seas, so this place was not suitable for living. All of the resources needed to be transported from the outside world, and the only places that could be purchased were the commercial streets that flanked Xianxia Academy. At this moment, in a restaurant on one of the commercial streets, a dozen or so young students were fiercely debating. The antique restaurant had a modern screen hanging on it, giving it a feeling of a combination of technology and antiquity. The mentors said that the winner of this Northgate platform competition will definitely be the Northgate family. The Northgate family's young master, Northgate Lai, is an explorer with a power level over 30,000. He's also ranked 93rd on the top 100 rankings, and no one in the younger generation of the Northline flow zone is his match. The competition between the younger generation is just one aspect, but it also depends on how much they contribute to the Northline flow zone. No family dares to compete with the Barthshock family in this aspect. They're a huge corporation, and their influence is not limited to just the Northline flow zone, but also the Innerverse and Outerverse. Even the Outerverse's 4 great corporations can't say for sure that they can beat them. A large part of the Northline flow zone's economy is supported by the Barthshock family. The Barthshock family is just a commercial family, and they don't have much power. If they didn't hire the Scarlet Mercenaries, then they wouldn't even have an enlighter with a power level over 200,000. So what? The Scarlet Mercenaries leader, Tai Sa, has been serving the Barth Shock family for so many years, and they're already family. I think that the Northgate family has the highest chance of winning. Countless years ago, the Northgate family was a colossus that even the Day-Night clan feared. Don't talk about the past. Just look at the present. The Lily family isn't bad either. The Lily family? It's a woman, so their chances of winning are very low. However, Granny Chan is very powerful, and she's one of the 3 protectors of the Northline flow zone. In a corner of a restaurant, a man was sullenly drinking wine. As the alcohol got to his head, he heard a nearby argument and slammed the table. Shut up. The Northgate platform competition isn't something that the younger generation can discuss. The youth looked at the man and were stunned for a moment. They then said in a strange tone, I was wondering who it was that was so arrogant. So it's Ah Fan. Why haven't you left Shangwu Academy yet? Are you waiting for the mentors to kick you out? Ah Fan? One of the strongest people in the academy? That Ah Fan? Strongest? Humph, he's just a piece of trash who lost our academy's only teleportation stone, someone said in an unfriendly tone. Oh, I remember now. I heard that he lost to Astral 10. That's right. It wasn't easy for the academy to obtain a teleportation stone, but that piece of trash lost it so easily. He still has the face to stay in the academy. How shameful. Bah, how shameful. Ah Fan gulped down a mouthful of wine and suddenly stood up. He casually threw the wine cup in his hand, shattering it into pieces as it flew towards the students. The students didn't expect Ah Fan to attack so suddenly. They were already much weaker than him, and now, they couldn't even react before they were injured by the fragments of the cup and fell to the ground. The restaurant owner didn't even dare to make a sound and just watched from the side. I, Ah Fan, have lost, and there's nothing to complain about. However, against that person, even Northgate Lai, who you all claim to be the strongest, would have a slim chance of surviving. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky, Ah Fan said coldly. The students on the ground grimaced in pain, but they didn't dare to talk back. Ah Fan had always been one of the strongest people in Shangwu Academy, and even though he had been neglected by the academy, his strength hadn't changed. They were no match for him. How arrogant. Below the restaurant, several young men and women walked up the stairs. The person in the lead held a folding fan and looked very confident. Everyone looked over and was surprised to find that they were from the Northgate family and the Lily family. 2 of the 3 strongest families had come. Brother Ah Fan, I'd like to know what kind of person you're talking about. Even my brother, Northgate Lai, had a slim chance of surviving, the man with the folding fan said slowly as he looked at Ah Fan arrogantly. Beside him, a very beautiful young girl also seemed to be interested in this matter. The young man was called Northgate Gang, and he was one of the successors of the Northgate family. He was also Northgate Lai's younger brother. He studied at Shangwu Academy and was one of the strongest leaders there, similar to Ah Fan. Ah Fan remained silent and didn't say anything. At this moment, the students who had been knocked down had already stood up and were glaring at Ah Fan angrily, as if they were about to attack. More and more students gathered upstairs to watch the commotion. Northgate Gang sneered and politely said to the people around him, "Everyone, let me introduce you." He then moved aside to reveal the beautiful girl. This is Lily Schuer from the Lily family. She's the cousin of the young mistress, Miss Lily Ann. She's just joined Shangwu Academy, so please take care of her. The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at Lily Schuer. Lily Schuer wasn't very old, but her eyes were mischievous and cute. She looked around and finally looked at Ah Fan. Senior Ah Fan, you still haven't told me who was able to kill brother Northgate Lai. He's on the top 100 rankings. Everyone looked at Ah Fan once again. Northgate Gang raised his head. Brother Ah Fan, what's wrong? You can't tell me? The ported battles only use codenames and don't have names, so you can't talk. If you lose, you lose. All you have to do is work hard and cultivate. But here you are, talking nonsense and using my brother as a stepping stone to wash away your humiliation. As a student of Shangwu Academy, even I feel embarrassed for you. Everyone looked at Ah Fan with disdain. A loss was a loss, but he had said that the person who had defeated him was able to kill Northgate Lai. This method of shirking responsibility was too low class, and it had even been heard by the Northgate family. It was utterly humiliating. Ah Fan clenched his fists and looked up at Northgate Gang. I'm not spouting nonsense. The person who defeated me is Astral Ten's Luin. The restaurant fell silent as everyone stared at Ah Fan. They all knew who Luin was. Ah Fan had only told the mentors about this matter, which was why the mentors hadn't blamed him too much and why he had been able to stay at Shangwu Academy. Everyone knew who Luin was. He was one of the most monstrous leaders in the universe and the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest. His battle with Tian Ho had dazzled the students of Shangwu Academy, and everyone knew who he was. If Ah Fan had been defeated by Luin, no one could blame him. Aside from 2 or 3 leaders, no one dared to say that they could withstand Lu Yin's attacks. Only a true genius would be able to do so. Northgate Gang's eyes flashed, and he sneered, "You think Luin is Luin? Fine, even if Luin was the one who stole the teleportation stone, my brother is an explorer with a power level of 30,000 and is ranked 93rd on the top 100 rankings. He can easily defeat Luin. If you overestimate him because of your own failure, you'll only embarrass the Northline Flow Zone." Many people around him agreed, as the top 100 rankings was the best example. Although Luin was strong, he was only a leader, and it was already not easy for him to challenge an explorer. However, the top 100 rankings were different. Even the 100th place on the top 100 rankings was not someone an ordinary explorer could match, and he could even compete with a cruiser. They did not know what had happened to Luin in the Outerverse recently. He had tied the 10 Arbiters record with 30 stacks, and he had crushed 2 elite explorers by himself. If they had known, they would not have been so confident. Of course, Ah Fan's words were an exaggeration, as he could not determine who was stronger between Northgate Lai and Luin. Lily Shuer's eyes lit up, and she became even more excited when she heard Lu Yin's name. Ah Fan did not argue with Northgate Gang and simply left. There was no point in saying anything now. Northgate Gang did not stop him, and he was about to ask Lily Shuer to sit down when he realized that she had disappeared. Outside the restaurant, Ah Fan walked silently. Lily Shuer ran over from behind him. "Hey, what did it feel like to fight Luin?" Ah Fan ignored her. Lily Shuer frowned and jumped in front of Ah Fan. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Ah Fan reeked of alcohol, and he impatiently replied, "I don't know. Didn't Luin steal your teleportation stone? How can you not know? Are you lying?" Lily Shuer shouted. Ah Fan stood in place, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Lily Shuer walked in front of him, bent down, and looked at him strangely. "What? Can't describe it?" Ah Fan sighed. 1. Palm overlaying stacks. Lily Shuer's eyes widened. 1 palm? You lost with just 1 palm? Ah Fan nodded and continued walking. Lily Shuer hurriedly chased after him. "You're one of the strongest people in Shangwu Academy. My cousin specifically mentioned you when she asked me to go to Shangwu Academy to study, but you couldn't even take a single hit from him." Ah Fan said bitterly, "Yeah, I can't even block a single palm. I'm just a piece of trash." With that, he staggered towards Shangwu Academy. Lily Shuer stood rooted to the ground, blinking her eyes. "Is he really that powerful? I'm going to tell my cousin so that she can try to become one of the 10 Arbiters candidates." She then giggled and ran off. The universe was forever dark. Luin had already left San Dios and was heading towards the Innerverse Northline Flow Zone. The struggle between Darkstar Gorge and Dark Mistweave would not end anytime soon, so Luin handed Zhao Ran over to Barley for him to take care of her. Yu Xianxi did not come out this time and remained in San Dios. Compared to Yu Xianxi, Luin wanted to interact with Xianxia more. Watermoon Villa was not much worse than the Frostmoon sect, and more importantly, Watermoon Villa gave Luin a much better impression than the Frostmoon sect. It was a pity that Xianxia had finally left the Innerverse and did not want to go back. Otherwise, Luin would have brought Xianxia along. "7th bro, aren't you embarrassed to not bring a beauty along?" the monkey complained unhappily. Luin frowned. "Do you want to be blocked again?" The monkey immediately shut up, as he knew that Luin was not joking. Luin would block him whenever he wanted, and this was already considered good. He even knew to give a warning, but most of the time, he did not even give a warning before blocking him. Ghost Monkey was already very helpless about this. Luin had taken San Dios's personal spacecraft this time. It was still an Aurora, but it was not radiant grade. Instead, it was a black hole grade spacecraft. A black hole grade Aurora was the exclusive vehicle of a member of the Youth Council. It could defend against attacks from hunters and was 100 times faster than a normal spacecraft. A normal spacecraft would take at least 7 to 8 months to travel from San Dios to the Northline flow zone, and this did not include the time needed to change course midway. Now, with the black hole grade Aurora's speed, it would take less than 3 days. The entire route had been completed in less than 3 days, which was a speed that Luin had not even dared to dream of. This was a black hole grade Aurora. Of course, this did not include the time spent in the Astral River. Luin estimated that it would take less than 5 days to reach the Northline flow zone. Money limited one's imagination. With money, anything could be achieved. With this black hole grade Aurora, he would not have to waste so much time traveling through the universe. Luin sighed as he felt the spacecraft's extreme speed. Sometimes, having money did not necessarily mean that everything could be achieved. At the very least, this spacecraft was not something that just anyone could enjoy, and this extreme speed was something that one's body could not handle. The average Lemmeter would definitely not be able to handle this speed, and only an explorer's body would be able to handle it. A day later, the spacecraft suddenly stopped in outer space. Luin looked into the distance and recalled the past. That was the pirate port, which was also the place where he had undergone his transformation. It was also where he had experienced death. It was also there that his way of thinking had changed. A person could not be an ant forever and have their fate decided by others. If not for the events at the pirate port, he would at most be comparable to an area master of a trial zone in the Astral Combat Academy. He would not even be able to compare to a student leader, let alone a champion. A person's destiny was truly unpredictable. 3 years ago, he had been an ordinary person, but 3 years later, his name had shaken the universe. He wondered how his family's investigation of what had happened back then was going. After returning to Leon's armada, the people who had attacked him back then were probably trembling in fear. The pirate port was already very close to the Astral River. Not long after, Luin arrived outside the Astral River once more. The last time he had been here, he had taken a spacecraft from the erudite flow zone's border and had taken the express route, which was equivalent to cutting the queue and entering the Astral River, Arkansas. This time, Luin did not expose himself, as he wanted to enter the Innerverse like a normal person. The Astral River arc was incredibly large, and one spacecraft after another passed through the inspection and entered the arc. They would then travel back and forth between the Innerverse and the Outerverse. The arc's current master was Old Gouda, and he would remain in this position for many years to come. No matter where one went, there would always be secret transactions. Aside from going through the normal procedures to enter the Innerverse, ordinary people would also have to depend on the attitude of certain people on the arc. Back in the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones, Guerre had said that space-exploring powerhouses would kneel to him in order to enter the Innerverse. Now, Luin had witnessed it for himself. Under the gazes of countless people, an explorer took out his cosmic ring in humiliation and requested to enter the Innerverse. The attraction of the Innerverse to the Outerverse was too great. Many people believed that only by entering the Innerverse could one become a powerhouse and fight for a future. It was precisely because of this belief that even space-exploring powerhouses had to put down their pride. They believed that they could return to the Innerverse to seek revenge after becoming a powerhouse, but in reality, the people on the Astral River arc did not care at all. Even if these people entered the Innerverse, their chances of becoming a true powerhouse were very small. Besides, the people on the Astral River arc were not weak either. There were still a few more spacecraft before it was Lu Yin's turn. He was bored when he accidentally saw a familiar figure. He was surprised to see that it was Guerre. Although they had only met once, Luin had a deep impression of Guerre. When he had first met Guerre, space-exploring powerhouses had still been out of reach for Luin. However, he had heard of space-exploring powerhouses kneeling at Guerre's feet, and that had left a deep impression on Luin. Furthermore, Guer was Elder Guda's son. Spacecraft after spacecraft were inspected in orbit. In order to enter the inner verse, one had to pay a considerable amount of resources and also have a legitimate reason. The Astral River Flow Zone Envoy's job was to supervise the Astral River Arc and find ways to prevent more people from entering the inner verse. This was an unwritten rule of the inner verse. Luin watched as the people on the first few spacecraft dejectedly left. He looked at Guer's smug expression and smiled. It was his turn. Where are you from? A voice came from the spacecraft's communicator. Luin replied, Frostwave Weave. You're not allowed to enter. Leave. Luin was stunned. Why? Anyone from Frostwave Weave is not allowed to enter today. Come back tomorrow. The voice was clearly impatient. Luin was speechless. What's the reason? If I say you're not allowed to enter, then you're not allowed to enter. At that moment, a voice came from the spacecraft behind the tracks. Brother, this is the Astral River Arc's rule. Draw lots, and whichever weave you're not allowed to enter will be barred for the day. Draw lots again tomorrow, and you won't be able to enter. Go back and wait for another day. Luin was stunned. Was that even possible? Alright, you know quite a bit. Since you know so much, you don't have to go in, the supervisor beside the tracks said in a strange tone. Ah? Sir, I just saw that you didn't want to talk, so I tried to explain. Please don't take offense and let me in, the person on the spacecraft behind Luin wailed. The supervisor sneered. I really don't want to talk today. Since you're so kind, fine. Stay here and help me explain things one by one. I'll go in a few days when it's my turn. The person was helpless. Luin looked on coldly. The attitude of the people on the Astral River Arc was quite bad, and they were doing everything they could to prevent people from the outerverse from entering the innerverse. Why aren't you leaving, kid? It's fine if you don't want to leave. Just wait a few more days and I won't have to deal with so many idiots, the supervisor said proudly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he was about to speak when Guer walked over and appeared beside the supervisor. What's the matter? When the supervisor saw Guer, he immediately lowered his head. So it's you, sir. Please take a seat. Guer sat down lazily and waited for the supervisor to serve tea and snacks, acting like he was the boss. When he saw Guer, Lu Yin's lips curled up. Hey, supervisor. Come here. When the supervisor heard his voice, he turned around and glared at him, shut up and scram. Luin grinned. If you're not coming, then get the one next to you. The supervisor was furious, and he ran over to the side of the track. He glared at Luin and threatened him in a low voice, Kid, don't cause trouble. That's a young master. If you offend him, don't even think about entering the innerverse for the rest of your life, let alone tomorrow. Luin shrugged. Sorry, you're too late. I've already offended him. You can ask him if you don't believe me. The supervisor was surprised and turned to look at Guer. It just so happened that Guer's gaze swept over, and when he saw Luin, his expression became as interesting as it could be. The supervisor ran back to Guer's side and smiled. Sir, that kid said that he offended you. Do you want me to seal his right to enter the innerverse? Guer pursed his lips and spat out the tea that he had just drunk. He walked towards Luin with a forced smile. Senior Lu, why are you here? Luin casually answered, nothing much. I just wanted to enter the innerverse, but that person said that I couldn't. Guer turned around and glared at the supervisor. Can't go in? Senior Lu can't enter the innerverse? You said it? Who gave you the guts to stop Senior Lu from entering the innerverse? The supervisor was dumbfounded. He hurriedly apologized. He knew that he had offended someone. From the looks of it, this person's status wasn't small. Luin snickered inwardly as he looked at Guer. This guy was quite smart, and he knew that he could not offend Luin. Although Guer was old Guda's son, he was still a student of the Astral Combat Academy. If he offended Luin, Guer was afraid that Luin would ban him from the Astral Combat Academy, just like how he had dealt with the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's guess was correct, Guer was indeed afraid of Luin. Luin was a ruthless person who had publicly banned the Day-Night clan. If he offended Lu Yin, then it would be difficult for Lu Yin to advance in the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin did not believe that his father's influence was greater than that of the Day-Night clan, and recently, everyone had been saying that Lu Yin was a true 10 Arbiters candidate. Lu Yin's status made it so that Lu Yin did not even dare to curse Lu Yin behind his back. The 10 Arbiters Council restricted the younger generation too much, so much so that even a spoiled brat like Gu'er did not dare to casually talk about it. Alright, don't blame him. I say, Gu'er, why are you calling me senior? If I remember correctly, you entered the Astral Combat Academy before me. Gu'er hurriedly smiled. Senior Lu is the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest, and he's also the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy. Anyone who meets him is a junior, so this is only natural. At this moment, the people behind the tracks who were waiting to enter the Innerverse were all dumbfounded. It was normal for the Overseer to casually scold and humiliate them, as no one had ever seen someone who could make the Overseer and even Gu'er so fearful. Such an important person shouldn't be queuing up, he should have entered the Innerverse long ago. Gu'er, I heard that it depends on luck when you allow people to enter the Innerverse. Is that right? Gu'er's expression changed. Was Lu Yin going to interfere with the Astral River arc? He was just a student, but he suddenly remembered that Lu Yin was also a member of the Council of Astral Academy and an acting member of the Outerverse Youth Council. If Lu Yin interfered with these two identities, then even his father would have to take him seriously. When Gu'er didn't reply, Lu Yin knew what he was thinking. Don't worry, I'm not that annoying. What you do has nothing to do with me. Since it depends on luck, then can you give me some face and allow anyone who is on the same track as me to enter the Innerverse? Gu'er heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, that's not a problem. Whatever you say, senior. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. Thank you. He then followed the tracks and boarded the Astral River Arkansas. Lu Yin had only suggested this because he wanted to experience the taste of authority. It was a wonderful feeling, and he liked it a lot. It would be even better if he could control this enormous Astral River arc one day. The Astral River arc was extremely important to the Innerverse and Outerverse. Generally speaking, those who boarded it weren't allowed to walk around freely, and they weren't even allowed to disembark. However, Lu Yin was an exception. With his status, there was nothing that could restrict him, especially since he had 2 honor points. One of the privileges he had was to visit the Astral River Arkansas. However, he didn't go out because he was afraid of running into old Guda and letting him see the hatred in his eyes. It was still too early to meet old Guda, and he had to at least wait until he had the strength to take revenge. However, there was one thing that he was curious about: why hadn't Big Sis and the others attacked old Guda? Were they worried about the Innerverse? On the other side, after Lu Yin left, Gu'er immediately contacted old Guda and reported Lu Yin's situation. Well done. Try not to provoke Lu Yin if you can. I just received news that he might be related to a large number of Outerverse pirates, and he has 2 honor points. Not even my authority can deal with him, old Guda said. Gu'er was unhappy. Father, doesn't that mean he can do whatever he wants in the universe? With honor points, he can do whatever he wants. Besides, he has more than one identity. That's why I want you to train hard and graduate as soon as possible. After you graduate, go to the warfront and contribute to the human domain. Try to get as many honor points as possible. Gu'er rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would go to the warfront, even Shui Luyun had died there. Not even 10 lives would be enough for Gu'er. Father, the warfront has already stopped. It won't stop for long. For countless years, the human domain, astral beast domain, and technocracy have never stopped fighting. Even if the warfront really does stop, there are still missions to explore the astral wilderness. Train hard, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to earn honor points. Old Guda then cut off the call. Gu'er pursed his lips. He wasn't going to do any missions. There weren't many people in the Outerverse who had earned honor points. He felt that it would be more fun to act like a tyrant in the Astral Combat Academy. When he thought of the Astral Combat Academy, he thought of Lu Yin. Since he was going to stay there, he couldn't afford to offend Lu Yin. Damn it, he should have curried favor with him earlier. Wait, it's not too late now. Gu'er's eyes lit up, and he waved at the supervisor. Go. Ask Senior Lu if he needs anything. Try to satisfy him as much as possible. Make sure to serve him well. Yes, young master, the supervisor hurriedly replied. He didn't even bother with his work since anyone on this track could enter anyway. The person who had previously explained things to Lu Yin quickly followed Lu Yin into the ark. He couldn't help but sigh that good people were indeed rewarded. The Astral River Ark stayed at the edge of the Outerverse Astral River for roughly the same amount of time as the Astral River Arkansas. It depended on luck, it could stay for 1 day, or it could stay for 10 days. This was also the reason why old Gouda had been able to deliberately delay his departure. Lu Yin didn't know how long the ark would stay this time, and he wondered if he should contact Guer again. It just so happened that the supervisor contacted him. Lord Lu, the voyage must have been tiring. If there's anything you need, please feel free to let me know. Lu Yin opened the cabin door and saw that he had been assigned to a separate track. This track was only connected to the spacecraft of important people, and there was a separate lounge and kitchen to the side. Everything was separate from the rest of the cabin, which clearly showed his status. When will the ark depart? Lu Yin asked. The supervisor respectfully replied, this lowly one would like to know. Is my lord in a hurry? Lu Yin nodded. The supervisor hurriedly activated his gadget and contacted someone. Not long after, he respectfully replied, if Lord Lu requires it, we can depart immediately. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Old Gouda was treating him too well, which shouldn't be the case. Although Lu Yin had many statuses and honor points, he didn't have the ability to control old Gouda. Even if Lu Yin's status as a member of the 10 Arbiters' Council made old Gouda apprehensive, it didn't affect old Gouda that much. After all, the Astral River Ark represented the Innerverse, and it wasn't something that the 10 Arbiters' Council could easily interfere with. But now, old Gouda was actually giving Lu Yin so much face, which was too strange. Lu Yin didn't know that his actions against the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy had caused such a huge shock to others. The Day-Night clan's reputation in the universe was too great, and Lu Yin had dared to face them head-on and come out unscathed. Lu Yin's identity had attracted a lot of speculation, and old Gouda was afraid of this. Coupled with the recent events at San Dios, old Gouda was certain that Lu Yin had a powerful organization supporting him. In any case, whether the ark moved or stopped depended entirely on old Gouda's words, so he might as well give Lu Yin some face. Things would look good in the future, and his son was still in the Astral Combat Academy. Does Lord Lu have any other instructions? Young Master said that the ark will still need some time to reach the edge of the Innerverse Astral River. During this time, we will carry out all of Lord Lu's orders, the supervisor said respectfully. Lu Yin waved a hand. I don't have any other instructions. You may leave. Yes, the supervisor acknowledged and left. However, before he could take a few steps, Lu Yin suddenly said, right, I heard that someone is fishing on the ark. Bring me a fishing rod. The supervisor was stunned. Lord Lu, the Astral River contains too many dangers. The ones fishing on the ark are usually space-exploring powerhouses, and accidents often happen to them. Lord Lu, please don't take any risks. It's fine. Go get it, Lu Yin said. He walked over to the transparent metal not too far away and looked down at the flowing Astral River with a strange expression. He was reminded of the cosmic sea. If Xianxia could survive there, then why couldn't he do the same in the Astral River? The cosmic sea was much more dangerous than the Astral River. The supervisor didn't dare to retort and hurriedly left. About an hour later, a set of special fishing gear was delivered to Lu Yin. Lord Lu, the ark will depart soon. Please make the necessary preparations, the supervisor said before respectfully leaving. Lu Yin picked up the fishing gear. The fishing gear here was different from what a normal person would think of. After all, they were facing the Astral River, and rather than calling them fishing gear, they were more like defensive gear. The only difference was that there was an additional fishing rod. Lu Yin picked up the fishing rod and exerted some force, but it didn't budge at all. He was astonished, it was very sturdy. He thought about it and increased his force even more, even using overlaying stacks. The fishing rod slowly bent, but only by a tiny bit. When Lu Yin increased his overlaying stacks to 20 stacks, the fishing rod finally bent in an arc. He exhaled, as this fishing rod was indeed worthy of being used in the astral river. Even an ordinary explorer wouldn't be able to withstand the force that he had just exerted, but he still couldn't do anything to this fishing rod. This fishing rod's defense surpassed that of an ordinary explorer, and it seemed to be quite valuable. There was a place for fishing on the giant ship. Luin was led by the supervisor to a place called the Leaping Dragon Platform. This was the place where fishing was done. The Astral River Ark had only been in the Outerverse for a short period of time, so not many people had boarded it, and there was not a single person at the Leaping Dragon Terrace. It was not easy to fish on the Ark, and one had to have a high status. Of course, the most important thing was one's strength. Every year, there were many powerhouses who were dragged into the Astral River and died. Luin put on his fishing gear and casually tossed his fishing line into the Astral River. There was no need for bait to fish in the Astral River, as a person's star energy was the best bait. The fish here ate people. The moment the fishing line entered the Astral River, Luin felt his hand tremble, and he almost lost his grip on the fishing rod. The Astral River was turbulent and vast, and it was filled with an indescribably boundless liquid energy. There was not only star energy, but also all sorts of energy. Some of these energies could seriously injure or even kill a fisherman if they passed through the fishing line. Luin was very strong, even stronger than Lulu and Grandini. Even so, he almost lost his grip on the fishing rod, which was a testament to the mighty force of the Astral River. He was only fishing, and he did not touch it directly. In a luxurious lounge on the Ark, old Gouda brought his son, Guer, and many other experts on the Ark to watch the Leaping Dragon Terrace. He's actually holding it steady. No wonder he's the strongest student in the Astral Combat Academy and a true 10 Arbiters candidate, someone praised. Normal explorers can't even hold the fishing rod steady. Now, let's see how long he can last. It shouldn't be long. As cruisers, we can only last for 10 hours at most. This Luin, I think he'll be lucky if he can last for an hour. That's about it, and that's under the premise that nothing unexpected happens. If he really catches something, he'll easily be dragged into the Astral River. Sir, should we send someone to protect him? Old Gouda looked at Luin and then at Guer. How's your relationship with him? Guer wanted to say that it was all right and that there was no major conflict between them, but he suddenly remembered that Luin had killed him in the trial zones. He recalled what Luin had said at that time, and his expression changed. He had almost forgotten that Luin had said that he would kill his father on the Astral River, Arkansas. He immediately told old Gouda about this matter. Old Gouda frowned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Guer replied bitterly, I forgot. Old Gouda snorted coldly and looked at the Leaping Dragon platform coldly. Did they have a grudge against each other? Perhaps, as he had offended too many people over the years as an Astral River flow zone envoy, and Luin was one of his enemies. Don't worry about him. Keep an eye on him at all times. He can't blame anyone if he dies. The people around him immediately responded. Actually, Luin had already forgotten what he had said when he had killed Guer. Otherwise, he would not have gone fishing, as doing so would have been tantamount to sending himself to the brink of death. Of course, he did not plan to actually go fishing, he just wanted to experience it. 10 minutes later, Luin suddenly put away his fishing gear and stopped fishing. Under the watchman's stunned gaze, Luin tossed all his fishing gear to him. The supervisor was speechless. It had only been 10 minutes. What was going on? Luin was not someone who did not know his own limits. From the moment that the fishing line had entered the Astral River, he knew that he could not fish with his current strength. It was very easy for him to encounter danger, so he just needed to get a feel for it. Guer also learned that Luin had stopped fishing, and he gritted his teeth in anger. When he remembered that Luin had a grudge with them, his attitude changed. He wanted nothing more than for Luin to die here, but Lu Yin's status was too special, and he could not touch him. He had originally thought that he would be able to finish this guy off by fishing, but he had not expected that he would only fish for 10 minutes. It was too disgusting. 7th Bro, Mingji, the Astral River is not something that you can come into contact with right now, the monkey said. Luin returned to his personal spacecraft, as this was the only place where he felt safe. After all, old Gudo was right next to him, and the old man was a hunter. Luin was afraid that if he suppressed his killing intent, old Gudo would attack him. This spacecraft could withstand a hunter's attack, and it gave him a sense of security. Monkey, when do you think I'll be able to come into contact with the astral river? Luin asked out of boredom. The monkey thought about it. At least become an explorer. With your freakish strength, you'll be able to crush a normal cruiser when you become an explorer. At that time, you'll have some ability to protect yourself against the astral river. But Xianxia was able to roam the cosmic sea. Compared to him, he's still far from being able to do that, Luin said. The monkey disdainfully replied, nonsense, that's impossible. Even the 10 arbiters couldn't roam the cosmic sea as a Lemmeter, let alone him. There must be a reason why he's able to roam the cosmic sea, and it's just that we don't know about it. Luin thought about it and agreed. He was on the same level as Xianxia, but he still wouldn't be able to protect himself against the astral river. How could that person be able to protect himself in the cosmic sea? It could only be because of some special reason. It was a pity that he couldn't contact his family on his own. Otherwise, he would have asked them and wondered how Big Sis and the others were doing in Leon's armada. In the depths of the distant heavens, the cosmic sea roared as usual as it devoured countless lives. The cosmic sea, which was originally filled with killing intent, should have been silent, just like a forbidden land. However, in a dark strait, laughter could be heard. Big Sis, congratulations on annihilating the Celestial Wolf Battalion. You've done the family a great service. Congratulations, Big Sis. Congratulations, Big Sis. With a bang, a shockwave swept out in all directions and smoothed out the whistling strait. This part of the cosmic sea didn't even dare to stir up. Guys, bring some wine. Captain, don't drink anymore. If you drink too much, you'll beat someone up. That's right, Captain. You can't drink. Shut up and drink. A huge voice tore through the void, splitting the strait in half. At the corner of the deck, Ghost looked at the strait that was being suppressed by Xianxia Leon with a complicated expression. Thinking about Little Seven? A pleasant voice came from behind her. Ghost turned around and narrowed her eyes. Big Sis, your appearance has changed again. An extremely beautiful woman appeared before Ghost's eyes. She was sexy and charming, and she should have been a stunner. However, she had a bucket-like waist, which was a stark contrast to her beautiful appearance. So what if I change? It doesn't matter. Changing so many times in one day is so annoying. Ghost smiled bitterly. There's nothing I can do about it. Who told you to cultivate the wrong technique? Your appearance keeps changing. It'd be strange if you didn't change one day. Are you thinking about Little Seven? Big Sis took a sip of wine and asked. Spectre nodded. Little Seven didn't receive any help from his family, and he was able to reach his current position all by himself. He has faced countless enemies. Spectre then looked at Big Sis. Let's bring Little Seven back, or we can announce to the public that Little Seven is a member of Leon's armada. Big Sis took a sip of wine. No. Why? Ghost was puzzled. Back then, we couldn't protect ourselves, so we sent Little Seven to Earth. Although it was to prepare for the Great U Empire, it was more to ensure Little Seven's safety. Now that we've returned to Leon's armada and the captain has acknowledged Little Seven, why can't we announce it to the public? Big Sis grinned. Little Seven's identity can't be linked to Xianxia Leon. He's not reliable, but I'm different. I won't let Little Seven have the stain of being a pirate. Ghost was speechless. Big Sis, don't say that. Back then, you guys had a falling out because of the captain's identity. Don't mention the word pirate anymore. Big Sis spat out all the wine in her mouth. Pirates only seek short-term benefits, but their long-term path is blocked. That old fellow is narrow-minded. I won't let Little Seven repeat this path. She then turned and left. The surface of the strait was in an uproar, and Ghost was flustered. She knew that Xianxia Leon had heard Big Sis's words. Fortunately, they hadn't quarreled, or else she might have been banished again. It seemed that Big Sis was still angry that Xianxia Leon had sent pirates to help Little Seven. This matter could easily expose Little Seven's relationship with the pirates, and Ghost had been a part of it. The Astral River arc took a day and a half to travel through the Astral River. During this time, the supervisor didn't appear again, but Luin didn't mind. When the arc connected to the edge of the Innerverse Astral River, Luin sat in his personal spacecraft and set a course to fly into outer space towards Northline Flow Zone. It wasn't that old Gouda hadn't thought of getting rid of Luin, but the danger was too great and Lu Yin's identity was too sensitive. He could only watch as Luin left. After entering the Innerverse, Luin immediately arrived at the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which wasn't too far from Northline Flow Zone. He hadn't been able to sense it the last time he had been on a border spacecraft, but now, he noticed that the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's temperature was much higher than the Outerverse. He didn't know if this was because of the difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse or because of the Blaze Realm. There were still many spacecraft around when Luin left the Astral River, but he overtook them one by one. His spacecraft was too fast, and many were stunned by the sight. Not long after, Lu Yin's spacecraft disappeared into the depths of space. According to his current position, he wasn't too far away from the tributary where the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and Northline Flow Zone intersected. If he wanted to pass through the tributary, he would have to take a giant arc. Although it was much smaller than the Astral River arc, it was still much larger than a superlarge spacecraft. Although there weren't many giant arcs in the tributary, Luin could find out where the arcs were through the network, which made it easier to plan his route. According to his calculations, he would reach the border of the tributary in about 5 hours. In another 2 hours, a giant arc would appear, and he would be able to cross the tributary and reach Northline Flow Zone. The time he had taken was about as expected. If not for his special status, Luin would still be wandering around the Outerverse, and he didn't even know when he would be able to enter the Innerverse. In the direction that Luin was heading, there was an old man on a star. He suddenly raised his head, but the burning star didn't harm him at all. "I've finally arrived. Undying Yushan crippled my limbs, so I'll use this junior's life to pay for it." Luin sat in his personal spacecraft and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures while thinking about what he needed to do in Northline Flow Zone. Actually, there shouldn't be much to do. All he needed to do was witness the Northgate platform competition, which didn't have much to do with him. There was also San Dios, the Great Yu Empire, and so on. The more he thought about it, the more Luin felt that there were many other things that he needed to do, and he couldn't afford to waste any time in Northline Flow Zone. Suddenly, his heartbeat quickened, and he felt as if a terrifying danger was about to descend. Beep 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 beep. The spacecraft suddenly sounded an intense alarm, and in the next moment, there was a flash of brilliance in the distance as a star was destroyed. What followed was an incomparably large hand that grabbed at him from outer space. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. This feeling was coming from a cruiser, no, a hunter. A hunter was attacking him. There was a loud bang as the spacecraft shook violently. Luin felt his mind go blank, and when he looked up, he saw an old man standing in space. The old man's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Luin. "Junior, Undying Yushan crippled my limbs. Today, you'll have to pay for it in his stead." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and the spacecraft was attacked again with a screeching sound. Fortunately, as long as the Aurora was a black hole-grade spacecraft, it could defend against a hunter's attacks. Luin was not worried about the spacecraft being destroyed. The old man sneered. "A mere black hole-grade spacecraft? Do you really think that it can defend against a powerhouse's attacks? Junior, there are battle techniques in the universe." The old man then used his star energy to form not just one palm, but multiple space-exploring palms that attacked the spacecraft. The black hole-grade spacecraft could only defend against a hunter's attacks, but that was only the standard value. It would not be able to withstand a true hunter's attacks. Just as the old man had said, he had battle techniques. The palms slammed into the spacecraft, but it still managed to hold on. However, Luin could not take it anymore, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the screen. He shouted, "Old thing, I'm a member of the Lockbreaker Society and the 10 Arbiters Council. You dare kill me?" The old man laughed maniacally. "My limbs have been crippled, and I'll never be able to recover. I'm no different from the living dead. If not for the fact that Wendy Yushan is too strong, I would have taken her down with me a long time ago. It's not bad to have a junior like you accompany me in death." Lu Yin's face went pale. He had no way of retaliating against a hunter. Even if this old man was at the bottom of the hunter hierarchy, killing him would still be as easy as flipping over a hand. "How did you know I was here?" Luine shouted. The old man sneered. "You're about to die, and you're still trying to trick me. I'll make sure that you die with a grudge." Berserk star energy swept through the void and viciously attacked the spacecraft. After enduring so many attacks, the spacecraft finally cracked. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was he really going to die today? He could not accept this. This old bastard wanted to drag him down with him. He could not accept this. "Seventh bro, think of something." "I don't want to die," the monkey shrieked. Luine spat out another mouthful of blood, as his body could not take it anymore. He could already feel the pull from outer space. "Quick, use progenitor Wushang's hide." "Not even a hunter can withstand its pressure," the monkey shouted. Unfortunately, Luine could no longer hear him. He had lost all of his 5 senses and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His entire body was like a toy as he waited for the old man to launch the final attack. The old man arrogantly replied, "Junior, your death is enough to benefit my descendants for tens of thousands of years. Die." Star energy tore through the void like a thunderclap, intending to destroy Luine. Luine looked at the torn space outside the spacecraft, and then at the streak of lightning. He suddenly thought of something, and he raised his hand to summon his die. He directly borrowed the lightning that he had absorbed from the rabbit and swept it out of the spacecraft. It streaked across space and shot into the dark depths of outer space. Everything fell silent, and the elder's pupils shrank as he stared at Luine in disbelief. How was this possible? He could not believe that he was killed by a lightning bolt. This was a lightning bolt with a combat power of over 200,000. How could this kid possess it? The old man had no way of knowing, as he died the moment the lightning bolt swept past him. His body fell down, and he did not know where it would land. The lightning that Luine had absorbed had come from that terrifying rabbit, which had crushed the 9-headed ape with a single stomp. The 9-headed ape was a terrifying creature with a power level of over 200,000. That rabbit's power level was unimaginable, and even if it had only absorbed a tiny bit of the lightning, it was still enough to instantly kill a hunter. Luine sighed in relief as his mind began to feel dizzy. With a bang, the spacecraft suddenly disintegrated, and Luine was exposed to outer space. This was the second time that Luine had been exposed to outer space due to a life-threatening crisis. Last time, he had been lucky enough to be saved by Madame Nayland, but this time, not a single spacecraft had approached him. He closed his eyes in despair, as he was truly finished. He had thought that he had many identities to protect himself, but against someone who did not even fear death, his identity was useless. Power was the foundation of everything. He now regretted not earning more money to increase his power. But now, it was too late. He looked around and realized that this was what it felt like to be in outer space. He gradually found it difficult to breathe, and the pressure within his body was about to explode. This would probably be the last thing he saw. A Lemaitre exposed to outer space would definitely die. After waiting for a while, Luine felt that something was strange, as he seemed to be fine. He raised his hand and looked at the lines on his palm, which were very clear. Although the pressure within his body was extremely great, it had not broken through his body. Although his breathing had been cut off, his vitality was still circulating. Could he survive in outer space? He was shocked. Why? Could it be that his physical body had reached a certain level of toughness? He could only guess. The monkey did not respond, and Luine looked around. He couldn't see the end of this dark space, and only the stars emitted light. Although he was not dead, his movements were rather slow, and his use of star energy was also hindered. If he could display 100% of his strength on land, then in outer space, he could not even use 10% of his strength. Luine did not know how long his vitality would last, and he felt bitter. His spacecraft's performance was too good, but it also had its disadvantages. His own spacecraft was too fast, and he had left the other spacecraft in the dust. He had not even had a chance to call for help. If he had known this would happen, he would have prepared a set of universal armor in his cosmic ring. It would have been better than completely exposing his body. There were countless strange substances in the universe, and only the heavens knew if his physical body could withstand them. Perhaps his luck was good, but it didn't take long for a spacecraft to quickly approach him. Luin was delighted, and he hurriedly used his star energy to simulate a universal distress signal. However, the spacecraft completely ignored him and directly flew past him. Luin was helpless, the spacecraft was too fast, and he was too slow in outer space. He could not catch up at all. After that, a few more spacecraft flew past him, but no one came to his rescue. Many people knew that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble while traveling through outer space. Very few people would take the initiative to save others, as the concept of repaying a debt of gratitude was too vague in the vast universe. Many pirates used this method to fish, and most people were already on guard against it. Luin had no other choice, and after thinking about it for a long time, he could only do this. He wrapped star energy around his fingertips, and it transformed into an extremely thin, rope-like structure that extended outwards. He did not know how far it extended, but it eventually stopped at a limit that he could not control. He then simulated a star energy rope and turned himself into a spider. As long as a spacecraft passed by, he would be taken away by the star energy he touched. It all depended on his luck to see if he would starve to death or run into a spacecraft first. Compared to the vastness of outer space, Lu Yin's star energy rope could only cover a relatively small area. It all depended on luck, but this was the only thing he could do. Another 2 spacecraft passed by, but they were too far away for star energy to reach. Luin waited nervously, hoping that his luck would be good enough. In outer space, a spacecraft was traveling at extreme speed. It seemed normal, but suddenly, a smear of blood spilled onto the transparent metal. Within the spacecraft, an expressionless man with cold eyes slowly walked forward. He held an ordinary sword in his hand, and blood dripped down the blade. Bang! Bang! Star energy guns fired, and regardless of whether it was metal bullets or light beams, they all hit the man without reservation. However, aside from tearing his clothes apart, they did nothing else. The man's sword flew, and a few more heads fell to the ground. Headless corpses crashed to the ground, and blood flowed like a river. The man stepped on the blood and continued walking forward, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the ground. The stench of blood gradually spread throughout the spacecraft. Within the captain's cabin, a dozen people were gathered together and staring at the screen in horror. Who is this person? Why is he chasing us? Is it the Blaze Realm? That's impossible. The Blaze Realm doesn't know of our existence. No matter what, the others can die, but Paige cannot, a calm middle-aged woman shouted. She then looked at the trembling youth in the corner. Everyone else looked at the youth with complicated expressions. Everyone, Paige is the flag of our alliance. As long as he's alive, we will have the competence to resist the Blaze Realm. If he dies, then our alliance will be torn apart, the middle-aged woman said. There's no need to say anything else. We'll protect Paige with our lives, someone else said. Soon, a set of universal armor was put on the youth's body. The middle-aged woman squatted in front of him and said bitterly, Paige, you must live. You are the foundation of the alliance. Only with you alive can we resist the Blaze Realm. The young man called Paige was horrified. Can I live an ordinary life? Everyone fell silent. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, but you carry the hopes of the older generation. You are the true successor of the Blaze Realm, and your existence gives the Alliance the motivation to continue resisting. Remember, no matter what happens, everyone will protect you. You are the most important. There was a bang as the sturdy metal door to the captain's cabin was kicked open. The azure-like youth walked in and looked up. His inhuman gaze swept across the crowd before finally stopping on Paige. The middle-aged woman's heart skipped a beat. This youth had indeed come for Paige, but who was he? If it was the Blaze Realm, then this person would not be here, but an almighty powerhouse. Who are you? Why are you chasing after us? Someone shouted. The youth raised his blade and slashed out. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and waved her hand. Flames swept out and tore through the void. She was an explorer, but even so, it was useless. The flames were split apart by the youth's blade, and the blade did not stop there for even a moment before slashing down on the person in front, splitting him in two. A terrifying atmosphere spread out. Page's face went pale, and he hid in fear. The middle-aged woman was bitter. She was also an explorer, but she had been unable to retaliate against this youth. Where had this freak come from? Blade light flashed, and even though the middle-aged woman was holding back the rest, they were still killed by the youth one by one. Blood, headless corpses, and severed limbs filled the captain's cabin. It was like a scene straight out of hell. The stench of blood was nauseating. The youth slowly approached the middle-aged woman and Page. Soon, only the two of them were left in the captain's cabin. "Who are you?" the middle-aged woman roared. Her abdomen was bleeding profusely, she had also been stabbed. The youth hadn't said a single word from start to finish. He just walked forward step by step, stepping into a pool of blood. Page almost fainted. The youth stopped 3 meters away from Page and the middle-aged woman. He raised his sword, and the sharp light from the blade tore through the void. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with madness. She grabbed Page and threw him towards the transparent metal. "Run!" As an explorer, the middle-aged woman could easily tear apart the spacecraft and toss Page out. Even if the youth was an explorer and could chase after her into outer space, the middle-aged woman would not let go of such an opportunity. Page could not die. He absolutely could not die. Page felt a sharp pain in his back as the transparent metal cracked. His entire body was thrown into outer space, into an unknown distance. What did it feel like to be in outer space? He had no idea what it was, as he hadn't even reached the Lameta realm and was only a melder. Facing the unknown of space made him even more fearful. However, before he could think about it any further, the scene in front of him retreated. He was pushed back into the spacecraft by a force and slammed into the wall. The middle-aged woman was stunned. What's going on? The youth with the sword hadn't even slashed down when he turned to look in the other direction. Luin was very excited, as the spacecraft had finally arrived, and it crashed straight into the star energy ropes that he had set up. The ropes that he had simulated with star energy were very sturdy, as he had comprehended a domain. Even with the speed of the spacecraft, it was impossible for it to break free from the ropes. When the spacecraft collided with the star energy ropes, a huge force lifted Lu Yin's entire body up, causing him to sway in a huge circle before crashing into the spacecraft. It was like playing on a swing. Lu Yin excitedly tried to enter the spacecraft, but a humanoid object suddenly appeared in front of him and smashed towards him. He immediately became unhappy. What was the meaning of this? Was he trying to throw him out? That wouldn't do. Lu Yin kicked out without hesitation and sent the humanoid flying back. He paused for a moment and didn't immediately smash into the spacecraft. Thankfully, he was right in front of the spacecraft, so he was only delayed for a moment before the spacecraft swallowed him up. Lu Yin fell miserably into the captain's cabin with a cracked transparent metal behind him. Cough cough. He felt like he hadn't breathed in a long time, and he gasped for air. Finally, he had survived. It hadn't been easy. The atmosphere in the captain's room was a little strange. Page was stuck in the wall, and both the middle-aged woman and the young man were staring at Lu Yin, not moving at all. Lu Yin took a few deep breaths and frowned at the thick stench of blood. He looked up and suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He dodged at top speed, but a flash of light brushed past his ear, leaving behind a trail of blood. He was furious. That attack just now was meant to kill him. He raised his head and saw the young man with the saber. The blade-wielding youth hadn't expected Lu Yin to be able to dodge his attack, but he didn't hesitate and slashed out a second time. This attack was incomparably sharp, and it tore through the void. This attack was very simple and didn't have many variations, but it was this simple attack that made Lu Yin feel a sense of danger. This attack gave him the same feeling as when he had faced Lu Xiaoqiu's first sword. It was fast and accurate, and all of the youth's strength had been concentrated into this attack. This person was an expert. 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body as he stared closely at the trajectory of the blade. He dodged to the side, and at the same time, he lashed out with a kick. There was a thump as the kick landed squarely on the youth's body, sending him flying out of the captain's cabin. The middle-aged woman's pupils shrank as she stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person was actually so strong. Wait, why did this person look so familiar? Luyin pulled back his right leg and frowned. Something was wrong, this person's physical body was very strong. His full-powered kick had felt like it had landed on a steel plate, and it hadn't broken through. He turned to look at the middle-aged woman and then scanned his surroundings. It seemed like he had gotten himself into trouble. Before he could ask any questions, a cold light swept past him, and a sharp blade slashed out. He hurriedly dodged, but the transparent metal of the captain's cabin was torn apart, and an even stronger suction force appeared in outer space. The youth leapt through the void and slashed out again, this time even more ruthless and ferocious than the previous attack. Luyin didn't have time to think, and he used the serious art to block the blade's trajectory in advance. He grabbed the youth's arm with his left hand and punched out with his right palm, directly hitting the youth's chest. 20 stacks 30-fold shockwave palm. There was a loud boom as the shockwave shattered the captain's cabin, and the entire spacecraft instantly turned dark. The youth was sent flying by Luyin's palm, smashing through the walls of the spacecraft and blasting into outer space. Luyin grimaced, he had used too much strength, and the spacecraft was about to be destroyed. That wouldn't do, as he had just escaped danger. He turned to look at the middle-aged woman. There's a personal spacecraft on this spacecraft, right? The middle-aged woman finally remembered who Luyin was, and she nodded blankly. Yes. Luyin sighed in relief, it was good that there was one. He didn't care how many spacecraft there were, as he had just saved this woman's life. You're Luyin? She asked. Luyin grunted. The spacecraft is about to be destroyed. Hurry up and run. The middle-aged woman opened her mouth to say something, but her expression suddenly changed, and she looked up in horror. Luyin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up. His pupils shrank as he saw the youth. He had thought that this youth should have been injured or even killed by his palm strike, but he was standing at the top of the spacecraft, completely unharmed. He was staring at Luyin with a cold gaze. Luyin's eyes narrowed, he had only ever felt such a gaze from a member of the Neo-Human Alliance. It was an inhumane, almost zombie-like gaze. Could this person be from the Neo-Human Alliance? Luyin wasn't sure, as there were all sorts of battle techniques in the universe, and there were also many techniques that could be cultivated to the point of inhumanity. He couldn't say that only someone from the Neo-Human Alliance could possess such a gaze. But the next moment, Luyin was certain that this person was definitely from the Neo-Human Alliance, as the color of the youth's eyes had changed to scarlet vertical slits. The scarlet vertical slits were too easy to recognize, this was the Neo-Human Alliance. It wasn't just Luyin, the middle-aged woman recognized the youth as well, and her face went pale. The Neo-Human Alliance? All of you will die. The youth's scarlet eyes stared at Luyin, and the long blade in his hand disappeared. He charged towards Luyin, causing the spacecraft to shake. The youth punched out, and a terrifying might caused the entire spacecraft to rapidly collapse. This punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary explorer. Luyin didn't dare to be careless against a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. This was one of the three Dark Hands, a great enemy of the entire human race. Bang! The two fists collided. A ferocious shockwave swept out in all directions, and the entire spacecraft cracked apart. The bottom of Luyin's feet had already been torn apart, and this punch had almost sent him flying back into outer space. He didn't want to fall out again. A dark golden glow appeared on the surface of his body as his battle force seeped out. He grabbed the youth's wrist and exerted some strength. The youth was a corpse king, and logically speaking, his physical body shouldn't be weaker than Luyin's. Crack! The youth's wrist broke, and he growled. His scarlet vertical eyes stared at Luyin, causing Luyin's hair to stand on end. Luyin gritted his teeth and exerted some more strength, snapping the youth's wrist. The youth growled, and his scarlet vertical eyes disappeared. Or rather, they transformed into gray pupils. They were completely gray, and they seemed to devour everything around them. Even his hair had turned gray. In an instant, the broken wrist was restored to its original state, and an indescribably powerful aura swept through the heavens. Luyin's heart raced. Seventh bro, hurry up and attack. This is a corpse king transformation. This guy isn't simple. Break him. Luin didn't hesitate and slapped the youth's chest in the same spot as his previous attack. 30 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. The heavens seemed to fall silent for a moment, and then, the youth was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. 30 stacks strength was terrifying, and it was a true unequaled Lemeter. It was also Lu Yin's strongest attack, and a single palm was enough to send the youth flying. 7th bro, run. Your Lemeter strength isn't enough to kill a corpse king that can transform, the monkey shouted in panic. Luin didn't have time to ask any more questions. He glanced at the middle-aged woman and then quickly rushed towards the spacecraft's cabin. The middle-aged woman knew that the situation was dire, and she gritted her teeth as she pulled Paige out of the wall and carried it towards the cabin. Soon after, 2 spacecraft rushed out, one in front and one behind, heading in different directions. After the 2 spacecraft left, the youth returned. At this moment, his entire body was gray, and his powerful strength caused the void to distort. With a casual wave of his hand, he reduced the spacecraft to dust. His gray eyes scanned the heavens as he chased in a certain direction. 7th bro, how did you provoke the Neo-Human Alliance again? The monkey shrieked. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Luin was speechless. I didn't provoke them. I just happened to pass by. That's even worse. You have your own troublesome physique, and even hunters are chasing after you. 7th bro, wake up. Can't we just stay in the same place from now on? Don't come out and wander around, the monkey wailed. Luin frowned. Let me ask you something. What do you mean by Corpse King transformation? Corpse King transformation is the Neo-Human Alliance's top battle technique, and it's specially made for Corpse Kings. Every time it transforms, its power level will increase. The monkey was listless, as he had a feeling that his future was bleak. The scene of him being attacked by a hunter had left a shadow in his heart. By how much? Luin was curious, as the monkey understood his strength. Even so, the monkey had told him to immediately run away. It was clear that the increase in power was not just a 1 stars. 7th bro, do you know why the entire universe is afraid of the Neo-Human Alliance? The monkey asked. Luin did not answer. I'll tell you. First, it's because of their philosophy, which is to turn all humans into zombies so that they can gain eternal life. Second, it's because of their strength. You've already experienced that Corpse King's power. Before the Corpse King transformation, its physical body was already extremely powerful, but after the Corpse King transformation, its physical body can be strengthened by 10 times. Lu Yin's expression changed. 10 times? That's right. 10 times, the monkey said solemnly. Luin was stunned. Was there such a terrifying technique? It could strengthen a person's physical body by 10 times? A Corpse King's physical body has already been strengthened by various methods. With your physical strength, you're definitely invincible among the Lemeters. Even the other 10 Arbiters Lemeters won't be able to surpass you. You're at the top, but that Corpse King wasn't much weaker than you. Even though it was an explorer, even a Lemeter Corpse King wouldn't be much weaker than you. This is the average standard of the Corpse Kings in the Neo-Human Alliance, the monkey explained. An ordinary person wouldn't be much weaker than you, but 10 times stronger. You can imagine why the universe views the Neo-Human Alliance as a great enemy. Their strength can't be judged by common sense, and the universe automatically excludes the Neo-Human Alliance when it comes to judging the younger generation. If the Neo-Human Alliance is one of the 3 Dark Hands, then are the other 2 equally strong? Luin asked. The monkey was helpless. I don't know. The 7 courts have declined, but even so, their strength isn't something that can be estimated by the average person. As for the last one, no one knows. Then, does the universe exclude the other 2 as well when it comes to judging the younger generation? Luin asked. Maybe, but the 10 Arbiters standards shouldn't be the case. Those 10 are really products of the universe's great changes. How do you know so much? You even know about the Corpse King transformation. The monkey was pleased. It's all recorded in those seniors' autobiographies. I've been wandering the universe for so many years, so of course I know a lot. Then tell me, what's above gray eyes? Luin was curious. The monkey thought about it. Green eyes. What's above green eyes? Seventh bro, do you really think that I'm omniscient? Who knows what's above green eyes? Everyone who encountered it died, and they didn't even have the time to write their autobiographies. Right, seventh bro, how did you survive? I remember that we were killed by a hunter, the monkey suddenly asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You didn't see it? See what? The monkey asked. Lu Yin didn't know if the monkey was pretending or not, but he hadn't had the time to block the monkey when he had used his die. An expert passed by and saved us. Expert? Saved us? Then why didn't he send us to a safe place? And why did you encounter a corpse king? The monkey continued to ask. Lu Yin grew impatient. Why do you have so many questions? Keep asking and I'll block you. The monkey was speechless and grumbled softly. This spacecraft was just a normal spacecraft, and it was much slower than Lu Yin's previous one. Now, it had encountered a new problem. While he was escaping, his spacecraft had been damaged by something, and it would not be able to last until he reached the Northline flow zone. He had no choice but to look for a nearby transit planet and take a merchant ship to the Northline flow zone. The nearest transit planet was not too far away. If it had been the previous spaceship, it would have taken less than 10 minutes to arrive. However, this spaceship's speed was too ordinary. It took more than 2 hours to arrive. He didn't want the spacecraft anymore, it was too slow, and it wasn't even an Aurora, so it couldn't be upgraded. He walked out of the space station and raised his head to breathe in the fresh air. Noisy singing and all sorts of noises filled his ears. This planet's environment was decent, and its technology was quite advanced. It was bustling with people coming and going. He used his honor points to find the most powerful person in the space station to open the way for him. He also changed his clothes while he was at it. 10 minutes later, he boarded a passenger spacecraft heading towards the Northline flow zone, and it was a luxury cabin. He sat on a comfortable aerodynamic recliner in the cabin and was just about to read the news about the Northline flow zone when a notification popped up. There were a bunch of words on it that made Lu Yin's forehead crease. Return the money, return the money, return the money. Lu Yin was speechless. That brat Lulu was forcing his hand. It seemed like she had gone to the Great Yu Empire and was venting her anger on him because she hadn't been able to find any information about the 7 quartz. Lu Yin replied with 2 words, wait. Not long after, Lulu sent him another message. The one who owes you money is the boss. You're ruthless. Lu Yin's face twitched, but he hadn't said that he wouldn't return the money. Just as he was about to retort, a fragrance wafted past him, and a beautiful woman sat down on a luxurious aerodynamic recliner. She nodded at Lu Yin in a friendly manner. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 20s, and her attire was avant-garde but not too revealing. Her high heels stood out, and Lu Yin had never seen any of the women around him wear high heels. They weren't suitable for battle. This woman had an intellectual beauty that was different from other women in battle, and she exuded a gentle aura that was different from Ming Yan's pure gentleness. It was more like a restrained sharpness, and she was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. She's curvy. 7th bro, this chick is flirting with you. Seduce her, the monkey shouted. In order to rush for time, Lu Yin had boarded the lowest grade passenger spacecraft. Even the luxurious cabins weren't for one person, but rather 2 people. He had been wondering who would be sitting next to him, but he hadn't expected to see a beauty. Lu Yin nodded at her in a friendly manner and then prepared to send Lulu a message. At that moment, the woman stretched out her hand in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Her fair hand was slender and beautiful. Hello, Student Lu. I'm Lily Ann. Lu Yin was astonished, and he clasped her hand before quickly releasing it. Lily Ann? That's a rare surname. Lily Ann smoothed her hair and smiled. Student Lu's guess is correct. I'm from the Northline flow zone's Lily family. Lu Yin suddenly understood. So you're a descendant of the Lily family. What a coincidence to meet you here. Lily Ann smiled. I didn't expect to see the famous champion of the Academy on a small passenger spacecraft. Is Miss Lily and also a student of the Astral Combat Academy? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lily Ann smiled. I graduated and had nothing to do, so I spent all my time traveling. Luyin grunted in acknowledgement. At that moment, the spacecraft started up and officially headed for the Northline flow zone. This type of passenger spacecraft had an agreement with the tributary vessel that allowed one to board at a set time. As long as one could afford to board, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach the Northline flow zone. Luyin didn't pay and boarded the ship naturally. Although he felt a little embarrassed, he still wanted to save as much money as possible. Perhaps this little bit of money would allow him to fuse with a more suitable person on his DI's 6 pips. Lily was almost 10 years older than Luyin, and she was more experienced and knowledgeable. She was also a graduate of the Astral Combat Academy, and Luyin gained a lot of knowledge from sharing a luxurious cabin with her. At the very least, he knew that not everyone in the human domain looked the same. Just like the fires melt planets' people, their physical appearance varied depending on the planet's climate. Lily introduced him to quite a few strange-looking humans, such as those with 4 hands, those that were 100 meters tall, those that had 3 eyes, and those that spoke like they were singing. Luyin was stunned as he listened to all of them. Since Lily had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy, she was definitely an explorer. However, Luyin couldn't sense any powerful star energy fluctuations from her body. Either she had cultivated a technique similar to the invisible aura technique, or she had already gotten used to hiding her aura. Of course, there was also the possibility that she had comprehended a domain and was able to merge with her surroundings. A while ago, I found out that the Northline flow zone is now under Student Lu's administration, and I felt quite fortunate. Student Lu isn't as arrogant as the Day-Night clan and is easy to get along with, Lily said happily. Luyin smiled. Miss Lily you're exaggerating. We're only supervising the younger generation, not managing them. The 10 Arbiters Council doesn't have the authority to interfere with the local administration. We only intervene when the younger generation acts recklessly. Lily smiled. That's very impressive. The glory of the 10 Arbiters illuminates the universe, and I believe that Student Lu will definitely reach the same heights in the future. Luyin felt that this woman was constantly flattering him. When will Student Lu become an explorer? I heard that during the Astral Combat Tournament, Student Lu made an agreement with the sword sex Lu Xiaoqiu to challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. I believe that with Student Lu's strength, you should be able to do so. Luyin humbly replied, No. Those on the top 100 rankings are all the top powerhouses of the younger generation. I'm only a Lemeter, so I don't dare to be delusional. But Miss Lily you should be on the top 100 rankings, right? Lily shook her head. No. In the entire Northline flow zone, only Northgate Lai has entered the top 100 rankings, and he's only ranked 93. None of us have the ability to do so, so I hope that Student Lu can bring glory to our Northline flow zone. After all, you're still considered a part of our Northline flow zone. Luyin hurriedly replied modestly. The two's conversation went from normal to abnormal. It was unknown who had started flattering each other, but the more they spoke, the stranger it became. Soon, the two stopped talking. 7th bro, what's this woman trying to say? Is she trying to flatter you? The monkey was puzzled. Luyin's eyes flashed. Flattery? That seemed possible. He had thought that this woman was trying to flatter him to death and had forgotten to mention flattery. However, it seemed that with his current status, he did indeed have the qualifications to be flattered. As he thought about it, he turned to look at Lily Ann. It just so happened that Lily Ann was holding a book and reading it elegantly. Under the illumination of the lamplight, she looked like a goddess. Luyin turned back. Flattery? That didn't seem like it. How could this woman flatter him? But he hadn't offended her before, so she shouldn't be trying to flatter him to death. Could it be that she had a favor to ask of him? Luyin activated his gadget and began to search for information on the Lily family. He quickly found Lily Ann's information, and his eyes widened. This woman was actually the heir of the Lily family. He was stunned for a moment. An heir traveling around? Were those families so carefree these days? He turned to look at Lily Ann again. With her status as the heir, this woman's goddess-like aura had become even stronger. To many people, marrying her would be equivalent to a meteoric rise. The Lily family was one of the 3 strongest families in the Northline flow zone, and they had an almighty powerhouse with a power level of more than 200,000. Student Lu, what's the matter? Lillian noticed that Luin was looking at her, so she looked at him and asked, Student Lu, what's wrong? Luin felt awkward. Miss Lillian, I'd like to ask about the Northgate platform competition. Lillian put down her book and smiled gently. Student Lu, you should know the general situation from the internet. There are some confidential information that you should be able to find out with your authority. What do you want to know? You can ask me. Luin muttered to himself and looked at Lily-Ann. The 17 families are united because of the Northgate platform competition? The 3 strongest families have always been in control of the Northgate platform, which means that the other 14 families are vassals. Can I understand it that way? Lily-Ann's eyes flashed, and she ran her fingers through her hair again. Student Lu's point of view is different from the average person's. Most people think about how the Northgate platform competition will be held, who are the young geniuses of the 17 families, and who are they on good terms with. Student Lu, are you more concerned about the issue of unity? Luin nodded. He was indeed curious. Rather than 17 families competing for the Northgate platform, it was more like 3 families were competing with the other 14 families. Lillian thought about it and then looked at Luin. She earnestly said, when wolves are around, a sheep will seek the protection of a hunting dog, even if it's being cooked by a hunter. Her words clearly explained the situation in the Northline flow zone. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Although this woman had not mentioned the 17 families, a simple analogy was enough for him to understand. 14 families would rather seek the protection of the other 3 families than be divided by the other flow zones. This was the sorrow of the week. The universe was filled with such thoughts. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. At this moment, he had a deep understanding of the Northline flow zone situation and the significance of the Northgate platform competition. Its greater significance was to deter external enemies. Brother Lu, many experts from other flow zones have been invited to witness the Northgate platform competition. Let me give you a brief introduction, Lily-Ann said. Luin nodded, as he was curious as to who the Blazing Mist flow zone had sent. First, the top experts. The Beast Tamers flow zone is the closest to the Northline flow zone, and they've sent a Class 1 Hall expert named Fade. His power level is 170,000, and he's not far from becoming an almighty powerhouse. The Blazing Mist flow zone's Blaze Realm has sent Poison Flame. His power level was 160,000 a decade ago, but his current level is unknown. The Blazing Mist flow zone's Ross Empire has sent Duke Blackhawk, who is the same as Poison Flame. His power level was previously known to be 160,000, but now it's estimated to be around 180,000. The Tempest flow zone isn't that far from the Northline flow zone, and they've sent. Many experts had been invited to the Northgate platform competition, and 2 of the 8 major flow zones had sent experts. Including the smaller flow zones like the Tempest flow zone, there were more than 10 of them. These experts were all here to witness the competition, but they were not very strong. None of them were even hunters. The ones to be wary of were the Beast Tamers flow zone's Fade, the Blazing Mist flow zone's Poison Flame, and Duke Blackhawk. These were the 2 major flow zones that the Northline flow zone had to guard against. The 8 great flow zones were rich in experts, and while hunters were not considered rare in other flow zones, they could not casually dispatch them either. However, things were different for the 8 great flow zones, as they could even dispatch almighty powerhouses. Almighty powerhouses were generally the protectors of smaller flow zones, and they would not be easily dispatched. The passenger spacecraft wasn't very fast, and it took a total of 5 days to travel from the transit planet to the tributary arc and then to the Northline flow zone. These 5 days were roughly equivalent to the total time it would take for Luin to travel from San Dios to the Northline flow zone. To a cultivator, time was life. He wanted to get another Black Hole-class Aurora spaceship when he returned. In the Blazing Mist flow zone, Luin had not noticed anything, but the deeper he went into the universe, the more stable the void became. He had stayed in the Innerverse before. Back then, when Big Sis and the others had brought him around the Innerverse, he had still been a normal person who had yet to cultivate, so he hadn't been able to sense anything out of the ordinary. The second time he had come to the Innerverse, he had gone to the border of the erudite flow zone. He had passed through the blazing mist flow zone and then arrived at the erudite flow zone. He had walked along the border of the Innerverse, so he hadn't been able to sense anything out of the ordinary. Now that he had arrived at the Northline flow zone, he finally felt that the void was different. It felt much heavier, but the difference was not that great. Lily and was the host of the Northline flow zone, and before they even got off the passenger spacecraft, the Lily family's luxurious spacecraft was already waiting for them. Luin and Lily and immediately boarded the luxurious spacecraft from the passenger spacecraft and headed towards the Northgate platform. There's less than 10 days until the Northgate platform competition. I can show Brother Lu around the Northgate platform so that you can familiarize yourself with the local customs of the Northline flow zone, Lily and said enthusiastically. Luin hurriedly declined, as this woman had been flattering him the entire time, which was too much for him to handle. He was certain that Lily and had something she needed his help with, and he wanted to avoid interacting with her as much as possible. Brother Lu, what are you guarding against me for? Lily and looked at Luin and probed. Luin smiled. Of course I'm not guarding against you, Miss Lily Ann. It's just that Astral 10 has landed in the Northline flow zone, so I need to return to Astral 10. Lily Ann smiled. So that's how it is. I was being overly suspicious, but Brother Lu has been calling me by my full name for the past few days. It's too unfamiliar. We should be friends, right? Luin laughed dryly. Then I'll just call you Miss Ann. Lily Ann smiled, tacitly agreeing. Right, Brother Lu, there's something I forgot to tell you. Lily Ann opened her gadget and tapped on a screen. Astral 10's arrival in the Northline flow zone has caused a wave of challenges from many students from Xianxia Academy. Over the past few days, students have been challenging students from Astral 10, but unfortunately, almost all of them have been defeated. Luin looked at the screen, which was currently showing Zora's battle with a stranger. That person should be a student from Xianxia Academy, and he wasn't weak. He had stepped into the Lamita realm and was very proficient in using battle techniques, but he had still been defeated by Zora in the end. When he saw Zora again, Luin could clearly feel that something was different about her. Windrift Hall's battle techniques were unique, and they were indeed unique. They could seal star energy just by tapping their fingers against a person's body. He should study them when he had the time. Aside from Zora's battle, there were also battles between Zhao Ilong, Mengyu, and Coco. Xianxia Academy lived up to its name, and there were many challengers. Although almost all of them had been defeated, there were still some winners. For example, the person who had fought with Mengyu had easily won. His name is Northgate Gang, and he's the younger brother of the Northgate family's young master, Northgate Lai. He's also one of the strongest students from Xianxia Academy, Lily and introduced. Luin nodded. Although Xianxia Academy couldn't compare to the Astral Combat Academy, it was normal for them to have a few powerhouses. Mengyu, Zhao Ilong, and Schutz were all considered the weakest students in Astral 10, followed by Hui Day Knight and Michelle. Northgate Gang could defeat Mengyu, but he definitely wasn't Michelle's match. He was probably on the same level as Hui Day Knight. It was already quite good for him to be able to match a Day Knight expert. The funniest part was Coco's battle. She frantically ran while carrying a huge syringe, and it felt like she would poke anyone she caught. It had to be said that the huge syringe was quite intimidating, and even Luin didn't dare to be poked even once. Unfortunately, she was still defeated. Coco's weakness was obvious, she was vulnerable to area of effect attacks. Although the syringe's defense was top-notch, it couldn't last for too long as her stamina was running out. After Coco's defeat, Xiao Luo's next opponent was Luin. When he saw Xiao Luo, Luin knew that there was no more suspense in this battle. Of all the students in Astral 10, he was the only one who was unrivaled. Only Xiao Luo and Silver were second to him. It was hard to say who would win, but they could easily crush everyone else. The results of the Astral Combat Tournament had proven many things. They both had the strength to fight against the student leaders. Luin had never been clear about Xiao Luo's bottom line, but he and Silver had improved at an unimaginable speed. This person is a powerhouse from Astral 10, right? Ever since he started fighting, the strongest people from Xianxia Academy have all been defeated without any suspense, Lillian said as she looked at Xiao Luo with bright eyes. Lillian nodded. His strength is second only to mine. Lillian sighed. No wonder Northgate Gang couldn't even see his bottom line. Lillian rolled his eyes. He couldn't even see Northgate Gang's strength, let alone Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo had never fought seriously with him, and what he had once thought of as a serious battle was now nothing more than a joke to Lillian. Xiangwu Academy's challenge was just an interlude. The Lilly family had arranged for Lillian to stay in the most luxurious restaurant in the Northgate platform. Lillian had wanted to invite Lillian to stay at her house, but he had declined. When he saw the Northgate platform, Lillian was shocked. It was just a stone platform, but it was incomparably huge and floated in space. The universe was vast and mysterious. Lillian did not linger and left after settling Lillian down. Lillian stood in his room in the restaurant and looked outside. There were many students bustling about, and they all seemed to be full of youthful energy. To them, the Northgate platform competition had been lively, but they did not know that it was actually a tragedy for the Northline flow zone. It was a tragedy that they had no choice but to reveal their strength in order to intimidate their enemies. Lillian contacted old Kai, but he was not in a hurry to return to Astral 10. Since he had come to the Northgate platform, he naturally wanted to learn more about Xiangwu Academy. This academy was under his direct supervision, as he was a member of the Council of Astral Academy appointed by the 10 Arbiters Council to oversee the Northline flow zone. He rested for a day. The place he was staying in was considered a standalone house. Walking out of the room was a small courtyard, and further outside was the hotel lobby. Lillian casually ordered a few dishes and sat in the main hall, looking around. It was mealtime and more students had arrived. Why do you think the Astral Combat Academy students are so strong? Our Xiangwu Academy is a gathering of the Northline flow zone's top geniuses, but we've lost more than we've won. Not far away, a few students were discussing loudly, clearly in a bad mood. Lillian did not look at them and quietly ate his meal. Alright, don't flatter yourself. What do you mean by more than they've won? That's because they haven't won much. Aside from Northgate Gang and a few other top students, the rest can't beat anyone else. That's not necessarily true. That girl can still win. Don't you feel ashamed? All you think about is fighting a girl reprimanded. Alright, don't blame him. The students of the Astral Combat Academy are not to be trifled with. Do you remember when Lillian rebelled against her family and insisted on studying at the Astral Combat Academy? There's also Northgate Lai. He tried his best to enter the Astral Combat Academy, but in the end, Xiangwu Academy's president promised him the best resources to nurture him. The difference is too obvious. The Astral Combat Academy's mentors are at least hunters, but most of our Xiangwu Academy's mentors are only cruisers, and some of them aren't even cruisers. You can't say that. Many of the powerhouses on the top 100 rankings have never studied at the Astral Combat Academy. It's mainly based on their individual aptitudes. The wave of challenges from Xiangwu Academy had stimulated the students' desire to win, but the reality was bleak. Lillian smiled. Astral 10 was not a pushover. Although the crazy president had caused Astral 10 to decline, Lillian's batch was different. Old Kai and the others had taken good care of them and taught them separately, which had allowed Mengyu and the others to improve so much that they could rival the average Astral Combat Academy student. Dark Void, Michelle, and the others had even surpassed the average and reached the level of an area master. 7th bro, does it feel good to hear people helplessly talk about you behind your back? The monkey laughed strangely. Lillian took a sip of wine. It feels good. They weren't the only ones talking about Astral 10, almost all of the students were talking about it. Lillian had originally wanted to visit Xiangwu Academy, but he suddenly received an invitation from Lily and to a small gathering at Northgate Mansion. Northgate Mansion was the most luxurious gathering place in Northgate Platform, and it contained the most luxurious things in the Northline flow zone. It was where the Northgate Platform entertained important guests, and it could also be used for gatherings. Of course, most people couldn't use it, and only the 17 families were allowed to use it. Lillian had invited him to a gathering for the younger generation of the 17 families, and there would be a group of people of the same age as him. This was one of the ways to resolve grudges before the Northgate Platform competition. Luin thought about it and agreed. He couldn't always reject people, and he really did need to interact with his peers. After all, these people were under his supervision in the 10 Arbiters' Council, and he was considered a newly appointed official. Northgate Mansion wasn't far from where Luin lived, and his restaurant was second only to Northgate Mansion in terms of luxury. At this moment, there were quite a few people gathered at Northgate Mansion. Groups of seemingly rich and powerful students were entering, and there were also quite a few beauties standing outside, looking at the passing students. Expectantly, hoping to be taken inside. Once one entered Northgate Mansion, one's status would skyrocket. This was common knowledge in Northgate platform. Thus, whenever there was a gathering at Northgate Mansion, countless beauties would try their best to sneak in. Every social circle had its own struggles, and although some struggles were invisible to ordinary people, it didn't mean that they didn't exist. Luin had just walked out of Northgate Mansion when a beauty stuck close to him. She was extremely passionate and seductive. To be honest, Luin had never seen such a scene before. He was just a student in his early 20s and was full of vigor. Being entangled by such a beauty left him stunned for a moment, but the person who came to his rescue quickly arrived. It was Lily Ann. "Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a day, and you've already met a beauty. I'm going to have a whole new level of respect for you." Lillian beamed as she walked over to Luin. Luin didn't even have a chance to speak before the beauty's expression changed. She panicked and apologized before running away. Luin was stunned. "What's going on?" Lillian smiled. "She's trying to curry favor with the powerful. Brother Lu, don't mind her." Luin immediately understood, and he scanned his surroundings. Quite a few beauties had appeared and were looking over expectantly. He did not look down on these people. Everyone had a different attitude towards life, and their methods were naturally different as well. Everyone had their own difficulties, and no one had the right to look down on them. Of course, deceiving others' feelings was another matter altogether. "Let's go, Brother Lu. Everyone is waiting for you." Lillian made an inviting gesture. Luin didn't stand on ceremony, and he politely replied as he stepped into Northgate Mansion. Although he had expected this to happen, he was still shocked by the extravagance of the Northgate Mansion. It was like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to the outside world. It was as if everything a human could enjoy had been gathered here. Delicacies, fine wine, beauties, glowing fruits. Everything was here. Lillian looked at Luin and saw the initial shock in his eyes before he calmed down. She subconsciously frowned. Wasn't Lu Yin's background so complicated that even the Day-Night clan had to be wary of him? Why would he be surprised by the decorations of Northgate Mansion? To ordinary people, the luxurious decorations were beyond their imagination, but to the scions of influential families, it was nothing special. However, Lillian didn't think too much about it. Every family had their own way of nurturing their disciples, and Luin had probably been raised in poverty. Luin very naturally picked up a glowing fruit and took a bite. It was much sweeter in his mouth. The fruit was juicy and delicate, and there was even a hint of coolness to it. It was very comfortable to swallow, and he sighed in praise as he subconsciously picked up another one. Lillian looked at him with a beaming smile. There were currently no less than 100 youths gathered at Northgate Mansion. They came from 17 families, and some of them were from powers that were on good terms with the 17 families. Most of them were gathered in the main hall, and some of them were in the private rooms on the top floor. Normally, only the scions of the 3 great families were allowed to enter. At this moment, the crowd in the private rooms on the top floor couldn't help but laugh as they watched the screen. "This Luin doesn't have much of a background, right? Look at how poor he looks. He hasn't eaten anything good in years," someone mocked. Northgate Gang's lips curled up. "Don't say that. Maybe he's just hungry." Haha. The crowd burst into laughter. "Right, Brother Northgate, when will Brother Lai arrive?" a pretty girl asked with sparkling eyes. Northgate Gang slowly replied, "I don't know. Maybe he'll come, maybe he won't. What a pity. I heard that this Luin can challenge those at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. I hope that Brother Lai can teach him a lesson." "What kind of joke is this? He's actually supervising us." "That's right. The 10 Arbiters Council has never interfered with the matters of our Northline flow zone, but they've actually sent a student over. Northgate gang was also unhappy when this topic was brought up. The Northgate family had spent a lot of effort to nurture Northgate Lai in the hopes that he would rise to a high position in the 10 Arbiters Council and then supervise the Northline flow zone and even the surrounding flow zones. This would reduce the pressure on the Northline flow zone, but Luin had intercepted this opportunity. The entire Northgate family did not like Luin. There was a bang as the door to the private room opened, and a girl rushed in excitedly. "I heard that Luin came. Where is he? Where is he?" Many people felt a headache coming on when they saw the girl. Lily Schuer was a troublemaker, but she was also the successor of the Lily family, second only to Lily Ann. Her status was quite high, and she was also favored by Granny Chan. She was practically lawless in the Northline flow zone. Northgate gang was even more troubled. He had been ordered by his family to pursue Lily Schuer, but the more he interacted with her, the more he realized that it was impossible. This girl had a fiery personality, and she could cause trouble just by having a meal with him. He did not know what to do. "There, your sister is accompanying Luin." Northgate gang pointed at the screen. Lily Schuer looked up and saw Luin opening his mouth to swallow a pastry that looked like an egg, but was actually not an egg. It was extremely delicious. Lily Schuer blinked. "That's Luin? Why is he so hungry?" Everyone laughed. Suddenly, Luin raised his head and looked at everyone. Everyone felt their hearts clench as if they had been grabbed by something. They felt the urge to avoid Lu Yin's gaze. Fortunately, Luin only glanced at them before lowering his head and continuing to eat. Northgate gang narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He had been startled, and this Luin had to be taught a lesson. "Not bad, I like it. Northgate gang, get Brother Lai to fight him. I don't believe that he's as strong as he appears to be in the tournament of the strongest. It must be a show." Lily Schuer shouted. Northgate gang had the same idea. He was just waiting for his brother to arrive. He hoped that he would. Luin ate for a while, and the food was simply too delicious. Although it was not as rare as the food that Madame Nayland had served him, it was still very tasty. "Not bad, not bad. So your Northline flow zone specializes in good food. I have a friend who always says that he's a gourmet. I wonder if he'll come." Lily Ann smiled. "If Brother Lu's friend comes, the Lily family will definitely welcome him warmly." Luin laughed. He was talking about Silver. If Silver really came, how would the Lily family welcome him? Would the Neo-Human Alliance need to be welcomed? That would not be inviting a banquet, but rather death. "Brother Lu, are you done eating?" Lily Ann asked. Luin nodded. "I'm done. Let's go. I hope that the person we're waiting for is here." Lily Ann's eyes flashed. "Who are you talking about, Brother Lu?" Luin shrugged. "I don't know the details, but in these kinds of gatherings, the big shots are usually the last to arrive, right?" Lily Ann smiled. "Brother Lu, are you talking about yourself?" "Miss Ann, you've misunderstood. Why don't we make a bet? Even if I'm here, there's definitely someone else who hasn't arrived yet," Luin said with interest. He was beginning to understand the problems of these aristocratic children. The more important the gatherings were, the more likely those who felt good about themselves would be late to show their worth. Lily Ann politely declined, as she knew that Northgate Lai had not arrived yet. Could Luin be talking about him? Out of the 17 families, the 3 most important families' children were all at the top floor. Anyone who could reach the top floor would definitely attract attention. At this moment, Luin could feel that the entire Northgate Mansion's main hall was focused on him. There were even some young girls who wanted nothing more than to follow him up. Entering Northgate Mansion was one level, and entering the top floor was another. After seeing Lu Yin's appearance, many people cried out in surprise. The Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest had made Lu Yin a well-known existence. Not many people had seen the Tournament of the Strongest, but the Astral Combat Tournament had been broadcasted across the entire universe. Luin could not hide his identity even if he wanted to, unless he changed his appearance. "It's Luin. Luin is here." He's a member of the 10 Arbiters Council who oversees the younger generation of our Northline flow zone. It really is Luin. I really want to fight him and experience the strength of the strongest in the Astral Combat Academy. Brother, forget it. We can't even beat those people from Astral 10, let alone Luin. Luin himself did not know how much influence he had amongst the younger generation, but because of him, the number of youths who wanted to enter the Astral Combat Academy had increased by a large margin. Young people cared more about glory, and there was nothing more glorious than becoming the strongest in a battle broadcasted across the entire universe. Lu Yin's achievements were a monument, just like the achievements of the 10 Arbiters. Soon, Lilian brought Luin to a private room on the top floor. The people inside had been watching Luin ever since he had entered Northgate Mansion, and they were not surprised by his arrival. Luin had also noticed that there were many surveillance cameras in the lobby, and he knew that these people were watching him. He could feel that many of them were rejecting him. Let me introduce you all. This is Luin, a member of the Council of Astral Academy. He's in charge of the education, supervision, and punishment of the younger generation of our Northline flow zone, Lilian said. Following her introduction, many people gave Luin face and said a few words of admiration, but there were also some who did not care, such as Northgate Gang. One of the girls was especially lively, and she walked up to Luin with wide eyes. Luin looked at the girl in front of him and felt a little confused. Sure, stop messing around and come back, Lilian scolded her in a low voice and pulled the girl behind her. She then apologized to Luin, I'm sorry, Brother Lu. This is my younger sister, Lily Shuer. She's a little naughty, so please don't mind her. Sis, I'm already so old. Don't treat me like a child, Lily Shuer said unhappily. Lilian turned around and glared at her. Luin smiled, people say that the Lily family produces beauties, and it's true. Miss An is so pretty, and so is Miss Shu Then who do you think is prettier, me or my sister? Lily Shuer immediately asked, looking at him slyly. Luin was stunned. He had only been praising her out of politeness, but why did it feel like he had just screwed himself over? It seemed that Lily and also wanted to know the answer to this question. Luin was speechless and awkwardly replied, they're all pretty, all pretty. Brother Lu, please take a seat. Don't just stand there, Northgate Gang said as he pointed at an empty seat. Luin looked over, and his eyes twitched. That empty seat was not at the head of the table, and it wasn't even close to the head of the table. According to the rules, seats were arranged according to one's status, which meant that Northgate Gang saw 3 people who were ranked above him. Lilian's expression changed, and she looked at Northgate Gang. Young Master Northgate, you must have pointed to the wrong seat. Brother Lu should be sitting here. She pointed to the seat just below the head of the table. Northgate Gang sneered. Miss An of course the seat at the very top belongs to my elder brother, and he's gone to greet a witness from the Tempest Flow Zone's Fire Scorpion sect. I heard that it's the head disciple of the Fire Scorpion sect. Does Miss An think that the head disciple of the Fire Scorpion sect isn't qualified to sit at the bottom? Everyone had subtle expressions as they looked at Luin and Lilian. As an expert of the top 100 rankings, Northgate Lai was naturally at the peak of the younger generation. Now, they were fighting over who would take the next seat. Whoever took the next seat would be second only to Northgate Lai. Given Lu Yin's status in the 10 Arbiters Council, he was definitely not inferior to the Fire Scorpion sect. However, Northgate Gang did not like Luin. Furthermore, Luin had no background, and he had even offended the Day-Night clan. Who knew when he would die? Many people felt that it was not worth it to offend the Fire Scorpion sect for someone who was about to die. The Fire Scorpion sect was a power that was second only to the Feng family in the Tempest Flow Zone, and their methods were ruthless, which made the Northline Flow Zone wary. Lilian's tone turned much colder. Brother Lu is here on behalf of the 10 Arbiters Council. Does young Master Northgate think that the 10 Arbiters Council is inferior to the Fire Scorpion sect? Northgate Gang retorted, this is a gathering of the younger generation, so there's no need to talk about status. My brother's strength on the top 100 rankings goes without saying, and Miss An you're also an explorer, so you should be seated above Brother Lu. Brother Lu, there's no problem with my words, right? Lilian still wanted to say something, but Luin raised a hand to stop her. He looked at Northgate Gang and leisurely said, "Brother Northgate, are you saying that we'll be ranked based on strength?" Northgate Gang raised his head. "Of course." Louis nodded. "If that's the case, then I shouldn't be sitting there. I should be sitting there." He then pointed to the seat at the very top. "There." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Northgate Gang slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Louis. Many of the people present had ugly expressions on their faces. This person was far too arrogant. He actually wanted to sit at the head of the table. Furthermore, this was under the premise that he was ranked based on strength. Didn't that mean that this person believed that he was stronger than Northgate Lai, an expert on the top 100 rankings? Lily was shocked. She had interacted with Louis for a few days, and she felt that he was quite easy to talk to. He was also very humble, and he had politely rejected her many compliments. How could he be so arrogant now? Northgate Lai was on the top 100 rankings, and the Northline Flow Zone's Northgate family and Shanwu Academy had used countless resources to create him. What right did Louis have to say that he was even stronger? Lily-Ann's eyes were practically sparkling. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. This person doesn't look like much, but he's so heroic. He's too handsome. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He did not want to be too high profile, but he was representing the 10 arbiters, and according to the Sandmaster, the 10 arbiters represented an unfathomable spirit. Since he was representing the 10 arbiters, he could not back down at a time like this. If he did, not only would he lose his seat, but he would also lose his value in the eyes of the 10 arbiters. It was not appropriate to keep a low profile in the 10 arbiters' council, nor was it appropriate to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. The 10 arbiters believed that they were invincible, and Louis needed to have that kind of spirit as well. Otherwise, how could he suppress the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone? The more modest he was, the easier it would be for him to be targeted. Louis had already thought things through before coming here. He was not here to be a nice guy, but rather to suppress the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone. He was certain that the 10 arbiters preferred to directly suppress the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone rather than keeping a low profile and using underhanded methods. He had never heard of any of the 10 arbiters who had used underhanded methods to get to their positions. Every single one of the 10 arbiters represented invincibility and unfathomability. Louis needed to adapt to his current position and treat these people as people of the Great Yu Empire. He was above millions of people in the Great Yu Empire, and in this place, he should be treated the same way among his peers. Northgate Gang stared at Louis, not knowing what to say. At that moment, the door to the private room opened again, and a dignified young man walked in. His gaze swept past everyone and landed on Louis. "Brother!" Northgate Gang was delighted. Everyone in the private room looked at the young man in delight. This young man was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone, and he was ranked 93rd on the top 100 rankings, Northgate Lai. Louis looked up and met Northgate Lai's eyes. This was not his first time meeting an expert on the top 100 rankings. Whether it was Puyu, Wendy Yushan, or Mira, they were all much stronger than this Northgate Lai. However, Northgate Lai was the only person who made Louis feel excited. This was because Louis believed that he could fight against this person and even defeat him. When Lily saw Northgate Lai arrive, she hurriedly stepped forward. "Brother Lai, it's been a while." Northgate Lai did not look at Lily and continued to stare at Louis. Behind him, another young man walked out. This young man had a strange scorpion tattoo on his face, and his pupils were black with a hint of dark red. He looked quite sinister. "You're Louis?" Northgate Lai asked, his voice deep like a bell. It was obvious that he was a decisive and ruthless person. "You're Northgate Lai, an expert on the top 100 rankings," Louis said. Northgate Lai's lips curled up. "I've long heard of your reputation as the champion of the tournament of the strongest, Louis. You can easily crush space-exploring powerhouses and even defeat cruisers. Now that I've met you in person, I can see that you live up to your reputation. You're even more arrogant than the rumors make you out to be." Lily-Ann's expression changed. "Brother Lai," Northgate Lai stopped her before she could finish. The Northline Flow Zone cannot be underestimated. Lily and was speechless, and she looked at Luin with a complicated expression. Luin smiled. Brother Northgate, I've never underestimated anyone. It's just that I've been underestimated by others. Sometimes, dignity has to be earned by oneself. Northgate Lai shouted, well said. I thought you were relying on the 10 Arbiters' prestige. Lu Yin's smile faded, and his expression turned solemn. The 10 Arbiters are the 10 Arbiters, and I'm me. Brother Northgate, you should know that I should have come to the Northline flow zone a long time ago. However, it will be difficult to gain the recognition of the 10 Arbiters' official document, and I, Lu Yin, am not used to having others stand up for me. Northgate Lai raised his head. Well said, Lu Yin. You have more backbone than I expected. Members of the Council of Astral Academy rarely get involved with the matters of the Innerverse's younger generation. They're more like secretaries who read the documents for the 10 Arbiters, and they even need the 10 Arbiters' Council to handle matters. That makes others look down on you. Since you dared to come here personally and speak such arrogant words, no matter what the outcome is, I, Northgate Lai, will consider you a friend. Northgate Gang immediately spoke up. Lu Yin, if you have the guts, then fight my brother. That's right, Lu Yin. If you have the guts, then fight me. If you have the guts, then fight me. The surrounding people immediately jeered. The sinister man behind Northgate Lai also sized Lu Yin up with a look of surprise. Lu Yin smiled. Sure, but let's talk about the conditions first. Northgate Lai raised a hand. If you win, then you have the final say in the matters of the Northline flow zone's younger generation. Even Shangwu Academy is willing to be supervised by you. Lu Yin nodded. All right. If you win, then I will no longer interfere with the matters of the Northline flow zone, and I will definitely not ask the 10 Arbiters' Council to interfere. Then it's settled, Northgate Lai said in a clear voice. Northgate Gang was excited. He did not believe that Lu Yin could defeat his elder brother, as that was impossible. The top 100 rankings were extremely powerful, and the Northline flow zone only had one Northgate Lai. In Northgate Gang's opinion, the experts on the top 100 rankings were basically invincible within the same realm. There were only 100 people in the entire universe, and they were scattered throughout the universe. Many people would never meet such people in their entire lives. Northgate Gang had been thinking about how to kick Lu Yin out, but he had not expected it to be so easy. Northgate Gang had been having a headache for quite some time, as this person was simply too impatient. After agreeing on the battle, Lu Yin excused himself from Lily and left. Everyone present had ostracized him, and he had eaten his fill. There was no need for him to be looked down upon. As soon as he left Northgate Mansion, Lily chased after him and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Lu Yin smiled. No need to apologize. It's normal, and it's within expectations. Lily sighed. The 10 Arbiters' Council controls the universe's younger generation, and no one can escape. The same goes for the Northline flow zone. Northgate Gang and the others are trying to kick you out, but they don't know that even if you leave, someone else will replace you. The 10 Arbiters won't let go of any region. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as there was a reason behind her words. This Lily must have sensed something. If you leave, the person who replaces you might be one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings. At that time, even Northgate Lai won't be able to do anything. The 10 Arbiters' Council won't let Northgate Lai supervise the Northline flow zone, Lily said. Northgate Lai is also a member of the 10 Arbiters' Council? Lu Yin was astonished, as he had not known about this. Lily nodded. He joined as soon as he entered the top 100 rankings. Which arbiters do you follow? Lu Yin was curious. Lily shook her head. I don't know. The names of the 10 arbiters are taboo, and Northgate Lai doesn't dare to reveal them. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as he only knew the names of 3 of the 10 arbiters, Knight King Jinwu, Arbiter Wen Sansi, and Divine Fist Lan Si. He had only heard of one of the 10 arbiters from the Sword Sect, one from the Phoenix family, and one who was known as the War King. As for the rest, he did not know. Was there a need to hide the names of the 10 arbiters? It was just their names, and Lu Yin was beginning to wonder why the 10 arbiters would hide their names. What were they afraid of? Miss, and you should go back. This is a gathering of 17 families, and it won't do without you, the young lady of the Lily family, Luine said with a smile. Lily and apologized once more and then left. Luine looked up. There were some things that he had to fight for himself. The 10 Arbiters' prestige was very important, and any one of them had the ability to destroy a powerful organization. But so what? The 10 Arbiters were the 10 Arbiters, and Luine was not one of them. If he relied on the 10 Arbiters' prestige to do things, then he would forever live under their light. After all, the 10 Arbiters were his enemies. Luine would never be able to forget this piece of paper. After walking some distance away from Northgate Mansion, Luine stopped. Come out. A thin figure walked out from behind him. It was nighttime, so the figure's appearance wasn't very clear. However, Luine had comprehended a domain and his 5 senses were heightened, so he could see clearly. He didn't recognize this person. Who are you? This person had followed him all the way out of Northgate Mansion without any hostility, which was strange. The figure approached Luine and stopped 10 meters away. My name is Afan. You might not have heard of me, but I've fought with you before. You should have some impression of me. Luine was confused. There was a battle? When? Afan answered seriously, a ported battle. You were a red name at that time. Luine was shocked. You're the one whose teleportation stone I stole? Afan looked sullen and nodded. Luine was speechless, as he hadn't expected to meet someone like this here. The ported battles included all the youths in the universe who possessed a teleportation stone. This person was unlucky to have met Luine while he was a red name and had stolen his teleportation stone. Furthermore, this person was from the Northline flow zone, which made things awkward. For a moment, the two were speechless. Although Luine felt awkward, he didn't mind. Teleportation stones could be fought for anyway. Back when the crazy headmaster had destroyed Astral 10, many of the teleportation stones had been stolen by others, which was normal. What, are you looking for me for revenge? Luine asked. Afan's expression was solemn as he stared at Luine. I want to fight you again. Luine frowned. You should know that you can't beat me. Afan's eyes flashed with bitterness. I know, but I'm still one of the top students of Xianxia Academy. I can't accept being defeated by a single palm. At the very least, I hope to receive a second palm strike from you. Luine raised a brow. Receive a second palm strike? How arrogant. Afan was stunned. Was receiving a second palm strike that arrogant? How could he know that Luine had used 30 stacks as the strongest attack in the universe? There were only a few Lameters who could receive a palm strike with 30 stacks, and even an explorer would be instantly killed. This was why Luine thought that Afan was arrogant. Even the gray-eyed corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance had been sent flying by a single palm strike. Hang on, Xianxia Academy, Afan? Luine felt like he had heard this name before. Luine, I, Afan, personally challenge you, Afan said loudly, his tone solemn. Afan was one of the nominal students of San Dios, and the record stated that he was from Xianxia Academy. Did you participate in the Outerverse trials? Afan nodded. Yes. Luine nodded, as there was no mistake about it. Since this person was able to gain fame in San Dios and had just walked out of Northgate Mansion, it seemed that he had some sort of background. This was exactly the kind of person that Luine needed. You want to challenge me? That's right, Afan said seriously. Luine muttered to himself, sure, but I have a condition. Afan clenched his fists. A battle is a battle. What other conditions are there? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I fight either out of my own free will or out of self-preservation. Otherwise, why would I fight you? Fighting is risky, and it's better to be safe. Alright, what are your conditions? Afan asked. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to join San Dios after you lose and become one of my subordinates. 2 is. Luine suddenly didn't know how to set the price. When Craner from the Blaze Realm had come looking for trouble with Luine because of Shiyu, Luine had offered 20,000 star crystals for a spar. Back then, 20,000 star essence had not been a small amount, but now that he thought about it, he realized that he owed Lulu 50 star essence, which was the equivalent of 5 million star crystals. When he thought about how much money he owed, Lu Yin's gaze hardened. 2 is 1 star essence. You pick one. Ah Fan was stunned, as if he had just heard something unbelievable. Well, what did you say? A cube of star essence? Lu Yin nodded, but when he saw Ah Fan's stunned expression, he had a bad feeling. You can't afford it? Ah Fan shook his head. Star essence is too precious, and it's usually in the hands of large families. It's also very difficult for non-direct descendants to obtain it. I don't have any. Star crystals are fine as well. You can convert them, Lu Yin said. Ah Fan hesitated for a moment. I'll choose the first option. Lu Yin raised a brow. What, you don't even have 100,000 star crystals? Ah Fan shook his head and bitterly replied, money isn't that easy to obtain. Most of what my family gives me is resources. As for star crystals, they're given based on my absorption rate. Aside from the amount I use for cultivation and battle techniques, I don't have much left. I don't have that much money. Lu Yin could hear the bitterness in Ah Fan's words, and his mouth twitched. These disciples of large families didn't have it easy. They weren't as extravagant as he had thought, and they didn't even have 100,000 star crystals. Wasn't it a bit too much for him to borrow star essence from someone else? However, without that much money, he wouldn't have been as strong as he was now. If those large families were given the choice of spending hundreds of star essence in exchange for a successor with the power of the champion of the Astral Combat Academy's Tournament of the Strongest, they would be ecstatic. Everyone had different uses for money, and Lu Yin was just too short of it. This Ah Fan in front of him didn't care if he had money or not, as long as he had enough for his cultivation. That was Lu Yin's initial impression of Ah Fan as a pauper. Alright, if you don't have money, then agree to the first condition. If you lose, join San Dios. Ah Fan didn't refuse. He wasn't doing well at Shangwu Academy, and he was worried about where to go next. San Dios wasn't a bad choice, as he could get closer to Lu Yin and challenge him at any time. The two of them weren't in an obvious location, but it wasn't too remote either. Do you want to go somewhere else? Ah Fan asked. Lu Yin slowly raised his right palm. It's just one attack. Hurry up. Ah Fan's eyes went wide. Lu Yin was looking down on him. Alright, then I'll make my move. The star energy in his palm transformed into a strangely shaped weapon that looked like a blade. He slashed out. Lu Yin disappeared and reappeared right in front of Ah Fan. His palm landed on Ah Fan's head, but it didn't land. Ah Fan's eyes flickered, and his face paled. His full-powered attack had been dissolved into nothingness, and it hadn't even damaged the ground. Even though Lu Yin's palm hadn't landed, Ah Fan could feel the power behind it. If Ah Fan had been suppressed by Lu Yin's overlaying stacks during the ported battles, then this battle with Traceless Autumn Dew showed the difference between them. Lu Yin retracted his palm. You're too serious and focused on your own attacks. The difference between us is too great, and your attacks are useless against me. Why don't you think of a way to keep an eye on me? Maybe you'll be able to dodge my attack if you try. Ah Fan smiled bitterly. So what if I can dodge your attack? If it's a battle to the death, then I won't be able to dodge the second attack. The difference is too great. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. His speed, strength, battle techniques, experience, and everything else far surpassed this person in front of him. He couldn't even think of words of comfort. Actually, you're not bad. There aren't many people in the same generation who can withstand my 7 stacks without dying. You're one of them, Lu Yin said. He was referring to how Ah Fan had withstood the 7 stacks during the ported battles and had been heavily injured by the 8 stacks. He had only died after the 9 stacks. Although Lu Yin hadn't used his battle force at that time, the power of his palm had been enough to instantly kill an area master of the Astral Combat Academy. In other words, Ah Fan was comparable to an area master of the Astral Combat Academy. Ah Fan felt even more bitter. Was this supposed to be consolation? He obviously knew that he wasn't too bad and was ranked at the top of Shangwu Academy, but he still couldn't accept it. They were about the same age, so why was there such a huge gap between them? He had always been a genius, and he had lost many ported battles. However, he had always comforted himself with the fact that his opponent was much older than him. Luin had thoroughly awakened him, and his vision was no longer limited to the Northline flow zone, but to the entire universe. Ah Fan left with bitterness and unwillingness in his heart. "Seventh bro, that's too cruel. You could have gone easy on him," the monkey complained. Luin calmly replied, "What's the point of that? It's not like he doesn't know the difference between us. No matter what, he'll still be your subordinate in the future. It doesn't matter. I'm only interested in his background and strength. He's still far from being able to compare to you Xianxia, and he's probably still lacking compared to Xianxia. How heartless. Even I feel sorry for that guy. Anyway, seventh bro, you challenged Northgate Lai tonight. Are you confident that you can win?" the monkey asked. Luin thought about it as he walked. Maybe. The Divine Fist said that he had mastered 30 stacks and defeated someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. I should be able to do it as well. Do you really believe what he says? The universe is so big, and there are so many people in the younger generation that it's impossible to count them all. You can imagine how much of a freak they are if they're able to rank in the top 100. Their battle techniques, experience, and vision are all top-notch. Don't compare them to those 2 idiots you defeated in San Dios, the monkey said disdainfully. Luin naturally knew this, as he had exchanged blows with Wendy Yushan before. Although he had been instantly defeated, he had still fought with Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin's battle with Northgate Lai would take place a few days after the Northgate platform competition. Not long after, news of Luin and Northgate Lai's upcoming battle spread. It was obvious who had spread the news, as Northgate Gang and the others wanted the entire Northline flow zone, no, the entire universe, to know about it. Nonsense. Luin is one of the 10 arbiters. Do you think you can beat him as you please? Astral 10 is also here. Northgate Kong, the head of the Northgate family, roared. Northgate Lai and Northgate Gang were standing in front of him. Father, that Luin is too arrogant. He actually wants to sit at the head of the table. He's clearly looking down on Big Brother, Northgate Gang said unhappily. Northgate Kong roared, then let him sit. Slapping Lu Yin's face is equivalent to slapping the 10 arbiters' faces. This is different from a student challenging Astral 10. Luin is now representing the 10 arbiters, so it doesn't matter if he loses. This person has nothing to do with us. Do you know what the outside world is saying? They're all saying that our Northline flow zone is trying to expel the 10 Arbiters Council. Northgate Lai frowned. Father, it can't be that serious. Northgate Kong sighed. It's that serious. One Luin is nothing. Even if he dies, my Northgate family can bear the consequences. Lockbreaker researchers, Astral 10, and the Outerverse won't cause trouble for us over an accidental death in battle. But now, he's representing the 10 Arbiters and the 10 Arbiters Council. If he loses, it means that the 10 Arbiters have assigned the wrong person, and they'll be mocked. Have you thought about the consequences of the 10 Arbiters' anger? The next time they send someone, it won't just be a student. It might even be an expert ranked at the top of the top 100 rankings. You should know how many such experts there are in the 10 Arbiters Council. Northgate Lai and Northgate Gang's expressions changed. And if something like this happens, Liar's future in the 10 Arbiters Council will definitely be affected, Northgate Kong said helplessly. Father, Luin hasn't joined any of the 10 Arbiters, Northgate Lai said. Northgate Kong tiredly replied, whoever arranged for him will be the one you've offended if you defeat him. Northgate Lai immediately thought of the 10 Arbiters scholar. What was worse was that the scholar, when Xianxia, was from the erudite flow zone's Wen family, and the erudite flow zone wasn't too far away from the Northline flow zone. Northgate Lai regretted his decision, as he had been too impulsive. Father, what should we do now? Northgate Lai asked for help. Northgate Kong frowned and pondered for a moment. Think of a way to make Luin cancel the battle. He probably won't. Otherwise, it'll be too embarrassing. Northgate Gang pouted. Northgate Kong was furious, and he sent Northgate Gang flying 10 meters away. Northgate Gang couldn't hold his breath and spat out a mouthful of blood. Unfilial son, you still have the face to say that? It's all because of you. Northgate Gang immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head, trembling. Northgate Lai sighed. Father, let me think of something. We can't embarrass him, and we can also smoothly cancel the battle. Northgate Kong rubbed his head and waved his hand, hoping that everything would go smoothly. From start to finish, none of them had thought that Lu Yin had any chance of winning. Many of them felt that Lu Yin's battle record was brilliant, but no matter what, he was still a limiter, and he could challenge someone who was a realmbreaker. The top 100 rankings were different, as all of the experts there could challenge someone who was a realmbreaker. Battling someone on the top 100 rankings was equivalent to challenging a cruiser who was 2 realms above him. No one believed that Lu Yin could win. Regardless of how the Northgate family thought of ways to cancel the agreement, when Lu Yin returned to his restaurant to rest and closed the door, an earthquake seemed to shake the earth and the sky. An incomparably huge astral eagle descended from the sky, and its screeching shook the entire Northgate platform. Everyone at the Northgate platform raised their heads and stared at the sky in horror. A super expert had arrived. Lu Yin also saw the giant eagle that covered the sky, and he knew who it was. It was the Ross Empire's Duke Blackhawk, a powerhouse with a power level close to 200,000. He was almost a peak hunter, and he was only one step away from breaking through to become an enlighter. He did not know if there were any powerhouses in Northgate platform who could restrain Duke Blackhawk. If there weren't, then Duke Blackhawk's first appearance in the Northline flow zone would have been enough to establish his might. But before anyone could react, another valiant force descended, and the sky was split in two. On the Northgate platform, everyone's faces turned pale when they saw a mountain floating in the sky. No, it wasn't a mountain, but rather an astral beast formed from a mountain. This was the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's famous giant devil mountain, and very few people could control it. The Beast Tamers Flow Zone's powerhouse, Fade, who had been sent to the Northline Flow Zone as a witness, was taming the giant devil mountain. The appearance of the giant devil mountain meant that Fade had arrived. One was Duke Blackhawk from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's Ross Empire, and the other was Fade from the Beast Tamers Flow Zone's first-class hall. 2 peak hunters had appeared all of a sudden, and this caused the entire Northgate platform to become unstable. Just in terms of power level, these 2 surpassed Fire's Melt Planet's master, Yan Wujiu, and there was no need to even talk about their battle techniques. Yan Wujiu could not even compare to these 2. They were true super powerhouses, and to Lu Yin, they were out of his reach. Fade, it's actually you. The giant astral eagle stared at the top of the giant devil mountain, where a man was standing. It was Fade, and just by standing there, he caused the void to distort. Fade looked at the astral eagle with a complicated expression. I didn't expect you to come either. It's been a long time since we last met. We haven't met since we parted ways in the chaotic star realm. Back then, you left a deep impression on me. Aren't you the same? There are very few powerhouses in the Ross Empire who don't rely on technological weapons to fight, and you're one of them. Duke Blackhawk sneered. Even in the Beast Tamers Flow Zone, there are very few freaks who can cultivate their physical bodies to such a level. You're one of them. The 2 glared at each other, and although there wasn't any animosity in their words, many people felt their anger grow. It was as if their previous encounter had not been a good thing. On the Northgate platform, the Northgate family, the Lily family, the Barthshock family, and the other ruling families all looked up at the sky. They all had powerhouses who could intervene, but if they wanted to intimidate these 2 super powerhouses, they would need an enlighter to act. The Northgate family's patriarch, Northgate Kong, the Lily family's patriarch, Lily Liana, and many others looked at the Barthshock family. The next moment, the Northgate platform turned scarlet, and the air became visibly scorched. A painful pressure descended, causing countless people to turn pale. Lu Yin clenched his fists as he felt an unimaginable pressure above his head. He had experienced this pressure before. It was the pressure of an enlighter from the 9-headed ape. Duke Blackhawk and Fade lowered their heads at the same time, but they didn't see anything. Suddenly, they seemed to sense something, and they immediately turned around. A man had appeared behind them at some point and was quietly watching them. He wore a scarlet coat, and his entire person was sinister and terrifying. He gave off the feeling that he had walked out of blood. Scarlet Hand, Tai Saw, Fade said solemnly. The man looked at Fade and then at Duke Blackhawk. He slowly said, "Give me some face. Please don't fight in the Northline flow zone." Fade and Duke Blackhawk exchanged glances, and they both saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. But so what? The person in front of them was an enlighter, and anyone who could become an enlighter was a genius. When they were young, they could challenge those who were a realmbreaker, and they were considered freaks by many. The stronger such people became, the more powerful they would become. They didn't even have the confidence to fight someone at the same level as them, let alone someone who was one level lower. The difference between one level was like the difference between heaven and earth. "My apologies, but we don't want to fight," Duke Blackhawk said as his body began to transform. The enormous astral hawk quickly disappeared, and a weathered middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was the Ross Empire's Duke Blackhawk. Tysaw looked at Fade. Fade waved his hand, and the giant demonic mountain disappeared and transformed into a tattoo on his arm. Both sides withdrew from their battle state. Tysaw nodded. "Thank you. On behalf of the Barthshock family, I welcome the two of you." He then vanished. After Tysaw disappeared, Fade and Duke Blackhawk let out a sigh of relief. The pressure of facing an enlighter was too great. The people on the Northgate platform also relaxed, as they no longer had to worry about being caught in the crossfire. Enlighters were existences that controlled the destiny of large organizations, and they would not be easily mobilized. No one knew how much the Barthshock family had paid to recruit Tysaw, and no one dared to even think about it. However, Tysaw's existence was very obvious. Together with Granny Chan and Boss Northland, they were 3 enlighters from Northline Flow Zone, and the other flow zones did not dare to provoke them. Luin watched as the sky returned to normal and sighed. He was still too weak, and he didn't even have the qualifications to watch such a battle. He suddenly thought of a problem. The 9-headed ape had been trampled into a daze by a giant lightning rabbit, so what about Tysaw? If the rabbit came and trampled on him, would he also be trampled into a daze? That was very likely. Luin was looking forward to seeing the Thunder Rabbit again and seeing it trample someone. He was even more excited to see that trace of thunder again, which would allow him to instantly kill a hunter. Time flew by, and soon, it was the day of the Northgate platform competition. The Northgate platform had a large central plaza that spanned several thousand kilometers. It would take a normal person several days to walk across the plaza, and ordinary cultivators would not even be able to see the other end of the plaza. Only space-exploring powerhouses could do so. The plaza's surface was sturdy, and there were statues of 17 families around it. This was where the previous Northgate platform competitions had been held. At this moment, Luin walked up to the highest stone platform in the plaza. Besides him, there were also Duke Blackhawk, Fade, and a few other witnesses. It could be said that all of the witnesses on this stone platform were space-exploring powerhouses, except for Luin himself. When he saw Luin appear, Duke Blackhawk's brows rose in displeasure. He was a powerhouse who was close to becoming an enlighter, and since when could a junior be on equal footing with him? However, he had already known that Luin represented the 10 Arbiters' Council, which meant that the 10 Arbiters had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. However, qualifications were only one aspect. Even if Luin wanted to be on equal footing with the 10 Arbiters, he still needed to have the ability to do so. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the witnesses on the stone platform or the surrounding families from the Northline Flow Zone, everyone was looking at Luin. They wanted to see if he had the ability to take that seat. Luin glanced at the stone platform and felt a chill run down his spine. He was a little depressed, as he had only come to witness the competition, but he had no other choice. His status was not proportional to his strength, and the contrast between the two was too great. If Northgate Lai had taken his place, this situation would not have happened. There were 2 different levels between space-exploring powerhouses and non-space-exploring powerhouses. The higher Luin went, the greater the pressure. It was not just from Duke Blackhawk, but also from the others. This was a form of rejection, or rather, it came from the dignity of space-exploring powerhouses, which made them feel disdain for sitting with a Lemmeter. Luin frowned, as this was not the first time he had felt such pressure. Fortunately, he did not know if it was because he often recited the Stonewall scriptures or if it was for some other reason, but this pressure was not enough to break his spirit. As long as he could maintain a bit of clarity, he would be able to walk up to the stone platform. On the stone platform, tiny specks of dust floated up before disappearing. The pressure had reached a point where it could be seen with the naked eye. At this moment, Northgate Kong walked out and stepped onto the stone platform. His appearance was like a pebble stirring up the calm surface of a lake, causing the pressure on Luin to completely vanish. Everyone, the Northgate platform competition is about to begin. I'll have to trouble you all to bear witness, Northgate Kong said politely. He then looked at Luin and nodded in a friendly manner. Luin exhaled. If the pressure had increased any further, then even if his mind was clear, his body might not have been able to withstand it. These old fogies were too shameless, and so many of them were ganging up on him. In fact, if Northgate Kong had not acted, then Luin would have had to use his trump card. There was no order in the seats, but the stronger one was, the more they sat in the center. Luin kept a low profile and sat to the side. Beside him was the gloomy man from the Tempest Flow Zone who had a scorpion tattoo on his face, which made him look rather strange. This person did not seem to care about Luin at all, and he had not been present when the crowd had been pressuring him. Seventh bro, these bastards are shameless. You have to be careful not to get ambushed, the monkey said unhappily. Luin naturally knew that Duke Blackhawk was from the Ross Empire, so it was normal for him to dislike Luin. Fortunately, Fade from the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone had not made a move against him, or else he might not have been able to withstand the pressure. The stone platform was where the witnesses were located. Around the stone platform, there were 17 floating platforms that surrounded the entire plaza, each representing the 17 clans. 17 families were too many, and Luin did not pay them much attention after a single glance. The only ones he really needed to pay attention to were the 3 families. Of these 3, Luin was most concerned about the Barthshock family, as they were rich. He swept his gaze across the crowd and looked at the Barthshock family's floating platform. The rich aura that greeted him left him stunned. The other families' floating platforms had simple decorations, but the Barthshock family's was the same as Northgate Mansion's. No, it was even more extravagant than Northgate Mansion's. This was not reflected in the decorations, but more importantly in the food and wine. Luin did not recognize any of them, but the star energy fluctuations coming from the food indicated that they were astral beasts. Luin gulped. This was too extravagant and too arrogant. This family was clearly trying to tell everyone that they were rich. On the Barthshock family's floating platform, family head Hoba suddenly turned to look at Luin. His lips curled up, and he raised his wine glass to toast Luin from afar. Luin nodded and maintained his smile, but he was cheering internally. This family was too rich. These were all resources. If the entire Barthshock family's wealth was given to him, he would dare to challenge everyone in the top 100 rankings. Father, that's Luin, a youth behind Hoba spoke up. His name was Harrow, and he was one of the Barthshock family's heirs. He was the same age as Northgate Lai, but he was only a Lemeter. This family did not care about battle prowess, as they could hire any powerhouse as a bodyguard if they had the money, such as Tai Sa. I know. He's a very motivated young man with great investment potential, Hoba smiled. Harrow's eyes flashed. Father wants to rope him in? Hoba could not help but laugh. Rope him in? You're thinking too simply. This young man isn't someone that a corporation like us can rope in. Even the sword sect failed, so we just need to maintain a good relationship with him. I heard that he offended the Day-Night clan, Benicio spoke up from beside Harrow. He was also one of the heirs and one of Harrow's competitors. It's just a fight between the younger generation, said Harold. Barnijo was disdainful. Given the temperament of the Day-Night clan, this Luin will be unlucky sooner or later. That might not be the case. The one who proved Lu Yin's innocence was also someone from the Day-Night clan, which means that there are people in the Day-Night clan who support Luin, Harold replied. But he offended Night Queen Yanqing. She's Arbiter Zhenwu's younger sister, and she's a powerful figure in the Night King clan. Night Queen Yanqing doesn't have the right to make decisions for the Night King clan. Huaba frowned. That's enough. It's not your place to argue about other people's matters. We're just a business family, so don't get involved in this kind of thing. Yes, father. Yes, father. Luin didn't know that a single look of respect from him had caused a fight between the two successors of the Barthshock family. He was no longer a nobody, and his status and influence were great, especially in certain situations. As the time for the Northgate platform tournament approached, the sky suddenly became scorching hot. Everyone looked up and saw a bluish-green flame burning through the void. It was followed by a bone-piercing chill that caused everyone's hair to stand on end. This was not cold, but rather a reaction to a life-threatening threat. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed once more, dispersing the bone-piercing chill. "Mr. Poison Flame, please take a seat on the platform." The last person to appear was the Blaze Realm's Poison Flame. It was rumored that his flames were extraordinary. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw Poison Flame. Out of everyone present, if there was anyone who could truly threaten him, it would be Poison Flame. Neither Duke Blackhawk nor Fade would truly act against a junior like him, but Poison Flame might not. Lu Yin was well aware of the Blaze Realm's character, and they had a grudge against him. The Astral Combat Academy was a miniaturized version of the universe, and the conflicts within it extended to the various great powers. Lu Yin had suppressed the Blaze Realm and the Astral Combat Academy, so to them, he was their enemy. Poison Flame landed on the platform and suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heartbeat quickened, and his entire body went on guard. Poison Flame frowned. "Why is there a Lammeter sitting here?" Northgate Kong stood up and smiled. "That's Lu Yin, representing the 10 arbiters to witness the Northgate platform tournament. Please don't take offense, Mr. Poison Flame." Poison Flame stared at Lu Yin with a cold glint in his eyes. The high temperature caused the platform to change color, but Lu Yin could feel it even more clearly. Poison Flame was targeting him. Unlike Duke Blackhawk and the others, who only gave him pressure because of their status, Poison Flame had a grudge against him, so the pressure was naturally different. Lily Liana, the head of the Lily family, stood up and was about to intervene when Lu Yin suddenly asked, "Where are the mentors? Why aren't the mentors from Astral 10 here?" With that one sentence, Poison Flame's pressure disappeared. He could oppress Lu Yin, but he did not dare to be rude to Astral 10. Others might not know, but how could the powerhouses of the great powers not know how terrifying Astral 10 was? It was a cage, and those who were qualified to guard it were all monsters. Lily Liana smiled. "We've already sent out invitations to the mentors of Astral 10, but they're all busy with internal affairs and have no time to attend the ceremony. I'm sorry, but I forgot to inform Student Lu." Lu Yin smiled and said a few polite words before sitting down. He glanced at the indignant Poison Flame and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the foresight to bring Astral 10 here. These guys were all shameless, and he would not place his hopes on the Northline flow zone. They would definitely help him, but it might be too late by then. It was better to have the initiative in his own hands. Around the plaza, the disciples of the 17 families all looked at Lu Yin strangely, as if they were looking at a god. How hateful was this person? The stronger they were, the more they targeted him. Lu Yin felt helpless, as this was the result of obtaining an identity that did not match his strength at such a young age. At his current age, he should be playing around freely in the academy, not here to join in on the fun. The consequence of joining in on the fun was to be targeted. He suddenly envied Xiao Luo and the others, as they were all carefree. No, he envied Lulu the most, as she was rich and could still play around. Not long after Poison Flame arrived, there was a loud bang in the sky. The Northgate platform competition had officially begun. In order, each family reported their contributions and emphasized what they had done for the Northline flow zone and what they had gained. In any case, it was just self-praise. This process was very long, and many people were distracted. Some even went straight to sleep. Lu Yin looked around and saw that even Fade had closed his eyes to rest. It was obvious that this was not the first time that these people had witnessed the Northgate platform competition. Their appearance was just to show their friendliness and to publicize the Northline flow zone's strength. Lu Yin was bored, so he silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The man with the scorpion tattoo next to him did not even look at him from start to finish. After a few hours, the 17 families finally finished praising themselves and began to flatter each other. The most impressive ones were still the 3 great families, especially the Barthshock family. When it was their turn to report their contributions, Lu Yin listened carefully and was stunned. According to this family, almost half of the Northline Flowzone's economy was supported by them. They were too rich, and Luying estimated that he could not even count how much wealth this family possessed. His gaze towards the Barth-Jacques family became gentler and friendlier. He wished that he could run over to their floating platform and have a chat with them. The entire Northgate platform competition was complicated, and the only thing that attracted Luying's attention was the juniors tournament. The 17 families had more than 100 members of the younger generation, and when it was time for the juniors tournament, they all went up to battle. To be honest, there was nothing special about them, and they were much weaker than the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament. Of course, there were also space-exploring powerhouses among these juniors, but their strength was only so-so. According to the Astral Combat Academy standards, they were roughly on the level of a student leader. However, the Academy's student leaders were only leaders. Northgate Lai was the one who truly shocked everyone. Even Duke Blackhawk, Fade, and Poison Flame were shaken by his appearance. After all, he was an expert on the top 100 rankings. Even if he was ranked at the bottom, he still represented the top 100 of the younger generation. If nothing unexpected happened, this person's reputation would definitely surpass theirs in a few years' time. They had not been able to reach the level of the top 100 rankings when they were younger. Northgate Lai was the Northgate family's representative, and he was also the Northline Flowzone's representative. The Northgate family had joined forces with Xianxia Academy and poured all of their resources into nurturing him, so his strength could not be underestimated. Luying was also rather concerned about him. The Divine Fist had said that he had defeated an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings with 30 stacks. However, times had changed, and Luying felt that he could rival an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. Still, a feeling was just a feeling. At the center of the plaza, Northgate Lai looked up and scanned his surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled on Luying. His family had asked him to find a way to cancel the battle agreement, so he would force Luying to back off. Then, he would use other methods to protect both sides' reputation. If Luying was not stupid, then he should know that he was definitely not Northgate Lai's opponent. Everyone looked at Northgate Lai. His opponent was the strongest member of his family's younger generation, and he also had the power level of an explorer. In fact, his power level was about the same as Northgate Lai's, which was around 30,000. "Brother Northgate, please make your move." Northgate Lai's gaze was indifferent. "I won't be courteous. To show my respect, I'll use my full strength." His opponent's expression turned ugly when he heard this. His strength was only above average among his peers, and he could barely be considered a genius of the Northline Flow Zone due to his family's nurturing. However, he was still far from Northgate Lai's level. He had originally thought that he would be able to put up a fight, but when he heard that Northgate Lai was going to use his full strength, his heart sank. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Brother Northgate, this battle isn't that important." There's no need for Brother Northgate to dash. However, he was unable to finish his sentence because a circular flywheel was spinning around his neck. If he had moved a little closer, his head would have been separated from his body. That person's face paled, and he slowly retreated. He stared at Northgate Lai in horror, forced out a dry laugh, and then immediately fled. Northgate Lai turned to look at Luying with a smile on his face. This was Northgate Lai's battle technique, the Phantom Disc. "Luying, do you have the confidence to block it?" At this moment, it wasn't just Northgate Lai who was looking at Luying, many others were looking at him as well. They knew that Northgate Lai had used his full strength to put on a show for Luying. On the stone platform, Luying's expression was solemn. He had been staring at Northgate Lai the entire time, but he really hadn't seen Northgate Lai's attack. The Northgate family's Phantom Disc is still as powerful as ever. It can travel through the void without leaving any traces behind. Back then, this move caused countless people to suffer, Duke Blackhawk said with a sigh. Poison Flame's expression was solemn. It's rumored that Northgate Lai not only cultivated the Phantom Disc, but also Xianxia Academy's strongest technique, the Dark Loosening technique. As expected of an expert on the top 100 rankings. Once he becomes a hunter, it'll be hard to say who will win if you and I still haven't broken through. Everyone around them began to discuss this. Luying's eyes narrowed. The phantom disc and the dark loosening technique were Northgate Lie's true strength. Lu Ying couldn't see it, but he had never relied on his eyes to fight. He had his domain and serious technique. No matter how fast Northgate Lie's phantom disc was, it definitely wouldn't be faster than his serious technique, which was the nemesis of extreme speed. The moment the phantom disc pierced through the void, it would be seen through by serious technique. Furthermore, Lu Ying still had the giant emperor's third eye, and his secret sidestep was no joke. Northgate Lie had wanted to use the phantom disc to scare Lu Ying, but he had miscalculated. "Seventh bro, that guy's trying to scare you. Don't be afraid, just beat him up," the monkey tempted. Lu Ying barked at him to shut up. To the side, the man from Tempest Flow Zone turned to look at Lu Ying with a confused expression. Lu Ying felt awkward. "I wasn't talking to you." "I know, I didn't say anything," the man coldly replied. The scorpion tattoo on his face twisted, and Lu Ying felt a chill run down his spine. Northgate Lie walked out of the plaza with his chest puffed out. He had the right to be arrogant. There were only 100 youths in the entire universe who had entered the top 100 rankings, and were scattered throughout the universe. Northgate Lie was definitely one of the strongest youths in his generation. And even the Ross Empire didn't have an expert on the top 100 rankings. After Northgate Lie entered the battle, the other battles became even more boring. Many people were still immersed in Northgate Lie's phantom discs. On the Lily family's floating platform, Lily Shuer moved closer to Lily and whispered, "Sis, do you think Lu Ying is afraid?" Lily glanced at Lu Ying on the stage. "I don't think so." "How manly." "Sister, he's so heroic," Lily Shuer said longingly. Lily was helpless, but she didn't say anything else. She could understand Lu Ying's concerns, but she was more concerned about other things. On the Northgate family's floating platform, Northgate Gang excitedly said, "Bro, that Lu Ying must have been scared silly. Look, he's still staring at you." Northgate Lie smiled and glanced at Lu Ying. There's a limit to how strong a competition between students can be. Tian Ho is a legend in the tournament of the strongest, and no one in the same realm has been able to defeat him. But from what I know, the 10 arbiters don't care about Tian Ho at all. Otherwise, if the legends are as exaggerated as they say, Tian Ho wouldn't have been able to return. "I know. The Astral Combat Academy is just exaggerating," Northgate Gang said. Northgate Lie did not deny the claim. The Astral Combat Academy was one of the top academies in the universe, and this had long since aroused the dissatisfaction of many academies. They had always promoted the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest as exaggerations, causing more and more people to distrust the strength displayed in the Tournament of the Strongest. The Northgate platform competition would last for a few days, and the first day passed just like that. Northgate Lie was still the one who attracted the most attention. His strength and bearing were both astonishing, and he did not go easy on his opponent. He went all out to show respect for his opponent, which was the bearing of a powerhouse. The person who had been instantly defeated by Northgate Lie was speechless. He had actually hoped that Northgate Lie would go easy on him so that they could exchange a few blows, but in the end, he had not even been able to withstand a single blow. Fortunately, his family did not blame him. The next day, the juniors tournament continued as usual. There were not many outstanding powerhouses on this day, as the Barthshock family, one of the 3 strongest families, was not very interested in fighting. The only person who surprised people was Lily Shuer. She had just been admitted to Shanwu Academy, but she had defeated a senior who had been studying there for several years. This caused many to praise her. On the third day, Lily also surprised people by easily defeating a space-exploring powerhouse of the same generation. Many people had thought that she was not very strong, but they suddenly remembered that she had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. The fact that she had been able to graduate from the Astral Combat Academy was proof of her strength. However, Lily Ann's identity as a student of the Astral Combat Academy still angered many people, and some even urged Northgate Lie to fight her. Northgate Lie ignored them. Although the 3 great families competed with each other, their relationships were very good, and they would not intentionally humiliate the other 2 families. Furthermore, the tacit understanding between the 3 families was not easy to break. Northgate Lie was not young, and he would be leaving the younger generation in a few more years. The Northgate platform tournament was held every 15 years, and Lily and would still be part of the younger generation at that time. This meant that, at least in the juniors tournament, Lily and would be the strongest in the next tournament. In other words, there was a 90% chance that the winner of the next Northgate platform tournament would be the Lily family. However, Lily and had suddenly challenged Northgate Lai, which surprised many people. Even the Lily family had not expected such a situation to occur. Northgate Lai was astonished. "And you want to challenge me?" Lily and smiled. "Don't be angry, Brother Lai. I'm not challenging you. I just want to experience Brother Lai's dark loosening technique. It's my lifelong regret that I wasn't able to study at Shangwu Academy. I hope that Brother Lai can fulfill my wish." When she said this, many people's dissatisfaction with Lily and lessened. She still cared about Shangwu Academy. However, the older generation did not see it that way. If she really cared about Shangwu Academy, she would not have gone to the Astral Combat Academy in the first place. This girl had other plans. Northgate Lai did not suspect anything and walked off the stage. "Alright, and wants to test out the dark loosening technique. I'll satisfy your wish. I'll stand still and let you hit me. As long as you can force me to take a step back, I'll consider it your victory." Lily and smiled. "Brother Lai thinks too highly of me. The dark loosening technique is known for its tenacity, and it absorbs star energy several times faster than a normal person's. It's as immovable as a mountain, and it allows the soft energy on the surface of the body to dissolve the opponent's attack. How can I possibly defeat Brother Lai?" Northgate Lai laughed. "And feel free to attack." "Alright, then I'll begin." Lily and casually slapped Northgate Lai's chest with her palm. A shockwave rippled out, and the ground was swept up like a gale. There was a soft sound as the shockwave swept through the air. Northgate Lai did not even take half a step back, but Lily and did. As expected of the dark loosening technique. 70% of my palm's power has been neutralized, and there's even a rebounding force. Brother Lai, is this a rebounding force that borrows from my attack? Lily and asked in astonishment in a loud voice. Northgate Lai nodded. That's right. And can continue to try. Alright, I won't be polite. Lily and then used her battle technique, the flower pinching palm. Her star energy turned into flower petals that overlapped with a palm print that slammed into Northgate Lai's chest. The void trembled once again, and a giant spatial crack extended from Northgate Lai's body into the distance. As expected of the dark loosening technique. There's another force that's diverting my attack. This force is about. So powerful. Brother Lai's dark loosening technique should be able to withstand a cruiser's attack. I wonder how strong an attack must be to break through his defense. So this is the secret behind the dark loosening technique's defense. So that's how it is. Outside the arena, the gazes of the crowd grew increasingly strange. Lily and had said too much, and she had explained all of the variations of the dark loosening technique. It didn't seem like she was asking for advice, but more like she was divulging the secrets of the technique. Northgate Lai's expression turned ugly. He could tell that this brat was trying to test him for Lu Yin's sake. She was a traitor. That's enough, Lai. There's a time limit for the Northgate platform competition, so stop playing around. Northgate Kong finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up decisively. Northgate Lai heaved a sigh of relief and casually pushed Lillian back. He forced a smile onto his face. And that's all for today. Next time, I'll give you some pointers alone. Lillian nodded. Thank you, Brother Lai. She then left without another word. Northgate Lai was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He glared hatefully at Luin. What was this guy's relationship with Lillian? She had actually helped him scout the path. On the high platform, Luin blinked. Even an idiot would know what Lillian was doing and why she was helping him. She had even explained it in detail. He already knew what the dark loosening technique was, and it was equivalent to a defensive technique that could deflect attacks. He also knew how to deal with it. Compared to the day-night restoration technique, the dark loosening technique was not even worth mentioning. However, it would still be very difficult for someone who was much stronger than him to break through. Luin roughly calculated that 30 stacks should be able to break through his defenses. Sis, you're ruthless. Lily Schuer gave Lily and a thumbs up from the Lily family's floating platform. In front of her, Lily Liana growled, stop fooling around. Go apologize to the Northgate family later. Lily and agreed. Sis, tell me the truth. Have you fallen for Luin? Lily Schuer asked, her eyes bright. Lily and tapped her forehead. Don't spout nonsense. It's just that there are some things that we'll need his help with in the future. TCH, who are you trying to fool? Our Lily family isn't that powerful, but we don't need the help of someone from the Outerverse. Brother Lai is in the 10 Arbiters Council, so we don't need him at all. Lily and looked at Luin. It was precisely because he was from the Outerverse that they would need his help in the future. The competition between the younger generation would continue for another 2 days, and most of the participants were bored. Luin was no exception. Although he could memorize the Stonewall scriptures to pass the time, he could not do it all the time. Otherwise, he would faint. He glanced at the man with the scorpion tattoo on his face and could not help but search the internet. He quickly found some information. The Fire Scorpion sect was one of the strongest sects in the Tempest Flow Zone. In terms of strength, they were second only to the master of the Tempest Flow Zone, the Feng family. This sect raised astral fire scorpions and used their venom to cultivate battle techniques. They were proficient in both fire and poison techniques. Luin glanced at the man again and subconsciously moved to the side. Poison was a headache to deal with at any given time. Not long after, Northgate Lai stepped onto the stage once more. This time, he did not use any battle techniques and only used his powerful star energy to defeat his opponent. It was also an instant kill, which fully displayed the terror of the top 100 rankings. Not long after Northgate Lai's battle ended, Luin received news that Lily and wanted to meet him. Luin left the stage and headed to the meeting place. The meeting place was very close, and when he arrived, he saw Lily and Northgate Lai. Brother Lu, I'm really sorry to disturb you, but Brother Lai wants to meet you, Lily and said apologetically. Luin nodded and looked at Northgate Lai. Brother Northgate, are you looking for me to confirm the time of the battle? Northgate Lai gave Lily and a look that signaled for her to leave. She had no choice but to leave. After she left, Northgate Lai looked at Luin solemnly. Brother Lu, we have no enmity between us, so there's no need for a battle. Luin was puzzled. Brother Northgate, did you invite me here just to talk about this? Northgate Lai asked in a low voice, Brother Lu, are you sure you can win? Luin muttered to himself for a moment and then shook his head. No one dares to say that they can win against an expert on the top 100 rankings. Besides, I'm just a Lamiter. That's right. Brother Lu, you're not just representing yourself, but also the 10 arbiters. If you lose, the 10 arbiters will lose face, and this will affect your position in the 10 arbiters council. What do you think, Brother Lu? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, as he could guess Northgate Lai's misgivings. They were afraid that defeating him would embarrass the 10 arbiters and offend them. Lu Yin had not considered this before, and the Northgate family's misgivings were justified. There had been a lot of rumors in the outside world over the past few days, and one of them was that the Northgate family had expelled the 10 Arbiters Council. For the Northgate family, if news of Lu Yin's defeat reached the ears of the 10 Arbiters, it would make them think that the Northline Flow Zone was challenging the 10 Arbiters Council's authority. This was equivalent to placing the Northgate family in opposition to the 10 Arbiters, which was too much of a risk for the Northgate family. The 10 Arbiters not only represented 10 individuals, but also the unimaginable power behind them. The Northline Flow Zone still needed to use the Northgate platform competition to unite the 17 families against the surrounding flow zones, so how could they dare to offend the power behind the 10 Arbiters? The Northgate family was scared. However, the more afraid they were, the more it showed that they did not take him seriously. They had never thought that they would be defeated. This was the confidence of the experts on the top 100 rankings. After thinking through all of this, Lu Yin's mind became active. It was as if a path to the heavens had bloomed in front of him, and he saw a new way to earn money. Lu Yin coughed twice and righteously said, Brother Northgate, a man is born in the universe, so naturally, he should have some accomplishments. Being able to challenge the top 100 rankings is my greatest wish in this lifetime. Even if I lose, it's still an honorable defeat. Northgate Lai's face twitched. Brother Lu, you need to think this through. If you lose, then the reputation that you've built up through the Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest will be damaged. More importantly, you'll embarrass the 10 Arbiters, and your future in the 10 Arbiters Council won't be easy. Luyin waved a hand. It's fine. A man should take responsibility. Northgate Lai was speechless. This Luyin had a one-track mind and did not consider the severity of the consequences. If they really fought, then this person would definitely lose, and the consequences would be severe for the Northgate family. However, it was impossible for Northgate Lai to lose in order to protect the 10 Arbiters' reputation. If he lost, then Luyin would replace him and become an expert on the top 100 rankings. This was something that Northgate Lai could not accept no matter what. Brother Lu, I heard that you had an agreement with the sword sect's Lu Xiaoqiu to challenge the top 100 rankings together. It's not good for you to go back on your word, Northgate Lai probed. Luyin raised his head. A man should take responsibility. Northgate Lai was speechless again. Were they even talking about the same thing? The atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange silence. One was thinking about how to make Luyin give up on the battle, while the other was thinking about how to bring up the topic of money. Luyin had already suffered a loss. Yu Xianxia and Xiaohua had not given him any money because they had not made it clear enough. However, he still wanted to save face, and he could not possibly ask Northgate Lai for money. That would be too embarrassing. Both of them were rather melancholic. At this moment, Northgate Gang walked over. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he saw him, and he deliberately turned his back to Northgate Gang. He placed his hands behind his back and rubbed his 3 fingers together. His actions were too obvious. Northgate Gang was stunned, and he stared at Lu Yin's fingers in a daze. He seemed to realize something after a while, and he pulled Northgate Lai aside to whisper to him. Northgate Lai did not believe Lu Yin at first, and then he became skeptical. He glanced at Lu Yin's hands behind his back and saw that those 3 fingers were still rubbing together. Everyone in the universe knew what this action meant. Lu Yin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was obvious enough. Brother Lu, are you short on money? Northgate Lai probed. Beside him, Northgate Gang hurriedly said, Bro, it's too obvious. He then looked at Lu Yin with a displeased expression. Brother Lu, since it's your first time in the Northline Flow Zone, my Northgate family has prepared a greeting gift for you. Please accept it. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked at Northgate Gang with admiration. Although this person liked to oppose him, he was still quite sensible. Well, since it's a gift from the Northgate family, I'll accept it. This time, Northgate Lai was certain that Lu Yin wanted money. His evaluation of Lu Yin instantly dropped by 100 levels, and his disdain was written all over his face. This kind of person was actually the champion of the Tournament of the Strongest? The Astral Combat Academy had truly declined. Northgate Lai no longer wanted to speak to Lu Yin. Brother Northgate, I've thought about the battle you just mentioned, and I feel that it's indeed inappropriate. However, with the rumors spreading everywhere, abruptly cancelling the battle will be a loss of face for both myself and the 10 Arbiters, Lu Yin said. Northgate Lai coldly replied, Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about that. I'll leave tomorrow, and no one will blame Brother Lu for that. Brother Lu, you just need to announce that the battle will be postponed. Lu Yin nodded. That's good, that's good. In front of them, Northgate Gang gave Northgate Lai a look, and Northgate Lai tossed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. The ring's design was strange, and it had an ancient charm to it. This is a cosmic ring that I obtained from the Starfall Sea. It has a huge range, and a normal person would want to buy at least 2 star essence. This gift should be enough. Lu Yin actually wanted the star essence more, but when he looked at the space in the cosmic ring, he realized that it was indeed quite large. It was several times larger than the one he was currently using. He had wanted to buy a cosmic ring like this for a long time, but he couldn't bear to spend the money. After thinking about it, he nodded. It's enough. Thank you, Brother Northgate. Aside from a rich second generation like Lulu, the disciples of the Innerverse's great families did not have much money. Northgate Lai giving Luin a cosmic ring that was worth 2-star essence was already beyond his expectations. Luin had actually wanted to have a chat with Northgate Kong, but this matter was not something that could not be resolved. Northgate Lai could just walk away, and there was no need for Lu Yin's approval. Luin knew when to stop, and getting a cosmic ring was already pretty good. Northgate Lai was no longer in the mood to bicker with Luin, and he turned to leave. In his eyes, Luin was just a petty merchant. Northgate gang was similarly disdainful of Luin. Luin did not care about them. So what if they looked down on him? Increasing his strength was the most important thing. Seventh bro, even I feel embarrassed for you. Not only did you lose face, but you also lost everything, the monkey said with a sigh. Luin smiled. Was it embarrassing? The initiative to challenge the top 100 rankings is not in Northgate Lai's hands, it's in my hands. What do you mean? What I mean is that I can challenge Northgate Lai at any time. History is written by the victors, and no matter what the process is a win, Luin said confidently. The monkey was puzzled. Seventh bro, you seem to be so sure that you can win. Maybe. I just need to earn some more money, Luin said. So what if he was looked down on? Once he defeated Northgate Lai, he would see who would dare look down on him. Money might seem vulgar, but who didn't need it? Luin wanted to use the Northgate family to tell the entire universe that he needed money. The more money he had, the faster his strength would increase. As for reputation, strength meant reputation. Once he reached the level of the 10 arbiters, he could hide his name like the 10 arbiters. Who would dare talk about him then? Speaking of which, did the 10 arbiters hide their names because they did too many immoral things and did not want others to talk about them? This time, the winner of the Northgate platform competition was almost certain to be the Northgate family. Duke Blackhawk and the others all wanted to leave. Suddenly, on the Barth Jacques family's floating platform, the enlightened Tai Sa opened his eyes and looked towards the north. Behind him, Poison Flame, Duke Blackhawk, Fade, Northgate Kong, and the rest all looked towards the north, causing the void to tremble. Luin felt his scalp go numb, and he looked towards the north in shock. Was this a battle between powerhouses? The Northgate platform was shaking, and the air was shaking. Or rather, the entire universe was shaking. Tai Sa's eyes gradually turned scarlet. Master, there's a battle between enlighters. Hawk solemnly replied, in the north, it's the Northgate family. Northgate Kong's face turned ugly, as the Northgate family was in that direction. The shockwaves from a battle that could cause even them to tremble was definitely a battle between powerhouses with power levels above 200,000. Fortunately, Boss Northgate was still within the family, so he should be fine. Everyone felt the air become heavy, and the younger generation's battle stopped as they all looked towards the north. Someone had attacked the Northgate family. Everyone had different expressions. Northgate Kong's gaze swept over everyone, as if he was trying to figure out something. The next moment, an indescribable power swept past the Northgate platform, and the air seemed to burn away. Everyone trembled as they felt a terrifying power that they had never felt before. At this moment, even Tai Sa, an enlighter, was overwhelmed. This is... Duke Blackhawk and the others narrowed their eyes. This power definitely exceeded 300,000. No, it might even exceed 400,000. Why had such a powerhouse appeared in the Northline flow zone? Northgate Kong's face paled. Who could actually force the Northgate family to such a state? Lily Liana looked at Northgate Kong fearfully. Rumor had it that the Northgate family had an elder who had sealed himself in ice and whose power level was extremely terrifying. When the Northgate family had ruled the Northline flow zone, that elder had been alive all this time. Lily Liana had never believed this rumor, but that power had terrified her. She looked at Northgate Kong's expression and wondered if there really was such an elder. The Northgate platform fell silent. Luin raised a hand and touched the air. The star energy in his body had been suppressed to its limit, and this was the first time he had felt such a terrifying power. In comparison, the power of Poison Flame and the others couldn't even be called power. This power made him feel as if he was facing the entire universe. With a loud boom, the universe rumbled. A crack in the void extended from an unknown distance in the north, bringing with it a power that made everyone tremble. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they once again experienced the helplessness of not being able to control their own lives. Luin felt as if he had returned to the apocalypse on Earth, where his life was in the hands of others. As long as the spatial crack moved downwards, the entire Northgate platform would be swallowed up, and no one would be able to escape. This was the most terrifying power that Luin had ever felt. Everyone was silent, as if they were waiting for the judgment of the heavens. After a while, Northgate Kong's gadget beeped. He glanced at it, and his expression changed as he immediately left. Northgate Kong's departure was like a signal, and everyone quickly left and headed north. Explorers could directly tear through the void and enter outer space, but Luin was depressed. He needed to find a spacecraft. At this moment, the Northgate platform competition and the arranged battle were all forgotten. No one cared, and everyone wanted to know what had happened to the Northgate family. By the time Luin found a spacecraft, more than 20 minutes had passed since Northgate Kong had left. Seventh bro, are you really going? That power level definitely exceeded 300,000 to 400,000. A powerhouse like that could kill you with a single glance. It's better if you don't go, the monkey advised. Luin firmly replied, I'm not afraid. So many people have already gone, and Northgate Kong didn't stop me. That means that there's no danger. Wealth comes from danger. The monkey did not reply. Cultivators walked the line between life and death, and if they were afraid of death, then they might as well not cultivate at all. No powerhouse grew up in a greenhouse, and anyone who became a powerhouse would have to experience death. This was an ironclad rule. Luin had snatched the spacecraft, but he did not feel guilty about it. Soon, the spacecraft entered outer space and headed north. The Northgate platform was located at the center of the Northline flow zone, and there were 17 families surrounding it. The Northgate platform competition, where the 17 families were located, was where the Northline flow zone's 17 families were located. It was very interesting. Far to the north of the Northgate platform was the location of the Northgate clan. Not far to the south of the Northgate clan was a ferocious giant centipede that was entrenched in the starry sky. This centipede was shockingly large, as it was equivalent to several hundred Xenu stars linked together, which meant that it could carry countless large spaceships. When Northgate Kong arrived and saw this scene, his face turned pale. An ancient centipede. Such a creature actually exists. The closer he got, the more Northgate Kong could feel the suffocating pressure coming from the ancient centipede. Fortunately, this ancient centipede had been dead for a very long time. Otherwise, Northgate Kong would have been crushed to death just by looking at it. Beneath the ancient centipede, a blurry silhouette raised both of his hands and held the centipede up. He was the most well-hidden elder of the Northgate family, a terrifying elite with a combat power of over 400,000. His name was Northgate Taisui, and he was also the living fossil of the entire Northgate family. Below Northgate Taisui were two elders and Taisa. One of the elders was a man and the other was a woman. The man was the enlighter of the Northgate family, Elder North, while the woman was the enlighter of the Lily family, Granny Chan. Elder North, Granny Chan, and Taisa had teamed up with Northgate Taisui. The four strongest powerhouses of the Northline flow zone were working together to hold up the dead ancient centipede. If not for them, the ancient centipede would have landed again, and it would have crushed the Northgate family to smithereens. What are you standing there for? Come over and help. Elder North shouted when he saw Northgate Kong. Northgate Kong gritted his teeth and rushed behind Elder North. He raised his hand and unleashed his full power. Soon after, Lily Liana, Duke Blackhawk, Fade, Poison Flame, and the others arrived one by one. Elder North also asked for their help. Lily Liana immediately took action. The others were not from the Northline flow zone, and they were more interested in investigating this ancient centipede. However, it was Northgate Taisui who spoke up. My friends, please help us. The Northgate family will definitely reward you after this matter is settled. An old monster with shocking power level spoke up. Duke Blackhawk and the others did not dare to disagree, and they immediately took action. It wasn't just them, all of the hunters with power levels over 100,000 also took action. Dozens of people worked together to hold up the ancient centipede, but it was still not enough. Cruisers also came to help. Gradually, more than 100 people gathered below the ancient centipede, and they worked together with Northgate Ticeway to hold up the ancient centipede. They wanted to push the ancient astral beast to the other side. Cruisers were already the lowest level of help they could provide, and anyone below that was useless. Lily and Northgate Lie, and the others had yet to become cruisers. Although their power levels might be higher than a cruiser's, no one cared about them at this moment, nor did anyone pay attention to them. Everyone was focused on the shocking ancient centipede's body, and they all felt an indescribable sense of horror. If this astral beast was still alive, then the entire Northline flow zone would be in trouble. Even an old monster like Northgate Ticeway could not hold up the dead centipede. No one could imagine how terrifying this ancient centipede had been when it was still alive. It had a power level of at least 500,000. "Look, there seems to be a building inside this monster," someone cried out in surprise. Suddenly, many people noticed that the ancient centipede had many appendages, and one of them was broken off, revealing part of the building inside. This discovery shocked everyone. What kind of person could live inside this monster's body? The presence of a building meant that it was an intelligent being, and it should be a human. Northgate Kong and the others also noticed this, and their eyes flickered. This centipede had fallen from the heavens after Northgate Ticeway had fought against a powerhouse. It had originally existed in another space, just like the Shenwu continent. As for its age, it was impossible to determine. However, since it had come from ancient times and had a building inside its body, there had to be something good inside, such as battle techniques, cultivation techniques, and natural treasures. When they thought of this, many people revealed greedy looks. A bold explorer suddenly rushed towards the broken appendage. No one stopped him, and everyone watched him, including Northgate Ticeway. Soon, the man safely entered the appendage and disappeared. Everyone was excited that they could enter, and they all madly rushed in. If the centipede had not died, they would not have dared to approach it even if they were beaten to death. But now that it was dead, what was there to be afraid of? Cultivators fought against the heavens and the earth, and there was no one who did not fear death. However, compared to the weak, they were more willing to take risks. Even Northgate Lie had rushed in. A hunter who had been helping Northgate Ticeway resist the centipede suddenly rushed in as well, but he was killed by Northgate Ticeway before he could even approach the appendage. "Everyone at the cruiser realm and above, help me hold the centipede's body. Anyone who moves without permission will be killed." Everyone trembled, and no one dared to act rashly. This was an old monster whose power level exceeded 400,000, and he could casually kill a hunter. It was extremely terrifying. For the Northgate family, they only needed to restrain cruisers and above. This was the Northline flow zone, and most of the people who had entered the centipede's body were experts from the Northline flow zone. Northgate Lie was the strongest of them all, and this was their home advantage. Northgate Kong was very confident in Northgate Lie, as the latter would definitely obtain the best treasures. He only hoped that there would be no danger, but fortunately, the ancestor was still around. More and more people arrived, and those at the cruiser realm and above were pathetically held back. Everyone below the cruiser realm rushed into the centipede's body, including some Lemeters and even Melders. No one could resist the temptation of an ancient creature. By the time Luin arrived, many people had already entered. He didn't hesitate and drove his spacecraft straight in. "It's actually a centipede's body. This is an astral beast from ancient times, and it's quite terrifying." The monkey trembled. He was an astral beast, and when he saw the centipede's body, he felt as if he was facing his natural predator. "Is this thing very strong?" Luin asked curiously. "Strong? Seventh bro, let me put it this way. Did you see that old guy closest to the centipede's body? That old guy's power level is shocking, but if this centipede's still alive, then it can swallow him whole." Luin gasped. An ancient creature that could swallow someone with a power level in the hundreds of thousands in one bite was too terrifying. "I never thought that I would be able to see a centipede's body in this era. It's too mystical. It probably won't be long before this centipede's body attracts countless people. Exploration, research, collection, and so on. Everything that you humans can think of will be realized on this thing. If you're lucky, seventh bro, you might even see a freak with a power level of over 500,000. Those people are freaks that control the destiny of large organizations, and any one of them can move unhindered through the universe. Lu Yin's spacecraft entered the centipede's broken appendage, but it was attacked before it could even land. A strange power passed through the spacecraft and crushed towards Lu Yin. Not too far away, a middle-aged man sneered. Someone who wasn't even an explorer had dared to come here. He was just an ordinary explorer, and he didn't have any hopes of competing with someone like Northgate Lai for treasures. He also didn't dare to venture too deep into the centipede's body, so he had set up an ambush at the entrance and dealt with the cultivators who weren't even explorers. He had already killed quite a few of these people, and there was a pile of wreckage on the ground. Lu Yin's attack, which should have been successful in every battle, was now useless. The spacecraft crashed into an abandoned building with a thump. The hatch opened, and Lu Yin walked out with a gloomy expression. Where was everyone? The middle-aged man wasn't stupid, and he had immediately fled after his first attack had failed. He was also afraid of encountering those freaks who could challenge those above their realms, especially when he had heard that Lu Yin from the Astral Combat Academy had arrived. However, what he feared had always happened. The middle-aged man had thought that he could hide, but Lu Yin had still managed to track him down through his star energy. He wasn't very fast, and he couldn't escape very far either. Lu Yin caught up to him and killed him with a single palm strike. Lu Yin snatched the cosmic ring and opened it, only to be delighted. Aside from the useless bank cards, there were also 100,000 star crystals. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. There was also a pile of useless items, and there was also a chip that he plugged into his gadget. It contained a battle technique, but Lu Yin casually tossed it away. It was useless to him since he had too many battle techniques. After setting up the spacecraft, Lu Yin looked around. It was just a single broken appendage, but it covered such a large area. The buildings extended into the distance, but they were all dilapidated. Many years had passed. There was a whoosh, and a figure flew past. It was a space-exploring powerhouse. Following that, one figure after another left. These space-exploring powerhouses were all rushing towards the interior of the centipede. Lu Yin inspected the buildings. Monkey, can you tell which era these buildings are from? Seventh bro, do you really think I'm an archaeologist? Everything I know was recorded by powerhouses. I don't know anything about eras, so how would I know these things? Lu Yin casually pushed aside a wall, but it crumbled to dust when it hit the ground. Too much time had passed, and nothing could be preserved. There weren't even any words on the buildings. To be able to place their family in such a huge centipede, this family must be quite powerful. The materials they used to build their buildings must be extraordinary, but even so, they've been reduced to dust. You can only imagine how old they were. Lu Yin was puzzled. That centipede's corpse was perfectly preserved. Why didn't it disappear with the passage of time? I don't know. Logically speaking, it should have disappeared. The monkey was puzzled as well. Right, seventh bro, put the spacecraft into your cosmic ring, the monkey suddenly said. Lu Yin frowned. I can't fit it in a spacecraft. It's too big. You're talking about a normal cosmic ring. The one you're wearing right now was given to you by Northgate Lai. It might work, the monkey said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he returned to where the spacecraft had landed to try it out. Unfortunately, he still couldn't fit it in. The spacecraft was too big, and a cosmic ring could only store items that were 1 square meter in size. He would have to dismantle the spacecraft in order to fit it in. Forget it, I'll wait until I get a better one, Lu Yin said helplessly. At that moment, another spacecraft crashed nearby. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he slowly approached it. This was a small spacecraft that could fit over 100 people. The doors opened, and the people inside walked out one by one. They all wore the same uniform, and it was obvious that they were mercenaries. However, they weren't very strong. Finally, a middle-aged man with a muscular body walked out. He had a fierce gaze, and he immediately saw Lu Yin walking over. The man had a cigarette in his mouth, and he exhaled fiercely. White smoke formed a circle that slowly dissipated. Go, bring him over, the man ordered. A few mercenaries immediately surrounded Lu Yin and brought him over to the man. When did you get in? The man glanced at Luin and asked casually. Luin looked at the man. You should have universal armor. The middle-aged man frowned. What are you answering? When did you come in? Give me a set of universal armor, Luin answered. Everyone looked at Luin strangely. The middle-aged man was furious. I'm asking you a question. Answer me honestly, or I'll kill you. Luin frowned, and the air around his body revolved before spreading out in all directions to sweep through everyone. An intense pressure immediately enveloped the area, and even though the middle-aged man was an explorer, he was still forced back several steps by this pressure. He looked at Luin in shock. How could a Lemeter be so strong? Wait a minute, this person looks very familiar. I said, give me a set of universal armor, and I won't make things difficult for you, Luin said slowly. The middle-aged man immediately tossed a set of universal armor over to Luin. He did not say a single word and was very decisive. Luin inspected it, nodded in satisfaction, and turned to leave. The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Lu Yin's departing figure. This young man was too frightening. For a Lemeter to have such strength, he must be a freakish genius from a great power, and such a person could not be provoked. No wonder Luin looked so familiar, he must have seen him somewhere before. Captain, what should we do next? One of the mercenaries asked. The middle-aged man waved a hand. Let's go in. I don't believe that there are freaks like him everywhere. With our mercenary group's strength, even if we can't get anything good, it'll still be good for us to gain some experience. Right, record the scenery along the way. We can sell it for a high price. Yes, Captain. With the universal armor in hand, Luin did not have to worry about being exposed to the universe for the time being. He walked towards the centipede's body. This centipede's body was too large, and no one knew what was inside. Thus, everyone was very careful as they walked. Monkey, do you think there's anything alive inside this thing? Luin asked. The monkey muttered, it's hard to say. There might be, but there might not be. There shouldn't be. After all, this centipede's life force has already been extinguished, so there shouldn't be anything alive inside it, Luin said. The monkey did not interrupt, as this was all just a guess. Anything that had been around for a very long time could undergo unimaginable changes. Luin and the monkey's guesses were useless, so they could only continue forward. However, they had not walked very far when a corpse appeared, causing Lu Yin's mood to turn gloomy. The corpse belonged to a man who had died not too long ago. Death was actually very common in the universe, but this corpse was very strange because it had been frightened to death. The man's eyes were wide open, and his pupils were dilated. His face was green and stiff, and there were no injuries on his body. However, he had died in a strange manner, as if his soul had been stripped from his body. Luin felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the corpse on the ground. This person had been an explorer, and within the centipede's body, where cruisers were not allowed out, such a person was already considered a powerhouse. Even if Luin wanted to kill this person, it would be impossible for him to leave no injuries behind. How had this person died? Seventh bro, don't you feel scared? The monkey asked sinisterly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Don't use that tone of voice, or I'll block you. Hee, don't scare me. You can't block me in a place like this. Blocking me means that your right arm will be crippled. Do you still dare to cripple your own right arm after seeing this corpse? The monkey asked confidently. Luin ignored the monkey and focused on the man's corpse. Under his domain's protection, this person really did not have any injuries. His spiritual force was already gone, which meant that his body still had vitality, but his soul had died. Did a person really have a soul? Countless people in the universe had explored this question. Some people said that spiritual force was a person's soul, while others said that the soul was a type of energy that could not be transferred by one's willpower. There were even some who firmly believed that humans could reincarnate, and as long as a person's spiritual force was completely integrated into another person's body, that person would be considered reincarnated. These debates had continued for countless years, and Luin was actually more in favor of the soul theory. After all, wasn't possession the same as stripping off his soul and integrating it into another person's body? The Day-Night clan's methods of attacking spiritual force were equivalent to attacking the soul. The nameless elder that Luyin had met on Drift Charge Planet had also said that a person was separated into a physical body and a spiritual force. Was the spiritual force equivalent to the soul? Luyin could not understand it, but it would be more appropriate to explain this corpse's situation by saying that his soul had been wiped out. This person's soul had been wiped out. The monkey was right, and Luyin was indeed scared out of his wits. He had never encountered a power that could directly wipe out a person's spiritual force. Even the Day-Night Clan's battle techniques had only injured him, and the pressure that a hunter could exert on a lower-level cultivator was just pressure. There was no battle technique like the Day-Night Clans that could wipe out a person's soul. Had this person died at the hands of a human, or had he died at the hands of some indescribable existence within the centipede's body? Monkey, have you encountered a soul attack before? Luyin asked. Soul attack? Seventh bro, you still believe in such things? That's just a superstition. Luyin slowly walked forward. How do you explain the Day-Night Clan's battle techniques? The human body has spiritual force, and the Day-Night Clan's battle techniques target that. However, that doesn't mean that spiritual force is the soul. Spiritual force is more like a substance produced by the human body, and humans just haven't discovered it yet. Seventh bro, you're overthinking things. There are no souls, ghosts, or reincarnations in this world. Otherwise, how could progenitor Wushang have died? He would have gained eternal life long ago. Luyin exhaled. This was something that had been researched for countless years and still could not be discovered. There was a whoosh as an explorer streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. There were several explorers chasing after him, and it seemed like they were here for vengeance. Luyin walked on the ground, occasionally speeding up to cover a certain distance. Ever since he had seen that mysterious man who had been scared to death, he had become somewhat apprehensive about this place. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he found out through his gadget that a day had already passed. More and more people overtook Luyin, and he saw more and more corpses. Almost all of them had died at the hands of humans, but there were also 2 corpses that looked like they had been scared to death. He didn't know if the others had noticed, but he was becoming more and more apprehensive. After walking for so long, it seemed like he still hadn't left the area of the centipede's severed limb. It was obvious that the centipede's body was enormous, and it shook the heavens. Not all of the limb was made up of structures, as most of them were shells covered with mud and other materials. Walking on them was like walking on land. Gradually, Luyin caught up to the main group. For some reason, many people in front of him were slowing down, and they eventually formed a small bazaar where they exchanged resources. Luyin didn't greet anyone and just sat down in a corner to rest. He soon learned why this group of people had stopped moving forward. It was because there were creatures ahead of them that looked like white earthworms. These worms were enormous, and their defenses were very strong. The surface of their bodies could deflect most attacks, and although they didn't have much attack power, there were too many of them. Anyone who fell into a sea of worms would be easily squeezed to death. Many powerhouses had already died, and once they died, their corpses would be eaten by the worms. It was a terrifying scene. They should be parasites, the monkey said solemnly. Luyin raised his brows. The centipede's been dead for countless years. Where did these parasites come from? You'll have to ask them about that. Who released the parasites? You should know that some organisms have parasites that can freeze themselves. If no one destroys them, they can live forever. They're different from humans, and some organisms can even achieve true immortality. These people were probably waiting for more people to join them. Luyin had changed his appearance in a low-key manner, as he didn't want to be recognized as a pawn that would lead the charge for someone else. The area was very wide, and Luyin's group gathered in one area. Far away from them, Northgate Lai and the other youths from the Northline flow zone had gathered together and were walking forward. This group was led by Northgate Lai, and although they came from different families, they were very united. This was the rule of the Northline flow zone, to be united against outsiders. Lily and Northgate Gang, and the others were also in the group. Lily Ann's heart was heavy. She had noticed that there were a few corpses that had died in an abnormal manner. There were no visible wounds on their bodies. She told Northgate Lai about this, but he didn't seem to care. Big Sis and there are too many strange battle techniques in the universe. Some battle techniques can leave no scars, but in reality, they target the internal organs of the human body. It's not that there aren't any scars, it's just that you can't see them. That's very normal. All we can say is that there's an expert in front of us, Northgate Gang said. Lily frowned. Was it that simple? It wasn't her first day exploring the universe. How could she not tell if she had any scars? But since Northgate didn't care, there was nothing she could do. With a hong sound, a tower-like building in the distance collapsed, turning into dust. Everyone was already used to it. The buildings here were too old and couldn't be preserved at all. Even the words had disappeared. Northgate casually glanced around. Just as he was about to leave, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a stone slab that had yet to completely turn to dust. He didn't know where the stone slab had fallen from, but there were traces of human carvings on it. His breathing was ragged, and he suddenly rushed forward. Lily and the others saw that Northgate was acting strangely and immediately followed him. Northgate tore through the void and appeared in front of the stone slab. He stared at the diagram on the stone slab as if he wanted to imprint it into his mind. Behind him, Lily and the others had already arrived. Northgate's eyes flashed, and star energy swept out from the soles of his feet, turning the stone slab into dust. This action was very discreet, and Lily and the others did not notice it at all. By the time they arrived beside Northgate, all they saw was a pile of dust. "Brother Lai, what did you see?" someone asked. Everyone stared at Northgate with expectant eyes. Northgate sighed. "I only saw a picture, but before I could see it clearly, the stone slab turned to dust." "What pattern?" the others asked impatiently, staring at Northgate. Northgate thought for a moment and then used his star energy to form a diagram in the air. Rather than calling it a diagram, it would be more accurate to call it a line. 9 circular objects surrounded an unknown object in the center. Everyone was confused, not understanding what it meant at all. Northgate was helpless. It's been a long time, and the patterns and colors have long since disappeared. All that's left are these lines. Of course, not everyone believed in Northgate. But so what if they didn't? They couldn't force him to answer. Not to mention Northgate strength, Northgate Taisui was watching from outside. Lily gave Northgate a serious look, before looking elsewhere. Everyone stopped thinking about it and looked at other places, trying to find the written records that had not disappeared. Since there were pictures left behind, it meant that not everything had been destroyed. Northgate put on an act of looking around, but his mind was filled with the image. The image wasn't completely destroyed, and there were still some patterns. He didn't know exactly what they were, but he was certain that 9 circular objects surrounded a flower in the center. He had to tell the old ancestor about this pattern after he got out. With the old ancestor's knowledge, he might know about it. Not too far away from Northgate group, a few people from the Tempest Flow Zone were walking together. Their leader was the man with the scorpion tattoo on his face. At this moment, he was different from the rest of the group, and his face was filled with excitement, to the point where he seemed to have forgotten himself. His name was Xianxia, and he was the eldest disciple of the Fire Scorpion sect. Eldest senior brother, could this place be related to the place that the sect has been searching for? A woman walked over and asked in a low voice. She sounded quite excited. Xianxia glanced at her coldly. "Shut up. How many times have I warned you? You're not allowed to say anything. Only you and I know about this among the disciples. If word gets out, we'll definitely die." "Yes, eldest senior brother, but I really want to know." The woman hugged Xianxia's shoulders tightly. Her breath smelled like orchids, and her body's fragrance became even more alluring. Xianxia's breathing quickened, and he glanced at the other disciples. He whispered, "Wait a little longer. Let me confirm it." "Thank you, eldest senior brother." The woman smiled and hugged Xianxia's shoulders even tighter. Xianxia's arms were completely buried in the waves in front of her. Outside the centipede's body, powerhouses appeared one after another, all of them vainly trying to enter to search for opportunities. However, they were all stopped by Northgate Taisui. An old freak with a power level in the hundreds of thousands had appeared, and some of the hunters who thought that they were very strong had their worldviews turned upside down. They sullenly propped up the centipede's body and anxiously stared at the structures within. Spacecraft after spacecraft charged into the centipede's body, as if there was a huge treasure trove inside. No one knew whether or not there was anything good inside the centipede's body, but at this moment, Lu Yin and the others were in a very bad mood. Just a moment ago, an explorer had mysteriously died high up in the sky, right in front of everyone's eyes. He had fallen straight to the ground, and his death was exactly the same as the others who had been scared to death. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their hair stood on end. No one knew how that person had died, and this scene was too shocking. Lu Yin immediately took out the giant emperor's third eye and activated his domain. He activated the serious art and stared at his surroundings. He suspected that this was an invisible attack, just like the layer of danger that covered the surface of a sourcebox. Perhaps there was a sourcebox inside the centipede's body, or perhaps the centipede itself was a sourcebox. Everyone was filled with danger. Seventh bro, it's too scary. Let's go. The monkey was apprehensive, as he was also afraid. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked around. The others began to form groups and walked together as if they were familiar with each other. They also looked around nervously. No one spoke, and it was as if there was an invisible blade hanging over everyone's heads. At this moment, a miserable howl woke everyone up, and they all looked into the distance. They saw a white wave sweeping towards them. Lu Yin's expression changed, and a chill ran down his spine. This was not a white wave, it was clearly an endless wave of white parasites that were wriggling towards the group. Everyone hurriedly retreated, and countless attacks landed on the wave of parasites. However, only a small portion of the attacks were effective, and most of the attacks were negated. These parasites had astonishing defenses. Only explorers' attacks are effective. Everyone else, retreat immediately, someone shouted. Many of the cultivators who had yet to become explorers paled, and they all retreated. Lu Yin probed with his skybeast claw and tore apart a parasite. He was shocked to find that this parasite had no internal organs, and it was just a disgusting, milky white mass of fat. Seventh bro, let's retreat. There's too many of them. Look at the sky, the monkey shouted. Lu Yin looked up and saw that many powerhouses were attacking the wave of parasites in the sky, but many of them jumped down and crashed into them. Some fell into the wave of parasites and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The area in front of them was filled with white parasites that turned the ground white. Lu Yin continuously retreated. He could kill the parasites, but there were too many of them. Increasing his attack range meant that his attack power would decrease, and it would also consume more energy. He was not so selfless as to help others. Many spatial cracks appeared in the void, and many people tried to push the parasites into them. Even so, the endless wave of parasites continued to exist, and it did not seem to have decreased in number. Someone shouted, and several explorers joined forces to tear open a giant spatial crack that descended into the wave of parasites. Many of the parasites were immediately sucked into the spatial crack and disappeared. When the crowd saw that this method was effective, they immediately followed suit, and the number of parasites visibly decreased. The situation seemed to be improving, but the monkey's next words pushed Lu Yin's mood to rock bottom. How many parasites are there in a creature's body? Hundreds of millions, and it's impossible to count them all. To a centipede, these parasites are just parasites. Seventh bro, how many do you think there are? Lu Yin's scalp went numb as he imagined hundreds of millions of parasites swarming towards him. No matter how many spatial cracks there were, they would not be able to devour all of them. The most he had seen so far were a few 100,000 parasites, and if that number increased by 100 times, he would lose all desire to fight. The most worrisome thing was that with so many parasites appearing, the buildings would be affected and destroyed. Even if there was anything left inside, it would be destroyed by the parasites. Many people already had thoughts of leaving. Lu Yin retreated again and again while attacking from time to time. Although his attacks were not many, they were effective, and they were much stronger than those of the explorers. Every time he attacked, he was able to eliminate a portion of the parasites. Suddenly, a phantom appeared in the distance and pierced through the void. It streaked across the sky, and an explorer fell straight into the wave of parasites. Lu Yin's pupils shrank when he saw that it was a pike. A phantom pike had pierced through the explorer and killed him. So that was how it was. Those people who had been scared to death had all been killed by the pike's attack. The pike was a phantom, and ordinary people could not see it. Lu Yin relied on his serious art, his domain, and his lock-breaking tool to just barely see it. Although the phantom pike's killing was horrifying, Lu Yin relaxed. At the very least, he knew what had caused those people's deaths. Humans were naturally afraid of the unknown, and if he could not find the cause of their deaths, he would not have dared to enter. But where had the phantom pike come from? A new problem had arisen, and there was definitely no one alive inside. Could it be these parasites? Lu Yin retreated as he stared into the distance. Not long after, another phantom pike appeared and streaked across the sky before disappearing. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This time, the phantom pike did not attack anyone. Could it be that the direction was random? In order to prove his conjecture, Lu Yin increased the intensity of his attacks and coordinated with many other powerhouses to tear open spatial tiers. The wave of parasites decreased at a visible rate, and they were no longer as overwhelming as they had been at the start. Everyone was barely able to stop the wave from advancing. Another phantom pike shot out, but this time, it brushed past an explorer's shoulder. That explorer did not sense anything and continued to attack the wave of parasites. After that, another pike shot out from time to time in different directions, but only one of them was aimed at a person. Fortunately, Lu Yin had secretly pushed away the person who was about to be hit, or else there would have been another strange corpse on the ground. He was now certain that these phantom pikes were not attacking anyone, but rather were shooting out randomly. Where was the source? These were all phantom pikes. Could it be that there was an exceptional pike among them? When he thought of this, Lu Yin's heart grew fervent, and he hoped to obtain it. Some people stayed behind to resist the wave of parasites, wanting to explore further, while others left. The mercenary group that Lu Yin had encountered earlier was one of them. "Captain, you're still the wisest one. There are so many parasites that we can't kill them all, and who knows how many more are inside." "We made the right choice in retreating," someone flattered. Someone else immediately agreed. The middle-aged commander took a puff of his cigarette and blew out smoke rings. 1, 2, 3, they dissipated into the air. He said in a melancholy tone, "If I hadn't brought you along, I wouldn't have retreated. However, since you've followed me, I will ensure your safety. No treasure can compare to your safety." The entire group was moved. Whoosh! The middle-aged commander blew out another smoke ring. This time, the smoke formed various patterns. "Humans should live for themselves, but I can't do that. If we're going to live, we're going to live together. If we're going to die, we're going to die together," the entire group shouted. They looked at the middle-aged commander in awe. This was the man who was worth following for their entire lives. The touching atmosphere didn't last long before it was interrupted by a shout. More than 10 people appeared in the sky and looked down. One of them, an elder, stared at the middle-aged commander. "You guys came from inside? What's going on inside?" Before the middle-aged commander could speak, the young mercenary beside him shouted, "Who are you talking to? This is our great commander. Hurry up and come greet him." The middle-aged commander almost swallowed his cigarette. He pushed the young mercenary aside and smiled apologetically at the sky. "Ah, so it's you from the Blaze Realm. There's a bug horde inside, and there's a lot of them. Some people have even been scared to death. Everything else is fine." High up in the sky, the people from the Blaze Realm quickly rushed inside. Below, the mercenaries stared at the middle-aged commander in a daze. The middle-aged captain slowly lit his cigarette and blew out a smoke ring in a melancholy manner. "Only by enduring for a while can you achieve great things. Remember my words. Only those who can endure can become strong. Do you understand?" Everyone was confused. The middle-aged commander sighed. "If I have to die in the future, I'll definitely die in front of everyone." His words moved the atmosphere again. Everyone looked at the middle-aged commander in awe, and the young mercenary almost cried. The middle-aged commander smiled in relief. However, the atmosphere was destroyed in the blink of an eye. A young man with a cold expression and emotionless eyes suddenly appeared and stared at the middle-aged commander. What's going on inside? The middle-aged commander gulped and looked at the young man in front of him. He felt as if someone was holding a knife to his neck. There's a bug horde inside, and some people have died mysteriously. The young man raised his foot and instantly rushed past the group. Everyone stared blankly, and the atmosphere was gone again. The middle-aged captain had a melancholy expression on his face, but he was already cursing in his heart. Where did all these perverts come from? He blew out a smoke ring and wanted to say something touching, but after blinking his eyes, he decided to leave first. Most of the overwhelming insect horde was destroyed by them by breaking the spatial rift. Although there were still parasites joining in later, they were no longer a threat to them. Luin continued to watch from the back, preparing to test the spear the next time it appeared to see how powerful it was. Before long, the people from the fire field arrived. There were 8 largest flow zones in the Innerverse, and they were collectively known as the 8 Great Flow Zones. The Blaze Realm was similar to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone in terms of power, and their appearance caused many people to shudder in fear. The foundations of the 8 Great Flow Zones were not something that the smaller flow zones could imagine. Just the Northline Flow Zone alone had produced an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, so the 8 Great Flow Zones definitely had such monsters as well. Otherwise, the Northgate family would not have needed to hide Northgate Taisui's existence, as they could have directly intimidated their neighbors. The people from the Blaze Realm were amazed as they watched the countless parasites battle with the cultivators. This was the first time they had encountered such bugs, and their defenses were comparable to an explorer's. However, they did not have much attack power, and they could not move quickly either. They were like ordinary creatures wearing the shell of an explorer. You, come here. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in Lu Yin's ear. He turned around and saw Jared. Jared was pointing at Luin. Didn't you hear? Come here immediately. Luin was stunned, but then he remembered that he had changed his appearance. Normal cultivators would be easily discovered if they changed their appearance, or else everyone in the universe would try to frame them. However, Luin had cultivated the invisible aura technique, which hid the drawbacks of changing his appearance, so it was very difficult to detect. Do you need something from me? Luin asked as he walked over to the group from the Blaze Realm. Jared's eyes were cold. Go and find a corpse that died strangely. Luin was astonished. Me? Jared frowned. I'll say it again. Find a corpse that died strangely, or you'll die. Luin was furious, but he glanced at the group from the Blaze Realm, especially the 2 elders in front of him. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes, but he nodded and ran forward. There was a corpse there that had not been killed by the pike, but rather by the impact of the parasites. However, it did not matter since it was just a temporary measure. Soon, Luin was carrying a corpse and tossing it onto the ground. The people from the Blaze Realm hurriedly looked over. He died from impact, not some strange death, one of the elders spoke up. He then stared at Luin with a cold gaze. Luin explained, this person died strangely and fell into the wave of parasites. That's how he ended up like this. One after the other, there's no gap in time. The elder looked at the wave of parasites and reluctantly accepted this explanation. Then tell me, what's so strange about a strange death? Jared asked coldly. Luin replied, he was scared to death. There are ghosts here. Nonsense, there are no ghosts in the universe. Jared shouted angrily. To the side, another elder coldly said, all right, there's no need to argue about this. He then looked at Luin. You can leave now. Wait, have you seen this person before? Jared raised his gadget and tapped on the screen. Lu Yin's face appeared on it. Luin shook his head and decisively replied, no. Jared frowned and waved his hand impatiently. Let's go. Luin did not go very far. He appeared at the edge of the domain's range and eavesdropped on the conversation. Do you really believe in ghosts? Jared asked. One of the elders sighed. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, attacks that can wipe out spiritual force do exist. We have to be careful. Senior, I think our first priority is still to find Luin, Jared said. Luin is one of the targets. He has a grudge with the Blaze Realm and the Astral Combat Academy, and he destroyed Fire's Melt planet just as it was about to join us. He doesn't respect the Blaze Realm at all. The sect has ordered us to deal with this matter, the elder in the lead said. Jared was excited. With the two of you helping, we can definitely kill Luin. We don't necessarily have to kill him. If he's willing to submit to the Blaze Realm, we can also subdue him. Senior, I know this person very well. He's arrogant and has no respect for his elders. It's impossible to get him to join the Blaze Realm, so we have to kill him to solve any future problems for the sect. This is also Master's wish. The elder in the lead glanced at Jared. This person has a complicated background. He's from both the 10 Arbiters Council and the Lockbreaker Society. It's rumored that he has the support of an even stronger powerhouse. Killing him will be troublesome. Jared spoke in a low voice. It wouldn't be easy to kill him in the outside world, but we're inside the centipede's body. The deeper we go, the harder it will be to connect to the network. As long as the two of you act quickly, he won't have a chance to ask for help or leave behind any video evidence. There won't be any worries. If the two of you are willing to help me, I promise to share the Karmic Flame Sword with you. The two elders' eyes lit up when they heard about the Karmic Flame Sword. They looked at each other and nodded. Alright, this matter needs to be kept a secret. Otherwise, the sect will be in trouble. Senior, don't worry. Jared smiled coldly. In the distance, Lu Yin's face sank. It turned out that he was also one of the Blaze Realm's targets. The Blaze Realm already held a grudge against him for what had happened on Fire's Melt planet, and with Jared's bewitchment, the Blaze Realm's desire to kill him would only increase. Since that was the case, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Since the two elders had been sent to deal with him, they definitely had some tricks up their sleeves. Luin didn't want to fight them head-on, so he glanced at the wave of parasites in the distance and used flash to disappear. More than 10 powerhouses were attacking the parasites in one direction when they suddenly heard a gust of wind and then nothing else. Luin quickly dealt with the powerhouses and tossed them far away. He then let the parasites in and used his domain to conceal his aura before hiding on the back of one of the parasites. Countless parasites rushed in, and the first to bear the brunt of the attack were the people from the Blaze Realm. The location that Luin was searching for was the closest to the Blaze Realm's group. The Blaze Realm's group had been leisurely at the back, but they hadn't expected the parasites to reach them in the blink of an eye. However, they didn't care, as they were stronger than the average explorer. Even Jared had the ability to break through the parasite's defenses, so there was no need for him to break through to the explorer realm. This was the strength of a great power's battle techniques. Very quickly, the temperature within a 10-kilometer radius spread. The Blaze Realm's group attacked and killed the parasites much faster than the others. Their attacks didn't differentiate between friend and foe, and the endless heat quickly spread. Many cultivators were affected, and they cursed out loud. However, the Blaze Realm's group didn't care at all. In the smaller flow zones, the powers of the greater flow zones had always been fearless. Luin hid among the parasites and quickly approached Jared. He raised a hand and slapped out. His fight with this person in the Astral Combat Academy hadn't been that big. This person had tried to ban Luin in the trial zones, and Luin had also taught the Blaze Realm's group a lesson when he had banned the Day-Night clan. Luin had thought that it was over, but he hadn't expected this person to want to kill him in the real world. This made Luin want to kill him. The universe had always been about survival of the fittest, and Luin wouldn't hold back. Lu Yin's palm landed on Jared's body without any hesitation. He had thought that he would be able to kill Jared, but the latter's body was extremely hard. Jared was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Flames rose from his body as pieces of metal melted and fell to the ground. Luin felt that it was a pity that Jared was wearing a ring armor. From the looks of it, it was a ring armor unique to the Blaze Realm that could withstand an attack from an explorer. In order to not expose his identity, Luin hadn't used overlaying stacks, which had allowed Jared to escape with his life. Jared's heavy injuries attracted the attention of the Blaze Realm's group, and several of them attacked Luin together. Luin easily dodged their attacks and accelerated towards Jared. He wanted to kill him, but he was blocked by an elder from the Blaze Realm. The elder's surging flames transformed into a roaring lion that viciously attacked Luin. This power shocked Luin, as the flaming lion was actually enveloped by four-lined battle force, causing the void to distort. On the other side, the old man in the lead shouted and raised a hand. The flames transformed into a lion as well, and the four-lined battle force viciously charged towards Luin. Two flaming lions enveloped in four-lined battle force surrounded Luin and tried to kill him. Luin had never underestimated the older generation's powerhouses. These people might have been very ordinary when they were young, but as time passed, some of these old fellows were not weak at all. They were much weaker than the geniuses of the same generation, but they had a huge advantage over the younger generation. These advantages could be transformed into terrifying battle prowess. The void around Luin was scorched by the flames, and he had nowhere to run. He raised his arms and pressed down on one of the flaming lions. He frowned and exerted force with both hands, causing his four-lined battle force to explode. With a bang, the two flaming lions dissipated. The next moment, the two elders closed in. "Junior, how dare you ambush someone from the Blaze Realm? Die!" Luin raised his arms in front of him to block, but he was sent flying by the intense heat. The two elders were used to working together, and they attacked Luin at the same time. However, Luin did not continue fighting, as he had already sensed their strength. He could not defeat them without revealing his identity, so he might as well borrow their strength to leave. Luin wanted to leave, but the people from the Blaze Realm could not stop him. They could only watch as he disappeared. Jared was helped up by a disciple from the Blaze Realm, but he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was still in shock, as he had almost died just now. Fortunately, he had put on a battle technique. The two old men came before Jared, their expressions solemn. "Who is that person? He was able to injure you with a single palm and escape from us. He must be a freak of the Lemeters." Jared's eyes lit up. "Luin, it must be him." The elder in the lead shook his head. "Probably not. If it was Luin, you would already be dead." Jared wanted to retort, but he could not. Indeed, with Lu Yin's strength, he really would have died if he had attacked. But who else could it be other than Luin? He was an area master of the Astral Combat Academy, and he was considered a genius even among Lemeters. The two elders in front of him were the elites of the explorers, and they were adept at working together. They were strong enough to fight against someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. To be able to escape from their hands, Jared really could not think of anyone else with such strength. Perhaps that person was Luin, but he didn't want to expose his identity and be hunted down by the sect. That's why he didn't use too much force, allowing junior apprentice brother Jared to luckily escape with his life, another old man guessed. Jared retorted, "Yes, that must be it. He's Luin." The other disciples from the Blaze Realm were busy destroying the parasites, and the two elders stopped guessing. Luin had already escaped, so what if he was Luin? It was a pity that they hadn't been able to catch him. They would have to be careful for the rest of their journey. If Luin was determined to launch a sneak attack, neither of them could guarantee that they would be able to withstand it. Jared simply snatched the armor from a disciple of the Blaze Realm and put it on. He was already scared. He had been so close to death just now, and he was so heavily injured that even Shamrock Enterprises medicine couldn't heal him in a short period of time. He wanted to retreat. In the distance, Luin appeared, and he looked back in surprise. These two old fellows were really strong. They had four-lined battle force, the Blaze Realm's battle techniques, and their battle armor. It would be impossible to deal with them without exposing his identity. Forget it, he would just wait a little longer. It was impossible for them to leave, so there would always be a chance. He didn't want to exhaust too much of his strength in a place like this. No one knew what dangers were waiting for him ahead. "Seventh bro, you've finally experienced the strength of a great power." Those two old fellows might have been ordinary disciples when they were young, or else they wouldn't have remained as explorers for so many years. But they've cultivated for so many years that they've even grasped battle force. If they work together, they can deal with you. This is the terror of a great power, and they have many disciples like that. The monkey gloated. Luin looked up. "It doesn't matter. Wait until I'm a little stronger." "What's the point of having so many disciples then?" "What I mean is that you can't fight alone anymore. If someone else had helped you just now, that brat would have died without a doubt. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What are you trying to say? It's simple. I know that you want to rule the Great Yu Empire and then gradually push forward until you have unparalleled power. That's the big picture, but you can't always be alone when adventuring in the universe. That's too disadvantageous. You need to find teammates. Lu Yin muttered to himself. The monkey's words made sense, and he really did need to find some helpers. Didn't you want to go to the Cosmic Sea? How can you do it without any teammates? Alone? What a joke. Even if the 10 arbiters wanted to go to the Cosmic Sea, they wouldn't be alone. Then what kind of teammates do you think I should find? Lu Yin asked. The monkey rolled his eyes. How would I know? At the very least, they need to be pleasing to the eye and have enough strength. Seventh bro, I've realized that you're too utilitarian at times, and you only have eyes for the disciples of the great powers. Actually, many independent cultivators aren't weak, and they don't have any organizations to hold them back. The human domain's top 100 rankings aren't all disciples of the great powers. The monkey's words seemed to open up a new door for Lu Yin. He had always been limited to the great powers, but in reality, many independent cultivators were worth roping in. Out of all the cultivators in the universe, independent cultivators made up the majority. For example, most of the mercenary groups were formed by independent cultivators. The greatest advantage of independent cultivators was that they weren't tied down by any organizations. There were no conflicts of interest, and they were easier to control. Monkey, you spoke well today, Lu Yin said. The monkey was pleased. Of course. Seventh bro, I'll give you a suggestion. As long as you take it to heart, it'll be of great benefit to you in the future. It'll also be very beneficial for you as you explore the Cosmic Sea. Lu Yin looked forward to it. Go ahead. Look for more big-breasted girls. No one would want to kill a big-breasted girl. They're pleasing to the eye, and they can soften the enemy's killing intent. Plus. Before the monkey could finish his sentence, Lu Yin blocked him off. He had been serious for less than 3 minutes. Still, this suggestion was quite tempting. After a few days, the parasites were finally eliminated. At this point, even the people from the Blaze realm were exhausted, but no one was willing to rest. Instead, they all headed deeper in. The group was still at the broken limb, but they weren't far from where the limb and the torso met. Not long after, the group met up with another group of people, and they all headed deeper in. They met quite a few people along the way, and some of them didn't encounter any parasites at all. Although they didn't encounter any parasites, more and more people were killed by the phantom spears. The deeper they went, the more people died mysteriously, and many of them felt like retreating. Half a day later, the group passed by a large pile of parasite corpses and saw Northgate Lie's group. They seemed to have been here for quite some time, but they didn't move forward. According to their observations, this was the end of the limb, and if they continued forward, they would enter the torso of the centipede's body. The powerhouses from the Blaze realm parted the group, and Jared walked out. His face was still pale, but he was much better now. Although he wouldn't fully recover in a short period of time, he could still speak. Brother Lie, long time no see, Jared greeted Northgate Lie politely. Northgate Lie looked at Jared with a puzzled expression. You are? Jared didn't get angry. Jared, disciple of the Blaze realm's Poison Flame. Northgate Lie suddenly understood. So you're Lord Poison Flame's disciple. I remember now. We've met before in the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Jared smiled. That's right. I've never forgotten Brother Lie's elegance. I didn't expect to see you here again. Northgate Lie nodded and looked past Jared to see the group from the Blaze realm. His gaze paused on the two elders, and then he asked Jared, Brother Jared, why are you guys so late? Did you encounter some parasites? Jared smiled bitterly and told him about the parasite wave. I thought that there weren't many of them, but I didn't expect that most of them would run in your direction. I'm sorry to have delayed you. Jared was puzzled. Brother Lie, why didn't you guys go in? Northgate Lie stepped aside and waved his hand. The people in front of him moved aside, and the people from the Blaze realm looked over. They saw a spear stabbed into the ground in the distance, and around the spear were a dozen corpses. They had all died in the same manner as if they had been frightened to death. The people from the Blaze realm were shocked. What's this? Everyone should know that people have died mysteriously along the way, and it's actually because of the spear. The closer you get, the easier it is for you to die mysteriously. This is an invisible attack, Northgate Lai explained helplessly. Around him, Lily and the others were equally helpless. This attack couldn't be avoided because it couldn't be seen, and the spear was stuck at the intersection between the legs and the torso. If they didn't cross it, they wouldn't be able to enter, which was very troublesome. Jared and the others finally understood the reason for their strange deaths, and they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. This invisible attack was indeed aimed at one spiritual force, and this attack was the most frightening. Brother Lai, how do we get in? Jared asked. Everyone was trapped within the legs, and they couldn't enter the torso. The strongest person present was undoubtedly Northgate Lai. Although there were many explorers from the older generation present, it was very difficult to surpass an expert from the top 100 rankings. Only an expert from the older generation who had been a freak in their youth would be able to deal with him. The two elders from the Blaze realm had needed to work together to deal with Luin, and it was the same for Northgate Lai. Furthermore, the top 100 rankings was a symbol of his status, which meant that he would definitely become an absolute expert in the future. Coupled with his status, most people wouldn't want to steal the limelight from someone like him. Northgate Lai pointed to a middle-aged man standing in a corner. This is a lockbreaker. Only a lockbreaker can neutralize the invisible killing intent created by the spear. Jared was shocked. We actually need a lockbreaker? Is there only one lockbreaker here? Northgate Lai nodded. One lockbreaker isn't enough. We need at least a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker or several discerning elementary lockbreakers, and they can't be ordinary discerning elementary lockbreakers. If we don't have a lockbreaker, then we can't enter? Jared was unwilling to accept this. Northgate Lai did not answer. His meaning was simple: it was impossible for an explorer to break through the spear's killing intent, and they could only neutralize it with a lockbreaker. We've already ordered people to return the way we came. The closer we are to outer space, the better the network connection will be. We'll request for lockbreakers from the outside world to come over, but it might take some time, Northgate Gang interrupted. Jared excused himself and then met up with the people from the Blaze realm to discuss something. Everyone was waiting for lockbreakers, but there were too few of them. There were thousands of people present, but there was only one lockbreaker. Lily and suddenly said, Brother Lai, Luin is also a lockbreaker. Northgate Lai's eyes flashed, and he nodded. I know. Tempest Flowzone, Zhong, and the others had also arrived and were quietly waiting. Luin observed for a while and also knew that the crowd was waiting for a lockbreaker. Seventh bro, you're not going to show yourself? Many people will be grateful to you if you show up now. Luin replied, they'll only be grateful if I show up last. If I show up now, they'll think that it's only natural for me to help. Are you really going to help them enter? The monkey was curious. Luin was also considering the situation. His secret sidestep could completely avoid the danger and enter the torso, but he wasn't sure what dangers lay within. He would rather have someone scout the area, but if there was something good inside, he would have to compete with these people. Northgate Lai was already difficult enough to deal with, and there were also the hidden experts from the Blaze realm. I've decided. I'll let them pass, Luin said with certainty. The monkey was confused. Why? I won't destroy the spear. They'll need lockbreakers to help them enter, and it'll be the same if they come out. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The monkey was shocked. Catching a turtle in a jar? Seventh bro, you're too evil. Luin wanted to catch a turtle in a jar. If they wanted to come out, then they could either charge through on their own or not compete with him. Even if someone could pass through the spear's danger on their own, Luin could interfere. As long as no stronger lockbreakers appeared, this was his home ground. But now, the problem was that he had to hurry. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if a stronger lockbreaker appeared. Luin reverted to his original appearance and used Flash to appear not too far away from Northgate Lai and the others, giving them a fright. Sorry for being late, everyone. I heard that they needed lockbreakers, Lu Yin said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. How could he have known that they needed lockbreakers when he had just arrived? It was obvious that he had arrived much earlier, but no one bothered to argue with him. Northgatelai politely asked, Brother Lu, you should have heard of the situation. How about it? Are you confident? Lu Yin looked around and saw the hostile gazes of the people from the Blaze realm, the expectant gazes of Lily and the others, and the disdainful gaze of the lockbreaker in the distance. He stepped forward and approached the spear. Just as Lu Yin was about 100 meters away from the spear, the lockbreaker warned him, be careful. Don't disturb its aura, or else the invisible attacks will increase, which will increase the number of casualties. Everyone hurriedly stopped Lu Yin when they heard this. They were afraid that he would do something that would affect others. Lu Yin frowned, as this lockbreaker was quite sinister. He had forced Lu Yin into a corner the moment he had arrived, and if Lu Yin's lockbreaking failed, this lockbreaker would be able to push all the blame onto Lu Yin. May I ask who this is? Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man was displeased. 4 stars discerning elementary lockbreaker, but he did not report his name. What a coincidence. I'm also a 4 stars discerning junior lockbreaker. Back on Savage 8 planet, Lu Yin and the others had worked together to unlock the tree-shaped source box, which had raised his strength to 4 stars. He had only been 1 step away from 3 stars, and the tree-shaped source box had been a perceptive intermediate source box. If they had not worked together, Lu Yin would have been able to successfully unlock it on his own, which would have raised him to 5 stars. Although he was only 4 stars now, he had crossed 2 stars. The crowd was shocked, as they had not expected Lu Yin to become a 4 stars discerning junior lockbreaker at such a young age. There were not many lockbreakers at his age in the society, and only the 5 prodigies had reached 4 stars at such a young age. Even now, including Dao Bo and Sharon, there were not many lockbreakers who had reached Lu Yin's level at such a young age. Northgatelai was shocked as well. Lu Yin had not been promoted for long, and they were not aware that he had reached 4 stars so quickly. This person's lockbreaking talent was just as astonishing as his combat talent. What? You're 4 stars as well? The middle-aged lockbreaker was shocked. Lu Yin raised his gadget and tapped on his screen. The middle-aged lockbreaker was stunned when he saw the 4 stars symbol on Lu Yin's lockbreaker page. When he looked at Lu Yin again, his gaze was no longer arrogant, but rather humble. It was as if he could see the rise of the society's powerhouses in the future. I'm really sorry. I thought that you didn't have any contributions, but I didn't expect you to be a genius lockbreaker, the middle-aged lockbreaker said apologetically, his attitude changing drastically. Lu Yin did not say anything else and instead looked at the sourcebox catalog on his page. The video of him unlocking the tree-shaped sourcebox had a high purchase rate, and he had earned quite a bit of money. Although he had to split the profits with the Lockbreaker Society, he had still received quite a bit. If he had not opened this page, he would have almost forgotten about it. This was also a way to earn money, and as his fame increased, the money would come in even faster. Lu Yin closed his screen and stared at the pike in front of him as he took a step forward. At this moment, no one tried to stop him, and they all watched on nervously. Compared to the tree-shaped source box, this pike was much easier to deal with. Lu Yin dodged all of the phantom pike images that were shot out from time to time, and he even reminded the people behind him to avoid them. This made everyone's confidence in him grow. The middle-aged lockbreaker sighed in amazement. At most, he could sense danger ahead of time, but he could not sense its exact location or direction. This was the difference between them. As they got closer and closer to the pike, Lu Yin could see that the void around the pike was enveloped by a sharp aura. The phantom pike was born from this sharp aura, and it was also because of this sharp aura that the group's path forward was blocked. He reached out and touched the sharp energy. This energy was based on the pike, and it condensed star energy into something that was similar to an offensive battle technique. No wonder you need to unlock a source box. This thing is like a simplified version of a predecessor's strength, the monkey exclaimed. But after so many years, much of its strength has disappeared. If this was just set up, then you're all finished, 7th bro. Lu Yin touched the sharp energy and tried to break down the star energy. There was some effect, but it was very slow. With his current speed, it would take him at least a few days to open up a path. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged lockbreaker. Let's work together and follow the direction I tell you. I'll guarantee your safety. The middle-aged lockbreaker subconsciously wanted to refuse, as he hoped to work with more lockbreakers. However, Northgate Lai and the others were all staring at him. Although they did not dare to do anything, the middle-aged lockbreaker still felt a lot of pressure. If he refused, it would be embarrassing if word got out. Helpless, the middle-aged lockbreaker approached Luin step by step. Luin pointed him in a direction and avoided the phantom pike images that appeared from time to time. Soon, the middle-aged lockbreaker arrived at Lu Yin's side. Let's begin. We'll unlock in this direction. The middle-aged lockbreaker did not object, and the two began to unlock at the same time. Outside, everyone watched on anxiously. Jared's eyes were sinister, and he looked at the two elders from the Blaze realm helplessly. We can't move for now, or else we won't be able to come out once we enter. The two elders nodded. We'll act according to the situation. Just as the monkey had said, after so many years, the sharp energy that had been born from the pike had been greatly worn down. Luin and the middle-aged lockbreaker continued to unlock for an entire day. On the second day, another lockbreaker appeared. Unfortunately, it was only a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, but having one more person was always a good thing. After another 20 hours, Luin finally spoke up. Alright, you guys can go in now. The two lockbreakers were delighted, and they stepped over the pike and entered the centipede's torso. They were the first to step inside. Northgate Lai and the others widened their eyes and looked at Luin expectantly. Luin had not completely removed the sharp energy, so he could do it. But why would he rely on this pike to seal off everyone's path of retreat? I'll draw a path on the ground that everyone can follow to enter. However, I'll make it clear that this path will only be effective for one day. After that, it won't be usable, and you'll need to unlock it again if you want to enter or exit, Luin announced loudly. Someone in the crowd shouted, Brother Lu, why don't you succeed in one try? That way, it'll be easier for everyone to enter and exit. Luin looked up. Are you saying that you want me to unlock for you guys while you go in and explore? Sure, but I want 90% of everything that you guys find. That's too greedy, someone exclaimed. No one took Lu Yin's words to heart. He wasn't stupid, so why would he unlock for them? Northgate Lai was the first to walk towards the torso, and he looked at Luin with admiration. Thank you for your help, Brother Lu. Don't worry, the Northgate family will repay you generously once we get out. That's more like it, Luin thought to himself, though he maintained a polite expression. One by one, they all walked in. Lillian whispered to Luin, be careful of the Blaze realm. Although a path had been opened up in the sharp energy, the phantom pike had not completely disappeared and would occasionally reappear. Fortunately, Luin had warned them, which made them feel much more at ease. However, it didn't take long for another person to die to the phantom pike. Jared glared at Luin. Brother Lu, why didn't you warn us? The person who had died was from the Blaze realm, and the people from the Blaze realm looked at Luin with unfriendly gazes. Luin casually replied, I didn't see anything. Jared was furious, but he was stopped by the old man who calmly looked at Luin. Little brother, being kind to others is also being kind to yourself. I hope you know what's best for you. Luin sneered. I'm already being kind to you by letting you pass. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll throw you out. What did you say? Jared was furious, but then he coughed violently. His injuries were too severe, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Luin glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, but he didn't even look back as he walked further in. The people from the Blaze realm were helpless, and the two old men looked at each other with cold killing intent. This person had to be killed. The centipede's body was huge, and the group didn't know which direction to take after arriving at the torso. In the end, many of them split up, with some going right, some going left, and some going in a straight line. Luin followed Northgate Lai's group to the left. For some reason, the people from the Blaze realm followed Northgate Lai's group as well, and soon, there were several hundred people in the group. That's strange. Were these buildings built after or before the centipede's death? If they were built before, then where did the organs go? Someone asked. It should be after the centipede's death. That can't be right. This thing has been hiding in another space ever since it died. If not for Ancestor Northgate accidentally tearing through the void during his battle with the enemy, who knows how long this thing would have remained hidden. While everyone was discussing this, there was a crack as the ground cracked open. Nearby, a building collapsed into dust, revealing a patch of white underneath. Many cultivators ran over excitedly, thinking that they had discovered something, but they soon felt their scalps go numb. It's all parasites. Be careful, don't alarm them. Everyone looked at their feet. Could it be that there were parasites down there? That meant that they were standing within a wave of parasites. This idea horrified everyone, and they immediately flew into the air, not daring to touch the ground for fear that the parasites would awaken. Someone suddenly spoke up, "Do you guys think that the entire centipede is filled with parasites?" Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If that was the case, then it would be terrifying. With these parasites' defenses, even a hunter would find it difficult to charge out, let alone them. The centipede was so large that if it was filled with parasites, then it could drown many planets. The sheer number of parasites was enough to make anyone want to vomit. Northgate gang barked, "What's there to be afraid of? Our Northgate family's ancestor is here. So what if they're all parasites?" Everyone relaxed. Right, there was an old monster outside with a power level in the hundreds of thousands. That old monster could destroy a large area if he wanted to. Everyone carefully flew forward, as they were worried that some idiot would alarm the parasites. That would be troublesome. The further in they went, the greater the pressure they felt. Suddenly, the person at the very front fell down and died. Everyone was horrified, and they all turned to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It's that attack again. There must be a pike up ahead. Everyone froze in place, not daring to move. "Brother Lu, could I trouble you to remind us again?" Northgate Lai asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin shrugged. "I'm sorry, Brother Northgate. I used up too much of my energy earlier, and I really don't have any more energy." Northgate Lai's eyes flashed. "How can Brother Lu recover your energy?" Lu Yin looked up at the sky and then at the crowd. He calculated that there were more than 300 people here, and each person had 10,000 star crystals. Wouldn't that be 3 million star crystals? That was equivalent to 30 star essence. He had borrowed 50 star essence from Lulu, which meant that he would be able to repay more than half of his debt. As he thought about it, he grew excited. Why hadn't he thought of this before? If he had known, he wouldn't have helped these people lockbreak and just charged them entrance fees. Back then, there had been 1,000 people present. Not only would he have been able to repay Lulu's debt, but he would have also been able to make a fortune. It was a pity that he had forgotten. Ahem, well, everyone knows that lockbreaking consumes a lot of energy, so I'll have to buy some tonics to eat when I get out. Unfortunately, I don't have the money, Lu Yin said slowly, feeling a little embarrassed. Was he being too explicit? The monkey was embarrassed. Seventh bro, asking for money is an illness that needs to be treated. Northgate Lai's lips curled into a smile. He had already guessed that Lu Xian liked money, and it was good that Lu Xian had some hobbies. As he thought about it, he asked, "How much does Brother Lu need?" 10,000 star crystals per person. That's not a lot, is it? Northgate Lai nodded. Not much. He then tossed over a Mavis Bank crystal card. There's 300,000 star crystals inside. My Northgate family is paying for the various members of the Northline Flow Zone. There were less than 30 members of the Northline Flow Zone who had followed Northgate Lai in this direction, so 300,000 was more than enough. Lu Yin looked at the others. Everyone, the deeper you go, the more likely you'll encounter spears, and the more frequent those invisible attacks will be. Are you sure you don't need me to remind you? No one was too conflicted, as 10,000 was still within their reach. Soon, Lu Yin began to collect the money, and he did so quite quickly. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Craner from the Blaze Realm had agreed to pay 20,000 star crystals. To these people from the Innerverse, 10,000 or 20,000 was still within their reach, but 100,000 wasn't much. That poor bastard Ah Fan had already given them an explanation. The elder from the Blaze Realm tossed a Mavis Bank crystal card to Lu Yin, which contained the money from the Blaze Realm's disciples. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He had already earned 3 million star crystals in such a short period of time. This money was too easy to earn. Right, he should extort some more when he returned to the Northline flow zone. Lu Yin felt like he had grasped a business opportunity for the future. Earning money from lockbreaking wasn't the only way, the true path to wealth lay here. Wherever lockbreakers were needed, there would be business opportunities. Brother Lu, I've already received the money. Please remind us, Northgate Lai said courteously. Lu Yin smiled. Don't worry, Brother Northgate. Of course, of course. His expression suddenly changed, and he reached out with a hand that turned into a claw and pushed a young cultivator 100 meters away. Everyone was confused. Lu Yin said, fortunately, I made it in time. Brother, you didn't lose out on 10,000. The cultivator who had been pushed away by Lu Yin was stunned, he had almost died just then. He looked at Lu Yin with gratitude, 10,000 for a life was definitely worth it. Everyone's hair stood on end, and they subconsciously moved closer to Lu Yin, not daring to stray too far away. Lu Yin was pleased, this was his home ground. The deeper they went, the more illusory spears appeared, and Lu Yin's reminders rang out from time to time. Everyone's expressions grew uglier, this was too frequent. Was this for real? They were all stunned the entire time. Look, what's that? Someone suddenly cried out. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a tall building that looked like an ancient sacrificial altar. There were many buildings along the way, but they were all very ordinary and looked more like places for ordinary people to live. The altar, however, was different, it was the most important place for a clan, and the presence of an altar proved that they had arrived at the heart of the clan. Everyone increased their speed by quite a bit. Lu Yin suddenly shouted, be careful. That shorty in front, crouch down. Up ahead, dozens of people crouched down together to avoid the illusory spears. Lu Yin was speechless when he saw this scene. Were they not confident in their own height? Of course, there were also those who were confident in their height. A man who looked like a bamboo pole leaped past the crowd and was the first to charge forward. He was not afraid of death. Northgate Lai's brows rose. He wanted to give chase, but he was also worried about the illusory spears. That person had no misgivings, and he quickly shook off the crowd. Up ahead, many buildings had been reduced to dust, revealing the altar in the distance and its surroundings. There were many ancient buildings that looked much more majestic than the ones they had seen before. If what they had encountered before was a small tribe, then what they saw now was an ancient city. The bamboo man excitedly rushed into the city and towards the altar. He was from the Tempest Flow Zone's Fire Scorpion sect, and he had unintentionally heard of an ancient legend. He had deliberately walked in the opposite direction from He Zhong's group, afraid that He Zhong would snatch away all the benefits. That idiot He Zhong had thought that he was the only one among the disciples who knew that secret, but he did not know that Northgate Lai knew it as well. The moment he saw the altar, he disregarded his own life and rushed forward, all for the sake of that sliver of hope. If that sliver of hope came true, then his future would change. For this reason, he would not hesitate to risk his life. So what if he died? He would rather die than have a bright future. He got closer and closer to the altar. Northgate Lai's eyes went wide, and he clenched his fists, wanting to give chase. The bamboo man excitedly stared at the altar. He saw the words, the images, and the scene that caused his scalp to go numb, 5 spears. The bamboo man was terrified, and he did not dare to get any closer. There was a thump as he quickly descended, and the moment his feet touched the ground, the entire city was reduced to ashes. Everyone stared blankly, as no one had expected such a thing to happen. An enormous ancient city had been reduced to dust because of a light sound. Northgate Lai was furious. You're courting death. He quickly rushed to the bamboo man's side and slapped the man's head. The man's eyes were still fixed on the altar, and his eyes were bloodshot as he slowly collapsed to the ground, completely dead. The others also rushed over and looked at the vanishing city with pity. They did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for the bamboo man's death. If not for him, the city would not have disappeared. At the very least, they would have been able to see more of it, and perhaps they would have been able to discover something useful. However, the city had already disappeared, and everyone was helpless. They could only look at the altar. Be careful. Everyone, back off. Luin sternly warned as he grabbed a few people and pulled them back. Everyone looked up and saw the scene that the bamboo man had just seen. There were 5 spears, and beneath each of them was a dried corpse. The head, hands, and feet had all been pierced through by the spears. The 5 spears had nailed this person to the ground. Everyone immediately retreated, feeling a chill run down their backs. They had been inside the centipede's body for so long, and even the words had disappeared. Now, they were actually looking at an ancient dried corpse. This corpse's age was definitely far beyond their imagination. A corpse from ancient times. 5 spears dismembered it. How cruel. The monkey was horrified. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at the altar. What kind of person would have such a deep hatred for this person to be dismembered by 5 spears? And on top of that, they had done it right on top of the altar. Northgate Lai and the rest silently looked at the altar and the dried corpse, their eyes flickering. There were also words on the altar, and everyone tried their best to memorize them. At that moment, cracks appeared on the altar, and it turned to dust just like the other buildings. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they stared at the dried corpse. Fortunately, the corpse had not turned to dust. This ancient corpse was very valuable for research, but the 5 spears made it so that no one dared to approach it. 1 spear was enough to kill everyone, let alone 5. Hey, look! There's something there! Lillian cried out. Everyone looked over and saw that the altar had disappeared, and the dried corpse had been dismembered by the 5 spears. There were black words on the corpse's left hand, and 3 spears had fallen about 100 meters away from the corpse. The moment they saw the spears, everyone's eyes lit up. Luin, Northgate Lai, the powerhouses from the Blaze Realm, and the other hidden experts all moved to snatch the spears. The 3 spears had fallen to the side, and they posed no threat at all. Only a fool would not try to snatch them. Suddenly, the centipede's body trembled, and an ancient voice rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone, retreat immediately. Violators will be killed without mercy. This was Northgate Taisui's voice. He had joined forces with many powerhouses to relocate the centipede's body, and he would not allow anyone else to touch the things inside. Luin and the rest ignored him, and they all moved to snatch the spears. Luin and Northgate Lai were the closest to the 3 spears. Brother Lu, the Northgate family is willing to pay a high price for these spears. Please don't interfere. Northgate Lai shouted at Luin as he dodged the spears. Although this person could not see the phantom spears, he had the ability to dodge them and had been hiding his strength all this time. How much? Luin asked, but his movements were not slow as he reached out to grab the 3 spears. Northgate Lai panicked, but he did not have time to speak. He raised a hand to attack Luin, but he was slower than Luin, so he could only attack. Luin did not dare to be careless, and he turned around to exchange blows with Northgate Lai. A terrifying gale swept out, causing the ground to crack apart and startling countless parasites. At that moment, the 2 elders from the Blaze Realm arrived and tried to get past Luin and Northgate Lai to snatch the spears. Luin and Northgate Lai separated at the same time, each of them dealing with an elder. The elder from the Blaze Realm anxiously shouted, Northgate Lai, you dare oppose the Blaze Realm? Blaze Realm, you dare oppose the 10 Arbiters' Council? Luin shouted back. The elder was furious, and he raised his hand to summon a flaming lion with 4-lined battle force, causing the temperature to rise. In the distance, the remaining people were not to be outdone, and they all rushed forward in an attempt to snatch the 3 spears. From underground, the parasites twisted their bodies and rushed out, causing the scene to become chaotic. Some of the hidden powerhouses unleashed their full strength, and at this moment, besides Luin, the other Lemeters could not even get close. The intense battle caused the star energy to become chaotic. Not too far away, on the altar, the 5 spears trembled for a moment before phantom spears shot out one after another, instantly killing a dozen people. Luin grabbed the elder from the Blaze Realm by the arm and raised a palm. 5-lined battle force erupted as 30 stacks viciously slapped out. Originally, the two elders had needed to work together to fight against Luin, but now that he was alone, the elder wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Yin's palm landed on his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and die. The other elder from the Blaze realm was defeated by Northgate Lai, but Northgate Lai did not kill him. A phantom spear flashed past, and Northgate Lai hurriedly dodged to the side. He looked up and saw that Luin had already arrived beside the three spears and was about to grab them. Northgate Lai grew anxious. Just as Luin was about to grab the spears, a sense of danger suddenly appeared. A pair of cold, emotionless eyes appeared in front of him, followed by a violent wave of energy that rushed towards Lu Yin's face. Luin dodged with flash and then raised his leg to kick out. There was a thump, and a figure was sent flying back more than 10 meters. Luin looked over and saw a stranger, but he was very strong. With a whoosh, the figure attacked again, completely unfazed by Lu Yin's attack. Very few people could ignore Lu Yin's attacks. Although he did not use the overlaying stacks technique, Lu Yin's physical strength was something that even an elite explorer would not be able to withstand. However, Luin continued to attack as if nothing had happened. Luin refused to give up. He used Flash Step and fused his overlaying stacks into his leg, kicking out once more. The silhouette's eyes were cold as he growled. His eyes suddenly turned scarlet as he punched out. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. It was a Corpse King. Bang! A berserk attack exploded out like a sudden clap of thunder. A gigantic crack in the void flew out like a bolt of lightning, affecting quite a few cultivators. Even Northgate Lai, who had just rushed over, was shocked and hurriedly stopped. In the distance, Lily and the others were overwhelmed with shock. Where did such a powerful expert come from? The Corpse King was forced back by Lu Yin's kick once more. Its scarlet eyes closed, as it did not want to be seen. However, it did not approach Luin again. Luin looked at the Corpse King fearfully. To be honest, he was a little apprehensive of the Neo-Human Alliance, especially after his recent encounter with the Grey-Eyed Corpse King. The power that the Corpse King had displayed had terrified him. If this Corpse King in front of him could also use the Corpse King transformation, then he would be in trouble. One cultivator after another mysteriously died as the phantom spears continued to attack with increasing frequency. Quite a few people had already withdrawn from the fight. Northgate Lai sensed the danger and hurriedly dodged. He panted heavily as he looked at Luin, unwilling to give up. Luin waved his hand and stored the three spears into his cosmic ring. He exhaled, he had obtained them. Countless parasites surged out from underground. The centipede's body shook even more violently. Luin did not want to stay any longer, as he could not guarantee that Northgate Taisui would not kill him. "Seventh bro, let's go." "I've memorized it," the monkey said. When they had snatched the three spears, Luin had asked the monkey to use his innate gift of shadow to approach the corpse and record the black text. He had thought that it would be easy, but he had not expected the monkey to take so long to memorize it. Luin glanced over. Where's the text?" "Don't look." "I wiped it," the monkey said excitedly. "Why? Did you wipe it?" "The more people who know about it, the less valuable the text is." "You don't understand. This is called the rarer something is, the more valuable it is." "Nobody noticed it, right?" Luin asked, as he agreed with the monkey's words. "Don't worry. These people will just think that the text was swept away by the shockwaves of the battle. Aside from me, there shouldn't be anyone else who has memorized it," the monkey said confidently. "Let's go." Luin barked, and he quickly retraced his steps. Northgate Lai shouted, "Brother Lu, you can't take it all for yourself. The Northgate family is willing to pay a high price for it." Jared did not have time to think about how Luin had killed a powerhouse from the Blaze realm, and he also shouted, "My Blaze realm is also willing to pay a high price for it. At the same time, we'll protect Brother Lu's life and allow you to safely return to the Outerverse." I dash. Quite a few people spoke up, as they all wanted to obtain the spears. Luin ignored them and quickly rushed out. However, he still turned back to look at the Corpse King, but it had already disappeared without a trace. Luin felt a chill run down his spine, as the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King was more bizarre than anyone else's. The tremors grew more intense, and the attacks from the phantom spears became more frequent. Many people had already died. With Lu Yin's speed, no one could keep up with him once he charged out at full speed, not even Northgate Lai. Not long after, Lu Yin returned to the intersection between the legs and the torso. There, he saw a group of people anxiously waiting for him, including the middle-aged lockbreaker who was anxiously lockbreaking. Lu Yin was delighted when he saw this. Without him, this group of people would not be able to leave. Northgate Taisui had already placed the centipede's body inside, and he would not allow anyone else to enter. In other words, the only person who could help these people leave was Lu Yin. The middle-aged lockbreaker was delighted when he saw Lu Yin. "Mr. Lu, please help us get everyone out of here as soon as possible." Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw a vast expanse of white approaching. Sure enough, there were parasites appearing in another direction as well, and there were even more. Perhaps the entire centipede's body was filled with parasites. "If you want to leave, you have to agree to one condition," Lu Yin shouted. "What is it?" someone hurriedly asked. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. "Everyone must swear that the moment you leave the centipede's body, you will disguise yourselves as Lu Yin. No one is allowed to stay, and you must leave the Northline flow zone immediately." The crowd was not stupid, and when they heard Lu Yin's condition, they immediately knew that he had either obtained something good and was afraid that it would be stolen by the Northline flow zone, or that he had offended someone. However, no one cared, and they all agreed. Soon, everyone finished swearing their oaths. Lu Yin walked over to the middle-aged lockbreaker's side and began to lockbreak. Not long after, Northgate Lai was the first to arrive. He immediately rushed over when he saw Lu Yin, but he was stopped by the others. "Brother Northgate, no matter what happened over there, Lu Yin is currently opening a path for everyone to escape. Brother Northgate, please put aside your grudges for now." Northgate Lai frowned and rushed out again. If he wanted to take action, no one could stop him. However, before he could get very far, he suddenly stopped and looked in front of him in shock. "Why are you here?" Lu Yin, who was in the middle of lockbreaking, turned around. Was there someone here who could stop Northgate Lai? The others were shocked as well. Northgate Lai was an expert on the top 100 rankings, but there was actually someone who could stop him, and this person was also very young. "If there's any grudges, let's talk outside," the youth who had blocked Northgate Lai said coldly. This person's appearance was ordinary, and he was dressed simply. He did not carry any weapons, and there was nothing special about him. He looked just like an ordinary person, but his appearance caused Northgate Lai to feel apprehensive. Northgate Lai's expression turned serious. "Do you think you can stop me? Xianxia, you place too much importance on the top 100 rankings." Many people behind him cried out in surprise. Everyone had heard of Xianxia before. He was ranked 88th on the top 100 rankings, and he was known as the Heavenly Network's Xianxia. Lu Yin was astonished, as another expert from the top 100 rankings had appeared. There were far more than 100 top 100 rankings in the universe when including the flow zones. On average, one top 100 rankings was not enough for each weave. Even if the outerverse weaves were not included, there were still more than 100 flow zones of various sizes in the innerverse. The chances of encountering an expert from the top 100 rankings were far too low, but two of them had suddenly appeared here. No matter what Northgate Lai said, he did not act in the end. If the top 100 rankings were meaningless, then no one would fight over it. Since Xianxia was ranked ahead of Northgate Lai, there had to be a reason for it. Lily and the others soon arrived, and when they found out that the person blocking them was an expert on the top 100 rankings, they were similarly shocked, and no one dared to act rashly. "Brother Lu, think carefully. Even if you leave the centipede's body, you're still in the Northline flow zone. With Ancestor Northgate here, do you think you can escape?" Northgate Lai did not care about being exposed, and he shouted directly. This was the Northline flow zone, and Northgate Taisui's existence gave him the greatest confidence. Lu Yin did not answer. On the other side, He Zhong's eyes flashed. Had Lu Yin obtained something? "Lu Yin, there are some things that you can't take away. You better be sensible." Northgate Gang shouted. Lu Yin frowned. "Everyone, the insect wave is about to arrive, and these people are blocking everyone's escape route. With their strength, they can leave, but most people won't be able to. Do as you see fit. Lu Yin's words caused Northgate Lai and the others to look at him with hostility, and even many of the people who had been chasing Lu Yin blocked his path. Brother Northgate, if you have any grievances, we can talk about them after we leave. You don't want everyone to die here, right? That's right, Brother Northgate. Please give us some face. Brother Northgate. Northgate Lai's gaze turned cold. Fine, I won't attack you while we're inside the centipede's body. Brother Lu, be smart and make your own decision. This is the Northline flow zone. To Northgate Lai, handing over the spear to his family was completely different from asking his family to steal it. However, there was no way for him to steal it now. Lu Yin's stubbornness and stupidity had exceeded his expectations, so he could only give up. But just as he had said, this was the Northline flow zone, and Lu Yin could not escape. Lily and did not understand. Lu Yin was not stupid, so why would he not hand over the spear? There was no way he could escape. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. What had this person obtained? Seventh bro, are you sure you can escape? That's an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, the monkey questioned. Lu Yin calmly replied, I can't escape, but handing over the spear to Northgate Lai and the Northgate family are two different things. What do you mean? The monkey did not understand. Lu Yin did not explain. If he was so easily forced to hand over the spear, then no one would care about him in the future. He wanted everyone to know that he was not someone who could be easily bullied. Even if he walked down a path of no return, he still had the ability to survive. Against an old monster with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, Astral 10 could not be relied on. He also did not want to expose his relationship with Heizage Lian. Thus, there was only one way out. But before that, he would do his best to escape. Even if someone wanted to capture him, that old monster would have to put in some effort. He wanted everyone to know that Lu Yin would not be threatened and that he would be amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. End of chapter 392. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.